The legends of this history told of the great heroes of their world, who were also called the embodiments of perfection and the masters of an entire era. They confidently raised their sharp-tempered swords, signifying their own enormous weight with just their names. Among those glorious heroes was the founding emperor himself, who was located in the center of the capital in his high palace. And along with him was the leader of the mass of people, who stood tall above the crowd and enthusiastically instructed them. In fact, who has not left their mark there? A long-praised man, a killer of the Demon King, a great healer, and a man of honor with a bloody sword. One boy heard all these legends all the time, but every time he rolled his eyes at the mere mention of the so-called heroes. To him, the mere fact of their existence seemed ridiculous, and he did not understand why people liked to praise anyone and everyone. His name was Davy Olron, and inside he began to feel anger at the very thought of supposedly righteous people. According to him, one of them was a 2-meter savage Hercules, who immediately began to break and smash if he didn't like something. The mere thought of the bully made the boy angry, and he clenched his teeth so tightly that it seemed as if steam could come out from them. So this thug was also ready to beat him with all his might, still a child who was not even 10 years old. The boy recalled that even after becoming strong enough, his body, exhausted and wounded to death, could barely move itself to a new place for training. There he was met by another girl, Uriana, who looked at the poor fellow in amazement and seemed almost filled with sympathy. So she gave him therapy in the form of throwing him into a hot pit. This was another training under the wing of the so-called heroes. They all gathered in one place, like a huge family at a round table, where their comfort zone could not be disrupted by outsiders. The place was called the Gallery of Heroes, but the boy called it a place where obnoxious blockheads like those gathered. Eventually, he got tired of this hustle and bustle of life, and decided for himself that it was time for him to leave. Young Davy stood in the center of the Gallery of Heroes, his hand proudly placed on his belt, and his red eyes looking into the distance. His former teachers whispered among themselves, saying that the boy was still too weak, and that his sisters should have thrown him into the magma pool more often. Davy knew that his so-called sisters were actually just pretending to be young, but were actually 1,000-year-old old women. One of them, a saint named Daphne, loudly protested the shamelessness of her former student, breaking the stone in front of her. She was held back by the other heroes, but she continued to angrily threaten the guy to rip out his tongue while he did not even listen to the girl's screams. Finally, she broke free and went straight to personally cover his shameless mouth. Among the crowd of more calm heroes, Daphne was the only one who did not hide her fiery feelings towards the boy. They told her to be patient a little longer, but even with her lips pressed together, she found it difficult to control her rage. In fact, the sudden silence from his former teacher surprised Davy a little, who turned his head in slight confusion. Most of the heroes around Daphne remained silent, looking away or into space every now and then. Davy was more surprised when she wished him luck, albeit through her own sadness. He looked up to where his hero teachers were located, asking him not to forget them even when he woke up. The boy's red eyes widened as they truly took a liking to him after so many years of hard but brutal training. He slowly turned away on his bare feet, saying nothing to his old acquaintances. And then he gave himself free rein and silently stepped forward, heading towards his new life with new strength and the lessons that the great heroes had given him. Some cried happily as they watched how quickly their boy had grown up, while others looked with pride at the young lad who had stood on his own feet. For a few seconds, Davy stood still and said nothing at all, as if he still had something on his mind that he was afraid to share. But soon, he simply brazenly lifted the corners of his lips and went along his newly laid path. He waved low to his relatives' teachers, saying that he hoped to see them again soon. The red-eyed man disappeared into a blue shimmer that blinked, and in a matter of seconds turned into a huge flash, blinding life itself. The uncut green stone was floating in the water, as evidenced by the small air bubbles hovering near it in the liquid. The amazing mineral lay in the water for so long that it was able to color it a muddy green color. The boy's arm was hooked up to an IV, keeping him in a state between life and death thanks to the green liquid inside the IV bag. The sun barely illuminated the luxurious room through the windows, half protected by the embrace of silk curtains, and the boy himself lay humbly in a soft royal bed. The wind slightly tickled the snow-white curtains of the room, gently tugging at their thin, wavy material. The young man was conscious, so he tried to raise his weak hand, which seemed to be chained to the soft bed. only slightly trembling from his attempts to take possession of it. The boy with the long hair clenched his teeth tightly, realizing that his body was completely numb, and even opening his eyes was a real test for him. With an effort, he tried to coordinate his gaze, randomly directing his eyes to the golden chandelier on the ceiling. Realizing that he couldn't even move, he let his head fall softly onto the pillow and gave up on his attempts to wake up normally. One thing the exhausted red-eyed man knew for sure: he returned to his real life, which he had almost abandoned long ago. His eyes were too tired to calmly analyze everything around him, but he couldn't help but notice a familiar sight at the entrance to the room. The painting depicted a family of 3, and on the left stood the powerless and abandoned red-eyed prince, as the boy called him. And this prince was none other than young Davy Olron himself, as he was solemnly nicknamed in royal circles. In his second life, he belonged to the kingdom of Raun, which stretched across the east of the continent of Tionis in its own small and extraordinary country. And the prince of this completely ordinary country was Davy himself, lying exhausted on his bed, in which he was carefully placed when he fell into his almost eternal sleep. He thought about it, realizing how much he didn't value his life in the palace, where he enjoyed luxury that he had never even dreamed of in his past life. But perhaps he should think about something else, and not just about how well he lived and the luxury that had returned to him. And yet his mind was haunted by thoughts about why he had been so naive before fate itself had thrown him into the gallery of heroes. Even before his transformation into a prince, Davy lived on modern Earth, where he could not even imagine anything about the true meaning of the title of prince. After all, he thought that the life of a prince was a happy moment in abundance, and not when a cup of poison was put into the hands of your own mother. The title of prince was not a golden magic wand and a pompous crown. His life was filled with threat and the risk of death wherever he went. Even Davy's close blood relatives turned away and abandoned the powerless little boy. In the past, during a hunting competition, little Davy was wounded by an arrow from his opponent, Callus, after which he ended up in the gallery of heroes. He remembered the silhouette of his opponent well, even a few seconds before his departure to the world of heroes. Davy's sentimentality was also starting to get boring, and he changed the subject in his head again, staring straight at the ceiling. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated on the thoughts of restoring his body, humming something under his breath to gradually gain control of himself. He trained his voice, the ligaments of which gradually began to adapt and come into operation after so many years of stubborn silence in a coma. And although there was nothing special in this little exercise, a grin naturally appeared on the boy's face, because now he was much stronger after the training of the great heroes. The boy could recognize the son of the kingdom's new queen from 1,000 different people because he sent him into a coma with that very ill-fated arrow. He remembered his cheeky face, he remembered his orange hair, and he couldn't forget his already cynical name, Callus Barrietta. And Davy also kept in his mind how he, sitting on an already high horse, looked at him arrogantly. But the red-eyed boy was ready to give that cheeky kid his own special warm welcome to wipe that cocky smile off his face. One day, while still in the gallery of heroes, Davy was sitting on a small hump and quietly sobbing, his face completely pink from tears. He flinched with slight surprise when someone with a rough bass voice crept up behind him and addressed him as a newcomer. The boy looked back, lowering his eyebrows in disbelief, to which the other asked why he was looking at him so strangely. The big guy sat down next to Davy, laughing loudly and saying that the boy had taught his offenders a good lesson. Davy was visibly indignant. He didn't like the fact that the big guy was trying to ridicule him for simply speaking honestly in the heat of the moment. The boy was upset that at first everyone treated him well and even celebrated him, but as soon as they found out that he was an ordinary child, they began to look at him as a misunderstanding. Davy didn't like this attitude, but the big guy, of course, made excuses, because he couldn't know anything about the little boy. Red-eyed crossed his arms in an offended manner and rested his chin on his knee, saying that he had had enough. The brute grinned at the boy's request to get down to business and tell him what he really needed from him. The big guy said that he was a rather proud hero, and the boy's appearance was very unusual for them, to which Davy snorted indignantly. With some surprise, the youth noticed the man's words that the heroes had been consulting about him for several days and nights. Grabbing him tightly with his huge hand, the big guy told the stunned newcomer that he could safely consider himself lucky. The thug's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire location, saying that it would be very wrong for the heroes not to forgive the boy for his trifle. He grinned at the boy and announced that Davy was now part of their family, and the little boy floundered and was perplexed by the speed of their relationship. The muscular man leaned towards the boy hanging on his arm, calling himself Hercules, master of survival. For a second, Davy thought he had heard Hercules' middle name somewhere before, but he continued that he was going to train the boy's body. The boy looked at the thug for a few more seconds in bewilderment, as he continued to hold him and wait for an answer, as if he were prey. However, Hercules did not wait very long and declared the boy his beast student without even asking his opinion. Remembering his training in small fragments made it easier for Davy to navigate and even gain some control over his body. He moaned under his breath, looking around to train both his body and his ligaments sufficiently. The substance in the dropper was slowly running out, and the green stone inside began to peek out of the water. Davy was breathing heavily. After all, his exercises were somewhat difficult, so small beads of sweat were running down his face. He took a breath, closed his eyes, and whistled through his nostrils, relaxing slightly in his bed at the thought that he was indeed back. Every day the kingdom of Round was sunny. Graceful buildings stood out under the incredibly clear sky. At the top of the castle was a single conical peak, rising above the dome of the castle of the royal capital. The marble doors of Davy's luxurious room slowly swung open, and a pure white light entered. The tired boy lay motionless. He could only guess how many days he had been lying like this, trying to get himself moving. During these few days of futile attempts to fully wake up, Davy noticed that only his personal maid came into his room, tending to his IV and medications. On the one hand, it was quite clear to the boy why the maid had been his only guest for probably several years now. Davy had been in a coma for so long. Everyone had probably given up hope long ago, and the girl was just doing her job, changing the stone and filling it with the substance every day. But still, the blue-blooded boy couldn't help but be outraged by the fact that his status only deigned to give him one guest housewife. In truth, after a few days, his own room began to seem oppressive, cold and lonely. Davy thought about it and decided that he was lucky that someone cared for him in his critical condition, even if it was just a maid. After waiting for her to leave his room with a quiet knock on the door, the boy carefully opened one eye, making sure there were no witnesses left. Davy's body was still shaking violently, but he managed to rise and support himself with his own hands, albeit with great difficulty. He couldn't yet move on his own or wiggle his limbs, but he could at least stand up, which was enough for him. Next to his bed stood a round glass calendar, which he wanted to check first to clarify something. Davy reached out his trembling hand to the surface of the multicolored plate and slowly lifted it. The boy looked at the calendar, examining it with curiosity to find out what year it was. He ran his shaking finger over the surface, where in the middle was the bold year 278 according to the Baldy's calendar. For a second, it seemed surreal to Davy that he had been in a coma for 6 years after being injured during a competition. His hand relaxed, but it seemed as if she might just drop the calendar in his hands right at his feet. 6 whole years had passed, and Davy still remembered the bloody trail on the ground created by the wound in his chest. This was clearly not an accident, because after one arrow came a second one, digging into his back with its sharp blade. He remembered how he tried to turn his head through the pain, only seeing out of the corner of his eye the boy who had allowed himself to stick an arrow into his back. Davy's eyes narrowed, and he realized that the 1,000 years in the Gallery of Heroes were only 6 years in the world of the Ron Kingdom. The boy concentrated. Even though it wasn't for a long period of time, it meant that he was already a teenager. He needed to come to his senses and recover as soon as possible to prevent such incidents from happening in the future. Davy looked at his hand and closed his eyes, beginning to concentrate on his recovery workout. He clenched his hand into a light fist due to lack of strength, and tried to begin the process of his rehabilitation. This technique was taught to him by Daphne herself, and it consisted of saying the word of restoration out loud. The boy released his fist, opened his palm, and extended his open hand forward, as if expecting something. However, nothing happened even when he said the word and began to wait for some miracle, which caused him to sit in an awkward position for a few seconds. He looked at his hand in bewilderment. It seemed to him that the restoration should have appeared pompously by itself through the power of anger. As Davy recalled, in the Gallery of Heroes, the power of restoration was directly linked to the sacred power. Daphne herself told him about it, commenting on Davy's skills, calling the volume of his sacred power painfully average. The boy always listened attentively to the instructions of the one who, due to her character, always found a reason to complain about the youth's skills. Despite this, she mentioned that the boy had great potential to become the best, although Davy understood that Daphne just wanted him to cleanse her hall of evil spirits. The sacred power is quite difficult for ordinary people to understand without diligent training, especially since Davy was born without it. It was God's power of healing and cleansing that was often bestowed upon God's favorites as a blessing. Daphne went down in history as a heroine who accepted God, so thanks to her diligent training for hundreds of years, Davy mastered the sacred power. The problem with Davy's wooden body was that it had become completely ossified in a comatose state over the course of 6 years, and had lost the ability to concentrate easily. Initially, the boy was afraid that he would lose his powers once he returned to his real body, but fortunately, his body was simply letting him down. The only dilemma left was that now the boy would need a little time to stir his body and return at least the original sacred power. He clenched his teeth tightly, repeating the word of restoration, but the sacred power stubbornly stood its ground and did not want to come out. The boy repeated the phrase over and over in his mind, not giving in to the stubbornness of the energy and roughly trying to release it. The young man exhaled heavily, lowering his head and wondering if he would really have to break down in order to activate the technique. He clutched his hard yet cozy blanket tightly, not giving in and determined to force the sacred power to come out even by force. Speaking with a strong will, he decided to manipulatively ask his sacred power to come out before he beat her up. And then, he felt as if the energy above his palm opened up into a pair of huge, sacred wings, and he felt a flow of energy above his hand. This immediately amused him, and Davy realized that he should not miss his chance to reveal as much power as possible. He mentally exclaimed the word again and again, saw a flash before his eyes, which slowly and pleasantly began to envelop his body like a warm blanket. The golden feathers from the wings of sacred energy fell down and hovered above the ground for a few seconds, and the young man was delighted. He slowly stood up, carefully leaning on his trembling legs so as not to accidentally put too much strain on his own body. Leaning his weak hand on the nightstand, Davy exhaled softly under his breath, even though he shouldn't be straining his vocal cords just yet. Limping involuntarily, the boy walked through his luxurious room, relieved to realize that he had been able to restore the main thing. He was going to fix the rest a little later, but his gaze suddenly fell on the half-open windows of his room. The curtains of one of the windows seemed to open on their own with a slightly noticeable whistle and opened up in front of the boy who had come to his senses. Davy leaned carefully on the balcony, looking out the window with his red eyes, the fresh air dancing in front of his smooth face. Before the young man, his enormous capital gracefully blossomed in the middle of a sunny day, which he had not seen for thousands of years, so bored was he. There was not a single cloud in the sky, just fluffy clouds and the morning sun shining in the middle of the blue blanket of the day. Although the spring sun was not the warmest sun in the world, it was enough for Davy to enjoy its rays. The boy was still in a state of phantasmagoria, so some strange and funny ideas came into his head, which he could not refuse. He waved his hands through the air furiously, both of them flailing and piercing the space around him with his palms, as if inviting someone into an embrace. Young Davy opened his arms in a ridiculous manner and shouted loudly in praise of the beautiful sun above him, feeling like a real princess in a fairy tale. He jumped on his balcony and blessed the sun in front of the entire capital, as if his inner child had never outgrown itself. The boy would have continued standing there if he hadn't awkwardly heard the loud creak of the door behind him, and then the ringing sound of glass breaking on the floor, and the plate's miserable death cry was followed by a loud scream from the maid, who entered the room at the most inopportune moment for Davy. The boy froze like a mossy statue, which comically put its hands up and now looked like a petrified starfish. The red-haired maid began to stutter at the mere sight of the resurrected prince. Her hands trembled, and her eyes instinctively began to fill with tears. Davy felt like he wanted to sink into the ground, and he fell to the floor, inadvertently thinking that he would rather die again than live with this shame for the rest of his life. The maid brought the exhausted teenager to the doctor, who decided to examine the suddenly awakened prince, looking puzzled as he carried out his examination. Old Man Ramses was the court physician of the kingdom, and he was clearly impressed by the excellent condition of the young man's body, which only improved after his awakening. Davy smiled innocently, even though he knew his body was simply hardened enough to recover in an instant. The doctor still found this strange, so he asked about the boy's pain, who indifferently dispelled the elderly doctor's doubts. The old man scratched his beard in a funny way, and the boy thought that in the past he would never have thought of speaking so dismissively to his grandfather. To tell the truth, the boy didn't want to be rude to the doctor, but his high status forced him to speak a little condescendingly accordingly. After all, Davy Olron was part of a great family, and a member of the royal family of the Raon kingdom. He was the first and only child of Queen Reni Alisad and the current king, and therefore the first prince of the country. One old woman had taken a dislike to the boy even before he was wounded, and so, casually waving her fan near her face, even now called him too tenacious. Davy looked back at the sharp voice. In front of him stood a delicate older woman, and behind her her two submissive boy servants. Yes, the boy himself was not happy with these guests, because the dressed-up face in front of him was too familiar to him. It was the current queen, Linz Barrietta, who took the royal seat after the death of his mother due to poisoning. One look at her children, Princes Callus and Benedict, made it clear who the two little devils took after. Davy especially recognized the face of the second prince, Callus, who had kept his smug, spoiled grin on his face his entire life. Davy was no slouch himself, so he cheekily noted that he himself had not expected to be so tenacious. Linez did not stand on ceremony and first asked the boy if he saw who shot him during the hunting competition. The boy, of course, said nothing, saying that he could not see anything when the arrow flew painfully into his back. The boy's face broke into an all-knowing smile, and he decided to ask in response whether they had caught the one who had decided to attempt on his life. He looked at the royal family with a malicious grin in his red eyes, describing how terrible a crime the assassination attempt on the prince was. Prince Callus froze in horror at Davy's puzzled question about what punishment could befall a criminal with a bow. The old woman nervously bared her teeth, interrupting the speech of the awakened boy with hostility in her voice, while Callus nervously shook behind her dress. She called the incident too old and covered her face with a fan, although it was clear that behind it there was nothing but hostility and malice. Davy fell silent, lowering his red eyebrows as the woman's cold words told him that it was all over and no one would look into it. Old Man Ramses finished his examination and noted that little Davy would be able to recover in a few days under the right conditions, and the boy thanked him. The red-eyed man silently looked at the old man leaving with the young maid, who sternly announced his departure. Ramses was still giving some advice about the maid's food, and Linus unceremoniously whispered through her teeth that the boy should have simply died then. Davy was not at all hurt by her words, and with the same smile on his face, he asked if she regretted that the walking problem in her life had not yet disappeared. Callus nervously tried to support his mother, absurdly calling the first prince a disgrace who had fallen into a coma due to some unfortunate attack. With a loud retreat, Callus and Linz took Benedict with them and raced towards the exit, slamming the doors behind them with loud, dramatic force. The boy simply looked at the doors closed in front of him, involuntarily thinking that people like those three probably liked to disgrace the country and get caught. Davy looked at his hand, where he had concentrated enough sacred energy an hour ago to make his body bloom again. He opened his palm and felt the warmth around it, thinking that no one in the entire kingdom could recognize the sacred power, so it might be difficult for him to recognize enemies. The boy fell down on his back with a playful exhalation, whistling slightly with his mouth barely open and relaxing his body with his arms. Lying on the bed, he recalled how, before their personal meeting, he himself wanted to kill Linus, the eldest daughter of the Barrietta Duchy, and along with her, her son Callus. But now all these feelings seemed too naive and petty, as if they had no negative relation to him at all. His time in the gallery had dulled his feelings for the queen and made them seem insignificant in comparison, though he still intended to take revenge. Davy let out a small breath of relief and looked back towards the window, trying to focus his thoughts on his recovery. He was so focused on his speedy recovery that his first thought was to wonder what they were going to give him to eat. Half a month had passed since the awakening of the sacred power, and Davy decided to cut his unkempt long hair, which now adorned the floor. But since he had activated the restoration of strength in himself, it meant that there was no point in reducing his training, so the boy trained diligently day after day. Yes, even though Davy had trained for thousands of years before this, he still had trouble controlling his shaking legs when he threw them up at a right angle. At least he was slowly starting to move and could move around his room without having to lean on anything or limping painfully. The training bore fruit, but time still dragged on very monotonously, although the boy was always slightly tired. His recovery was going smoothly only thanks to the circulation of Necromancer's mana with sacred power at its core, which swirled around his hands. In many ways, he was able to perform such an effective cure, not only thanks to the magic of restoration, but also thanks to the knowledge of necromancers and the healing art of his sister Hai. Using the knowledge he had acquired, with just a snap of his fingers, the boy was able to initiate the so-called cleansing of his entire body. As if from pure air, a whole stream of babbling crystal water was created, which shrank and headed towards the boy. The cleansing water embraced Davy's body and gently cleansed him of sweat, starting from his exhausted feet and ending with his tired arms. The boy landed on his cleaned feet, which still had a slight blue tint to them. Davy looked down at his own body happily, examining his cleaned limbs and commenting on how convenient the magic was. His moment of self-pride was interrupted by the arrival of a solicitous maid, whose name, it turned out, was actually Amy. The young boy's lunch was a gourmet's dream and consisted of a whole, barely deep bowl of hot soup, without even any filling in the form of vegetables or meat. The boy looked at his snack with a disappointed smile, because he had worked up an appetite and was waiting to eat something good. The maid Amy noticed her master's displeasure and apologized. He really did feel as if he was being treated not as a sick person, but as an old man. She looked awkwardly at the unfortunate prince, as if she had somehow offended him and was asking for forgiveness. Davy began to eat quickly with his mouth full, saying that one plate was not enough for him and that he needed 5, and the maid nervously asked again. In a few miserable seconds, the plate, which had recently been filled with warm broth, was emptied without a trace of food on it. After thinking about his words for a moment, Davy realized that 5 plates wouldn't give him that much satisfaction either, so he asked for 10, surprising the girl even more. She looked worriedly at the boy, who assured her that so much soup could easily fit inside if you stuffed it well. The 10 plates were thoroughly cleaned, but the boy still felt like he wanted more, even after being completely full, perhaps due to the restoration magic. He hugged his stomach and closed his eyes contentedly, feeling as if energy was flowing throughout his entire body. He was the most satisfied prince in the whole world. Of course, after a good dinner, the stomach itself asks to rumble unpleasantly and announce news that people don't really like to feel. The maid was still in his room, and he couldn't even run to the toilet normally because he had to play sick. His good digestion was failing. Having suppressed his war with his stomach, Davy was soon sitting peacefully in his chair, carefully putting on his glasses, as if he had really grown old. The maid brought him a small piece of paper, which he examined as if it were some kind of homework. And even though their awkward moment had already passed, his stomach growled over and over again, and Amy awkwardly apologized to Davy each time. She bowed low before her master, who told her that she was not to blame for the way his digestion worked. He had no idea that the kingdom would be so concerned about what the prince ate, holding in his hand a piece of paper with the incredibly small royal food budget. Davy rested his cheek on his hand indifferently and asked Amy how many servants and maids there were in their palace. The maid Amy stuttered awkwardly and was afraid to answer, but from her appearance alone, the boy could tell that she was the only maid in the kingdom. And she began to apologize again, as if the number of maids was her fault, and the boy exhaled heavily, fully aware of the sad state of the state. Davy looked around. He wasn't living in some crown prince's palace, but it was still a fairly old place, the ownership of which had been dumped on one maid. Even in the floor of the palace, small shoots had already begun to appear, surprisingly making their way through the thick layers of tiles. Everything was that bad. Davy hadn't had it all that smooth with his house in the past, but he certainly hadn't been swimming in nothing but soup for lunch. So he looked sadly at Amy and asked what the budget for the palace was. The girl blushed awkwardly and looked down, saying that they were allocated 6,000 gold pieces a year, but only 10 remained. The boy thought about it, asking how much money had come in over the last month, since that budget could have been enough to solve the food problems. He continued to look seriously into the lowered eyes of Amy, who admitted that of the promised 500 zlotys, they had received no more than 100. Of course, his kingdom was being robbed of its money, and for some reason his maid took all the blame for it, being the closest person to the prince. The maid Amy was even more surprised when the boy asked her what her salary was. The prince repeated whether she had received enough, but it could have been as if this very phrase was foreign to the girl. She began to play with her fingers and mumbled under her breath that she had decided to take only a third of her usual fee. Davy simply couldn't believe that she would allow herself to be so humiliated, but at the same time, he suddenly realized something. He looked at the shy girl in front of him, realizing how kind, yet naive and clumsy she was. Amy had been a maid in the palace since the beginning, which meant that those hands, worn out by intense work, belonged to a girl from the barony. The boy assumed that young Amy had probably been demoted for the slightest mistake and was assigned to the prince in a coma while she took on the entire palace. For 6 whole years, the poor maid took care not only of the sleeping prince, but also of the entire palace, where she also decided to cut her own salary. Davy clearly liked people who were that responsible. Even if they didn't always succeed, he respected that kind of effort. The boy took a pen in his hands and began to write something on a piece of paper, telling Amy to take not a small part of her salary, but the entire amount, which seemed really surreal to her. The boy asked not to make him repeat himself, but the maid still tried to object, to which he reminded her of her own experiences about the lack of food. Unceremoniously, the guy began to write something on a piece of paper, telling the girl to address him without unnecessary formalities. Otherwise, he was so bored. Davy was in his prime and in a clearly good mood, so he didn't care at all about the objections of the shaking maid in front of him. He looked at her with his relaxed red eyes and said that when she called him prince, he felt as if they were strangers to each other. The maid Amy raised her head with an embarrassed look, and the boy felt as if there was a person in the palace who was on his side. The boy had a small idea, but to do this, he and Amy had to go to the luxurious palace treasury, the entrance to which looked more like a church. Davy told the maid that the prince usually came to that place to solve financial problems, no matter how much his ancestors turned over in their graves. The girl wanted to mumble something tenderly, but the boy interrupted her, saying that his father had never looked into the treasury, which made her immediately turn her attention to the boy. The maid looked at the prince in horror, as if he had just said something forbidden or dangerous to the life of the entire kingdom. On the other hand, the boy understood where such a reaction came from, because if the queen heard something like that, he would immediately have several more enemies. Amy's maid nervously turned from side to side, checking if anyone had heard the boy's sinful words, who himself felt embarrassed to let the poor girl down. Davy smiled and asked the maid to stop turning her head because they were heading inside the treasury. In fact, the boy didn't even want to show respect to the man who didn't lift a finger to prevent the boy's mother from being poisoned. The maid's eyes seemed to light up with some kind of enthusiasm when her master decided to selflessly lead her inside. The only thing the young man decided to ask the young girl was for her to take care of him, to which Amy frantically agreed on the go. Inside, the two were met by the local treasurer, who was playing slyly with the tip of the hair on his elaborate mustache, while he pretended to stutter and apologize to the prince. Despite his words, there was no regret on his face as he explained that it was impossible to obtain funds for the kingdom beyond what had been allocated. His bad habit of tugging at his mustache began to irritate Davy almost immediately, as if it emphasized his impudent tone and character in front of him. And the boy and the maid were clearly not the only ones of their kind, because the young man clearly heard people whispering behind him about aristocrats like the mustachioed man. Some strangers discussed the contempt shown to the poor by the treasurers, while others were surprised by the arrival of the prince, who really had only one servant. The aristocrat snorted at the local guest's impudent remarks, rolling his eyes in slight irritation on his face. Davy didn't give in and decided to beat him with his stubbornness, so he fell loudly onto the chair in front of the treasurer and threw his feet up on the table. The boy took his hoarse breath and tried to squeeze out a scarier voice so that he would definitely feel weaker. His red eyes bored into the mustachioed man's face, and the youth asked if he had allowed him to play a cruel joke in front of the prince of the kingdom himself. The mustachioed merchant did not expect such impudence, so he fell silent and simply made an awkward sound instead of a professional answer. Davy explained in detail that their royal budget was 500 gold per month, but no more than 100 came, but the nobleman could only stutter. After thinking for a moment, the mustachioed man spread his hands and said that the money they had received was the remainder of the funds spent on the repair and maintenance of the palace, as in all other kingdoms. Davy let out a sharp breath and ordered the aristocrat not to irritate him even more by trying to force a commanding tone. He asked him if it was because of their renovation that his floor was breaking with a bang every day, and everything outside was overgrown with weeds, not to mention the garden, which looked like a forest. The mustachioed man was driven into a dead end by such arguments, so he tried to cover the young prince's mouth, but in response he received an even greater barrage of leading questions. The aristocrat ran out of possible answers and stood dumbfounded. looking at the impudent boy with an angry expression on his face. The boy was more intrigued by what new excuses the treasurer would come up with to retain at least some of his honor. The mustachioed aristocrat wrinkled his forehead and looked away, stuttering that questions about the palace's renovation were under the jurisdiction of the housing department, not the treasury. The old grin was already beginning to return to his face when he began to say that they could do nothing about the prince's problem and were simply distributing the budget. The boy loudly slapped his knee in front of the nervous rich man and dramatically announced that he definitely didn't know the purpose of the treasury. The mustachioed man tried to maintain a proud look, even when the boy mentioned the unknown earth, where everyone blamed others in the same way. Davy turned his head towards Amy in a relaxed manner, telling her that they had to go, to which the maid asked if he was planning on visiting the housekeepers now. The red-eyed man had no such plans, so he asked the girl why he would go there at all. They approached the doors and the boy threw his head back, declaring that the housekeepers would also conduct the same session of shifting blame onto others. The aristocrat held his breath and almost fell over from the audacity of the guy who told him to buy something useful with the stolen money. The doors to the main room of the location closed. The boy could not take his eyes off the terrible interior of the royal treasury. Since the aristocrats themselves had to live in such conditions, he was afraid to imagine how the maids and other servants had to live. They probably took their salaries from the budget. No matter how justified the sacrifices of the aristocrats were, it was unfair to one maid, Amy, who took all the responsibility upon herself. The boy looked innocently at his maid, asking if she would bring him a sword, to which she jumped in surprise. Her mouth was still open, although she was reassured by the guy's words that he was not going to kill anyone. Davy laughed loudly at the fact that the maid was so scared, but she only quietly stuttered and said that she would look for the sword for the master. Amy ran forward and the boy began to play with his cane, unceremoniously twirling it around his hand. In the middle of the corridor there was a painting of the current Queen Linz, which the boy could not help but notice. With an unpleasant scraping sound from his cane on the floor, the boy turned and stared at the vile, vain portrait before him. He did say that he wasn't going to cut people, but nothing stopped him from cutting up all those whom he didn't consider people. It wasn't hard for him to imagine what might happen if he suddenly started killing people from above with his practically beggarly reputation. The answer was obvious. Everyone would start pointing fingers at the crazy prince and claiming that he should be locked in the tower of the royal castle. Davy didn't want to end up like this, but his heart was still burning with anticipation for the moment when his time would come. He wanted to feel free, to breathe in that wonderful air that would signify his own strength. But Davy knew for sure that with his sword, he was not going to become a feeding trough for the rotten aristocrats who were already eating away at his kingdom. The very next day, little Davy began his hunt, but he killed not a sarcastic aristocrat, but a huge wild boar. To do this, the boy had to make a little effort, and the maid looked at the dead body in horror, to which Davy replied that he simply moved the body of a boar that he saw nearby. The boy remembered that there was only water, herbs, and some other food left in the entire warehouse, so he asked Amy to bring them to him. The maid Amy fell to her knees in despair before the boy, loudly saying that it would be better if he killed her, and the young man was again perplexed. The girl's eyes filled with tears, and she bitterly said that the royal hands should not be stained with animal blood, even though they actually shed it. She clearly underestimated the young man, to whom she told him that he shouldn't have cut up the carcass himself anyway, since he could have gotten hurt. The boy shrugged his shoulders and unprincipledly began to prepare his dish, telling the frightened maid that no one would see anything anyway. His kitchen knife began its work, cutting through the thick layer of wild boar skin with small splashes of blood at the tip. While the boy was cutting up the boar, he decided to analyze his plan of action, since he was unable to get an audience with the king, meaning that other bodies could not solve the problem. Queen Linz was clearly planning an assassination attempt on the boy, so she kept quiet, not knowing that her target was trained by the master of survival himself, Hercules. Aware of the survival, Davy proudly pointed out to Amy the butchered body of a wild boar, which, despite its scientific name, was now simply his dinner. The evening dinner slowly faded and the heavens turned on their beacons in the form of stars, creating a glow over the dark night sky. The silhouette of the queen looked out of the cloudy window, thoughtfully situated in the middle of a sea of night stars. Her servants stood before her with a blindfold around their eyes, and the queen herself wondered what the young prince was planning to do against her. Queen Linz closed her fan in irritation, saying that she had not recognized little Davy at all lately, to which the servants replied that he was still ill. The woman leaned on the table and thought that if the boy's body recovered at the same rate, he would fully recover in 6 months. Linus paranoidly asked the nervous servant what the probability was that the guy would still not be able to recognize their spy. Seeing that she was hesitating in her answer, the queen held out her fan and motioned for the girl to raise her head, addressing her as Sherry. The old woman pointed sternly at the girl, saying that even if she was a secret A-class agent of the Black Moon Mercenary Guild, her subordinates couldn't be higher than C-rank. And although Queen Linus felt a special trust in her servants, her soul was still haunted by a strange panic that rose again and again. She recalled that Davy was the first prince whom even the king himself turned away from, and according to Sherry, he had not changed at all during his 6 years in a coma. But no matter how insignificant this boy was to her, she could not let go of her sparkling resentment towards him even after all these years. Queen Linz did not trust this impudent boy, who imagined himself to be the first prince and could do anything against her at any moment. An oppressive silence fell between Linz and Sherry, broken only occasionally by the queen's fan feathers opening. The old woman's cold face briefly fell into a slight panic when Sherry threatened her for insulting her highly trained agents. The queen giggled and covered her face with her fan again, innocently replying that she was only expressing her concern about the boy. She looked at her cup of black tea, adding haughtily that they could get rid of the boy at any convenient moment. Linz lifted the porcelain cup to her tired lips, beginning to lay down her terms with the agents, as if her status had been hurt and she needed to reassert it. Taking a single sip of the hot drink, she looked into the distance with a grin and finished by saying that if they failed, the agents would pay dearly. Sherry nodded. Even though she had been sipping her tea with sarcasm for several minutes, in one movement she poured the entire contents onto the floor, calling the drink completely tasteless. On the floor there was a small dreg of black tea, on which floated bloody petals, clearly plucked from the kingdom's elite flowers. Finally, the queen added with contempt in her voice that it was best to get rid of a dog that did not obey commands. Together with Sherry, she left the huge room and went out into the long corridor. The agent replied that at any moment, one word from the lady would be enough for her. Meanwhile, Davy was having dinner with Amy, offering her to have a snack with him, to which she nervously refused and waved her hands awkwardly. By punching through a blocked channel like moving a needle through small holes, a long channel for the flow of mana can be created. It was done carefully, gradually, but still very incomprehensible to little Davy in the gallery of heroes. Sister Iroh Aia's taught the boy that if Davy did not want to lose his mind, even on the threshold of death, he needed to remember the location of his channels. Saint Daphne endured her sister's admonitions for a long time, but from time to time she forced out a humiliating laugh. Enro Aia's was a necromancer, but even so she looked more like a saint than Daphne herself, who also drank often before training, each time telling Davy not to die by accident. On the other hand, he was met by a short archmage who, even in his dreams, could not show anything more useful than his enormous staff. And with the shorty there was always Hippocria, whom Davy affectionately called Hii. She always carefully took responsibility for the experiments upon herself. Sometimes the boy got the feeling that the heroes simply enjoyed watching him suffer rather than helping him improve his skills, but Haya was not one of them. Little sister Haya always persuaded little Davy and extended her hand to him, telling him to trust them. These events came back to Davy in his dreams, and he inadvertently shuddered with fear, remembering how terrible their experiment had been and how much he did not want to repeat it. Back to the kingdom of Raun, where the sun had already come out and warmly illuminated the forest location at the entrance to the palace. Davy started off his day by making his way through the thickets in the area of the kingdom where there were the most nasty weeds. Amy's maid quietly asked if the boy was going to search the garden again for prey, but the young man was in his own little world and joyfully exclaimed in her direction. The boy stretched, describing how warm and comfortable it was under the warm sun in their jungle as he described their overgrown garden. The maid was pleased to see her master relaxed as he said that she could go to work but not say where he was. Davy smiled at the girl's request not to overwork himself, thinking that the relationship between them had changed a lot in recent days and that she herself had warmed up to him. They had even already had lunch together, which meant that the boy was able to get closer to her and create a more equal relationship. And so the boy's peaceful days passed, when he could relax and continue his rapid recovery. Soon the boy set to work again and cleared the bushes, through which he entered the jungle garden. It was very spacious inside, even for a beautiful garden that had seen no cleaning or care for years. So Davy sat down peacefully and decided to begin the process. He sat in the lotus position, relaxed and with his eyes closed, and then spoke the magic words, invoking the so-called operating field. Hexagons began to appear around him, joining together with flickering lights that floated across the surface of the dome of figures. A circular roof of hexagons began to form above the young man, completely enveloping him in its safety. The golden lights were mana that gathered around him and swirled in a graceful dance, warming him fleetingly with its mere presence. The boy compared his absorption of pure mana with oxygen, which entered the human body through the respiratory tract and contributed to the vital functions of the organism. The guy described this technique as a mana absorption method created by the hero Odin, the god of magicians, or just a mischievous shorty. However, mana was different in that it had its own limit, and its storage required careful control and thoughtful use. The advantage was that, thanks to Odin's method, mana could be collected in just a few days, which was nothing compared to months of aging. Of course, Davy had no intention of sharing his method with others, as it would have caused enormous damage if the entire continent had used it. And what's more, this technique was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance, which made Davy feel proud of himself. Behind him, he felt a strange breeze that made the grass nearby play slightly on its green strings. It was suspiciously familiar. Petals fell from the trees, and someone in the tree behind the boy was clearly watching him, although not very well hidden. Davy smirked, looking back with his all-knowing red eyes, preparing to meet the intruder. The back was empty, but the petals of the trees that suddenly rose into the air testified otherwise. This was not the first time Davy had recognized this spy of the queen, but he always let him go, because he was constantly spinning around and could not hide from his eyes. The boy began to pretend to look around his garden, as if he didn't suspect the presence of a spy nearby, but his status as a weakling and an idiot didn't seem so bad to him. Thanks to the boy being surrounded by a dome of mana, the spy's presence did not interfere with his training, and Davy himself accumulated enough energy. He was not very pleased to admit that this moment had come, but it was time to take up the magic circle that he so despised. The boy approached a small, overgrown gazebo with the thought that no saint could use magic, just as a magician could not use sacred power. He placed his small hand on the column, mentally adding that necromancy actually worked against both sides. But despite these simple laws, Davy was properly trained to use all three forces simultaneously. And all this was thanks to a few not very kind girls, two of whom were crazy. They were Daphne and Odin. And the other two were real eccentrics with their research. It was said about Sister Haya and I row AIs. The mere thought of the terrible experiment made the boy feel sick, as if his wild boar from yesterday was trying to break out. The prince quickly looked around to make sure no one was nearby, so he could begin using the mana rotation technique on his body. Davy let out a nervous breath, then immediately took another, collecting his thoughts. He felt a strong concentration of mana in his legs. Its pressure on his blood he could feel even through his shoes. Normal mages would usually create a circle in their heart to use mana, but with Davy's three powers, his heart would simply not be able to withstand the pressure and would burst. Channels through which mana flowed began to appear on the boy's face, so he created a clear circle for himself and drove the blood through his body in the right places. In this way, the entire body, including the heart, became one huge circle for the flowing mana and helped to avoid the clash of different types of power. It was a dangerous stunt even for Davy, as one wrong direction of the blood could be enough to cause him to bleed to death. But the worst was yet to come. So the boy very carefully raised his palms and tried to put them together. Even during his training with experienced heroes, he barely managed to cope with mana and survive, and now he had to use this technique again, this time on his own. He began to be tormented by doubts again. He could not even come close to imagining whether he would cope or not, especially when panic began to overcome him. The boy's hands were shaking slightly, but he soon felt a familiar chill on his fingertips. The young man turned his gaze in surprise and saw the silhouette of his little sister He, even if it was only a fleeting figment of his imagination. Haya, Daphne and I row AIAs would probably say that it was not his style to worry and beg someone for help. He was already an adult and capable. For several years at the gallery, he had been constantly falling over and clinging to other people's shoulders like a lost puppy, but now he had to stand on his own 2 feet. Davy suddenly felt a wave of confidence and was able to collect his thoughts, calmly washing away his anxiety. Without hesitating for a second longer, the boy moved his hands around his chest and began to use the bloodletting technique, at least to try. Davy collected his thoughts, and by evening a huge ring hung over the garden. Davy managed to create one successful circle and conduct mana through his body. The evening was drawing to an end. The first stars began to appear in the sky, but the prince still did not return to the palace. The maid Amy was very much looking forward to her master's arrival, but she was also worried, so she went outside. She was very worried about the prince, who did not even come to dinner at the appointed time, which had already passed a long time ago. The boy's exercises had taken up a lot of time before, but he had never dared to skip the obligatory dinner on schedule. Amy began to panic inside and was in a dilemma with herself, because the prince told her not to come without his permission, but she was also afraid that something bad could happen to him. She blamed herself out loud for the incident with the prince that hadn't even happened, but her worries were cut short by the familiar voice of the guy, who asked not to call him so formally. The maid's eyes widened, and she jerked in surprise when she heard the familiar tone of the man behind her, whom she had been looking for just a second ago. She shouted loudly the name of her master, who was barely shifting from foot to foot, and his eyes were literally stuck together. Davy forced out a question, afraid that the girl had really been standing under the garden the whole time, waiting for her prince, but she couldn't put two words together. The boy had to force himself to walk, so he walked, letting out light exhalations with each step, as if he was dying. Through a funny smile, the boy mumbled that even with his skills and good agility, he still had a lot to learn. Davy gave in and fell onto a surprised Amy, wrapping his right arm around her neck for the support he needed. The girl clearly misinterpreted the guy's gesture, so a loud red spot of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she began to stutter. Cold sweat was pouring down the boy's face, and he almost whispered an apology for something to the maid, closing his eyes with a defeated expression on his face. The prince said he could no longer hold on, and simply fell with all his weight onto Amy, who could not understand what had happened to her master. The maid couldn't hold the guy's heavy body, and it gracefully fell onto the cold ground, her surprised cries. The boy fell asleep peacefully on the pillow shaped like Amy's skirt, snoring softly under his breath with a sliding whistle. After some time, Davy opened his eyes, in front of which was the familiar chandelier, which he had already come to hate after several days in bed. He already thought that he would never wake up so exhausted, staring at his damn ceiling, but fate thought otherwise. Although something was still wrong, and the boy felt something nearby, opening his eyes in surprise. His hand was embraced by another, gently touching his fingers, but at the same time, not pressing too hard against her. It was the hand of the maid Amy, who was almost on the edge of the boy's bed. Most likely, she fell asleep with the boy. Davy immediately thought that the girl must have been very worried all day, which is why she spent the whole night with him. The young man looked at his hand, which was literally glowing with mana channels. He managed to create a perfect circle of channels, although at first he was very worried. Now there were 3 different forces flowing through the prince's body, but that was not even the only amazing feature of the circle in his body. The morning breeze opened the curtains and entered the room with its fresh breath as the young man activated the sacred power. From the bright light of the boy's ability, even the maid Amy slowly opened her eyes, leaving her dream world. In front of her was Davy, who proudly raised his head and looked at the dozens of golden feathers that were hovering near and above him with golden particles. The boy gained access to castless magic, with which he could use simple magic like restoration with just a flick of his finger. The girl looked in fascination at the glowing feathers around them, and Davy greeted his awakened maid. Thus, 5 whole months passed, and one sunny day, Amy's joyful exclamations began to be heard under the palace. Her face lit up with delight as she picked up the large bag and commented that this time it also contained medicinal herbs. Davy looked at the filled bag of goodies and food in surprise, saying that the contents would be enough for them to last for the near future. The girl giggled sweetly, calling the bag a real miracle, and the boy awkwardly shook his head and looked away from the gift. These bags of vegetables and meat started appearing 3 months ago, almost immediately after Davy mastered his first perfect mana circle. At first he suspected Queen Lynn's of the mysterious gifts, but all the products turned out to be completely normal, so he put his paranoid thoughts aside. The boy had the involuntary feeling that someone was watching them and trying to help them behind the scenes. but he could only guess. Gently closing his eyes, the boy felt a light, warm breeze of mana on his face, as if it was trying to whisper something to him. Sometimes he managed to sense the mana floating in the palace, with the help of which he once sensed the presence of some stranger. He didn't really want to involve his maid in this situation, but both he and the girl liked such gifts quite a bit. Speaking of the mana near the palace, Davy heard footsteps nearby, which were clearly getting louder and approaching him and Amy. The boy tensed slightly. Gripping his cane tightly, he shouldn't act too boldly, but he needed to be prepared. The girl said quite innocently that they didn't have to worry about food anymore, but Davy had other concerns, so he just indifferently asked her to cook everything. The boy stepped forward quickly, warning the maid that some guests would soon be arriving, and she was stunned by the boy's sudden change in tone. Davy grinned cheekily as he walked to greet his uninvited guests, not listening at all to the surprised Amy and her questions about what her master's behavior meant. Unceremoniously, 3 people in long robes walked through the gates of the kingdom. They were led by a serious man with broad shoulders and a beard, dressed in a dark robe with a sacred cloak around his neck, all 3 of whom the boy called the Queen's puppets. They found themselves in the guy's room, which was clearly in need of some renovation, especially with the outdated shield and 2 sword symbol on the wall. The male priest examined the boy's hand with puzzled groans, casually running his hand over the boy's wrist. Davy looked on with affection as the priest attempted to feign some understanding of what was happening to the boy's body. He was getting tired of playing the man's game, so he asked the serious priest what he had seen. When the guy asked when he would be able to walk calmly, the man immediately answered that since he had been in a coma for a very long time, sacred magic would do him more harm than good. The priest tried to dissuade him from using sacred magic, telling him to be content with the usual rate of recovery, but Davy thought this was absurd. Even the priest knew that there was no harm from the sacred power, but he continued to play his role and indulge the woman who was in power. Davy chuckled, wondering if it was not he who didn't want to get well, but the priests who didn't want to work. He added in a naive tone that it seemed to him that such ailments could be easily cured by the power of the blessing of the goddess Priya. The priest tried to brush off the prince's passive-aggressive accusations, calling the boy's overconfidence simple ignorance. He added that the boy had no understanding of the operation of sacred power, since this was the responsibility of the clergy. The man chuckled, provocatively mentioning the intelligent and extraordinary Prince Callus, who was superior to Davy in everything. Amy's maid loudly protested, calling the priest's words ignorant in front of the prince himself and telling him to watch his speech. The priest's face tightened with anger at the mere sight of some maid so shamelessly trying to teach him a lesson in life. He quickly approached the girl, and with all his strength ran his palm across her cheek, leaving a noticeable pink mark on the girl's face. The sudden impact caused the table clock, which had probably been standing straight in the young prince's room for decades, to fall to the floor. Davy looked indignantly at the man who was getting away with too much in his own room. The priest pretended to lecture the prince that his maid should not interfere in the conversations of adults, because this could affect his authority. Amy was clutching her cheek. She was clearly very angry, shaking, and not saying a word to intervene in those conversations. The man came closer to the girl and grabbed her tightly by the chin, with one gesture ordering her to look at him. He glared at the poor maid and made a shameless comment towards her, calling the girl a beauty. Davy wanted to jump out of his bed and teach the bastard a lesson in front of him, because he was only used to being bullied, not his people. The priest smirked and looked back at the boy, telling him to at least go outside for a walk sometimes. The next inspection was scheduled for half a month later. Due to the sharp fall, the clock involuntarily struck the seconds with greater intensity. Davy asked Amy to lead the priest to the exit, trying not to break down and grab his sword to wipe that greedy smile off his face. Amy only raised her head slightly. Her pupils were shaking, and her face was red, not from tears, but from the boiling anger that she was forced to contain. The evil priest looked back insolently, glancing provocatively now at the maid, now at Davy. Davy didn't look in his direction, pressing his lips tightly together. He didn't want to endure the humiliation of either his person or the person of his maid. There was silence in the room, interrupted from time to time by the ticking of the table clock and the boy's dragon-like breath through his nostrils. The large hand of the inverted clock stopped at the Roman numeral 12, slowly signaling the onset of the second half of the day. Davy hadn't taken his eyes off his door since they slammed shut with a loud bang, and the priest and the maid walked out. The entire corridor was empty, as if all the life inside had evaporated into nothingness and left behind nothing but dust in the air. The priest approached the maid and pressed her against the wall, asking in a threatening voice if she understood him. He repeated in a low tone to her that she should definitely come alone the next night, but the girl did not even want to look the scoundrel in the eyes. The girl's heart beat nervously and painfully when she heard that she should not forget her place while Davy's life was in the hands of the priest. She wanted to object, but on his face there was an unwavering, self-confident grin with which he was not afraid to say that he was ready to threaten the life of a member of the royal family. Amy's maid stepped back in fear, as the man hovering over her called the boy nothing more than a dim-witted prince. In the corner of Davy's room stood an old sword that his maid Amy had thoughtfully brought to him several months ago. The boy's room was in disarray, things were scattered everywhere, the table was overturned, and the boy felt a strange chill inside. It was hard for him to describe his mounting feelings, especially looking at the time-worn corridor that was crumbling and collapsing before his eyes. The first thing the boy thought he saw was anger inside his heart, which was slowly flaring up and turning from a spark into a flame. As soon as he thought about it, he again felt the familiar frostbite all over his body. Davy didn't want to believe it. The gallery of heroes had taught him to look at anger as something sinful, something forbidden and vile. St. Daphne always said that if you let anger get the better of you, you simply turn into a dog or a pig. But Davy thought otherwise, so he drew his sharp sword and walked out into the corridor to meet the other two priests. Both priests looked in horror at the suddenly recovered prince, who was also strong enough to swing his blade. For the boy, anger was a real source of energy and a light that pointed in the direction of the right path. He thought so because irritation was considered the basis of development, which meant that anger could be considered its full-fledged engine. Within seconds, the exhausted bodies of both priests covered the floor after an unsuccessful scuffle with His Majesty. It was at that moment that the priest's voice could be heard from the other side of the corridor, threatening his victim. He was much taller than the poor maid and used every second of his time for his impure passions. The priest pointed to his heart, telling Amy that Davy was just a prince, and the queen would even praise him if he got rid of the boy. The girl listened with contempt to the scoundrel's words that soon no one in the kingdom would support the young prince. The priest clearly considered his title to be an excellent description of his own beauty, saying that without it, the queen was as if without arms and legs. The boy crept up from behind and had been listening to the priest's ravings on the balcony for several seconds, calling the current events very appropriate. The man in the cloak spontaneously turned to the prince, who continued to say that the scoundrel had given him a good reason. The boy swung his sword unceremoniously and drew the blade of his sword across the priest's cheek, leaving only a cutting flash there. In just 1 second, the boy stood in front of the maid with his sword extended forward, the tip of which looked menacingly at the confused man. Amy's maid tried to understand where her master got so much strength from, but the prince, with a smile on his face, asked her what the punishment was for insulting the royal family. The priest's cheek was dripping with a thin layer of blood, and he clenched his teeth angrily, calling the boy's ideal condition impossible. The man became furious and demanded an answer to his question, but the boy rolled his eyes indifferently, as if there was nothing surprising in his smooth movements. The prince pointed his sword towards the priest's face, saying that was why he was of such a low level, since he couldn't even figure out how he stood on his feet. The boy once again spoke loudly to Amy, who suddenly flinched at the mention of her name in such a situation. But instead of continuing in his commanding tone, the boy reminded Amy, almost in a relaxed tone, of his request not to force him to repeat himself. The maid immediately understood what the guy was talking about and tried to remember what the punishment was for personally insulting a member of the royal family. In fact, she knew the answer very well. She was just afraid to initially answer that the punishment was execution on the spot. The prince did not hesitate and with one deft lunge forward cut his way through the priest's throat, leaving behind a barely noticeable crimson trail. A dark red stain of blood formed on the snow-white floor of the palace, falling in drops from the throat of a man who had choked on his own blood. He tried to growl something in anger, but the cut near his head turned out to be fatal. The priest wheezed and fell dead. In his dying seconds, he managed to say that the queen would not leave the guy's actions alone, nor would the sacred kingdom. Davy slightly widened the corners of his lips, feeling a small sense of satisfaction that he had managed to punish not only his offender, but Amy's offender as well. The boy looked out the window, thanking his victim for his dying wishes, but he had something to say himself. The prince swung his sword again, and with one deft movement severed the priest's head from his body, assuring him that the queen's turn would soon come. Soon, Queen Linz herself actually found out about this little incident, unceremoniously beginning the meeting with the phrase that the boy had completely gone mad. The boy's face bore the mark of a harsh slap, while she emotionally said that the boy dared to kill their holy man. Her face twisted into an expression that was both fear and dislike as she described the boy's misdeed. Davy defended his honor by saying that he was only following the law when his life was in danger, but the old woman, through clenched teeth, equated him with a madman. She shouted loudly at him to stop clowning around and raised her hand, preparing to slap him a second time, but the boy interrupted her and asked her not to make him laugh. The queen's hand froze in the air as the guy said that even before the assassination attempt on him, no one in the entire kingdom followed the laws. The boy continued by saying that even the king himself kept silent about this small incident. But for some reason he, who executed the traitor, was called the culprit. He opened his red eyes and with a smug smile called this attitude towards the situation rather absurd. The queen and the prince changed places, and now the enraged Linz listened to the young man's provocative words about the lower clergy who were tainting their family. She clutched her fan tightly in her hand, asking with disdain how the boy dared to question the authority of the king and the royal family. Waving her fan, the old woman shouted loudly at the boy, continuing to ask him how he was going to justify himself for the severed head of the priest. The queen said that she had known from the very beginning that the youth would be like his mother, but the prince was slightly offended by these words and did not understand what was wrong with his resemblance to his mother. The woman interrupted the boy dismissively and covered her face in disgust, rudely calling both members of the royal family plebeians. Last comment about his mother angered the prince greatly, and he nervously crossed his arms, turning angrily to the queen. He straightened his gaze and looked at the woman in front of him with angry red eyes, noting that it was very low to insult parents in front of their children. The queen's face fell, the former self-confidence and impudence evaporated from her eyes, and her wrinkled face was nervously dripping with cold sweat. Several swift cuts flew past behind the old woman, which inadvertently frightened her, causing her to shudder in fear. But as soon as the now visible servants of Linz opened their long and sharp swords, they almost immediately returned them to their scabbards with a loud click of the hilt. Not all of them wielded swords. Some were unnoticeably holding sharp daggers in their hands, with chains entwining around them in a menacing manner. The woman's fan instantly fell out of her hands and landed on the floor with a light thud, just swaying ringingly above the surface for a while. A crowd of armed mercenary servants lined up in front of the queen, like a human shield in the form of several bodyguards at once. The boy felt that even from behind, maids with weapons were trying to surround him, and heavy chains began to dance nearby. His body was threatened by the rusty shackles of one of the maids, and the boy even grinned, albeit a little nervously. The close devotion of the queen's maids made the boy defensive, so he was out loud touched by their devotion to their queen. Davy cheekily said that he would be much more interested if the queen's armed servants decided to go even further. As much as the boy wanted to carry out his revenge here and now, he decided to restrain himself and simply exhaled with some release. The young man dispelled his own authoritative aura and sat down on a soft chair, suggesting that Queen Linz think carefully about her decision and not rush into action. He tilted his head innocently to the side and smiled brightly at the woman, telling her that an attempt on the lives of members of the royal family should also be punished by her own members. The queen turned pale. With just one phrase, the boy had revealed something to her, and she looked at him with a twitching lip. Her pupils shrank, and she stared at Davy warily, slowly beginning to ask if he knew that Callus was trying to kill him. As if he had just been told the funniest thing in the world, the boy cheekily lifted the corners of his lips and broke into a sly smile. The boy remained silent, but inside he was playfully jubilant, because the queen had just dug her own grave, revealing what he already knew well. Having cut the conversation short on such an intriguing note, the boy yawned tenderly and invited the guests to leave, saying that he had learned of their incompetence when they tried to kill him. The old woman was furious as she listened to Davy's words about how they should keep quiet, and how it was only because of them that the whole kingdom was upside down. with emphasis on the queen. The boy had a smug smile on his face, through which he advised the queen to deal with the servants who had fled from the palace and who had become desperate at the time. It felt as if every word the boy said made her even more angry, because now he began to wonder what the loss of her reputation could turn into for a woman. Davy himself was not against letting Queen Liness rot away, but he simply had to give her a second chance, so he advised her to think carefully about her decisions. And although this time a whole army of mercenary maids lined up behind the old woman, he warned that next time no one would cover her. When she returned to her chambers, the woman could not stand such humiliation and decided to splash out her anger on the first flower pot she came across, knocking it over with a splash. She screamed at the boy for daring to treat her as if she were beneath him in status, angrily knocking over the contents of the table. The hired maids could do nothing about their mistress's sharp hysteria, so they simply silently listened to her outburst of emotions, interspersed with insults to the boy. She grabbed her head in panic, tearing her vocal cords in a loud scream at the way the poor puppy like a prince treated her. Her knees weakened and she fell down exhausted, trying to calm down the rest of her anger while the room was a mess that she had made herself. But Linus was not going to give up, and this little incident only made her even more eager to get rid of the Prince of the Round Kingdom. A crazy, uncontrollable smile began to appear on her face, through which she whispered that she would gladly tighten the noose around the impudent guy's neck. Soon, as expected, new rumors spread throughout the palace about a boy who had gone mad and started cutting up priests. Busy with the new load of work that had fallen upon her, the maid Amy ran through the corridors of her master's palace. As she ran past, she constantly heard people whispering around her, discussing in horror the rumors about what the young prince was doing. The girl sometimes looked back questioningly at the gossiping strangers, innocently looking at them in bewilderment. But she simply shrugged her shoulders and silently ran ahead, because she had too many days every day to give in to the desire to eavesdrop on someone. And this only played into Davy's hands, spreading rumors after the murder of the priest and warning the queen was part of his plan. For some reason, they brought him great pleasure and did not at all interfere with his peaceful reading of books in the alley, as if the people outside did not call him a madman. He didn't care that more than half of the palace were on Queen Linz's side and were working even harder to burn his reputation. Davy would have continued reading his book if he had not been interrupted by the loud, joyful exclamations of his maid, whose eyes seemed to glow. She pointed to another huge bag with all the necessities, which again appeared at their palace like a lost treasure. The boy found it a little funny when Amy came and started fussing, almost jumping up and down, enjoying something like a miracle bag. In fact, she dragged 2 whole bags with her, carrying them on her back and exhaling proudly, although the medicine inside Davy was definitely not needed. Amy had heard about the rumors, so she tried to support the boy and said that someone probably thought he was good, but the girl's words slightly surprised the boy. Davy quickly closed his book and asked with a warm smile if the maid thought he was a good man. The girl jumped up on one leg and solemnly confirmed the young man's question, playfully adding at the end that her answer was obvious. Sometimes the boy had a hard time comprehending that she had seen him decapitate another man, and at other times, she reminded him of a faithful little dog. From time to time, the girl innocently tilted her head to the side and looked at her master with a puzzled expression. He wanted to protect her. Their animated conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unknown man in a formal suit, who apologetically greeted the little son of the kingdom, the prince. Davy replied that he had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of a man who turned out to be the Lord High Chamberlain of the royal palace, named Vespos. Vespos had a stern and tired face. The tips of his aged eyebrows covered his own eyes. He told the boy that, by order of the queen, he had found the culprits. On the grass sat Davy's familiar, annoying treasurer, and behind him were other representatives of the palace who were illegally appropriating the kingdom's budget. The boy thought about it and asked about the punishment for appropriation and escape, to which Vespos replied that such a thing depended on the prince himself, although beheading was often practiced. Upon hearing of the cruel punishment for their misdeed, the heroes of the occasion immediately began to scream and beg the prince to spare them, causing him to smile smugly. The guy didn't think for long and slightly adjusted his glasses on the tip of his nose, as if suddenly remembering something important. He did not take his eyes off the thieves, and began thoughtfully to mention that lately very unpleasant rumors had been circulating about him. The crowd of criminals froze in horror at the boy's mention of gossip that he was supposedly obsessed with bloodshed and had gone mad. The boy smiled broadly, ran his fingers over his glasses, and answered his own question with words that would match his image as a psycho. But as soon as he said this, the crowd literally began to scream on their knees again and beg the boy to have mercy on them. They shouted at the top of their lungs and tried to make the young prince think about his decision before doing anything. Davy didn't want to listen to all this shouting, so he calmly turned to Vespos, who needed only the mention of his name to start acting. The boy turned away in disgust and silently listened to Vespos's order to lock the criminals in prison without food or water and to execute them in 4 days. The young man was not very happy that all this was done by order of the queen, but the moment was so sweet that he wanted to savor it a little. Vespos said that he would assign new employees to positions, and Davy asked to promote Amy to head maid, as well as add incentives. Davy took off his steamed-up glasses and put them down by the book, accidentally remembering something else he had not told the Lord Chamberlain. He was still interested in the question of the audience with his father, which he had been denied when he had not yet sufficiently recovered. Vespos apologized and lowered his eyebrows sternly, giving a very obvious answer to the boy's question, who was wondering if this was an order from the king or the queen. The businessman remained silent and replied that he only had the right to transmit orders and not to disclose information about them, at which point Davy had to give in. Vespos asked the boy to be patient, but the prince interrupted him, already knowing what he was leading to and what he was trying to advise him. The chief chamberlain let out a barely noticeable breath with an incredibly slight nod of understanding from the boy. Having already bowed and was about to leave, Vespos froze slightly in place when the young man decided to interrupt him for the sake of something else. The guy turned his head towards the servants and said with a smile on his face that he had been eating well lately. The old man's eyebrows rose slightly at the boy's mention of the medicine he had brought, which he didn't really need, and his situation was already much better. The butler tried to appear unperturbed, but his slightly raised eyebrows told a completely different story. He began to shyly tug at his mustache and say that he did not know what the boy was talking about, but was sure that his kindness had been rewarded. But now Davy himself was surprised, to whom Vespos reported his imminent meeting with a certain very important guest, and then abruptly bowed out. Mana enveloped the finger of the guy who jokingly called old man Vespos a real klutz. Davy had all the evidence that the servants were involved in the magical bags of food that kept appearing under the palace. The boy recalled that he remembered Vespos from his childhood, but he could not even guess that in the entire palace he would have another person on his side, besides Amy. The mana that was hugging the boy's fingers suddenly glowed amber, causing Davy to be slightly surprised. The golden coloring probably indicated the approach of some important guests, whom the butler had mentioned before leaving. Amy awkwardly peered through the unfortunate crack between the doors, intending to tell her master something. She was a little nervous and hesitant, starting with the fact that the fourth prince and the second princess had come to visit them, but she was immediately interrupted. As it turned out, the doors were too thin to support the impatient brother and sister, who burst into Davy's with a bang. Davy looked up in a little fear at the man who had jumped so high that even he felt in danger. In a second, both the book and the boy's glasses flew away, scattering around the room in a disorderly manner. The first intruder was the prince's green-haired sister, Davy Olron, who was absolutely delighted to meet her brother. Perhaps she slightly overestimated her little brother's strength and accidentally crushed him under her dress, but she did not realize this right away. She cried out in horror at her brother lying on the floor, and the boy realized that he had been unable to identify his sister because she was constantly with Amy. Winry felt very offended and even started to sob, but her slightly irritated older brother picked her up and said that she was always in a hurry. He was tall and proudly held a pair of shiny glasses on the tip of his nose, and Davy recognized him immediately. The eldest brother, Davy Olron, or the fourth prince of the kingdom, smiled Telpo and calmly told Davy that he missed him very much. The current king of the Raun kingdom was a distinguished man named Olron, also known as Davy's father. Besides the current queen, Linz Barrietta, he had two other wives, Ellis and Anisha, who usually kept a low profile compared to the first. The second concubine appeared more often in public and was even recognized as the queen's heir, while Anisha remained neutral, receiving the status of an outcast. It was Anisha's children that Winry and Varys were, who were also Davy's half-brother and sister. The twins apologized for the noise they made in the palace, but Winry only seemed untouchable at first glance and was already planning to do something. Varys addressed his brother kindly and was about to say something, so he didn't even notice when his twin sister jumped out of his grasp. She turned her body the other way and swung her leg at Varys as hard as she could, shaking her brother's brains thoroughly. Her innocent look turned into a truly fierce one, and the guy screamed in pain towards her, asking why she suddenly decided to fight. Winry slid slightly across the floor and landed on her feet, telling Varys that he was being very shameless in trying to pretend to be noble. She waved her hand in an offended manner, reminding her twin of how he had bragged and boasted that he would see Davy first, but Varys had denied everything. The prince recognized the two twins well, who clearly did not know that it was possible to live peacefully, so they constantly quarreled and decided which of them was the main one. Unlike the Lynn's children, the two of them didn't even try to act like kings, so Davy wasn't surprised by the rumors that the twins had once defeated an entire gang of robbers. They would have continued arguing if they had not turned to the prince and asked him to tell them which of them was right, so that his brother could judge them. They might be a bit of a weirdo, but Davy thought they were good guys who trusted him, and he trusted them in return. They sat down to drink some warm tea to ease the slightly tense atmosphere between them. Varys mentioned that when Davy fell into a coma for 6 years, they decided to send them to the outskirts, which the prince himself had heard about in general terms. The boy fell into a coma when Varys and Winry were only 8 years old. Such young children simply would not have been able to survive calmly in difficult conditions. At that time, concubine Anisha had already sent her first daughter Tanya to another country by Queen Linus's trick, so she wanted to protect the remaining children. Davy reassured the twins, who were still emotional about the situation and didn't fully understand the weight of it. The prince picked up a mug of tea from the luxurious collection, sipping the drink and trying to change the subject to something lighter. He faked a smile on his face and started asking questions about his father, whom the twins saw when they went to meet their brother. Varys noted that the king looked a little tired, but Winry interrupted him and asked in surprise why Davy hadn't met his father yet. Davy awkwardly drawled and replied that he would still visit him sometime, but his sister found this something unimaginable and unacceptable. The awkward atmosphere between them was beginning to bloom again, and Varys noted his observations with concern on the way to the palace. Varys immediately noticed the deplorable state of the entire mansion, which was already bursting with cracks and seemed about to fall into the ground. The boy generously noted that people from the treasury were stealing money allocated for the repair of the palace, but he had just dealt with them and was going to improve the condition of the estate. This answer did not satisfy Varys, and he loudly slapped the table indignantly, saying that it meant nothing. What upset him more was that people of lower status had allowed the palace to fall into such a miserable state. The twins began to insist that the three of them go to their father, but Davy tried to dispel their doubts and asked them not to interfere without reason. Varys tensed even more and glared at his brother, about to object again. But as soon as the boy with glasses tried to protest, he stopped, watching in confusion at how calm Davy was. Smiling like a ray of sunshine, Davy asked the twins to forget about little things like repairs, because he himself could deal with all the problems. The boy was in a good mood, and he felt that more and more people were appearing under his wing. Davy noted that he was very surprised when he learned about the incident with the bandits and the discovery of Winry's talent for magic, and she smirked arrogantly, saying that thanks to her, her foolish brother did not get hurt. Varys was indignant and angrily asked the girl to repeat it, but Winry sighed arrogantly and reminded him how he confidently rushed towards the group of bandits like a boar. Not even an hour had passed, but they began to argue again, Varys bragging about his invitation to a fencing competition, and Winry asking him not to rush to conclusions. The twins fought awkwardly, as if they had never outgrown their 8-year-old selves, but Davy inadvertently became curious about the so-called competition, causing them to fall awkwardly silent. Winry was furious at her brother for letting slip an event that was supposed to be a surprise for the prince, but Varys yelled back that they would have told anyway. Varys raised his hand and cleared his throat loudly, preparing with a little intrigue to tell what they had prepared for the boy. The guy with glasses carefully pushed a small envelope with a red seal towards Davy. The young man opened the message inside and read with interest about a fencing competition that was held every 6 years. From the outside, such a competition was more reminiscent of something like the Olympics, and was held in the Principality of Felsty, with the aim of maintaining harmony on the continent. He analyzed in amazement all the possible participants in the competition, which were quite diverse, from mercenaries to the royal family. The boy turned his questioning gaze to Varys when he turned to him and interrupted his curious reading. Varys, with his hand on his heart, sincerely asked the boy not to refuse the invitation, since he hardly ever left his palace anyway, and therefore sent a request to his father. Winry interrupted her brother and decided to invite her little brother to go with them, brightly lit up with enthusiasm. She added that the Principality of Varys was probably very beautiful because of its symbolism with water, and Varys offered to carry the prince on his back. The young man closed the envelope, and Winry meanwhile noted that her brother was only good for carrying things, which made them look like two wild dogs again. The twins glared at each other, unable to share even a moment of shared happiness without arguing and calling each other names. The boy had to agree, which immediately ended another argument between the two and attracted their attention. Davy said that there was no way he could refuse the twins, and they began to exchange glances, secretly happy with their brother's choice. But they couldn't remain silent for long either, so they loudly rejoiced and raised their hands in joy, throwing expensive porcelain dishes into the air, which made Davy indignant. They began to whisper and decide where they would go first, and Davy wondered how little those two needed to be happy. Varys was also right about the state of the boy, who really did not leave the confines of his palace and was a kind of homebody. He looked out the window, where fluffy clouds were floating again, thinking that sometimes he really did need to unwind. The boy began to twirl the envelope between his fingers, and his heart slowly began to be overcome with intrigue. Perhaps it might even be interesting to go there, so the prince was all in anticipation of an exciting event. The king's tableware was even more stunning and impressive, because he even drank wine not from ordinary glasses, but from precious goblets decorated with sapphires. The butler reported to the king that Davy himself was already old enough to go with Varys and Winry to the coveted competition. Vespos added that Davy had just had a meeting with his brother and sister, but the king only mumbled briefly at every word the servant said. The servant placed the silver teapot on the table with a soft click to maintain a peaceful silence throughout the royal hall. Although it was difficult to tell what was on the old man's mind through his gray eyebrows and mustache, a warm smile obviously spread across his face when he said that the prince had matured. He recalled how the boy easily identified him as the man who brought him gifts. Vespos appreciated the prince's insight and admitted that he was impressed by the young man. The king frowned, raising his silver cup with an ambiguous groan, emotionlessly surprised that the butler was so impressed by his unrecognized son. The ruler sat right in front of the window, sipping wine from his precious glass and sighing heavily before each of his sentences. The gray-haired man looked at his glass with tired red eyes and said sadly that he was sad to hear about Davy. Over the past few days, Davy's room had continued to blossom, becoming cleaner and cleaner each day, and there was now a picture of his mother on the nightstand. She looked at the guy with proud, kind eyes, and although it was a very ordinary photograph, it created a pleasant, intimate atmosphere in the room. Davy always glanced at his mother's photo when he was preparing for something, as if he needed the approval of the person closest to him. Not only the boy's room blossomed, but the entire palace, which, as the boy himself noted, was 2 steps away from turning into a haunted house. Thanks to the energetic work of the chief chamberlain Vesper, the servants were replaced with new ones, and the young man's palace took on a more royal appearance. The maid Amy herself was in a frantic delight and on cloud 9, looking at the guy's well-kept palace. Davy should have gotten used to her maid's emotional reactions, but she couldn't stop admiring the boy's beautiful quarters, as if her dream had come true. Sometimes she would even shed a few small tears of happiness, and the boy couldn't understand whether he had treated Amy so badly that she was overcome with such joy. It was time to leave, and even Varys urged his brother on, who had become slightly daydreamy after just one glance at the shining room. The young man looked at his new watch and replied that they had been delayed just a little, so he asked Amy again if she had collected all the necessary things. He asked her to take something else and handed the girl a bottle that looked like a wine bottle, and she looked at it with puzzled eyes. Well, now it was definitely time to go, so they opened the doors together in anticipation. Varys, Winry, Amy, and Davy himself were special guests of the Ron Kingdom who were going to conquer the great competition in the Felsteed Principality. The flag of the Round Kingdom gracefully competed with the violent wind, which scattered small snowflakes of confetti all over the arena. The fencing competition was held every 6 years and was a very important event, with the eyes and ears of the whole world focused on it. Under the pretext of Davy's poor health, he managed to get there too, but the main goal of the test remained the defeat of Callus, which could have seriously damaged his reputation. The only thing that seemed strange to the boy was that Queen Linz agreed to this risky test with suspicious ease, as if she were planning something bad. The young man wanted to push all these thoughts aside, but he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that something could have gone wrong during the tests. The king did not keep us waiting long, and very soon firm steps were heard, echoing even in the open room. The voice solemnly announced the appearance of the ruler, followed by his personal butler Vespor. Krianes Olron walked forward, maintaining an unperturbed appearance, although it seemed as if the old king could simply fall asleep at any moment. People exclaimed phrases of glory towards the great king, but Davy remained silent. In his heart, he did not even call him father, but rather a man who was usually called that. Davy saw his father for the first time in the first 6 months after his awakening, during which time his father had successfully managed to avoid him. King Krianes extended a tired hand towards his green-haired son, calmly ordering him to raise his head. The man's bloodshot eyes were slightly sad, but he asked if Varys was completely confident in his ability to win. Varys bowed before him and knelt down, confidently saying that he would definitely win and glorify the name of the Kingdom of Raun. Father lightly placed a warm hand on the shoulder of the determined Varys, wishing him back safe and sound in a hoarse voice. King Krianes raised his head slightly, a small look of panic appearing on his face as his first prince stood in the crowd behind Varys. Davy was unperturbed. It was unpleasant for him to look into his father's eyes, but at the same time, he could not show weakness, so he continued to look with a calm gaze. The boy continued to stare at his father, whom he could not recognize at all after so many years of losing contact with him. Davy's father turned away, and as if the awkward exchange of glances had never happened, disappeared into the crowd of other people. As he left, King Krianes let out a long sigh of relief, thanking the heavens that his son was okay. Davy didn't take his eyes off his master, and Winry looked at her brother with a little confusion in her strawberry-like eyes. She asked him again if everything was okay, but the boy stood motionless like a statue, not believing that he could feel something for his father after so many years. The host of the Olympics ceremoniously announced the representative of the Kingdom of Raun, introducing the fourth prince, Varys, to the public and announcing the festival in honor of the solemn day. Davy simply did not recognize his valiant and outstanding king, who had lost his confidence and pride. The young man had the feeling that he was looking at some tired lion, unable to even squeeze out a slight smile. It was hard to see anything through the chariot windows except the tall trees that were woven together to form a silky forest. But Davy's thoughts were clearly somewhere else, and he didn't even want to admire the rather boring green landscapes. Varys noted that they would be very bored riding, because with the best warriors behind the chariot, they would not even see wild animals. But Winry was irritated by her twin brother's pessimism. Davy reassured them both, since it was because of him that the three of them had to ride in the same carriage, but the twins unanimously protested the guy's self-humiliation. Winry enjoyed the wine her brother brought them the most, so she definitely couldn't get bored, and Varys ordered her to know when to stop. The sister praised the boy's delicious wine and asked where he got such a wonderful ruby drink. In fact, the young man himself did not have an answer to Winry's question, because it was wine that he got from his mother. The twins backed away and began to question whether they should drink wine with such a history, but the boy simply shrugged and said that he saw nothing wrong with it. He looked at the deep pink hue of the ancient wine and added that on their special day, such a wine was just right to celebrate. Varys smiled and told Davy that he had changed a lot in a few years, and Winry only confirmed her twin brother's words to the youth's slight surprise. The boy blushed just a little from Winry's precise mention that the young man used to be very hot-tempered and treasured everything that belonged to his mother. The twins quickly changed their minds about drinking wine and raised their glasses, saying that good wine should be drunk, not saved. Time passed much faster in the chariot, so the three certainly could not get bored while drinking a whole bottle of wine to the very bottom. The night crept up unnoticed with 2 moons in the sky. In that world, this was the most common occurrence. For the night, they decided to stop and set up camp in the forest, lighting a bright fire that turned the tips of the sticks into small coals. It was still a whole day's drive to the principality, so Varys worriedly asked if everything was okay with Davy, who was spending the night in the camp for the first time. Davy was more interested in finding out how Winry experienced the overnight stay, and Varys replied that he had barely been able to dissuade her from sleeping with the prince and force her to sleep in a tent. The boy laughed awkwardly and apologized when Varys noted with disapproval that his sister should not get so drunk on wine. Varys reminded Davy of his childhood dream of going into the woods and setting up camp there, like some kind of traveler. Of course, he remembered, the boy had deliberately taken only 3 people with him because he wanted to feel a comfortable family atmosphere. They were all forced to travel in a carriage, although the same twins usually set off on such a long journey on horseback. The young man couldn't get the changes that had surrounded him since he woke up out of his head. Even his father had become completely different. But at the same time, he still had his brother and sister with him, who remained just as good and continued to support and trust him. For the first time in a long time, the boy felt that he really liked everything and that there were sparkles of happiness inside his soul. Davy gazed dreamily at the star-filled skies until his maid reminded him of his scheduled bedtime. But the boy put his hands behind his head and simply told Amy offhandedly that the moon was unusually beautiful tonight. The boy picked up one of the branches that had been used to start the fire, but the tip of it still had flames and could easily burn. Davy made several swings with his wooden branch sword, leaving smooth cuts in the area and lifting up floating leaves around him. His branch glowed a pleasant blue light from several successive swings, gracefully cutting through the air in front of him. The boy decided to take a final walk under the beautiful moons, commenting to himself about his wonderful rehabilitation. He came across one of the commanders, who decided to show off his knowledge, and told the boy that the moons were called Syros and Crius. The commander continued to tell that the blue moon spoke of the beginning, and the red one of the end, while the prince in the bushes sarcastically called him very smart. The man placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly to himself, saying that even an uneducated child knew about the meaning of the moons. He sighed heavily and looked at the sky, romantically saying that it was better to talk about such things with women. Another guard crept up to the man, not understanding why he was talking to himself so loudly and animatedly. He looked at the second commander in surprise, because he thought that it was he who was hiding in the bushes and talking to him, and at that time, the invisible Davy was smiling sarcastically. They began to suspect in fear that they might be haunted by a ghost, but in fact, it was the prince himself who, out of boredom, decided to use illusion magic. The boy walked through the overgrown forest, waving a stick and arguing that the twins had taken 4 strong guards with them, which would be enough to protect the camp. At least those 4 would be enough until the first serious trouble happened. The young man climbed up the tree to do some surveillance, because he already knew that danger was right under their feet. While they were sleeping, they were supposed to be attacked by approximately 20 mercenaries from a local group. The naive mercenaries jumped out of the bushes, although the boy admitted that they had hidden well until the very end. It was obvious that Queen Linz was behind this organized attack, and she could not miss the chance to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The boy jumped from the tree branch, although he was not very keen on demonstrating his abilities in his suffering state. But on the other hand, he didn't care at all, because there would be no witnesses to his battle anyway, so he swung the branch in his hand. Blue energy, which the boy had been fighting with the air with shortly before, began to concentrate around the tip of the branch. It only took 1 huge cut for the boy to cut up several mercenaries and paralyze others. The boy was taught fencing by the devil Dokujun, who always spoke in pompous phrases and proverbs. One of these instructions was that if you don't have teeth, you need to bite with your gums, but since the boy didn't have a sword, he had to lean on a branch. Devil Dokujun also said that any object could become a weapon in the right hands, even if it was an unfortunate branch. As the saying goes, in war all means are good if they bring the desired result, and weapons were just an offensive extension of the human body. The boy had heard that the most important thing in mastery was ingenuity, with which any weapon could become a sharp sword. He moved in front of his enemies in various attacking poses, boastfully waving his sword stick like a child playing with fantasy. Davy let out a soft breath and with 1 arrogant glance in their direction, let the mercenaries know that he didn't consider them his equal. The wounded mercenaries fell to their knees before him and could do nothing to him. Inadvertently, the boy remembered the hero Hermesh, who taught him to kill. The guy playfully spun on 1 leg and looked at them thoughtfully with 1 small question. The mercenaries froze in place and remained silent when the young man asked them if they had been summoned by Queen Linz to get rid of the royal family members. The prince was not at all satisfied with this answer, and he stepped forward to meet the serious killers in order to force them to spit out a second word. He increased his pace and began to quickly walk towards his enemies, swinging his sword at the same time and leaving cuts all around. The boy stepped loudly on the ground and turned his foot to the side, rolling his toe along the ground. Davy snuck up on one of the confused mercenaries and told them that they didn't even have to say anything because they were going to die anyway. The boy seemed to savor every moment, even in the dying moments of his enemies, guessing out loud what the queen was trying to achieve with this attack. No matter how high Linz's status was, it was very foolish to send a group of assassins to kill several important members of the royal family at once. The blood of several mercenaries spurted in different directions, along with their short screams and groans at the tip of their throats. Davy didn't even have to put in any effort to cover the ground with several corpses using just one branch. He looked at the remaining mercenaries with a relaxed grin and asked if they had naively hoped to deal with him. The armed killers looked in horror at the crazy boy, who asked them to tell him that he would not make noise if the queen stopped giving concerts. It was difficult to understand what was on the mercenaries' minds due to their masks, which hid most of their faces, but they were clearly preparing for something. 3 mercenaries jumped on the guy standing still, running past him from several sides and trying to hide. Layers of irritating dust appeared around Davy, but he didn't even move, as if it were an artificial obstacle for him. A sinister grin appeared on his face as he realized that the killers were not attacking him, but were trying to escape. But the boy couldn't just let them get away, so he jumped on one of the killers running past and swung a sharp branch. The naive mercenaries fell for the boy's bluff and didn't even have time to realize when he suddenly began to cut the air and slash them. Hundreds of slashes appeared in the air in a matter of seconds, intertwining with each other and simultaneously cutting through several assassins in an instant. The situation made the boy laugh a little, especially because professional mercenaries fell for such a stupid trick. He looked at the exhausted killers and said that successful mercenaries must first and foremost be able to endure well. One of the killers didn't understand what he was talking about, so the guy unceremoniously stuck a branch right into his head. Davy dubbed their failed assassination the one no one will know about, emphasizing his words as a very good ancient saying. Some of the mercenaries lost their minds and decided to jump on Davy with daggers in their hands, trying to surround him and trap him. One of the assassins tried to escape, but the boy had already begun to read the next phrase of his former mentor. Another piece of wisdom was that even in a secret murder, one must not allow anyone to escape. This was especially critical when someone tried to escape while others were still attacking. Davy waved his branch quietly and calmly, causing a flame to run across the surface of the vulnerable twig and cut through the attacking mercenaries with hot light. The boy said that he didn't even need a branch for such enemies, throwing away the useless burnt stick. Instead, the youth confidently pointed his index finger forward and focused entirely on it. He began to scan the trees with his finger, which he almost used to aim and search for his target with the help of a small target-shaped indicator. Davy had prepared for their meeting in advance, so the best-case scenario was that the killers could only escape if they ended up on the other side of the continent. He sadistically waited until his victim thought he had escaped before snapping his fingers and activating his next ability. The boy used black magic against his enemy, weaving him with his threads and completely paralyzing, suppressing and exploding his soul. Magic like this instantly took a person's life, and although it was not the most noble method of fighting enemies, this is how Davy was raised and taught to fight. The heroes taught the guy not to feel pity for those who attempted to take his life, so he adopted appropriate methods. With this, he ended his little performance, stepping forward and leaving the scene of the crime, which he had left without a trace. He shrugged indifferently and walked away, thinking that if no one ever found out about what had happened, he had managed to pull off the perfect murder mystery. In the dark room, in the oppressive darkness, the familiar figure of Queen Linz sat with her back to him, asking in a cold and stern voice how the mercenaries' operation had gone. Sherry remained silent, lowering her blindfolded gaze to the floor, and then covertly mentioned the candle flames that connected her servants and the souls of those. She pulled herself together and replied that all the lights on the melted hot wax items simply went out without a trace. The queen preferred to be straightforward, so she interpreted her servant's words out loud, saying that the killers had been eliminated, and Sherry confirmed her assumption. She nervously put down the fragile teacup, almost spilling the warm drink inside, and asked about the targets they had planned to kill last night. The battle maid had no doubt, and simply said that the members of the royal family should have already arrived in the Felsty Principality. Unceremoniously and completely hopelessly, the maid's face met the burning blow of the woman's palm, which rushed across her cheek and left a mark on it. The queen was furious and loudly asked the maid what she was going to do now that even 20 professional killers could not kill 3 teenagers. The maid looked away and quietly but humbly explained that they were still investigating the situation, but had already come to the conclusion that Davy had powerful support. The queen turned green and slammed her fist down on the table, not understanding how a blockhead like the boy could have any significant helping hand. She clenched her teeth together nervously and wanted to bite her own finger in anger, and her fierce breath was like a dragon's. Linus loudly ordered the maid to urgently find out everything about those who were helping the boy, so that they could prepare and get rid of those who underestimated them. Sherry answered briefly, saying that she remembered everything well, and the queen once again towered over her and reminded her that she had not covered for nothing. The queen looked menacingly at her servant, and threatened her that in the event of another failure, she would break contact with their guild. The maid listened attentively to Linus's words about how the Black Moon Guild would come to an end, even if she had to take the entire power of the country and the duchy to do so. Having obediently accepted her mistress's conditions, the maid disappeared into the night, and a scarlet moon hung over the castle, predicting a quick end. The next day came very imperceptibly, and under the light of the shining sun one could already hear the joyful cries of Winry, who was calling Davy. She jumped excitedly and looked out the window as they began to approach the coveted Felsty Principality. The trip wasn't very long, but even as they approached, Varys and Winry couldn't stop arguing, because now the former, according to her brother, was behaving unculturedly, as if she were a lady. The small principality of Felsty was located between the kingdom of Raun and Lake Cilicia, and was comparable in size to Singapore on Earth. The principality's ancient ruins and monuments made it one of the most beautiful places on the entire continent. The boy glanced at various architectural monuments that had stood the test of decades and still stood confidently in their frozen poses. Varys commented on the boy's expression, emphasizing that he looked pleased, which Davy couldn't help but agree with. It was behind those gates to the huge Colosseum that the Great Continental Fencing Tournament opened. Davy knew history well, so he talked about how the large stadium was usually used as an arena. The arena was famous for its competitions where fighters' lives were put on the line against monsters and gladiators, but Varys called this kind of entertainment senseless savagery. Davy clarified the competition and the number of participants, and Varys noted that only 8 countries took part in the tournament, representing 1 person each. The boy crossed his arms and, exhaling weakly, summed up in his head that the countries simply wanted to show off their champions. The tournament itself was for fairly young people and no one over 20 was selected, but Winry noted that such competitions were not for masters. Winry, although she came to support her twin brother, did not miss her chance to once again mock her brother, sarcastically pointing to him as their representative. And even though his sister constantly mocked Varys, Davy understood perfectly well that they decided to take his brother away for a reason. With his gaze, the boy analyzed Varys's incredible level of skills for his age, which were at the average expert level and at the low sword level. Winry thought for a moment and asked who would represent the Palin Empire, and Varys replied that its representative would be a certain famous sword princess, whose name Davy had never heard before. It was a real revelation for the twins that the boy didn't know about someone so outstanding, and it seemed to the boy himself that he had no problems with his memory. During the boy's time in a coma, many celebrities emerged, including Elena de Palan, the only princess of the empire and the pride of the emperor. However, Varys noted that, although she was the only daughter of a great empire, the princess's popularity was due to various factors. Davy had even more questions, especially after mentioning that the girl wielded the mysterious divine sword, which was the main reason for her fame. Winry added that the sword was called Calderas and was the favorite blade of the ancient hero, the sword god Hercules, and was also one of the masterpieces of the 1001 Nights. In fact, Davy had heard the name of the said sword before, but it was so long ago that he had completely forgotten about its existence. Hercules was the boy's first fencing teacher and taught him with rather unusual methods that sometimes left the boy feeling like a lemon. The boy remembered Hercules as the last lazy person and drunkard. But in terms of a teacher, He was very skilled and fought well, although he bored the young man's ears with stories about his sword. According to rumors from many heroes in the gallery, this was the very same great sword that was used to overthrow the Demon King himself. Unlike the Devil Master Dokujin, Hare's was actually from their world, which is why his memory remained on the continent. The guy couldn't understand why, but he had some strange feeling in his soul. But he was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice how someone secretly ran past him. The light-eyed girl glanced back at the passing members of the royal family, stopping thoughtfully for a split second. The blonde was clearly worried about something, and a voice nearby addressed her, asking with concern if something was wrong. She remained silent for a few seconds and touched the sword necklace around her neck, reassuring the unknown voice that everything was okay. The royal family sat down to dine, and Varys used a fork as an example to talk about the divine sword, which was intact even after thousands of years and had its own character. Davy knew that such a phenomenon was called the spirit of the sword because of the attachment of the swordsman and his soul, so Winry summed up that the chosen one of the sword was just Princess Aelina. Varys darkened slightly and leaned mysteriously towards his relatives, intending to tell them about another reason for the girl's popularity. He straightened his gaze tensely and began to speak intriguingly, as if he was about to reveal a terrible secret about the princess. The most impressive factor was the unearthly beauty of the girl, whom Varys simply admired and called one of the first beauties of the continent. Before the competition, it was worth dressing up a bit, so Amy chose the most luxurious clothes for her master, which Davy was not thrilled about. The ribbon on his neck seemed too tight and rubbed unpleasantly against the skin on the back of the guy's head, although the maid herself really liked the suit. The boy inadvertently got the impression that he was not just an observer, but a participant in the festival himself, although Amy told him to get used to such measures. The festive evening before the fencing competition was approaching, so under the two moons there was a loud roar of celebration. The entire capital was decorated for the holiday with various shiny decorations, which were most visible at night when they were clearly visible. Winry and Varys also received their own festive outfits, which complemented each other perfectly thanks to the shared color palette. Davy looked at the twins generously, saying that his sister reminded him of a fairy, for which she praised the boy in return, and Varys quietly asked not to overpraise Winry. Winry was naive, of course, but when Davy praised her, even out of politeness, she liked it, so she kicked her twin brother hard with a clear message. Varys was sometimes tired of his sister's temperament, who had already run up to the prince and asked him to be her escort, although the roles, in fact, needed to be reversed. In the banquet hall, some were already dancing and enjoying the festival. One guy was offering his hand to a girl and saying that it was an honor for him to accompany her. The red-haired girl in a long dress offered her hand to the guy but remained suspiciously quiet, which made him nervous. She was silent for a while and then finally said briefly that the room was a bit noisy, but the escort assured her that she needed to socialize. For her, words about her peers were alien and seemed strange, so the guy, looking at the decorative roses, asked about her trip to the village and her impressions of the capital. She didn't listen to the rest of his words and immediately called her impressions not bad, releasing the wilted tulip from her hands. The red-haired girl chose to pick up the rose and clarified her own words, saying that it was good only for their senseless wildness. The pre-tournament ball was in full swing, and it was held in a luxurious golden hall, which could easily blind a casual passerby with its brilliance. Representatives from different kingdoms greeted each other, creating an atmosphere of friendly hostility before the start of the competition. As strange as it may be, they really treated each other with respect, fully in keeping with their statuses. The boy sipped sparkling white wine, which shone beautifully against the golden walls of the pompous dance hall. Davy recalled Varys's words about participants over 20 not being invited, and was convinced by looking at the rather young people inside. Of course, there were plenty of adults among the young participants, but they were a minority compared to many young men and women. The boy couldn't get enough of the beautiful scenery of the location, which beckoned with its red roses and shiny walls. He would like to have a palace like that. The most popular guy at the grand opening was the nervous Varys himself, who was approached by girls one after another. The green-haired guy was a huge heartthrob of the public, and he was especially popular with women from other kingdoms, although he himself did not know how he became such a magnet. At the same time, Davy was not at all surprised that fans were flying to Varys like bees to honey. But on the other hand, this was how he could test out his competitors. He looked the other way at Winry, who also took advantage of the chance to make new acquaintances, although the noise was slightly annoying to the young man. Varys would occasionally glance nervously at his older brother, so Davy would play the lottery in his head and decide whether it was worth going to save him or not. He despaired and jumped, trying to attract the attention of the first prince, who decided to ignore him and let Varys rest. In order not to be distracted by Varys's unspoken cries for help, Davy hugged Winry's hand and led her out to dance for a while. Davy grinned wickedly, mentally telling his younger brother to enjoy all the joys of being a brilliant young man. Winry whispered in fascination that she never thought the day would come when she would be able to dance with her older brother. The boy praised the girl's dancing skills, to which she giggled briskly and replied that she had been dancing for a long time and could now consider herself a real lady. With her eyes downcast in a smooth dance, the sister sadly asked if the boy was upset that the incident had forced him to end up in such a situation. By situation, she actually meant his inability to take part in the competition, since she knew he was good with a sword. Davy laughed awkwardly, feeling that his sister was praising him too much, and replied that he could not have become a master of weapons by the age of 14. For him, talent did not exist. The main thing was persistence, because it took the boy a whole 1,000 years to achieve everything. He added that in any case, some competitions were not at all interesting to him and faded into the background. The boy ended up saying that he just wanted to live in wealth and prosperity, and Winry laughed generously and compared him to some old man. The young man's sister was happy, but there was nothing surprising about this, because she was still a child who had to adapt to a harsh world. Their dance was interrupted by the sweet voice of a young man from behind, who obviously recognized the young princess and suddenly crept up on them. The red-haired boy stepped forward with solemn words that he was really looking forward to meeting Winry. In the boy's memory, he couldn't remember Winry mentioning any such acquaintances, and her silence made the boy even more distrustful. Winry looked at the guest with disdain, and maybe even some kind of fear mixed with disgust, which was not at all like her usual reaction to friends. The gallant stranger intervened in the conversation and pushed the first prince away, floating on his shoes closer to the princess. He grabbed the frightened Winry by the hands and offered to join him in a dance, but she was trembling and could not utter a word. The girl awkwardly refused him, carefully letting go of his hands and saying that she had just been talking with her brother and was busy. The red-haired guy clicked his teeth in annoyance, and for a moment his arrogant smile disappeared from his face. He quickly returned to his role and dramatically spread his arms, loudly asking himself where his manners were. The red-haired man extended his hand forward and introduced himself as the 7th prince of the Boltese kingdom, Balishan de Boltese. Davy looked at him with disdain, and with a distrustful voice, introduced himself in response only by his full name. Balishan continued to stare at the boy with his hand outstretched, as if waiting for the first prince to give a full, graceful performance. The red-haired man asked what Davy was doing in such a place, to which he replied that he had come to support his younger brother, slightly surprised by Balishan's disrespectful tone. Balishan smirked smugly and rolled his eyes, as if that information told him everything he needed to know. Shrugging his shoulders, the red-haired man wished the first prince a good rest, and Davy began to seem stranger and stranger with each passing second. Balishan gracefully dropped to one knee in front of Winry, loudly saying her name in a dramatic manner. He looked the girl in the eyes and sweetly sang that he was going to dedicate his unique victory in the tournament to the young princess. Winry let out an irritated breath and wiped the nervous beads of sweat from her forehead, saying that Balishan's behavior was very inappropriate during such an event. He did not take his eyes off the princess, and said that there was no point in being embarrassed about anything, because he was speaking the truth and from the bottom of his heart. Winry snapped, reminding him that her brother was participating in the tournament, so for him to claim victory was low in relation to her and Varys. Winry walked past Balishan and hugged her older brother's arm, urging him to get away from the red-haired weirdo. The boy tried to play parallel to his sister, and even thought for a second that Winry was already resolving conflicts like an adult. Bad thoughts did not leave the young man's head, and he cautiously glanced towards the frozen Balishan, suspecting something. He had great doubts that the prince of the kingdom of Boltese would not take the ringing refusal to heart and stop. And so it happened. The red-haired man quickly ran up, exclaiming how Winry dared to speak to him so arrogantly, and tried to grab her hand. Davy's patience was wearing thin. He had already had to force himself to suffer through the awkward picture in front of him earlier. But seeing how the claw in the glove tried to casually touch his sister, he simply could not stand it, and decided to act in response. The boy tripped him up and let Prince Boltees stumble awkwardly over it, innocently saying that his foot had slipped by accident. Then the young man grabbed Belishan's wrist tightly and pressed it with his hand so hard that he let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the entire room. When the red-haired man calmed down a little, Davy asked how he dared to touch other people's sisters with his dirty hands without permission. He let go of his hand and shrugged, magnanimously calling him lucky, because the grip had not reached the breaking point, and he did not want to ruin the festival for Varys either. Belishan looked at the boy like a wild, angry beast, and even the young man noticed that his royal and noble appearance had disappeared without a trace. His hand dug into the floor, and it looked like he was about to strike back at the first prince. But instead of the expected slap or punch in the stomach, a glove was casually thrown into the guy's face, which barely hurt him. The hand garment quickly fell to the floor and crumpled, a very strange gesture, even for such an oddball as Belishan. Belishan rose angrily from his knees and, in a creaking voice, loudly announced that he was challenging the first prince of the Kingdom of Round to a duel. Winry was indignant, once again pointing out the red-haired man's impudence, but he ordered her not to interfere in the conversation. He clutched his own hand, and with nervously darting eyes, replied that the matter concerned the salvation of his sacred knightly honor. Prince Boltees's loud exclamations were answered by a girl from the crowd, declaring that since he had raised the question of honor, he needed to realize how piggishly he had behaved. It was the same red-haired girl from the crowd that Belishan stared at in surprise and became even more nervous. She continued by saying that she had been watching the altercation between the two from the very beginning, so she decided to ask Belishan if he really thought he was so noble. But despite the tense atmosphere, something about the girl seemed suspiciously familiar to the young boy, and then he quietly uttered the name of Hares, as if he recognized someone. The sword god Hares was an ancient hero born in the Palan Empire, which was considered one of the 3 most powerful states on the continent. Aside from his distinguished roots, he was the first wielder of the divine sword of Calderas and created the two-handed sword style of terrifying destructiveness. However, the mighty hero was not called the god of the sword for nothing, because his calderas could take different forms, for example, an indestructible rock. But just like the earth element, Caldera's cut could become a crushing sea wave. For an old man, Hares was very skilled. The girl responded to the only name that escaped the lips of the young man. But due to her usual imperturbability, it was difficult to understand whether he surprised her or simply confused her. For a while, she simply looked at him with her golden eyes, and the crowd began to loudly rejoice at the mere arrival of Princess Elena from the Palan Empire. The boy nervously covered his mouth. Against the backdrop of her loyal fans, he looked like a klutz who didn't recognize a celebrity and said something stupid. He quickly turned away and began to fuss about on the spot, apologizing for the awkwardly escaped word and mentally cursing his overly long tongue. As it turned out, the great princess, who was also the new mistress of Calderas, was very similar to Hares, which the guy could not help but notice. Of course, Hares, although he was an incredible lazybones, was also quite handsome for a man. But the girl looked as if Hares had been slightly preened and dressed in a dress. The young man was so deep in thought that he didn't even notice how he had missed Elena's words when she addressed him. She had to get closer to the boy to get his attention, so she repeated her question about his strange word mistake. The boy didn't know how to justify himself, so he simply stuttered when he saw the girl in front of him crushing him with her authority. It seemed that the words about his mistake calmed the girl down a little, but she still looked at Davy with some suspicion in her eyes. She narrowed her honey-colored eyes vilely, as if analyzing what the young man had said through lenses of mistrust and skepticism. Elena accepted the guy's answer and indignantly apologized to him, to which he had to play hard to get and awkwardly scratch the back of his head. The boy let out a sigh of relief at how he had evaded the answer, and in the meantime, a worried Varys, who seemed to have already been released by the girls, ran up to him. The green-haired man asked what kind of brawl was going on in the middle of the banquet, but Davy couldn't get the thought of the new owner of Hare's sword out of his head. Elena's calm voice changed into a stern tone, through which she began to condemn the behavior of Prince Belishan, and the boy began to understand the rumors about her charisma more and more clearly. As Davy suspected, people like the arrogant Beletian and other aristocrats were simply overwhelmed by the young girl's influence. Elena suggested another solution to the situation, saying that if one followed the true code of honor of a knight, Prince Beletian should have apologized to those two. Beletian stared ahead nervously, unable to utter a single word of apology, since he had no intention of humiliating himself like that in front of the crowd. Davy decided to give him a chance, although he very much doubted that the melody of conscience would suddenly play in his head and he would decide to repent. The red-haired man remained silent and simply turned away, preparing to leave the hall without any extra eyes glued to him. The boy was not at all surprised by the behavior of the arrogant prince. In a sense, it was touching for him to watch his resentment. But as soon as he turned away, Davy loudly announced that he accepted the red-haired man's challenge to a duel, which greatly surprised the latter. Beletian looked at the boy with both interest and surprise, while Winry tried to dissuade Davy. The guy crossed his arms haughtily, inadvertently thinking in his head that he couldn't let the pompous prince just run away without a trace. Even Elena was outraged, calling such a battle useless and stupid, but the young man tried to calm the girl down, saying that it was his choice. Davy picked up Beletian's thrown gauntlet, clarifying his desire to challenge him to a personal duel, and the latter even rejoiced. The boy raised his head proudly and said that since he had been challenged to a duel, as a prince he was obliged to accept it. The duel was rather sham, so even the swords were wooden, but Davy was fine with that, even though he hadn't used something like that for a long time. Varys was very worried about his older brother because even though he had recovered, Beletian was still a participant in the elite test, but the boy was confident in himself. Winry was also very afraid and mumbled her older brother's name under her breath, but Davy calmed her down and stroked her head, telling her not to worry about him. Beletian stepped forward gracefully, saying that the young man looked like an inexperienced blockhead with a club, and suggested that he surrender on the spot. He arrogantly placed his hand on his belt and smirked at his own request for the young man to fall to his knees and apologize, in exchange for which he would turn a blind eye to what had happened. The red-haired man's pride angered Varys the most, and he already wanted to go and sort things out personally, but Davy continued to convince him that this was unnecessary. The young man stepped forward to the smug, red-haired man, saying that only a one-on-one duel could settle the matter. Elena watched the painting with an emotionless gaze, carefully analyzing the movements of both princes. Beletian's smile widened once more, and he made a condition that if he lost, he would definitely fall to his knees and apologize for his behavior. Davy tilted his head to the side in a relaxed manner, throwing his sword over his shoulder and warning him to keep his word. In a way, they could both be called self-confident, as they stared so convincingly into each other's eyes, even when they were given the call to begin. Davy was more wondering what technique he should start with to create a beautiful and effective performance. He had to remember that for others, he was in possession of the body of a prince who had woken up no more than a year ago, so he had to win convincingly without any tricks. He had no need to hurry, so he stood there hugging his sword and pondering what he should do, which for some reason made Beletian laugh a lot. The boy was slightly offended by the red-haired prince's harsh accusations of fear and excitement before the duel, which caused him to interrupt his train of thought for a second. Prince Boltese spread his arms theatrically and said that he had given him the opportunity to attack first, but he had not even taken advantage of it, calling the battle between them shameful. While he was shouting at him not to waste time in attack, Davy suddenly had an idea. He remembered one good way to win quickly and quietly. The boy jumped low several times and, as he exhaled, asked his opponent not to give in strength. Having swung sufficiently from the long jumps, the young man quickly landed on the ground and concentrated his strength in his legs. He rushed forward with his arms wide open and the same fat grin on his face, closing in on his opponent in a matter of seconds. Beletian didn't even have time to realize it when the red-eyed boy's smug grin shamelessly appeared in front of his face. Davy slightly let go of the wooden sword in his hands, but still swung with all his might before striking. The proud smile on the guy's face suddenly disappeared, as if something had suddenly gone wrong. Although his attack was mesmerizingly fast and sharp, Beletian easily dodged it with one deft step back. Trying to crush his enemy with all the strength in his hands, the boy, unexpectedly for himself, dropped the wooden sword from his hands due to the sudden force of gravity. The red-haired man might have been able to win if he hadn't used such moments to feed his ego and call the young man a fool once again. In one graceful movement, Davy swung his fist at his relaxed opponent and struck him with one precise punch. Volition took a painful blow on his chin and was sent flying under the playful tone of the boy, with whom he claimed that his hand had slipped again. The red-haired man's wooden sword spun through the air and did a few elegant pirouettes before landing loudly on the floor in front of the crowd. He landed with Volition, who flew back with such force that in a matter of seconds he found himself on the ground with his arms outstretched. Despite the simplicity of the fight, Davy had to catch his breath a little, but he didn't miss the chance to mock him, asking why he didn't even dodge. Volition was furious and took no pleasure in the taunts of the boy, who had the audacity to ask why he had let him attack first. Those watching the duel began to whisper and compare the skill of the opponents, obviously not in favor of Prince Boltese. All this made the red-haired man very angry, and he tried with all his might to restrain himself so as not to inadvertently explode from the anger that was boiling in his soul. He stood up abruptly and raised his wooden sword, tearing his voice and telling the boy that he was going to kill him. Davy adjusted his hair and grinned, saying that with Volition's predictable style, he didn't stand a chance against his brilliant improvisation. As unpleasant a man as Volition was, he fought well, so Davy could only nervously fend off his precise and sharp attacks. The boy blocked the attacks of the fierce red-haired prince, who was much more fierce and dangerous when angry. Davy watched him fight with all his anger, taking mental note of Volition's shaky stance and thoughtless method of attack. As he found out, Volition didn't pay any attention to the distribution of force or the spacing of his attacks. He simply attacked with all his might, which still left its mark. But Davy, being a true master of the sword, simply could not forgive himself if he lost to someone who simply knew how to swing well. Every now and then the red-haired man would run out of breath for a short while, and then would begin to hit the guy again with another flurry of cuts. But at such moments, Davy tried to take advantage of his chance and attacked when Prince Boltese did not have the opportunity to swing first. For some reason, the boy felt a strong determination and continued to strike, drawing the first blood in the duel. The crowd fell silent. This duel was gradually beginning to tire them, because this was not the first time they had seen the picture of Davy standing over the stricken body of Volition. This time, the red-haired prince's Achilles' heel was his eye, which the boy aimed at precisely and confused him. The young man grinned, looking at the exhausted prince and asking if he had accidentally hit him again, but he continued to mutter insults under his breath towards the enemy. The red-haired man didn't want to give up and looked at the prince of the Round Kingdom with a savage look, as if he could pounce on him at any moment. The crowd behind them began to discuss again the latest defeat of Prince Boltese, who had fallen like this for the third time already. He grew angry and growled in rage when he heard people question his initial expert level and devalue his skills. Volition angrily slammed his clenched fist onto the cold floor and ordered the crowd to be quiet and not to say anything they did not know. But this time he didn't get up, but simply sat on the floor and tried to catch his breath after the sudden surge of emotions inside. Davy grinned, the thought flashing through his mind that Volition himself didn't know what he was doing, and was so nervous he couldn't even concentrate. Davy's strange and slightly bluff-filled fighting style was, of course, also borrowed from one of the gallery's outstanding heroes. This technique was called the intoxicated sword, and was created by alcohol. So true to its name, with this fighting stance, the fighter moved with the sword as if he was drunk. This style was created thanks to two gallery heroes, one of which was the last drunkard of the gallery heroes, Dokujun, and his drinking buddy and co-author was none other than Hares himself, who simply became terribly interested in seeing what he had in mind. Even Davy considered such swordsmanship to be sheer heresy, especially when someone tried to teach him something like that in all seriousness. During training, Dokujun would sometimes hiccup, looking at his own style and proudly calling it the most stupid technique. At such moments, he would cover his face with his hand and begin to giggle vulgarly under his breath, right in front of the boy who actually came to study with him. Hares would also often intervene in the conversation and tell the boy never to use the bad drunkard style unless he was a complete jerk. The sword god pointed his finger at the boy and said that if he had a conscience, he would obey him. That is, even the creators did not recognize this style. The style itself was not heavy or crude, capable of destroying entire broadleaf forests with thick trees in a matter of seconds. And you can't call the technique invincible either, even through clenched teeth or tightly covering your understanding eyes with both palms. Volition rose again and tried to break through another block from Davy, who thrust his wooden blade forward. The red-haired man looked at his opponent's movements and did not understand what he was doing, swinging in a completely different direction and barely standing on his feet. Davy literally spun around in place and still tried to fight back, swinging at him in an unprofessional stance. The true forbidden credo of the technique was that every move and attack was accompanied by deception and trickery worthy of damnation. This style was not for great feats or cold-blooded murders. It was created solely to humiliate your enemy and make them feel like trash. In words, everything was simple. You had to force the enemy to lower his guard, dodge his attacks, and then respond with a counterattack, a very effective method. Davy did exactly the same, starting the first 2 rounds by humiliating Belation mentally, and then continuing to hit him time after time. Thus, even the enemy himself sooner or later stopped delivering too precise attacks and became much more tired than usual. And considering that they were now surrounded by a crowd of spectators, the effect of the red-haired man's humiliation was many times stronger. Davy smirked as Belation wiped the floor with his body once again and rolled forward in front of the crowd. The boy exhaled, wondering out loud whether he was just lucky today or whether his opponent was completely stupid, but he asked if the dejected guy was okay. In fact, the guy got special pleasure from such a battle. He simply found it much more fun than killing in cold blood. Princess Elena remained silent. She was not surprised or amazed by the guy's fighting style, because she most likely understood that he was simply skillfully bluffing. But Belation didn't want to give up and again tore his vocal cords, tightly clutching his wooden sword and directing mana there. A blue light began to spread throughout Prince Boltiz's entire body, whose pupils narrowed and his entire face wrinkled in anger. He stood up and turned furiously towards Davy, once again declaring that he would finish the boy off on the spot. Varys and Winry were horrified and shouted at the red-haired boy that he had completely lost his mind if he was ready to fight with a deadly weapon. A mad grin appeared on Belation's face, and he ignored the words about them agreeing to a duel without deaths. The redhead shouted that it was too late for regrets and rushed straight towards Davy, who the twins screamed at in fear to dodge. The boy tried to quickly analyze that if he now supposedly accidentally reflected the attack with mana, he could cause a lot of unnecessary suspicions. Moreover, he felt someone's cold gaze on the back of his head, directed at him directly from the crowd with obvious distrust. Instead of safely dodging, Davy decided to go forward, straight at his opponent. So he almost immediately collided with Belation, who was already bursting into nervous laughter and swinging at the boy. There was no thought in his eyes. Now he just mindlessly pointed his blade at the enemy, hoping that the mana itself would solve the problem. A cold blade of shining mana was aimed at the head of the young man, who stood still and waited for Belation's full attack. Davy vanished out of nowhere, simply stepping back a little and throwing his head back. Where the boy's head had been just a second ago, Belation's sword was now piercing the air, mana beginning to evaporate from the tip. The red-haired man froze quietly and looked up in surprise, as if he saw something like a ghost in front of him. It seemed like the manic prince was so clouded by his emotions that he simply couldn't focus and see that Davy was right below him. Davy whispered something through his insolent lips so that no one but Belation would feel the whistling breeze of humiliation. Belation looked down and stared at the boy who dared to call him a fool, playing such a cruel joke on him. The first prince grinned into his eyes, knowing from his glance that Belation had clearly heard his foul-mouthed whisper. The redhead ranted as Davy thrust his foot forward and twisted his shin, causing him to fall with a thud. The audience watched in fascination as the battle turned from a sword duel into a fight between 2 children in a sandbox over their favorite toy. Finally, an oppressive silence fell over the luxurious hall, interrupted only by the heavy sighs of the guys from afar. Davy rolled over and miraculously found himself on top of Belation, who continued to insult him even as he towered over him. The red-haired prince suddenly fell silent when he saw a wooden blade pointed towards him, almost passing through the tip of his ear. Belation merely glanced nervously at the wooden sword that was now a few centimeters from his face. Only now did Davy feel the pain in his lower back. And even though he had to act out the part, the unpleasant feeling in his side was real. He scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly, embarrassed to say that he had almost fallen on Belation, who was pinned to the floor. In front of the public, the boy pretended to be innocent, and even asked why Belation had decided to suddenly lie down on the floor and underneath him. The guy looked at the other wooden sword, which just a few seconds ago belonged to his opponent. He looked back at the crowd, which had become even more noisy, and suggested that this was the point where they should end their duel. The crowd was discussing the humiliating defeat of Belishan, who turned out to be a complete disappointment for the public, in contrast to the pleasantly surprised Prince Raun. There were still suspicions among the public, because they remembered that just a few months ago, the boy lay peacefully in a coma, although they noted that Davy could barely hold a sword. Varys and Winry were incredibly happy for their older brother, who defeated their common bully and put him in his place. Davy was so happy that he didn't even listen to the audience's jokes about how Prince Rana might have wasted all his luck in life in the duel. Belishan was defeated. He sat alone in the corner of the room like an abandoned doll, and, as it might seem, he did not even breathe and simply stared at the wall. The people were pleased with the impressive spectacle, but Elena remained in doubt, pressing her crossed arms tightly to herself in thought. Throughout the entire duel, she never once took her eyes off Davy, and her face remained cold and emotionless. For the first time in a long time, she lowered her eyebrows and looked authoritatively at the celebrating prince with her piercing honey eyes. She commented on the public's delight, casually calling it petty and leaving the festival, whose servants looked in surprise at the mistress's abrupt decision. Elena's servants followed the passively indignant girl, who quickly walked along the corridor and did not allow them to match her in pace. Out of the corner of his eye, Davy glanced at Elena as she left, whose coldness and detachment seemed slightly amusing to the boy. Even though the young man had won the duel, Varys was still dissatisfied, so he called his brother's actions reckless, even when they had taken over the carriage. When the boy was being counted out by the twins, he preferred to remain silent, because they never lagged behind until their older brother gave in. Davy looked at his brother and sister with a smile, saying that he won anyway, so nothing bad happened. Varys exhaled heavily and replied that Davy was simply lucky, because Belishan was not just bragging for no reason, even if he had an overly proud character. The boy even became curious about why his brother thought so Varys told him that he had seen Belishan's skills at some event. He added that it was there that he laid eyes on Winry, who was already completely tired of Prince Bolteze's constant attempts to marry her. Davy had a sneaking thought about breaking Belishan's arm, but he pretended there were no impure thoughts in his head. Varys summed it up and said that Davy better not repeat such incidents, and that it was him who had to break his arm for not being there for Winry. The boy crossed his hand with his brother's, squeezing the green-haired boy's hand so tightly that he screamed throughout the chariot. Varys was almost horrified by the prince's enormous strength, to which Davy chuckled and asked not to compare him to some child. The young man advised Varys not to underestimate him in the future, so there was no point in doubting his abilities. Davy smiled genuinely at his brother, finishing by saying that if something was done, it was done, and there was no point in arguing with what had happened. Winry admitted that she herself really enjoyed the evening, and she never doubted for a second that her older brother could be so incredible. For the rest of the ride, Davy kept smiling as he listened to them describe how he couldn't even handle the weight of the sword, but still won. Davy looked out the darkened window, listening to the comments of those who said that the young man probably hadn't even considered the idea that he could lose completely. And in another capital, the holiday was just blossoming with colorful fireworks over the sharp treetops, although it blossomed somewhat differently. One of the many expensive plates in the hall was smashed into miserable pieces, accompanied by a soundtrack of screams full of anger and despair. Belishan grabbed the nearest chair to transform it into a disassembled likeness of himself, while his personal butlers tried to stop him. The red-haired prince was angry and did not even want to listen to his worried servants, who were doing their best to calm their master. He screamed furiously into thin air, as if asking the universe itself how it dared to neglect him, the next crown prince of Boltese. Belishan didn't understand why the world was against him, because he had a brilliant appearance and excellent skills in everything. He had almost everything in the world, but what he hated most was when someone like him was so brazenly denied something. He dreamed of the day when he could hold the Princess of Rana, Winry, who was the one thing that was completely incomprehensible to him. Of course, he liked her for her cuteness, but with her he could also get a talented swordsman like Varys, who had already reached the level of an expert. He even approached the queen to spread rumors of the upcoming wedding without hindrance, but things didn't go as planned when Winry didn't share his feelings. He didn't even care that he was refused. What angered him most was the humiliation that he had undeservedly suffered and that he had become a laughing stock for people. The butlers tried to appeal to the young prince again, but he unceremoniously ordered them to leave before he himself cut them off. He threw an expensive chair after the servants, who loudly closed the doors behind them to make sure they knew he was not happy to see them. His personal palace was in disarray, and he quieted down a little, collecting his breath, mixed with sweat and tears. Chairs and gold ornaments were scattered on the floor, clearly not intended for such rough handling. His voice was more like the growl of a wild animal, and his throat was sore from screaming, but he mumbled in contempt that he would definitely kill Davy. The red-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, as if trying to crush his own jaw to prove even to himself that he was worth something. He would have stood there with a bitter resentment towards the whole world and everything around him, but he heard a strange voice from behind, which sent shivers down his neck. Volition was alone in the room, but he felt someone's presence and heard a voice asking him if he wanted to get rid of Davy. He asked again who was talking to him, but there was no answer. A woman with red eyes was sitting on the windowsill and looking straight at him. A purple aura began to envelop the boy and the girl, who extended her hand to him and said that she could give him the opportunity to kill Davy. She ran her hand over Volition's face, who stared in fascination at the terrifying figure before her. There was a flower nearby that instantly withered in the dark fog of the woman who said that she would help to tear the boy's flesh and rip out his bones. The silhouette of a girl in a maid's uniform slowly approached Volition, who quietly asked what the name of the girl in front of him was. The woman's hair loosened itself and turned into wavy locks of purple shades, and she introduced herself to him as Sherry. A beautiful woman with long, wavy hair and a dress that seemed to be the embodiment of a bloodstain blossomed in front of the guy. Volition's eyes were empty. He could not take his gaze away from the angelic, no, devilish beauty in front of him, as if just looking at it made his soul calm. The woman came closer and gently placed her hands on the young man's face, carefully enveloping it and moving down along with the hypnotizing purple aura around them. Her voice became sweeter with each passing second, and she slowly called him a good boy, holding the red-haired man's head close to her in a peaceful embrace. He didn't care about the terrifying fangs in place of the woman's normal teeth when she whispered solicitously that he could leave all the dirty work to her. He fell completely before the unearthly beauty in front of him, which continued to embrace him and gently press him to itself. The huge competition arena was already filled with noise from inside. People were jubilant and were looking forward to a special show. Davy was given a small corner where he settled down with just a few plates and a gold scale. The boy was still resting from the previous night when Amy entered the room and informed him that Varys's competition had already begun. Davy smiled relaxedly at his maid and replied that he would be coming out into the auditorium any minute. The boy looked at his hand, above which a small golden flame of mana was circling anxiously. He closed his eyes and quickly exhaled in relief, saying that something was still quite a long way off. The maid Amy was already used to the fact that the young man often said some strange things, so she calmly asked what he was talking about. Davy dodged the question and said that he was just saying his thoughts out loud, so he changed the subject and agreed to go with the maid, saying that Winry was probably waiting for them. Once at the top of the amphitheater, they could see Varys, his head bowed and visibly nervous before the competition. Winry glowed and was incredibly happy for her brother, whom, despite her attitude towards him face-to-face, she supported and worried about inside. Among the 8 competitors was Volition himself, who had not yet even appeared in public view and was very late. Volition sat in oppressive silence, his head down, his eyes hidden behind his fringe, but he was not at all worried. This was evidenced by his hungry smile, which was so wide that it made his cheeks wrinkle unattractively. The audience was jubilant. They wanted to see a spectacular show, which was not so much a grand competition as an unusual entertainment. Each participant was outstanding in his own way, and showed himself in the arena simply brilliantly, gracefully swinging his sword for the glory of his kingdom. Davy couldn't help but notice how energetic the competitors were, but he was already coming up with a plan to quietly leave after the sparring portion. Winry noticed her older brother and waved at him, energetically inviting him to take his place. A short conversation took place between the brother and sister, in which they quickly shared their impressions about the upcoming competition. Davy had been late because his stomach had started to hurt again, but he didn't say that, nodding at his sister's assumption that he had simply overworked himself the day before. Thanks to the guy creating a mana circle earlier, he had enough strength to deal with weak enemies, but he was still in a serious condition. He looked at his hand and thought that, one way or another, he was still much stronger in the gallery of heroes, and his recovery was not yet complete. His stomach growled painfully again, and he was already thinking about using divine power to combat the indigestion, but Winry exclaimed loudly and asked her brother to look at something. She showed that Varys had already entered the arena, waving solemnly to everyone present with a relaxed smile, as if his excitement had been blown away by the wind. The boy couldn't wait for it to start, and Winry inadvertently wondered how many fans her twin brother, whom she loved to tease, had. The young man decided to look at the competition plan, which had the order of the rounds and the names of the participants fighting against each other written down. The silhouette of Varys's opponent began to appear beneath the gates of the Colosseum, frozen sternly in one place to maintain a little intrigue. Seeing that Varys's opponent was Belition, the young man awkwardly opened his mouth and called the competition program rather stupid. Belition stepped forward to meet his opponent from the kingdom of Roun, but Davy did not understand why it was necessary to pit the two against each other so early. Flags were ceremoniously raised over the Colosseum, signifying the official opening of the fencing competition. The judge explained the rules to the two boys, following which, inflicting mortal wounds was strictly prohibited, as was the use of mana. Belition was unusually calm, not waving his arms dramatically or trying to introduce himself gracefully, but simply standing silently. Davy noted wryly that the crowd was clearly not thrilled with the hero of the occasion last night, to which Winry agreed, stuffing her mouth with chocolate chip cookies. In fact, inside Winry was very worried that Varys might just get too carried away with the fight and get badly hurt in the process. The boy reassured his younger sister with words of encouragement that Varys was a very experienced fighter and knew exactly what he was doing. He smiled and added that he had taken care to ensure Winry's brother, who looked at the prince in confusion. The judges ordered the fencing masters to step forward and begin drawing their swords in preparation for battle. The cloaked referees raised their gallant staffs and began an attentive count, and the audience followed them. Belition bowed his head as if trying to hide from public view, and his face was not wearing the usual forced smile. Varys readied his sword, pointing the tip forward and directing a focused, attentive gaze towards his opponent. The judge slowly raised his hand, intriguingly beginning to announce the start of the competition and cutting off the sentence halfway through. The man in the cloak fiercely threw his palm down, indicating that the fighters could begin their battle. Both masters jumped from their positions with an audible screech on the dusty ground and rushed to open a series of attacks on each other. The movements of both were smooth and neat, at least at that pace they started, as if playing a kind of prelude. Davy reasoned that Belition used a freestyle fighting style, recalling his techniques from the previous night. Varys was in a better position because he put power into his blows and fought more aggressively. The only problem was his frisky nature. It seemed to Davy that Belition simply wasn't at the level to withstand the heavy attacks of Varys's claymore on a consistent basis. But just as the boy was about to think that Belition would avoid direct clashes, the swords of the two masters crossed and left sparks behind them. Varys was confused by the red-haired man's direct response to his attack, since he was planning to fight a completely different kind of battle. A red fringe of hair flashed past Belition's covered face, who had not only blocked Varys's blow, but had literally run into it before striking. The red-haired prince's lips parted, revealing a row of sharp teeth that together formed a terrifying grin. Varys tensed, trying to charge up several successive cuts to scare off his opponent, but he stubbornly fought back and parried his attacks. A real fight broke out between them in close combat, in which Belition defended himself and Varys directed his heavy cuts towards him. Belition parried Varys's attacks one by one, confidently approaching and arrogantly letting him strike first. The crowd enjoyed watching this kind of battle much more, commenting on how neither guy was willing to give in to the other for a second. Davy thought about it and came to the conclusion that, contrary to the impression of the audience, such an instant increase in Belition's skills was simply impossible. The boy justified his conclusion by citing Belition's inappropriate physique, which was very different from Varys's athletic body. He noted that although the red-haired man continued to fight back relentlessly, sooner or later the heavy attacks of his more resilient opponent would begin to wear him down. Varys gripped his sword tighter, even though he felt an unpleasant click in his wrist, probably due to the weight. Davy felt that the situation on the battlefield was starting to heat up, and the battle between them was gradually turning into a real battle. Something in Balaton's movements seemed suspicious and unusual to him, as if his sword was in the hands of a completely different person. Winry moved closer to the edge of her seat in excitement. noting that she had never seen her twin brother move so fast before. The guy with glasses ran to the other side, swinging his sword at great speed, thinking that since the fight was starting to develop, he also needed to try harder. Davy smiled proudly and noted that his brother had indeed grown a lot over the past few years of hard training. He recalled that as children, the three of them often played in the royal garden, and Varys always tried to find himself some beautiful wand sword. Little Varys waved his wand, saying that he would become a knight in the future, and argued with little Winry about which of them would become the first prince's bodyguard. 6 whole years have passed since then, and the leap in Varys's skills was so noticeable that he was able to represent the entire kingdom at the great festival. But as strong as brother Davy was, he couldn't understand what had suddenly happened to Belation, who was tearing and throwing every attack of his opponent. It took Varys several years to hone his skills, but Belation seemed to become a master swordsman overnight. Moreover, Davy had some strange feeling of déjà vu inside, which he could not explain, as if he had seen the picture not for the first time. The boy had to stand up to fully comprehend the aura that had hovered before Belation when he looked at him. For a brief moment, the battle between them took a different turn, and the endless blows stopped, forcing them to prepare for the next blow. Varys confidently held his sword out in front of him, as if it was now his turn to defend himself against his opponent. The green-haired man smiled. He was enjoying the battle, and he didn't expect Belation to do so well against his attacks. Belation continued to smile suspiciously, but Varys liked his stubborn and strong opponent. Varys gripped his sword tighter and prepared for his next attack, which would be his finishing move. The next blow was supposed to be especially heavy, so Varys doubted that the red-haired one would be able to parry it as well. It was a risky move, but Varys was willing to take the risk, so he lowered his sword and ran towards Belation, who stood still. Belation was suspiciously calm, as if he had frozen and was not even going to move, his empty gaze straight ahead. Varys began to execute his attack, gradually raising his lowered claymore and swinging it at his opponent. But Belation continued to stand still, holding his sword out in front of him, as if he was unaware of the heavy attack that was trying to crush him from above. But he saw everything perfectly well, and his crazy look towards Varys's sword flying past was a good explanation for that. The guy with glasses was both frightened and confused by Belation's gaze, which literally looked ready to have Varys's sword pass through him. Varys suddenly changed his trajectory and rolled forward across the arena with howling movements, stopping his attack that could have easily killed Belation. The red-haired man was delighted, as if this little incident between them brought him wild pleasure. While Varys was trying to come up with some kind of improvisational move against his opponent, he didn't even notice that a dark aura had begun to appear next to Belation. But as soon as he noticed the oppressive energy around his opponent, his eyes froze in horror, and bags seemed to appear under them. He saw a bright pink shimmer that could only be the fearsome energy of Belation's sword. The light was so bright and mesmerizing that Varys was confused when the blade of his opponent's sword pierced his chest. He looked nervously at Belation's sharply dark sword and panicked. At this moment he could just die out of nowhere. Last night, the sounds of sword swinging and light panting never stopped for a second, even in the midst of the celebration. Varys trained hard and practiced his sword very carefully in order to perform at his best during the competition. Davy stood nearby the whole time and watched his younger brother's diligent training, involuntarily commenting from time to time. The boy was tired, but while his brother was swinging his sword, he couldn't even fall asleep, so Varys chuckled awkwardly and apologized before that. Davy jokingly called his brother's behavior inappropriate, because Winry had already seen the 10th dream, and he was rowdy in the middle of the night, to which Varys replied that he himself could not sleep. The boy's face turned to Varys when he mentioned Prince Belation, a puzzled expression that had been haunting him since the evening. Varys continued by saying that although Davy had been able to teach the red-haired gentleman a lesson, it was not enough for him, so the prince asked what he wanted to do. The green-haired man's answer was clear and simple. He was going to crush and defeat Prince Boltese with his own hands. Davy let out a small chuckle, pulled out a book, and said that his brother had nothing to worry about anyway. Varys continued training to the sounds of the sword cutting through the air and the light exhalations that came out of him on their own. First, Prince Rauna would occasionally glance at his brother, describing his movements as a pure and gentle flow, which was entirely in keeping with his excellent state of mana. Davy looked up from the book in his hands and looked proudly at the diligent Varys, wondering if he should have helped him out a little. The boy's idea was risky, and could attract a lot of unwanted attention, but for his brother's sake, he was willing to take the risk. Varys himself was distracted from his training, noticing his older brother, who put down his book and began to approach him. The boy grabbed Varys, who was stunned by the strange gesture, tightly by his shoulders, which were focused on training. To his brother's surprised look, Davy unprincipledly replied that he was going to give him a little massage, so Varys calmed down a little and thanked his brother. The prince smiled and playfully told the diligent client of his unusual beauty salon to relax a little. Davy placed his hands on the area of Varys's shoulders and the back of his head, where streams of sparkling mana gradually began to appear. The boy prepared his concentrated fingers in a slightly sly smile, knowing that such a massage was usually not the most pleasant. Varys felt as if an electric shock had struck his entire body, and he froze, feeling how the power began to tingle and beat back inside him. Davy soothed his brother, pointing to his tense shoulders, while the exclamations from the painful massage could be heard throughout the capital. Varys's breathing began to become difficult, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to endure the strange feeling, and the prince secretly explained that the green-haired man should not have overexerted himself so much. Davy was busy stimulating Varys's mana, causing it to vibrate by pressing the most sensitive points of his body, thus filling him with energy. The procedure itself might seem terribly simple at first glance, but in fact it was borrowed from another dimension that violated the principles of the ordinary world. Of course, even in the world where Davy lived, there were interesting places where they did amazing massages, but it was like heaven and earth. Davy began to shout words of encouragement towards his brother, welcoming the new inner strength in his body. The massage hadn't been the most pleasant before, but now the prince began to add elements that made Varys jump and writhe. But the boy did not stop and turned his palm into something like a sharp sword, which he aimed straight at the back of his younger brother. Varys watched in fascination as Davy's gesticulations were as disconcerting as they were amazing. In the end, poor Varys lay on the ground, shaking after such an effective massage, and Davy looked proudly at the fruit of his labor. It seemed as if the relaxing massage had tired and broken the younger brother much more than the training all night long. The boy was pleased, because now Varys was filled with inner strength that could be useful to him in the future, but he remembered something. He roughly patted the tired Varys on the back, loudly telling him to get up from the cold ground so as not to accidentally catch a cold before the tournament. The green-haired man was in no hurry to get up and continued to tremble on the ground for a few more seconds, although Davy only gave him a little backup. Davy looked at his brother with inspiration, who claimed that if Winry were with him, the prince would even carry her in his arms in front of him. The boy clapped his hands and told Varys to go to bed, who instantly vanished at the mere mention that Davy planned to repeat the procedures. The young man looked back, pleased with the symbol that had appeared on the back of Varys's head after the massage session. The symbol looked like a kind of seal that glowed with a bright green light and was visible even through his clothes. Davy had done his job, so with a satisfied expression on his face he turned away, and with bright anticipation went to his chambers. Then, the unfortunate incident with Belition happened, when he almost plunged his sword into Varys's heart, around which a protective field appeared. The tip of Belition's blade made direct contact with the seal, which began to rebound with its own energy and weaken the dark aura around him. From a sharp burst of green energy from Varys, the sword itself tore out of the hands of the red-haired prince and flew in the other direction. Varys, not yet knowing that he had managed to repel the attack, fell to his knees, and the sharp sword of the defeated Belition plunged precisely into the ground. The crowd suddenly fell silent. They had never seen such a scene in the Principality's arena among such young fighters before. Belition froze again, his gaze fixed on the helpless Varys just a second ago, while the spectators wondered what had happened. The protective field around the green-haired man began to disappear as the crowd heatedly discussed and analyzed the strange brawl between the two. It was only then that they noticed the energy field around Varys, which had broken down into hundreds of small crystal hexagons. Then the Colosseum burst into a roar and the crowd began to rejoice, because techniques like the energy barrier were the highest-level skills of an expert. Winry was delighted and very happy for her brother, who had so amazingly impressed her, despite the fact that, as always, he had managed to do something wrong. The sister was so engrossed in her twin brother's amazing performance that she didn't even notice when Davy disappeared and left the spectator arch. The energy barrier only softened the powerful blow of the sword, which caused Varys to choke and cough up his own blood. The judges ran up to the exhausted green-haired man and loudly announced that the sparring was over and Balishin was declared defeated. The judge angrily shouted at the departing red-haired prince that he had disregarded their rules and tried to kill his opponent, which was tantamount to declaring war on an entire country. The servants representing the kingdom of Boltese ran up to the judge with apologies when he said that he was going to appeal Balishin's action. One of the butlers approached Balishin and nervously asked him to say something in his defense, but he remained silent and acted completely emotionless. In response to the servant's request to say something, the red-haired prince grabbed him tightly by the neck and squeezed it in a steel grip. He easily lifted the body of the gasping servant, who was still trying to address the prince and was frantically waving his legs. A few seconds later, the butler's head turned into a huge bloody cloud, and the crimson substance flared up in all directions. The judge and the other butlers looked in horror at the brutalized Balishin, whose face alone was not even remotely human. In full view, the butler's dead body fell to the ground, and the entire audience screamed in horror that Prince Balishin had killed a man. The red-haired man raised his bloody hand, which looked more like the claw of a terrifying monster. His wide smile didn't disappear, but only grew bigger, turning into a truly brutal grin. This was no longer Prince Balishin. His body belonged to an entirely different creature, one that took pleasure in the pain and suffering of others. The audience was once again in an uproar, but this time their cries were far from solemn but rather alarming. People began to run in different directions, so as not to become the next victim of the monster, which was ready to kill a person in front of everyone. It was supposed to be a grand, friendly competition, but from one moment to the next, the Colosseum could live up to its status as an arena and turn into a real bloodbath. Balishin never stopped smiling for a second, as if it was the only expression he could muster. Amid cries that Prince Boltese had gone mad and become a monster, the monster in the prince's costume began to growl bloodthirstily with its cutting voice. People ordered the priests and the judges to suppress the damned monster, but they replied that they would never be able to stop such a monster alone and needed support. Soon, Varus woke up after the abrupt end of the battle and the softened blow to his chest, seeing his older brother in front of him. The green-haired man's eyes were barely open. The sun was begging to shine into his eyes, and he still felt an incredible weakness throughout his body. Davy didn't answer at first and just looked warmly into his brother's eyes, and then asked if he had slept well, but Varus mumbled something about the tournament. The boy immediately understood what his brother was worried about and reassured him, adding that he had fought simply superbly. Varus held out his hand to the sun, still coughing and asking in a shaky voice if Davy had seen his technique. The green-haired man's glasses fell from his eyes, and he said with a casual smile that during the battle he was able to create an energy barrier. Davy's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of such a move. Varus sometimes really enjoyed surprising the boy. Davy smiled proudly in response, because even though he had a hand in opening the barrier, Varus was able to activate it himself. The energy barrier was a protective field at the highest level of an expert and was able to protect the owner by independently distributing the aura in the form of a shield. The massage last night had only helped Varus awaken such a skill within himself, but the swordmaster would not have been able to activate it without his own efforts. Davy put his knee under his younger brother's head and thought that for his age, Varus took his achievement very seriously, preferring to be happy rather than proud. The boy tapped 2 fingers on the relaxed Varus's forehead, noting that it would be funnier if he started crying freely from pain. Leaning closer to his brother, Davy told him to rest and extended his index finger towards him, with mana hovering on the tip. With just one touch to Varus's forehead, the boy calmed the trembling swordmaster's heartbeat slightly, and he fell asleep again. The concerned priests took the green-haired man's weakened body and placed it on a stretcher, hastily heading to the local rehabilitation center. Davy glanced across the arena to where the guards were trying to deal with the enraged Balishin, who looked like a disgruntled predator. The boy whispered the name of Balishin, whom even he himself could no longer recognize and saw only as a monster. The gates into the arena swung open, and the first prince walked inside, slowly approaching the place where it was currently the hottest. It was hot, in the literal sense, because the priest mages were now desperately using hot fire spheres against the monster. Balishin didn't even move as the fireballs exploded and left a huge explosion in the middle of nowhere along with dust all around. The nervous priests watched as the powerful enemy not only took all the damage but also absorbed their attacks. No matter how hard they tried to break through the red-haired man's normal human skin, it was constantly restored and was like hard tissue. The monster in front of them stood impassively in the clouds of dust around it, looking emotionlessly at its prey with a tense face. Volition smiled bloodthirstily with his wounded face, as if all this pain brought him incredible pleasure. The priests shouted loudly that their strength was simply not enough for such a monster, and they needed to urgently evacuate the spectators to a safe place. Davy headed towards the mages, whose energy barrier was also gradually beginning to break down and lose its effectiveness. The hopeless priests in white cloaks immediately noticed the uninvited guest in the center of the arena and stared at him in horror. Davy slowly approached the group, who did not understand how the guy ended up in such a dangerous place, and walked towards them. The prince raised his eyes to the loud exclamations of those that it was not safe with them, and he needed to leave immediately. The magicians begged Davy to think about his life and not come closer to the epicenter of events, where the dust was unpleasantly pressing into his eyes. Winry was still at the top of her viewing arch, looking at her brother in shock, who seemed to have gone crazy with his self-confidence. She began to descend, trying to find the entrance the boy had used to get inside the arena. Despite the priest's warnings, the boy came even closer and saw how the enraged Belation killed another guard. The monster growled with displeasure, greedily looking for its next victim among the crowd of enemies who dared to attack it. Davy grinned and said cheekily to Belation that he had worked up quite a bit over the night. The boy lowered his red eyes and began to wonder where he should start in order to have some proper fun with his opponent. The damned Belation tore his vocal cords and made loud sounds that no longer even resembled growls, but rather desperate screams. The enraged monster very quickly headed towards Davy, and the magicians and guards stood in front of His Majesty to protect him from the monster jumping on them. They put their weapons forward, but at the same time, they were completely helpless against the predator, which tore apart everything it saw before its eyes. While the crimson blood flew in all directions, Davy didn't even move and waited for the beast to get as close as possible. Davy already had some kind of ace up his sleeve, which he was ready to use the moment the monster's hand reached out to him. His concentration quickly faded when he heard Winry's voice running up behind him worriedly. Davy was confused and turned to his younger sister, who had snuck up at the most inopportune moment. But as he stared at Winry in shock, Volition's claw moved even closer and grabbed him by the throat. The boy was overcome with panic, and he realized that if this continued, Winry might suffer after him. He almost became the monster's next victim, but someone suddenly grabbed him by the collar and ordered him in a serious voice to get out. Princess Elena charged into the arena, throwing the first prince aside with a deft movement of one hand. The last thing Davy expected was for anyone to be more daring than him in this situation, so he could only look at the girl in surprise. The girl casually threw the boy a disapproving glance with her honey eyes before entering the fight. The floor was strewn with corpses of mages and guards, bleeding dark red blood. The red-haired princess rolled past the frozen monster in its grasp and was about to attack it from behind. Volition was losing his composure and humanity with each passing second, and his eyes were filling with a bloody light inside. Princess Elena prepared to take out her huge sword, which was almost as big as she was. The red-haired girl looked down and said in a stern voice the name of her technique, which began with the words about a two-handed sword. She put in almost no effort as she unceremoniously swung and hit her opponent with erect a massive mountain. The circular cut of her sword sent the enraged Belation flying, and the floor beneath them shook, along with the leaves that scattered in the wind. Belation was in a concussion and simply growled in rage in the direction of the girl's cut. A huge shockwave swept through the entire arena, and cracks began to appear on the floor, which gradually turned into flying pieces of stone. Princess Elena remained as unperturbed as before, continuing to confidently stand in a fighting stance and prepare for the next attack. Winry ran excitedly up to the boy, who, with a tired smile on his face, asked if Elena had tried to steal his loot. Elena's cut was so powerful that for a few seconds a layer of dust thicker than fog rose up throughout the entire Colosseum. She continued to hold the greatsword in her hands in case Belation decided to attack unexpectedly again. The red-haired girl was quite determined, so all she could do was wait for the silhouette of the wounded monster to appear in the fog of dust. The two-handed sword necklace around her neck flickered suspiciously, as if alerting her to the impending threat. Despite the previous readiness on her face, her eyes widened in great surprise as the cloud of dust dispersed into hundreds of tiny particles. The incredibly powerful blow struck Belation, But at the same time, it only weakened the red-haired monster, who was simply recovering in the crater. The demon pressed his hand to his knee and looked angrily with his bloody eyeballs at the girl in armor, growling angrily under his breath. The monster's growl quickly turned into a monstrous roar, and in an instant he became even more wild. The girl's attack only angered him more. With each passing minute, his face became more and more deformed, his eyes became even more bloodthirsty, and his teeth looked more like fangs. Princess Elena did not mince words, so she threw down her sword and began a series of hand-to-hand attacks on her opponent, each of which he took for granted. She decided to finish with a graceful uppercut, sending Volition into a short but rather high flight with a fierce fist. After several heavy attacks from the girl, the monster fell silent and seemed to accept its fate of being beaten. But she wasn't finished yet, and in mid-flight she nobly swung her leg at the confused monster. One powerful swing of the heel was enough to send Volition flying across the arena with a loud clatter of metal. The blow was so powerful that it could match her sword attack earlier, creating a huge explosion at the sight of her enemy who had flown away. The priest and guards looked on in amazement as the girl single-handedly defeated such a strong opponent. Elena landed down briskly, carefully watching the dissipating fog of dust around her. When the sand clouds disappeared, the silhouette of an exhausted Volition appeared in the wall of the Colosseum, his head down and unable to get up. It began to seem as if his body was gradually becoming weaker, but he still remained motionless and could do anything. Princess Elena proudly raised her head and adjusted her hair to the cheers of the crowd, who called her a brave hero. Winry tugged at her older brother's hand, asking him to go to a safe place and leave the monster to the princess, and Davy sighed in annoyance. Still, the boy was a little envious and offended that his loot was so unexpectedly and shamelessly stolen, even if it was so epic. To be fair, Davy noted that the new owner of the great two-handed sword lived up to the rumors and was one of the best masters. Princess Elena placed the sword in front of her face and began to concentrate on filling it with her mana. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth and called the monster in front of her a vampire with contempt in her voice. Davy, hearing the nickname that Elena had given to Volition, was very surprised and immediately felt a barely noticeable alarm in his soul. As soon as the moment of glory ended, the atmosphere inside the stadium began to become tense again, but for some reason very familiar to the boy. With the help of mana and the help of the priests, Elena tied up the monster in front of her and was ready to decapitate the monster in a jump. The so-called vampire tried to break free from the chains of mana, like an animal that despised being on a leash. Instead of taking another blow from the girl, Volition directed his own hand with sharp claws in his direction. Davy accidentally stepped forward, the anxiety that was filling him more and more with each passing second, while Winry wondered why he was starting to fuss. The monster instantly plunged his own hand into his chest, and his unusually dark blood splashed painfully all over the place. Princess Elena looked warily at her target as he almost committed suicide. The red-haired monster's face once again took on a sinister grin, and his eyes filled with oppressive darkness. When it broke free from the chains with a bright bloody light around it, Davy's fears were realized. In front of him was some kind of bloody phallus. The red light inside the stadium blinded the priests, who were left completely helpless against the monster's new move. The bloody light began to gradually turn into a thick fog, irritating everyone present. The stadium was empty. People were losing consciousness due to the strange crimson smoke that was eating away at everything around them. Winry fell to her knees in front of Davy, coughing loudly into his shoulder through her raspy breath. The younger sister had difficulty breathing, and it felt like the smoke was trying to get into her throat and interfere with her. She didn't even have the strength to look into the eyes of her older brother, who was holding her close, trying to calm her down in his embrace. The fog was all around, and Winry felt too anxious to think clearly, so Davy had to comfort her. The boy leaned towards his stuttering sister and whispered that nothing terrible had happened, hinting that it would soon be over. Winry could barely make out her brother, who was trying to force some sort of reassuring smile in front of her. Davy put his hand on Winry's green hair and told her to have a good rest, which made the girl calm down a little. The girl fell and peacefully fell asleep on her older brother's lap, who continued to gently mumble to her to be patient a little and dream. For a second, the boy wanted to stay with her in this position and not worry about anything at all, because he needed to hold on for his sister. But there was a terrifying red fog hovering around him, which not only distracted him with its eerie presence, but could literally eat Winry at any moment. Davy mentally called himself a sloth and decided to take action, leaving his little sister alone with the sleepy landscapes. The boy acted quickly, knowing that if he did nothing, the dangerous fog could easily mix with his spirit magic. An enraged monster screamed in the background, making it even more difficult for Davy to concentrate and make the divine energy wake up. When a person reached a certain level, he could connect with a certain mana, and his abilities would gain individuality. As was already known, Davy had 3 types of powers, but each power had its own special qualities, almost like character traits. The spirit magic was quite psychopathic and commanded its use, brazenly bursting out almost of its own free will, but it was effective in this way. Normal mana was more like ice and required a bit of effort, but in return it worked incredibly well, even though it retained its normal appearance. The sacred power was the most stubborn of them all, and almost did not yield to its owner, as if it did not want to have anything to do with him. Such a force was deaf to orders, and forcing it to do something was more like a losing lottery, so Davy suffered every time he tried to awaken it. No matter how difficult the situation or circumstances, the sacred power is simply unable to come out unless it is properly pressed. But soon, he finally managed to release the sacred magic, and a golden light came out from his hand, shining brightly on his face. A golden light with silhouettes of holy figures surrounded Winry and Davy. It was the 4th level of sacred magic and was called Shining Patron. The glow was so bright that it was able to clear a small area near them from the devouring red fog. After finishing using the technique, the boy breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the peaceful Winry, who was now safe from the fog. Davy looked around, admitting that the fog was still very creepy, and even just looking at it made him feel sick. The technique the monster used was called the Blood Fallis, or City of Blood, and it strengthened the owner by drawing on the life force of those around him. The 4th level sacred power was strong, but such power was not enough to save the thousands of people inside the stadium. Davy stepped forward with the thought that at least he could back up Winry, and Varys was in a safe place in advance. A monster who had completely lost touch with his human form and assumed his true form peered out from the fog in a terrifying manner. The boy came closer and grinned, saying that they were lucky since they wouldn't have any witnesses. Princess Elena was stronger than other people, and could still stand on her last legs in the middle of the eerie, bloody fog. Her legs were shaking badly, and she had to lean on her sword to keep her balance and not fall to the floor. Davy decided to enter the arena in front of the weakened girl in order to cover her if necessary. The boy looked back and stared at Princess Elena. Her state was somewhat problematic in this situation. In fact, he was a little surprised that inside such a dangerous piece of equipment, someone could still stand on their feet and not lose consciousness. But one thing definitely didn't surprise him, and that was that it was Elena who was able to hold out against such a strong technique, because it wasn't for nothing that she was the owner of a divine sword. Davy even felt a little embarrassed because the princess looked very graceful, even when she was on the verge of death. Princess Elena raised her head, but her face was so tired that she couldn't even make out who was standing in front of her. The boy decided to come closer and put his cold hand on the girl's shoulder to bring her back to reality. As if by a click, Elena woke up and stared with wide eyes at the guy who was able to wake her up from her confusion. The red-haired girl immediately removed the young man's hand from her shoulder and awkwardly took a few steps back when he asked if she had come to her senses. He told her that they were still in danger, but she looked at him as if there was some misunderstanding. The monster in the shadows still stood and growled from time to time, leaning its body forward and looking into the void with its flickering eye. Davy waved his hand and told the girl to stay put while he dealt with the monster himself, but she shouted after him and asked what he was doing. She didn't let the boy just leave and grabbed his wrist tightly. Her royal grip was still strong, even in her exhausted state. The girl asked loudly why the boy was still okay despite the fog that was sucking the life out of everyone else. Suddenly, Davy went silent, although usually, due to his pride, he always had a prepared answer to any question. The boy, of course, thought that Elena suspected something, but he himself forgot that he could seem suspicious. Now he wasn't just a miserable prince who had just come out of a coma, but a miserable prince who had come out of a coma and found himself in a suffocating fog. So Davy didn't make up any new stories and simply replied that he had no idea how he was still able to stand on his feet. Princess Elena looked angrily at the strange guy, who mentally asked her not to hate him so much while he was helping them out. Without thinking twice, the red-haired girl roughly snatched her hand from her own grip and walked out in front of the impudent boy. She turned around and stood in front of him in a defensive pose, telling him that he should still step back and let her deal with the monster. She had a brave face, but she was clearly irritated as she told Davy that he couldn't defeat such a monster on his own. She was much shorter than the guy, but still stood confidently in front of him like a shield, and replied that due to luck alone, like last night, he would not be able to withstand. Elena nervously lowered her head and stared at the monster with honeyed eyes, calling those like him some kind of nobles of the night through clenched teeth. The girl said that the name fully justified the power of those, and in the scriptures they were known as blood demons, and among people as vampires. Davy crossed his arms and looked at Elena with a puzzled expression, who once again told him not to interfere and not to rely on ordinary luck. She continued by saying that she didn't feel any mana presence in the guy at all, so the vampire would have simply torn him to shreds and then ordered him to run. The boy tried to object and say that the monster would hardly let him go after noticing him, but the girl in armor replied that she would try to protect the boy. The young man looked again at the focused Elena, who, although nervous, was still ready to fight against such an enemy. For the first time in a long time, Davy felt like he had a man in front of him that he could trust to protect his life. The only thing that bothered him was that Princess Elena was suspiciously emotional, compared to her usually cold nature. She clenched her teeth in anger, her eyebrow twitched involuntarily at times, her hands gripped her sword tighter than usual, and her legs trembled slightly. It seemed to him that usually such despicable determination and behavior suited those who stood before their mortal enemy. The girl actually had some childhood memories that made her shudder even as she grew older. On moonless nights, her palace was unusually quiet, even the slightest whisper creating a trembling echo throughout the royal corridor. On such evenings, little Elena often could not fall asleep, so she walked around the entire palace looking for her mother. It was then that she saw a vampire for the first time in her life, when she was sucking all the blood out of her mother's body. She still remembered that fierce, bestial look in the night demon's eyes, those insatiable red eyes in the complete darkness. Then she froze in horror at the sight of the blood that was slowly flowing down her mother's neck, and for a second her heart stopped beating rhythmically. She dropped her stuffed animal onto the floor and simply stood there frozen until the vampire dropped her mother's helpless body and vanished. Since then, she was not even able to look at tears with relaxed eyes, because now she associated them with her mother's dripping blood. That day never left her thoughts for a moment, and it seemed to her that these memories haunted her and simply did not want to let go. But from that day on, she turned her fear into anger, hatred, which she swore to get rid of all vampires. The demon growled towards the girl, and Elena replied that she was going to rip everything out of him, right down to his roots. Elena was determined and had no intention of stopping until her death, even if she had to fight endlessly. The monster let out a shrill roar and prepared to attack the girl, who could not give him any peace and was just as stubborn. Elena's golden eyes focused on the enemy. There was a familiar determination in them, but at the same time, there was noticeable contempt and rage. An unjustified blow from behind confused her. For a second, it seemed to her that someone had hit her with a blunt cornerstone. She couldn't understand why, but the impact was strong enough to make her fall with almost no strength left. Davy replied that he didn't know why the girl was so obsessed with vampires, but asked to give him a chance to figure it out himself. The girl was more interested in what strange ability he used to attack her out of thin air. The guy kept the suspense and said he had no idea, then prepared for battle and asked her to just watch him. The young man clenched his fist and began to reason out loud, as if trying to think of something sensible before attacking. The vampire finally moved and began to run towards the two, with a loud roar and rumble under his feet that even made the ground shake. The young man had some practice in the gallery with vampires, but it was relatively early on in his journey, when he was still forced to kill them by the thousands. The huge vampire jumped up and tried to crush the boy with all his weight, but he didn't even intend to move, as he was well acquainted with such techniques. In this case, such a vampire, although of impressive size, was still just an infected victim of the bloody phallus. For Davy, such opponents were more annoying than incredibly powerful, so he had only one strategy against such characters. All it took was just touching the attacking vampire with the tip of his hand to launch the next attack. All the vampires had similar weak spots, and a big guy like that was too stupid not to attack completely mindlessly, so Davy repelled his attack with a slap on the back. The boy told the growling monster that even after yesterday's fiasco, he continued to make the typical mistakes of an inexperienced fighter. Now it was Davy's turn to attack, and he concentrated all his mana into his hand, which began to glow with a dark purple light. He placed his hands on the vampire's chest, in the area where his heart was, and pressed hard with mana, creating dark sparks around it. In a matter of seconds, the monster was immobilized by the demonic blood rupture skill. A huge purple energy beam easily passed through the vampire's heart and instantly struck the monster, creating sound waves around it. Where the giant vampire once stood, now there were only a few broken stones left, through which his body had rushed and embedded itself into one of the statues. Davy was pleased, and Princess Alina looked on in amazement at how quickly the boy dealt with such a strong opponent. The clouds of dust began to evaporate along with the red fog, and the girl quietly mumbled that this was simply impossible. The vampire was completely defeated, decorating one of the amphitheater's title pages with his tortured body. Princess Alina still couldn't believe her eyes, because this was the first time she had seen someone defeat a vampire so easily. The picture involuntarily seemed too absurd to the girl, especially when the first prince stood before her in a completely imperturbable pose. Davy exhaled magnanimously and threw his head back slightly, saying that he felt incredibly refreshed after the battle. She sat silently on the ground, looking at the dust flying around and the remains of the destroyed monuments of the stadium nearby. In some places there was still a bloody fog, and in it lay the lifeless corpses of magicians and the guard of the Colosseum. And the girl did not understand how this was possible. The red-haired girl looked at the destroyed statue, still shocked that even her two-handed sword couldn't stop such a threat. Moreover, in the end, that vampire was defeated by a very ordinary person, in whom there was not a drop of mana or talent for wielding a sword. But the most offensive thing was that this same man was simply an unfortunate prince who had come out of a coma less than a year ago. The prince presented his handiwork to the girl and extended his hand to her, and she was so engrossed in her thoughts that he frightened her. Davy, without removing his cheeky smile from his face, looked at the frightened Alina with questioning eyes. He did not remove his hand and continued to extend it to the girl, tacitly showing her a note of his trust in her. She came out of her thoughts and understood what he was getting at, but for a few more seconds, she just looked at the boy's hand in doubt. The girl in armor pressed her lips together awkwardly. For some reason, she was very nervous and wasn't sure if she should accept the guy's offer. She hesitantly began to extend her hand towards the boy, her hand still shaking slightly from the intense fight. Princess Alina stopped abruptly when it turned out that the boy was actually just asking her to borrow her sword. Davy blinked innocently at the armored girl, as if he had no idea that his gesture could be taken any other way. The red-haired girl cleared her throat, and her face turned red from the burning shame, but it wasn't because of the awkward situation with her hands. Princess Alina pointed to her two-handed sword, which had broken during the previous duel, leaving a blunt tip on its formerly sharp blade. The boy replied that he needed another sword, and unceremoniously extended his hand towards the girl, grabbing the sword necklace from around her neck. The girl looked in surprise at the young man, who somehow knew about her secret about the divine sword. When the red-haired girl asked him in shock how he knew about her sword, the boy noted that when fighting a boss, you need to be fully armed. He opened his palm, in which lay Princess Alina's silver sword. It looked like a miniature copy of the real divine sword. In addition to the sword that saved the world, the hero blacksmith Surt created many weapons throughout his life. Songs were sung about him in the 1001 Nights. Even simple materials could become a real treasure in his hands, and he was most famous for his ability to smelt weapons from mana. One of Surt's amazing achievements were the 12 famous swords, which were kept in different parts of the continent as national treasures. The great blacksmith also had individual masterpieces, and one of them was the divine sword Caldera's itself, called the Snow White Defender in the language of spirits. Each of Surt's swords was unique in its own way, but even among them Caldera stood out, for he had created this blade for his friend Hares at the cost of his own life. Thus, a peculiar entity, otherwise known as the ego, was embedded into the hardened piece of sharp metal. Inside this sword was a whole personality with its own feelings and experiences, which was capable of releasing its power on its own. And while Davy was already well aware of the nature of the necklace in front of him, not everyone knew the true nature of the miniature sword. He couldn't help but roll his red eyes, because along with the truth he knew about the sword's essence, he was also just as well aware of its complex nature. The sword seemed to come to life, The voice inside it became furious and began to scream, asking the boy who he thought he was to grab it so brazenly. Davy closed his eyes uncomfortably as he listened to the sword's orders to let him go, even though he had been aware beforehand that it often acted like a grumpy old man. The boy politely asked the sword to stop being indignant and awkwardly replied that he was not deaf and did not need to be repeated. This only made the sword howl louder and began to flail about in the boy's tightly clenched fist, trying to get out. The young man looked at the sword swinging in his hand and made a vulgar joke about its suspicious tendencies to vibrate. But the guy didn't appreciate the guy's humor. The sword still didn't give in and demanded to be released, but Davy demanded that he agree to work together in return. Princess Alina finally came to her senses and desperately extended her hand, ordering him to give her the necklace back. She was much shorter than the guy, so her attempts to take her sword away were not particularly successful, and she simply helplessly ran into the young man. The boy grinned and threatened the sword that if it did not want to compromise, then he would have to harm the young princess. And although Davy tried to play the pompous role unsuccessfully, he couldn't help but notice to himself that even in difficult circumstances, Alina had enormous willpower. He admitted that the princess was indeed very talented, but she had encountered an opponent who was beyond her capabilities, and self-control was also an important talent. The sword exclaimed indignantly and warned the boy not to do anything bad to his mistress, and the boy awkwardly looked away and said that he would not have thought of it. The girl began to gradually lose consciousness, and the guy decided to do something, creating a star above his hand with the help of sacred power. He grabbed the star above his hand and squeezed it tightly in his fist, forcing a radiant light to shine through the cracks between his fingers. A huge beam of sunlight appeared above the Colosseum, crossing with a miniature sword and creating thick waves of dust around it. Mixed with sacred power and ambition, the small sword suddenly grew and turned into a full-fledged silver blade. Surt's weapon was so impressive in size that it was almost as tall as Davy, even when he proudly raised it tip up. The boy could not contain his interest and curiously touched the material of the huge sword, convinced of its exceptional quality. Davy looked at Calderas from all sides and commented that he was indeed very good, as if he knew something about swords. The entity inside the sword loudly complained and was surprised that such a weak guy managed to summon the divine sword of Surt. The first prince lowered the huge sword to the ground in full readiness and briefly told him not to make so much noise. Davy brazenly swung his heavy weapon and unkindly asked him to just lend him some strength. The boy said that in return, he would take care of everything himself, and straightened the sword in front of him while he was indignant at the young man's impudence. The guy loaded Calderas and swung it with a long swing, practically turning the hard sword into an elastic whip and combining his powers with it. The fusion of the boy's and the sword's powers caused thunder to roar in the sky, immediately followed by a huge bolt of lightning that struck right at the epicenter of the events. The red lightning didn't just strike the ground, but began to spread throughout the entire arena until the glowing sword was visible even through the layers of dust. The boy smugly threw his sword over his shoulder and asked his opponent how much longer he was going to hide from him. The thunder sword's strike caused a barely noticeable crack to appear in the sky, which gradually widened, so the guy repeated his question even more boldly. The crack in the middle of the red mist began to widen, emitting eerie sounds through the disturbing hum within. From the gap in the sky, oppressive bats from the dark aura began to fly out, at which the prince looked all-knowingly. The boy commented towards the woman's silhouette that although he knew his opponent was a vampire, he did not expect to encounter a high-ranking monster. The sky silhouette began to clear. The frozen pose among the bats slowly came to life and took on a completely different form before the young man's eyes. The vampire Shari opened her piercing red eyes, transforming from a frozen statue into her true form. The scary purple woman seemed very familiar to the quick-witted Davy, and he asked if they knew each other, addressing her as his maid. The girl said she assumed the guy might have had some accomplices, but she never expected that he acted alone. Davy praised himself and looked away smugly, urging the she-devil to come out and start fighting. He added that his neck was already numb from looking at her from below, which she called a very impudent gesture on the part of the young man. That clown decided to play a joke and said that from that angle he could still clearly see everything that was under the vampire woman's dress. The guy's insolence made the girl angry, and she looked at him with eyes full of contempt and arrogance. Davy clearly decided not to delay the battle and gripped his sword even tighter before launching a brazen attack. The boy swung, and even in the blurry flight one could see how the caldera's gem glowed with a blue light. Shouting at her to come down, the guy swung deep with all his might and let the enormous weight of the sword roll over him, causing him to almost fall. Sherry analyzed it on the fly and responded with anticipation that she was ready to accept the guy's challenge due to the scale of the tragedy that had happened. She explained that even if all the vampires were eliminated, the boy would never be able to blame Queen Linz for everything, and the kingdom of Boltiz would not declare war on them. The boy dropped to his knees and concluded that the woman had simply decided to appear before him because she had nothing to lose and was confident that she could win. He rolled his eyes and began to wonder out loud what he should do in such a situation when he finally came across a smart enemy but told her to close up shop. The girl looked at him as if he was telling her some unacceptable things and asked what kind of nonsense he was constantly muttering under his breath. A bloody aura began to appear above her pale hand, covering her wrist and mixing with the black mist. A huge whip appeared in the girl's hand, which she swung and released a series of consecutive cutting strokes. She calmly and gracefully directed her blow to one side of the arena, hitting the already destroyed statue in front of her. The stadium gradually began to turn into real ruins as several waves of destructive attacks from Sherry passed through it at once. From the shockwave, Davy slightly slipped on the stone statue he had been standing on before accepting the battle with the girl. The red mist began to gradually return and become thicker, indicating that Sherry's feelings were becoming more intense. In the red mist of the sky, flickering lights of bloody color began to appear, staring menacingly at Davy. They surrounded the guy from all sides. The flickering could be seen even in the walls of the stadium, where the fog seemed the densest. The red lights, due to their quadrangular shape, began to turn into bloody fragments in the form of sharp crystals. Davy was forced to jump off the monument and fall head first, watching as the crystals mercilessly dug into the stone structure in front of him. But there were so many of them that no fortress wall could have stopped them all without a direct clash with people. Davy flipped in midair and tried to land on the obelisk, which he had to brace himself against with an irritated hand, inches from the projectiles. Soon the boy fell to the ground, and he tried to run forward as quickly as possible to gain enough distance against the blood crystals. When he was far enough away, he grabbed Calderas tighter, and the gem on the hilt began to glow. The boy quickly ran his soul across the floor and swung hastily, without looking back, creating a crushing cut around himself. It was a very risky move, but thanks to it, the guy managed to destroy several sharp shells, the fragments of which flew in all directions. The vampire girl snorted and admitted that the guy was much more capable than she initially thought, but she still considered him a pathetic little human. Davy waved it off and lowered his sword for a second, protesting and saying that her words were a bit ironic when she herself served an ordinary person. The woman's eye twitched nervously, and she gripped her whip tighter, warning the boy one last time about his offensive tone. She swung with all her might, so much so that the blow was directed exclusively towards the guy, and not the entire stadium. Hares once said that the vampires of the race were some of the strongest representatives of the race, who were simply born already insanely powerful, and then could become even more terrible. Such vampires were so dangerous that it was almost impossible to defeat them without the help of elves, even for a strong person. Then Hares asked Davy if he was interested in learning how he defeated them by the dozens, and the boy obediently nodded. The sword hero explained that it was enough to anger such vampires enough for their actions to become predictable and less skillful. This technique was especially relevant for vampires, because they were inherently very proud and did not like to lose, feeling how their pride was hurt. The boy often remembered Hares as a complete idiot, but sometimes he wondered how he would have been treated in the Palin Empire, where he was highly respected. The girl continued to unceremoniously direct her attacks towards Davy, each one becoming more ferocious than the last. Davy jumped back from the woman's more predictable blows, while she simply spent her energy pumping out as many swings as she could at once. The boy landed painfully on his foot and slid back a little on the smooth surface of the stadium, preparing to charge his attack. He swung the charged divine sword twice and sent 2 crossed slashes, surrounded by lightning, towards the vampire. 2 divine waves began to approach the vampire at a rapid speed, who remained unperturbed by the guy's attacks. She didn't have to dodge because she had her own barrier, which instantly blocked the boy's blow and turned it into ordinary sparks. Davy froze nervously for a second because he had not expected the girl to be protected by some special shield. The boy had to quickly take a breather and comment on the situation, calling the girl's shield a kind of bloody barrier. And Calderas was able to understand that she was of the Count's level. Calderas added that although the heiress looked young, if she had the right family connections, she could easily become the matriarch of an entire family. Davy took a breath and replied that in that case they should finish off the vampire now, but the sword was still unsure if they would succeed. The boy looked at the sword with a smile and asked if he doubted their abilities, but Surt's masterpiece meekly remained silent. Their quick exchange was abruptly interrupted by another bloody wave of the whip, which Davy barely managed to dodge. The vampire didn't seem to get tired and simply continued to attack the enemy, condescendingly telling him to relax and give up. She continued by saying that she would also get rid of the already unconscious Princess Elena in the same way. The vampire's whip began to circle around her body, and she said that since Prince Davy wanted to die so much, he should have simply accepted his fate. The woman's next blow was the most powerful of all that she had ever performed, and was correspondingly stained with blood. Davy was able to dodge and ended up on the other side of the girl, sliding across the floor and ending up right at her weak spot. Now the boy was finally in a better position, so he smiled and rushed forward towards the enemy. The guy began to quickly climb the monument on which stood the girl, who suddenly stopped attacking. She called the boy a fool, looking at the result of her blow, and mistakenly believing that she had already managed to get rid of her opponent. Davy landed successfully on the hard surface of the woman's whip and jumped high into the air, rising slightly. The first thing the vampire saw was the huge slash of the guy's divine sword, which was heading straight for her at an insane speed. She was confused and trying to figure out where such a sneaky attack had suddenly come from, while Davy flew above her. Her face tensed up when the boy said that what she saw in front of her was no ordinary sword art, so she shouldn't underestimate him. Davy looked at her and said that she had actually witnessed the true art of the sword god Hares himself. He smiled, but unlike his usual slightly cheeky smile, this one was almost proud and even warm. In fact, the teacher from Hares was quite mediocre, and in most cases he simply forced Davy to swing a sword in so-called training. But this method also brought its benefits, and Davy learned to swing properly and then attack with incredible force. He swung his arm in midair and used the skill splitting the great mountain, which instantly passed through the protective rock above the girl's head. Sherry screamed in surprise and horror, and the divine light of the approaching cut began to gradually consume her. Along with her gem, the cut blinded her and passed through her body and began to press heavily on the protective barrier around her. The vampire's blood barrier began to slowly crumble as intertwining cracks began to appear on it. It seemed as if a radiant light had come to her from the very sky and struck the girl, inscribing her into the ground, which, under the force of the blow, turned into a destroyed path. A waterfall of dust formed in the stadium, releasing and leaving behind clouds of particles and irritating sand. Davy jumped down and commented on his brilliant victory, while Calderas laughed magnanimously and called the guy completely impudent. The boy called Calderas restless when he said it was his moment of glory, not the boy's. The young man assumed that the old man probably hadn't materialized for a long time, and that was why he was enjoying it, but the sword was more interested in who the strange guy was and how he used it. For some reason, Calderas felt like the guy was acting like they knew each other, but the boy asked to keep their personal details to himself. Davy still knew that the divine sword would hardly like it if he revealed that he was the disciple of its original master. They looked around, seeing that the vampire had disappeared without a trace, but Davy told them to forget about her, because they had more important things to do right now. The scarlet stone still hovered in the sky, emitting a terrifying hum within itself that sounded like the muffled cries of 1,000 martyrs. If Calderas had a face, it would have probably twisted when he commented that he felt disgusted just looking at the bloody follies. Sword explained that due to the recent destruction of the core, the fog had stopped spreading around the arena, but the stone in front of them could still kill people and was dangerous. The situation was tense, and even if they destroyed the stone, they would have to cleanse a huge area for about half a year, and people without life force could become vampires. Calderas asked the boy to look up where there was some commotion going on, so he assumed that it was the hottest place right now. The divine sword praised the boy, calling him a real lucky guy, but still quite experienced for his age. Surt's masterpiece added that the youth's level was simply too high for him to have been simply influenced by the blood follies, to which Davy called him insightful. The boy jumped down, saying that it would take him a little time to pull out the Oro blade, and began to explain that it wasn't a matter of hard training. The guy's master-level knowledge and all of his impressive skills were only due to his body being filled with an abnormal amount of doping. Calderas was horrified, confused, and in anticipation of the boy's words, and he felt a slight tremor in his fist. The sword looked at the guy and called him a real monster with an unreal amount of mana inside. He had seen something like this for the first time. It was even harder for him to imagine that the boy had 3 different types of powers at once, causing Davy to roll his eyes awkwardly. The boy grinned and replied that in this way Calderas could consider that before him was a real destroyer of common sense. The boy looked at the bloody follies in front of him as the sword called him a madman, but Davy laughed and told him not to judge him for his hundreds of years of research and training. Unceremoniously, the boy swung and created a huge cut in front of himself with the sword, and he was surprised and did not understand why the young man did this. The guy leaned on his sword and said enthusiastically that it was time to stop wasting time, and since they had such an opportunity, they needed to finish. However, the boy noted that his own strength would not be enough, but Calderas did not understand what he was getting at. The boy dodged the sword's question, and once again suggested finishing off the Scarlet Stone once and for all. The atmosphere was oppressive. In any other similar situation, this would have been the moment of truth when the hero would have to make a great sacrifice. Of course, Davy wasn't going to sacrifice himself to save strangers, but if he could recover that quickly, he could lay the foundation for recovery. Besides, he could reawaken the power that had already become numb inside him, so he clapped his hands solemnly. The boy put his hands together to his face and mumbled annoyedly that what he was about to do was not quite his style. He looked down and took a deep breath and humbly fell to his knees in the lotus position. Having stuck Calderas into the ground, he began to slowly recite a prayer to the goddess Priya before monotonously chanting that he was lost in the darkness and was looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. It wasn't some kind of prayer, but rather some kind of complaint about his problems, because soon the guy began asking to give him a flashlight and for the goddess to deal with the problem herself. Calderas seemed to start sweating nervously because he did not recognize the strange prayer that the young man was reciting. While the boy continued to slowly cry to the goddess, the sword became indignant and asked what new kind of prayer he had come up with. Daphne herself, though called a saint, was generally a believer in name only, so with her influence, Davy's sacred power consisted of a faith that was not distinguished by the exaltation of God. Soon the boy got tired of praying and simply asked the goddess loudly to give him enough strength to do what he had planned. The divine sword rebelled and told the boy that no god would respond to such an outrageous and offensive prayer. Davy chuckled and told Calderas that he himself knew God at a rather average level, which made Surt's masterpiece even more indignant. The whole truth was that the love of God is received not by the believer who prays a lot and showers him with praise, but by the one who can prove his loyalty by his actions. Davy reasoned that if the problem of the bloody follies was too big for the situation, it would be better to solve it with the powers above. Saint Daphne, the owner of the strongest sacred power of all time, created the most outstanding sacred magic, but it requires God's permission to use. Davy pressed his hands closely to his face and said warily that the gods like to watch and bless the madmen. An uncontrollable smile began to appear on his face as he said that this was because God himself was something of a madman. Calderas began to shake nervously as he felt a blinding light around him, which gradually filled him with new strength. Light began to envelop the sword in golden sparkles, and its level began to rise as the heavens handed it the 9th rank, final sacred magic. The radiant light was so bright that the fog around them began to burn away before their eyes. This technique was called the Sacred Sanctuary. Sword felt as if his entire body was filled with warmth, and he could burn on the spot at any moment, so he asked emotionally if Davy tried to kill him with desiccation. Davy reassured Calderas and said that the rapid increase in rank would not kill him, but this only made the sword more nervous. Calderas began to glow golden light non-stop on his own, blinding Davy and calling him crazy. Light from the heavens struck the ground where the sword was now, but even Princess Alina, who had recently lost consciousness, did not see the wonders of her own blade. Winry was still safe, but even the blinding flickering did not interrupt her comfortable sleep. Cracks began to gradually appear on the scarlet stone, and it was roughly split under the pressure of the divine power around it. Soon it turned into ordinary red fragments, which lost their solid form and turned into a vile liquid. The bloody remains of the stone scattered in the wind and evaporated right in front of Davy's face, who closed his eyes in a praying pose. The boy forced a chuckle out of himself as he realized how effective the power that the goddess herself had briefly granted them was. A glowing star appeared above the Colosseum, and fluffy feathers seemed to float around it, turning the arena into a pool of radiance. The people remaining in the arena looked at the light, which seemed almost unreal and incinerated all the remnants of the demonic aura around. The flickering turned out to be so powerful that soon the entire principality was cleansed by it, and strong rays of the sun hit the windows of the capital's residence. Soon, the fog completely evaporated, and in its place was a sky cleared of evil, which seemed to be illuminated by two suns at once. Davy reached out his hand to one of the divine power feathers, feeling the slight warmth of the treasured skill on his palm. For a split second, the boy felt as if he himself had wings of sacred magic, and he himself was able to rise to the heavens. But that was nothing compared to the searing pain on his back that appeared after he was struck by the shards of scarlet stone. Davy began to slowly open his eyes and return to reality after a brief moment of grace that seemed like an eternity to him. The ill-fated stone was destroyed and weakened, but it still continued to radiate and release a dark aura from its roots. The sky was cleared so much that its usual blue hue turned into a soft turquoise, in which particles of the bloody artifact evaporated. Davy himself did not understand where the pain in his back came from, describing it as if someone had sharply and roughly passed a hot iron along his spine. He asked the sword, which had returned to its normal state, if he was even alive, but Calderas stubbornly maintained his silence. The boy laughed generously at how petrified the divine sword was, adding that it wasn't that special. He would have liked to laugh even more, but the cough was trying to break free, and he found it difficult to even force a smile that didn't look exhausted. With a loud crash, the exhausted boy fell onto the broken ground, saying that he also wanted to rest a little. Involuntarily, the panel of his status opened in front of the young man, and he looked at it with surprise with his red eyes. On the status panel, he was described as a true madman, unable to distinguish heresy from common sense, since the latter was both absent and distorted. The boy laughed bitterly at the description and looked up, telling his own fate that she was slightly exaggerating when she called him crazy. Crystal butterflies were flying around the girl who suddenly appeared, and she smiled mysteriously, as if not knowing what the boy was talking about. Davy fell asleep. He couldn't even remember the last time he slept without any worries or concerns, even though he had made others very worried about him. He had not been able to sleep normally for more than 6 months, each time paranoidly waiting for someone to try to kill him again. He felt as if his head had become so empty that he couldn't even call it a very sweet dream. He had simply sunk into oblivion. Davy woke up to the loud screams of his little sister, whose face was red from tears, as if she had not stopped crying for hours. The boy tried to figure out where he was, and his sister nervously said that he was safe in the inn of the Principality of Felsti, asking how he felt. The young man felt as if he had fallen into a coma again for several years, when he asked in a tired voice how long he had actually slept. The younger sister hugged Davy tightly and said that he had slept for 2 whole days, and she thought that the boy would never wake up again. The young man hugged his sobbing sister. He felt a little ashamed for making her worry so much in vain, but he could do nothing about the consequences of the battle. Winry wiped her teary eyes and admitted that while the boy was fighting the monster, she had a very memorable dream. She didn't remember anything. She couldn't even distinguish reality from a dream, so it seemed to her that the red fog and Davy's rescue were just a dream. The boy chuckled, even though he knew there was nothing funny about it, even though it seemed to Winry like nothing had happened at all. The younger sister doubted, but nervously decided to ask the young man if that terrible scarlet fog had disappeared thanks to him. The girl justified her question by saying that when she checked his body, she managed to discover something, to which Davy looked at his sister in surprise. The boy looked at his reflection. Winry was talking about the red tattoo on the boy's back, referring to it as some kind of stigma. Only then did the boy realize that the painful feeling on his back was not due to the blinding light, but because burns had appeared there. This had never happened to him in the gallery of heroes, so he couldn't even imagine what the gods were going to do with him if they showed such interest, especially since the stigmata was very large. Winry also said that the boy was cured by a high-level cleric, and that's why the entire principality was in an uproar. All this seemed very suspicious to the girl, especially considering the fact that the exhausted guy was found in the crater when the fog cleared. Davy let out a long breath, as if life itself had thrown adventures under his feet. And now he had the stigma that meant that God had first shown love to man. Winry looked down, saying that she thought the boy might have responded to her suspicions, but he only sighed in relief that no one noticed anything other than the stigmata. Red-Eyed still continued to wonder in his head whether it was worth revealing the whole truth to Winry, because it was still his secret. The boy was the least skilled at dealing with people, so any extra attention could cause him to react in a way he didn't want. The guy decided to remain silent this time too, answering Winry that he had lost consciousness and didn't remember anything, but she nodded understandingly and said that she had thought so too. Finally, Winry decided to ask how the prince felt, to which he smiled sincerely and said that he felt great. Behind his smile were hidden thoughts that everything was going suspiciously well. He didn't even believe it at all. In essence, he killed 3 birds with 1 stone, because thanks to his victory over the Bloody Follies, he was also able to develop his sacred power. He didn't even have to put in much effort to get such a great result and increase his mana capacity. Moreover, even his spiritual mana and sacred power mana had improved, and if he continued like this, he would soon be able to lift the Aura Sword, a master-level item. He looked into the distance, wondering if the rapid increase in his holy power was considered one of the blessings of the stigmata on his back. The sacred power was the hardest to get to improve and move, but it increased the most, which couldn't help but please him. After a brief moment of silence, Winry spoke again and said that when the fog cleared, there was a commotion throughout the stadium, with his maid being especially worried. Davy remembered seeing Amy through his weak, sleepy eyes, running worriedly towards him and screaming, repeating his name. Winry then looked away and nervously told about the visit of Princess Eilina, who insisted on taking the boy and delivering him to the best magic circle. The boy praised his younger sister but asked her to go and rest for a while because she had tried so hard for him, and he himself needed a moment of peace. Winry calmly agreed and before leaving, added that Varys had been successfully hospitalized and the competition had been postponed to another date. The girl warned him that for some time the whole capital would be very noisy, but she wished her brother a good rest, and he waved his hand to her. The red-eyed man became interested in checking something out, and he extended his hand forward, as if trying to spot something in front of him. He glanced at Winry and decided to look at her status information out of curiosity, just like he was shown information about himself after the destruction of the Scarlet Stone. A small display appeared in front of him, which looked like some kind of portable console to the boy, but he didn't remember where he got this skill from. He had 2 options. Either it was a reward for his prayer, or because he was using magic in a normal body instead of an immortal one, but it was impossible to tell. The boy had already exhaled in calm, but suddenly, as if in his head, he heard a voice that believed that now they both knew each other. The voice continued, describing how the boy must have enjoyed his new ability to see the feelings and emotions of others, and the boy jumped in fear. The young man began to look around nervously, trying to find out where the mysterious voice came from and why it was in his room. Davy held his breath quietly, his eyes narrowing, his heart pounding, his body tensing, moving only in sharp spasms. He again began to suspect that one of the royal servants had begun to follow him and try to penetrate his mind, so he examined the mana in the room. The boy froze again when he heard a melodic voice from below, which played the mood as if on some trembling strings. Davy looked down and saw a girl resting peacefully, her body glowing with a blue light and shimmering butterflies flying around her. The beautiful maiden spoke first, saying that he was probably surprised by their unexpected meeting, but since she wanted it that way, the guy would have to come to terms with his fate. The gardens of the Heroes Gallery were usually very quiet, and were popular places for local artistic and musical heroes. One of these artists, unexpectedly, was Hares himself, from whom you would never guess that he could be interested in something like this. One day, Hares painted a portrait of an incredibly beautiful girl, so Davy asked about her, but the artist did not reveal his secrets and asked the guy to guess for himself. Davy looked at the painting with a puzzled expression, carefully describing the handles on its head and the red eyes that made him think it was a demon. The boy assumed that such a beauty was probably of high rank, and Hares chuckled vulgarly, saying that only that boy could call horns handles on a head. Meanwhile, in another part of the park, drinking tests were being conducted again, and when the sword god confirmed the young man's words, he asked what it was about the demon that he liked so much. Hares chuckled, replying that despite all the girl's beauty, She was much crazier than the drunks who competed next to them. He said that it was one of hundreds of such portraits, but the beautiful woman lived only in his memory, to which Davy looked at the teacher in surprise. Hairs revealed that the woman's name was Perserk, and that he had been her teacher and adoptive father when she was still in human form. But as it happened in any tragedy, one day, in order to prevent war, Hairs had to defeat the girl and seal her in the sword. It was then that the queen of the abyssal demons, otherwise known as Perserk von Pallen, was born, and she now sat before the young man. She kept her blood-filled eyes fixed on the boy as he slowly and hesitantly said her full name. Davy looked awkwardly at Perserk as she began to hum smugly about how the youth was very aware of her greatness. She cheekily lowered her eyes, adding with a sly grin that real masters like her never made mistakes in choosing their protege. Davy might have been scared or happy right now if the girl hadn't been the size of a fairy, kneeling at him and asking why he was staring at her so sharply. A confused Davy shouted throughout the hotel that a tiny demon had been slipped into his bedroom slippers. When the young man tied her up with small threads of mana, the woman jokingly said that the boy had strange preferences because she did not like being humiliated. Davy crossed his arms tensely and told the she-devil warily that they weren't in the right relationship to joke about such things with each other. Surprisingly, the girl was completely calm and told the boy that they had not met for the first time and that they had not yet had time to quarrel properly. To begin with, the young man asked her to explain what was happening, but the girl said that she had only come to dissuade the guy from his strange idea since they were in the same boat. When the boy asked for clarification, Perserk said that the stigmata on the boy's back was actually a vessel for her soul. She added that this is why it was of a peculiar red hue and of such a huge size compared to typical stigmata. Davy didn't believe her words, telling her not to make him laugh with tales about some demon queen who turned out to be sealed in a tattoo. When the boy said that he still didn't understand anything, the girl suddenly fell silent and began to speak in a more mysterious voice. She looked at the boy with pleading eyes, tenderly asking him to untie her, repeating that she didn't really like her tied position. The girl quietly mumbled that she was very embarrassed, as if she was ready to burst into tears at any moment. She was definitely a manipulative demon. Davy didn't want to listen to the girl singing either, so he had to give in and free the cunning devil. He casually unraveled the thread of mana and snorted, which ruined the whole mood, while Perserk danced to the guy's question about how the demon queen ended up in the stigmata. When the boy asked her to speak briefly and to the point, she sarcastically covered her mouth with her hand and called him quite seductive, although he immediately began to deny it. The girl agreed to introduce herself to the guy more formally, grabbing her asymmetrical dress and giving a slight nod with her knee. She bowed just slightly before the young man, self-lovingly calling herself Perserk von Pallen, looking down on people from the very depths. She finished by adding her title to her name, and Davy couldn't help but think that if the abyss was looking at him, then he was looking back. The creature before him was the embodiment of the words about the abyss, and was essentially a villain who had started a bloody war between people and demons. The people wrote songs about how Hairs, taking with him his divine sword Calderas, defeated this demon queen, but no one spoke about how she was sealed in the sword itself. To tell the truth, the boy couldn't imagine such a woman in the role of the demon queen. She looked too simple. She noted the boy's strange look and asked why he was so puzzled, since he probably already knew about their seal, but the boy simply thought that she was unconscious. The guy's assumption didn't surprise her at all, and she said with a smile that Calderas would never force the soul of a close friend to remain silent. With each passing second, the guy's confusion increased, and now he was amazed that they were considered friends, and the girl added that she regretted not saying goodbye to Calderas. She shrugged and interrupted her fleeting regrets and decided to reveal everything more specifically to the surprised guy. With her hand on her heart, she said that by the will of God she was sent from Calderas to the boy, to whom the words about some kind of will seemed incomprehensible. Davy was still unhappy with the strange reasons for those, but Perserk said that she herself was not very happy that she found herself in such a situation. The young man looked away in disgust when she mentioned that the boy's sacred magic was to blame for everything, because of which he would now have to shelter her. But the girl chuckled, saying that she was interested in the boy because he was the heir of the god of the sword, so Davy asked if she was talking about Hairs. Perserk was slightly indignant, and said that the young man spoke as if he was well acquainted with Hairs, but the young man rubbed the back of his head and involuntarily admitted that he knew him quite closely. The woman suddenly fell silent and looked down when Davy mentioned that Hares had been muttering about her at every opportunity. A warm and inspired smile appeared on her face. She was pleased that the sword god was never able to let her go. The girl danced happily and praised the guy for his honesty, but the boy shrugged and said that there was no point in hiding the truth if she could see right through people. Berserk raised her index finger in a warning gesture, intending to correct the boy slightly. She began to explain that in fact, she could not see through people in the literal sense of the word, and was simply borrowing the so-called high-rank will. If the girl was not deceived by her memory, then in the world of people such will was called a memory scale. But it was not she who created the displayed, crumpled information. Davy still didn't understand the basic concept, so Berserk mentoringly hinted that people called something like that God. The guy found this system funny because it seriously used expressions like half-mad or the hope of a serious brother to describe people. Although he was not surprised, because God had already granted sacred power to someone like him, so he could calmly use strange pseudonyms. The Demon Queen extended her hand to the boy and said that she wanted to take the chance and see the world at the same time, but Davy was looking for an advantage for himself. The girl pointed accusingly at the boy, telling him that he had already received his payment in the form of the abilities she had given him. Surprisingly, Berserk was so perceptive that she even knew that the boy played video games in his past life, so she compared her gift to a skill. Davy looked away, realizing how much the girl knew, and that he just had to be vigilant with such a dangerous demon. Berserk gracefully spread her sharp demonic wings and asked if he considered their deal a kind of mutually beneficial symbiosis. The girl smiled at Davy and extended her hand urgently, saying that she was very excited about what the future might hold for them. The boy looked at the tiny hand of the Demon Queen, and he himself began to think that her power was very tempting in its own way. The boy exhaled lightly and looked at Berserk, knowing that he had no choice anyway and the demoness had him on the hook. He slowly agreed and extended his index finger towards her hands, which she carefully grasped, creating a semblance of an unusual handshake. And thus, unexpectedly for Davy himself, he had a single companion who was on an equal footing with him. A few days later, the situation in the Felsty Principality began to escalate again, but this time due to a sudden attack by a vampire and the discovery of the prince's stigmata. The boy still had to hide in the hotel, where he felt like some kind of criminal who was locked up in a high dungeon. From time to time, people would crowd in groups around the hotel, as if waiting for the prince to leave his chambers and amaze everyone again. The miniature demoness peered out the window, commenting on the boy's tiresome popularity and offering to come up with an excuse, but he resisted and refused to say anything. He called most of the crowd religious fanatics who just wanted to look at the stigmata, but the girl was touched by this, because it was, after all, a symbol of God's love. People with stigmata were so rare that there had only been 3 candidates for sainthood in the past 400 years, so Davy groaned when she suggested he start a cult. Davy had enough and came up with a plan, so he burst loudly into the twins' room and told them to pack their things immediately. To their puzzled looks, he reminded them that he really didn't like it when people annoyed him, and Varys asked if it was because of their recent guests. When Davy confirmed their doubts, Winry began to get indignant and say that they had done nothing to attract so much attention to themselves. Varys added that there wasn't even any sacred land in the principality, which made the prince smile falsely, since he had just recently dedicated the stadium. Davy didn't take long to explain what was on his mind, so he simply said that since things were getting confusing, they needed to run. Soon the first prince of Rauna stood with a single case in his hand in front of the chariot to his kingdom. Berserk sat comfortably on the boy's briefcase and asked if he was confident in his decision to go back if he was still being followed. Davy smiled at the Demon Queen and said that everything was fine with him, especially since he could also put his very good tank against the pursuers. Princess Elena, hearing the news of the prince's sudden disappearance during tea, was almost speechless and asked him to tell her that he had escaped. The maid Linda asked her mistress not to speak so harshly, but Elena loudly banged the table and ordered her to answer her question directly. In response to her maid's silence, the red-haired girl said that the guy simply took the twins with him, created a misunderstanding, and ran away. The stuttering servant tried to justify herself, but the girl laughed vulgarly and began to ridicule the rumors that it was she who defeated the vampire alone. The girl did not listen to the maid's words and loudly slammed her heel on the table, calling people's stories about the weak prince utter nonsense. The princess's servants desperately tried to calm her scolding until she turned the table upside down and began to prove to the furniture how well she wielded a sword. Maid Linda had served her Princess Elena for several years, but she was the only one who constantly observed her emotional outbursts. No one on the entire continent even suspected that the noble and cold Princess Palana was in fact a frivolous and hot-tempered boor. Princess Elena shouted loudly throughout the palace for knights to be sent out immediately in pursuit of Prince Rana. Night fell, the two round moons turned into a new moon, but shone as brightly as before. Winry fell asleep peacefully on the shoulder of her twin brother, who carefully threw his arm over her shoulder, although perhaps not on purpose at all. Davy looked at them with a charming smile and commented that at times like these, you would think they were just in a wonderful relationship. He was still looking at them in amazement when the Demon Queen suddenly decided to ask if he felt sorry for giving Calderas back. She sat on his lap and said that the guy was the only one who could bring the divine sword to its true form, hinting that he could keep it for himself. The boy didn't answer and just looked dreamily out the window, thinking that Calderas really was a weapon he would like to own. But the guy had several reasons to give up on the idea, one of which was that he couldn't constantly ask the heavens for help all the time. However, the second reason was still that, one way or another, the sword did not belong to him, and he had no intention of taking it from the princess. Moreover, Davy believed that they were simply incompatible with Cert's masterpiece, although this answer slightly confused the Devilish. Perhaps the guy simply didn't like Calderas, and so he didn't want his hands to get dirty with such a legendary sword. He glanced out the window and added in his mind that he already had enough swords in his collection that he just hadn't gotten around to yet. The girl smiled slyly and noted that the guy looked like he was planning something, to which the boy looked at her with surprise, because she could just read his thoughts. The woman corrected the boy again and kindly reminded him that some things were still unknown to her, and she could not read everything. She explained that if one looked at the young man, there was something hidden deep within his soul that even she, the Demon Queen of the Abyss, was unable to see. The girl simply shrugged and began jumping around, calling such questions trivial and asking what he was going to do after he returned. Perserk giggled ominously and reminded the boy that with the stigmata, his enemies would definitely have a hard time, but for her, the coolest thing would be to wipe them off the face of the earth. Davy certainly appreciated the creativity of his demon minion, but he was not yet ready for such plans, because he could simply be crushed in the information war by the Queen's influence. Eliminating enemies one by one took a lot of time, and this gave the Queen a chance to recover and attack again, since killing all the aristocrats was also suspicious. However, Davy had already planned something, and with the help of another idea, he could try to approach the enemy from a slightly different angle. By morning, they arrived back at the palace, where they were forced to enter the king's own hall, which was still just as majestic. When the king said that his children had had a hard time, Varys replied that he was infinitely guilty before his father, but his father reassured him. The king continued in a stern voice that all the blame should fall on the shoulders of the kingdom of Boltese, and the real miracle was that all three returned safely. The father looked at the first prince, regally calling the appearance of the stigmata on him a truly significant event, to which he replied that he was able to attract God. The ruler turned to his wife, who was nervously clutching a fan in her hand, and who had to grit her teeth and agree with the king. She had the feeling that her husband himself was trying to provoke her and push all the nerve buttons by repeating his question. Her voice was nervously trembling with bile, while Davy, with a sly smile on his face, looked at her and enjoyed her moment of non-recognition. The old woman closed her angry eyes and muttered in a prickly tone that her son's success was also his mother's success. But even a blind man would understand what a bad actress she was. The king spoke sternly to Duke Barrietta, ordering him to petition the alliance and take action against the kingdom of Boltese for their wrongdoing, and he obeyed. The father looked at his children and assumed that after such a disaster they must be very tired, so he let them go to rest a little. However, he addressed Davy personally, who sadly lowered his red eyes and did not say a word in response. The boy raised his head when the king asked him to stay for a while for a little talk. As is customary in royal families, the Lord of Rana invited Davy to have a conversation over tea. Davy immediately began by saying that 6 months had passed. The boy added that His Highness had not called him for a conversation since he had awakened and left the embrace of his bed in a coma. The king asked the boy again if he had reproached him for this, but in response the boy asked what was the point of him lying to his father. Something was still bothering Davy a little, and he told his father that he didn't have to answer how long he had been helping him since he woke up. The boy said that he was aware that the king was keeping an eye on him to some extent through the chief chamberlain, noting that he had a good sense. The king was not very surprised that the young man was able to recognize his intervention and confirmed his theory. Davy felt like even his pseudo-father could notice how much he had changed since waking up, something that normal parents would usually notice. The king came closer to the topic of conversation and asked the guy if he wanted to meet him earlier, to which Davy exhaled and said that he had his own reasons for that. In fact, the boy only wanted to ask his father one question, who had once ignored him, smiling haughtily in front of the young man's tragedy, when he did nothing, even when he saw his pleading son, who was only asking to save his sick mother. Then Davy burst into tears and screamed that his father knew perfectly well that his mother was sick and poisoned, but still ignored the boy's cries. But as soon as little Davy came up and began to beg his father in person, he angrily ordered him to stop and ordered the guards to take the prince away. The boy fell to his knees in despair, as even his own father tried to override his will. The young man clutched the ground as his bitter tears fell on it and left their wet marks. It was the day when even Davy's father didn't want to see him anymore, not recognizing his own son when he only wanted to save his mother. At the age of 9, the young man learned the truth about his mother's death, but the king still called the poisoning that common chronic disease. Then Davy decided to tell everything, describing to his father how he chose the country over his beloved wife, and then meanly married a second time to an enemy of the state. The boy didn't even want to listen when his father began to ask him not to blame the queen for all mortal sins, and said that the weight on his shoulders was too heavy. All Davy wanted to know was if his father felt anything when he let his first wife die, even when she kept calling for him in her dying breath. As much as the gallery of heroes had cooled Davy's feelings, his heart still fluttered when he remembered his dying mother, who had asked for forgiveness before she died. So Davy just wanted to know the true feelings of the man in front of him. But he stood up and in a stern voice told the guy to become king. Davy fell silent when his father said that he had failed to be a worthy king or a good father because he had been too weak for the role. The boy pressed his lips tightly together as the king asked him to hold his breath and gather strength to overcome everything in his path. The king looked the boy straight in the eyes, saying that he no longer demanded anything from him. Davy looked down and remained silent. For some reason, his father's words seemed so obvious and predictable to him that he even felt offended. All this could mean only one thing. Davy's father still hadn't completely let go of his misdeed, which he had regretted all this time. But this irritated the guy even more. Davy was angered by this and looked at his father, telling him that, contrary to tradition, he was not going to follow in his parents' footsteps. The boy continued by saying that he would choose a different path for himself and would not follow a king who had turned his back on his country and children. The prince slammed the table loudly and said indignantly that there were many who wanted to take the king's place, but he was not among them. Davy didn't want to talk anymore, so he just wished his father luck in polishing his staff well and giving it to someone else. For a long time, the frozen old man's head echoed with the words of the young man about how he would never accept his throne as an inheritance, no matter how much he begged him. The corridor was empty after the heated conversation between those two. Even in quiet places, there was an unpleasant aftertaste in the mouth. Perserk sat on the boy's shoulder the whole time and noted that he was quite impulsive, but Davy replied that he just needed it. The girl looked around the corridor and shook her head, saying that he probably saw the same thing she did, and the boy replied that it didn't change anything anyway. Davy shrugged and added that in any case, he hadn't seen everything about his father, just like his demon henchman, but the boy didn't need anything else from the king. When the night was deep and dim, Davy asked the maid Amy not to let anyone into his room, even though he had no intention of sleeping. The only light coming into his room was from the barely open curtains on the balcony, but Davy had to go already. He jumped up to the foot of his balcony in front of the illuminated night city and opened his arms, saying it was time to look into the depths of the rabbit hole. Even then, it was reported at the Black Moon Guild estate that Sherry had gone missing, causing an angry cry to be heard throughout the entire location. The angry guild leader was informed that not only the maid girl had disappeared, but also her entire group of mercenaries at hand. The guild leader nervously rubbed his chin when one of the guild members reported that Sherry had gone missing after the failed assassination attempt on the Ron Kingdom twins. The chief's face fell in thought, and on the other side of the room, a mercenary in a long coat chuckled roughly, saying that even an A-class secret agent was unhappy. The chief ordered him to watch his language and threatened to kill him, but the man with the mustache continued by saying that Sherry was a very unreliable agent about whom nothing was known. The mustachioed man picked up the nuts and squeezed them tightly in his hand, saying that since even she couldn't kill some kids, it was time to show the true black moon. The man in the cloak stood up and willfully walked forward, saying that he could take the prince's head, and with it he would grab Sherry herself, as one of the best mercenaries in the guild. This was the real Black Moon A-class, who did not even suspect that there was a vampire among them at one time. The reporter asked hesitantly whether it was worth letting him go hunting himself, but the leader was already calling him a fool in his head and condemning his pride. Sherry was an A-class only formally, because in fact she was still considered one of the highest masters who surpassed this class. But such a woman was equally dangerous for both a mercenary and a person who was in the guild, because there was too much power in her hands. And the fact that she went on a mission and disappeared without a trace only added fuel to the fire. Everything simply didn't go according to plan for the Black Moon. The other guild member continued to look at the leader, who had already begun to wonder whether it was worthwhile to quickly pack his things and get out of the country. But there was silence in the room. No one responded to the man's words, and he looked around in confusion. Something seemed very strange, and the head of the guild began to get nervous, although he did not understand what kind of paranormal events began to happen. He quickly rose from his seat and began to look around in panic, desperately trying to find his lost connection with reality. The stricken man was immobilized by a voice nearby, which playfully ordered him to stay put and not move. The speaker standing in front of him fell to the ground in a strange position as he ordered the guild leader not to even stand up. Then he felt someone suddenly grab him tightly by the back of the head and press him against his own table. The mysterious man who suddenly decided to attack the guild leader was slightly surprised when he saw that he was not a vampire. The man shouted at the rest of the guild members, asking what they were doing while their headquarters was being suddenly attacked. But all the other members of the guild were already defeated and lay quietly on the ground at the entrance to the main room of the guild. The stranger replied that the stunned man could scream as much as he wanted, because no one would come to his aid anyway. The guild leader began to wave his legs at the thought that he too could find himself among the corpses at any second. So he asked in a nervous voice who had sent the invader. The man began to count the guilds of his competitors, but almost immediately excluded them from the possibilities in his head due to the time of the attack. When the guild leader asked if the attacker was from the main headquarters, he dodged the question and asked if the boss wanted to live. The man stood still in horror and anticipation as he began to ask for some information in return. The boss began to stutter, saying that if he needed information as a client, he just needed to go through some procedures. The invader Davy smiled, saying that the information he needed could not be sold, so he began to loudly beg and say that he would tell everything. The boy loosened his grip slightly and allowed the body pinned to the table to breathe, insisting that he should keep his promise. A nervous smile appeared on the guild leader's face when they didn't kill him just like that, and the invader continued saying that his request was small. The boy asked to give him a list of the names and surnames of the aristocrats who served the authoritative duchy of Barrietta, and with it, the entire book with records of their crimes. The man was loudly indignant when he suggested that the duchy was collecting incriminating evidence against its accomplices, and that it was stored in the guild. The guy unceremoniously brought his finger, fully charged with mana, to the temple of the head of the Black Moon, and he again fell silent in fear. The guild leader immediately regretted his words and felt as if he was chained before certain death by the guillotine blade. Cold sweat began to run down his face, and he quickly wondered who the invader in front of him could be and why he felt such fear. The boy repeated his question and asked if he had not understood the first time what was required of him, but he was too frightened to speak. The head of the guild assumed that before him was a real master assassin, who was now also telling him about his talent for recognizing lies and bluff. Nervous beads of sweat ran down the man's face, and he could just groan in confusion, even when he said that the choice to die or live was his. The man leaned against the table and could not believe that in such a tiny country there was such a deadly killer, who was now also pushing him with a choice. The head of the guild considered his life more important, so within a few minutes, several dozen scrolls were in Davy's hands. This was the first part of the plan, and the boy began to look through the dirty lists, which sometimes contained problems and false information that could be in another guild. The Demon Queen giggled, saying that since they had fallen into a rabbit hole, it was worth checking each one, and Davy confirmed that with all the information, they could break the aristocracy. The girl grinned and looked ahead confidently, describing the boy's plan as a bloody wind that was destined to blow one day. But Davy replied that perhaps he shouldn't have killed everyone, in order to preserve at least some notes of nobility in himself, quoting Berserk herself. The boy said that no matter how strong and influential the aristocracy was, it was bound to have its opponents. Then the boy suddenly remembered one of the great knights of the kingdom who dedicated his life to serving the first queen and one of the current masters of the sword, Marquis Felris. When they pushed the papers towards the noticeably aged knight, he looked at one of the fatal documents in shock, clearly recognizing it. Marquis Felris quickly glanced over the scroll and rushed to the butler in a rage, saying that someone had been rummaging through his documents. Now that the truth had so absurdly surfaced, one could count on the Duchy of Barrietta to destroy with its own hands the nobles it ruled. Davy and Berserk were watching the events from above when the girl commented on their concept of a night guest, and the guy did not understand how she knew such words. The girl playfully crept up on the guy's shoulder, and she really wanted to ask him something. There was a charming smile on her face that seemed suspiciously sincere as she looked at Davy with her scarlet eyes. Her question turned out to be quite simple. She wanted to know what the guy wanted most of all, but he grinned and replied that the girl liked to ask about things she knew. But Berserk said she still wanted to hear an answer from Davy himself, who began to list his wishes. His dreams were quite simple, and most of all the boy wanted to start a family, live in warmth and well-fedness, without worries, and finally be healthy and live a long time. The girl, although she knew the answer herself, began to laugh loudly on the guy's palms, saying that he had two simple dreams, and asked if he had led a similar lifestyle. Davy disagreed and asked if he seemed that happy, and the girl, who was in tears from laughter, replied that he was not at all. The prince replied that he was soon going to leave the palace and find a small piece of land in the kingdom to settle down and live modestly. The Demon Queen was more into grand plans, so she noted that they needed to build the most advanced city on the continent, which was not Davy's goal. Then the girl asked about revenge, but Davy shrugged and said that revenge was more like a process, and he didn't want to live with her all his life either. Berserk was surprised and asked if it would not be easier to simply inherit the throne, but the young man replied that the royal throne would not bring much freedom of action. And when she asked again whether pleasure and joy were due to an ordinary landowner, the boy opened his arms and exclaimed that it was quite possible. The boy added with a smile on his face that the landowner could at least have some loopholes if something happened. In his dreams, the guy had long ago created such a special and cozy place to which he would not be ashamed to return. The next morning, in the main hall of the palace, the voice of Queen Linz was heard, saying that receiving the stigmata was a great achievement for the prince for the kingdom. She was beginning to come to her senses and was waving her fan feebly as she discussed Davy with the king in a suspiciously warm manner. The old woman smiled and proudly closed her eyes, offering to reward the boy for his amazing success. The king thought about his wife's proposal, and she continued that Davy had already been granted land, and they could benefit the kingdom by sending him there. Even the local servants, who were well aware of the queen's typical remarks about the boy, were very surprised to hear how much she praised the first prince. Of course, she had to play the role of a loving mother so as not to show signs of the rage that was overflowing and eating her up from the inside. In fact, Queen Linz was very angry, but at the same time she felt a strong anxiety in her soul in connection with recent events. The assassination attempt failed miserably twice, and her best weapon, Sherry, simply disappeared without a trace and was possibly killed by it. The woman reasoned that if he had simply returned, he could have been made out to be a madman and locked in prison, but because of the stigma, he was now untouchable. She clutched the fan tightly in her fist and tried to push these thoughts away because she needed to think of some new plan to get rid of Davy. What worried her more was that just last night, various secret guilds had been attacked by one person, and important information at the state level was at risk of being exposed. When she came to the Black Moon Guild last night, she loudly exclaimed that she didn't even want to listen to those excuses. The nervous guild leader shouted after the queen and said that the instigator of the attacks was a terribly vengeful special-class assassin. Even on the street, the man's frightened cries could be heard when he said that in the whole country there would not be an agent who could stop the killer. Queen Linz was furious and could only nervously guess what information the boy could have stolen from them, and how many more aces he now had hidden up his sleeve. She rocked nervously on her throne, afraid that if the information came out, they could expect a social revolt. The strange documents were reported last night by the Marquis of Failtrees, who also decided to show up for the royal breakfast. Queen Linz did not rule out the possibility that the first prince could be behind everything, because although there was no irrefutable evidence, she felt his interference. The old woman thought that if the prince and the man who covered him were one and the same person, then she had a special way. But first, she needed to get rid of the extra eyes. Since she couldn't arrange for murder or imprisonment, all she could do was get rid of the boy legally. The king thought about the queen's proposal to send the boy on a journey, and she mentally told him to think carefully. She chuckled, thinking that she hadn't just mentioned the gift for the prince just like that, so that he would immediately agree with her. But her eyes widened and she froze when she heard that the king agreed with her fair proposal. The king began by saying that a prince who had renounced his inheritance should not remain in the palace for too long, so he was ready to discuss the matter, but the queen was perplexed. She looked at the distraught king in panic as he raised his hand and addressed his personal chamberlain. The king ordered him to bring the prince into the hall, but the woman still did not understand why he suddenly began to behave differently than planned. After some time, Davy entered the hall with the thought that he fully expected something like this to happen. The boy believed that his father considered him too dangerous for the kingdom, so he decided to keep his distance from him when he ordered him to leave with a single word. Davy's father looked at the boy, and in an emotionless voice told him to go to the lands granted to him and make the kingdom proud of him. The boy humbly nodded his head and said with his eyes closed that he would definitely fulfill His Majesty's will. The Demon Queen read Davy's thoughts and noted with a smirk that his father was probably scared and decided to send the boy away. The girl on the boy's backwater exhaled theatrically and said that even the boy's father himself had not noticed anything, but at least now the prince could leave in peace. It seemed that everyone also thought that there was no reason for him to remain in the palace, but they did not yet know that the time bomb had already been planted. When asked by the king, Davy said that he was going to set out soon, and Perserk involuntarily whispered that very soon, many lives in the kingdom would go out. The boy was ready for this, even if he had to bury the current kingdom alive to build a new one in its place. The last thing the young man wanted was for Varys to inherit the kingdom in this state, plus he could crush several enemies at once. Davy left the palace melancholically, not feeling a drop of regret, but there was still not a drop of relief or happiness on his face. His small moment of quiet alone with himself was interrupted by the loud exclamations of Varys running towards him. The twins ran up to the boy, and Varys grabbed him by the shoulders, demanding an explanation, and Davy inadvertently laughed, saying that news traveled fast. Varys said that he was going to go to his father with a complaint, but Davy calmed him down and said that he himself decided to leave, especially since he would be fine with the stigmata. Davy asked the twins not to worry and trust him, while Varys stood sullenly in front of his older brother and looked at him with incomprehension. Winry calmly took Davy's hand and tried to say something to him hesitantly with a drooping voice. She quickly said that if the prince was threatened or disturbed in any way, he should simply inform them and they would do everything possible. Davy reassured the twins with a smile, saying that although the lands of Haines were considered rather deserted, there were still people living there. He stroked his younger sister's head and promised to arrange everything well on the abandoned lands and invite the twins to visit. Today, the palace corridor seemed very cold and narrow as Davy walked along it and called for the maid Amy. The boy handed his jacket to the maid and asked her to go to the treasury and land administrators to bring him the necessary documents. When the girl asked about the most important documents, Davy winked and said that he needed all the papers without exception, and they would definitely give them everything if they found out about the envoy. Davy turned away and walked straight ahead, a proverb ringing in his head that said that if you know yourself and your enemy, then victory is inevitable. The devil on his shoulder read the boy's thoughts and finished the sentence out loud, calling it very interesting and noting that he knew her from his past life. The Demon Queen giggled in anticipation, saying that she was very pleased with the way things were going, although Davy didn't quite understand her joy. The girl jumped off the boy's shoulder and spread her sharp wings, saying that she was very excited about the situation. She really liked the fact that despite the prince's amazing and powerful skills, he did not cross the line and become too arrogant. Davy looked away awkwardly from her strange behavior and asked if she felt something like some kind of vicarious satisfaction. Perserk tilted her head to the side charmingly and explained that her life had been rather passive, so she found it interesting to watch Davy. The girl flew up and landed contentedly on the guy's head, where she said that he could be proud of the attitude of the Demon Queen herself towards him. Perserk leaned over and genuinely closed her eyes in a smile, claiming that she was one step away from becoming his true fan. Davy looked away awkwardly, thinking that of all things, the Demon Queen's respect was his greatest achievement. A small stack of the necessary dusty documents appeared on the boy's desk faster than he thought. The only thing that bothered Davy was that the file looked rather small, but Amy explained that those documents were just the remaining information about the Haynes lands. But it was even better for the boy, because now he had quite a lot of space to act independently, so he opened the file in anticipation. The prince suddenly fell silent, as if a second ago his heart had not been beating rapidly from slight excitement. The Demon Queen climbed onto the piece of paper and began to slowly read its contents, looking from one letter to another in surprise. Davy let out an interested breath when she commented on the text in which the mysterious lands of Canes were called cursed. She chuckled and looked at the boy, saying that he was a real lucky guy, and Davy couldn't help but agree. He began to look longingly at the papers in his hands, from time to time letting out a bitter laugh at such a gift. The time had come to set off, and the chariot and horses were rolled up to the entrance to the kingdom, and all the necessary cargo for the journey lay on the ground. Perserk looked at the leading Amy and was slightly surprised that she was the guy's only servant. The boy exhaled heavily and said that he could not do anything when there were no knights or aristocrats in the entire kingdom who would swear allegiance to him. Davy whispered almost inaudibly with an annoying smile that in his own kingdom they were considered quite poor, but a familiar voice was heard nearby. Marquis Failtrees knelt before the boy and greeted the first prince before his departure, but the boy asked for the formalities to be dispensed with. The old man already knew about the boy's departure, but he shrugged and said that since he simply had to leave the palace, even though Failtrees said that the prince could always return for the sake of the throne. Davy closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was impossible to say for sure because he had already made a choice in his head not to return. The elderly knight looked at the first prince with pride in his eyes, the lens of his monocle slightly reflecting the rays of the sun. The man lifted the corners of his lips slightly and smiled at the boy, saying that he had grown a lot in the last 6 months. Marquis Failtrees looked up and said that the previous queen, Davy's mother, would certainly have been proud of the boy. Davy looked down and said that to his mother he was just a disrespectful son, but Failtrees mentioned that the boy probably wanted his father in the ground. The boy let out a light laugh and dispelled the Marquis's assumptions with slightly pursed eye sockets and a funny expression. During the break-in at Failtrees' home, Davy learned that the old man had been secretly collecting evidence about the real cause of his mother's death for several years. Failtrees asked the boy to contact him if something bothered him in foreign lands, and the young man could not help but notice how different he was from his own father. Davy had to object, because there would be real chaos throughout the kingdom if anyone found out that the old man had helped the first prince. The swordmaster let out a small, hoarse laugh and replied that it was the least he could do after his oath. The young man turned away and said in parting that he would definitely restore order to the abandoned lands and bring them into a beautiful state. So he asked the Marquis to do only what he was forced to do, but in his thoughts he asked him to stir up the country, which had been infected by greedy aristocrats. In exchange for help from the old man, Davy was ready to come and hammer the final nail into the kingdom's coffin, but for now he had enough to do. The chariot moved off and slowly crossed the borders of the kingdom, at the entrance to which a rotating golden globe was located. Beyond the gates of Mana, Davy had to travel a whole day from his native lands, but the autumn lands of Hines were fortunately not that far from the capital. The Demon Queen involuntarily felt sick and entered the world of sweet dreams, carefully resting on the boy's knee. Davy looked down and mentally commented that the beauty at his feet could indeed be called sleeping. Perserk had been with him for quite some time, but one of her most notable traits was her extreme sleepiness, perhaps due to her need to constantly hold back her form. When she asked him not to move, the boy tried to blackmail her, but the girl always had an answer. This time, she asked for the honor of the fact that the guy's hips were comfortable for sleeping. The boy allowed himself to succumb to the provocations of the sleeping demon, so he simply covered her with a warm jacket. The chariot driver turned to the prince and reported that they were already approaching the cursed lands of Haines. The lands of Haines themselves looked very unremarkable, and were more reminiscent of some kind of dusty wasteland where no human foot had stepped for a long time. The east of the kingdom was essentially the most ordinary wasteland without springs or rivers nearby. And not far away there were even habitats of monsters. The only unconditional advantage was the location of the location next to a sacred country, where trade routes could be established. Then the descriptions of the cursed land began to make some sense, because the place looked like a barren and lifeless wasteland with drought. The most mysterious fact remained that 10 years ago the lands of Haines were full of life, but in the last 5 years they had completely dried out. Davy looked mysteriously at the lands, the reason for whose decline still remained unknown to the entire continent. The boy decided to open the location window, which described that the energy of the lands of Haines was fading and drying up due to the long-term intervention of an unknown force. The young man glanced awkwardly at the description of the location and was surprised at how useless this god was, who couldn't even confidently say the reason for the curse. Perserk seemed to wake up with a snap of her fingers when the boy decided to read about the lands of Haines, reading with interest about the curse. The demon queen knew about curses very well, so she said that among the many types, they encountered one that developed gradually, with intermediaries. The young man did not expect to encounter black magic in such a place, and the girl added that most likely the curse spread by infecting the villagers. Davy extended his hand forward and tried to concentrate the sacred power of purification on his palm, saying that the inhabitants had suffered because of ordinary nonsense. As it turned out, even strong purification magic was unable to easily pass through the barriers of the curse, because it was quite thick. Davy had to lower his hand and dispel the sacred energy when he realized that he couldn't lift the curse that had been there for so long. The boy fell limply onto the soft surface of the chariot, staring at the ceiling and wondering if most of the earth was so terrible. Nowadays on the continents, black magic has begun to lose its relevance, mostly due to the disappearance of black magicians in general. The demon queen and the prince looked in surprise at the shouts coming from outside, with which the strangers were ordering them to stop in front of the lands. The chariot slowly approached the gates and wall of the ruined capital, where at the entrance the uninvited guests were asked for identification. The capital itself looked as if it had experienced several ends of the world at once, and its ruined wall could collapse from just one windy day. At the entrance to the capital stood guards, who looked more like two ordinary farmers with spears in their hands, where they usually held shovels. Davy had heard, of course, that the lands were far from being in the best condition, but he was not prepared for things to be this bad. In all honesty, the only good thing at the moment was that the capital as a whole had at least some guards. The place was very convenient for monsters, and if there had not been at least one detachment of guards there, all the lands could have been called lost. A small quarrel began between the representatives of the Raon Kingdom and the guards, into which Davy decided to intervene, saying that he had not yet received the authority of the owner of the lands. Davy slowly walked up to his escorts and told them not to be so rude to the people of the capital, whom they could now consider their family. As the boy stepped forward and passed through the gate, local officials greeted him nervously. The man with the bow-shaped hair ran up to the boy and fell to his knees in front of him, hastily apologizing for them being late to meet him. The young man couldn't help but notice the man's exhausted, shaking hands, which were wrapped in bandages and stained with either dirt or blood. Davy's smile disappeared. He felt a little confused by the situation, and he felt a kind of stifling atmosphere. He looked back in the other direction. The local armory was destroyed, most likely due to another attack of monsters on the capital. After an awkward silence, Davy decided to ask the man when the capital received the news of their kingdom's arrival in the lands of Haines. The mustachioed man clenched his vocal cords and was unable to force out an answer. It seemed as if his eyeballs had sunk into their sockets. His hands were still shaking in horror, and he said nervously that they had received the news 2 whole days ago. The voice also began to whine, and he said that the prince could have executed him for his misdeed, but the boy asked if they had been attacked by a monster recently. The man raised his head in surprise and looked at him as if he had just heard something shocking, and muttered a question about how he knew about the attack. The young man looked away with concern and said that for now, they needed to put the curse issue aside and deal with the goblins. Lowering his head in shame, the mustachioed man mumbled that during the absence of the owner of the lands, he, Monmio, had been entrusted with the duties of captain of the warriors and manager of the lands. Monmimo looked away, and Davy glanced at his profile, reading his concerns about the goblins stealing the villagers and the drying up lands. The boy was slightly moved by the man's feelings, and noted that in order to manage the lands one must be able to read, and Monmio said that he had become a little more literate thanks to his observations. The man continued to apologize to the prince on his knees, but he asked Monmio to keep moving and try for the sake of his lands. The locals looked up in great surprise when the boy said that they were trying hard and elevated their status from vigilantes to the royal guard. The young man explained that Sir Berman would help them adapt and teach them all the important skills, but Monmio trembled and tried to object because of his origin. The boy calmed the nervous man down and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that his abilities were quite sufficient for hiring. He did not stop encouraging the group of vigilantes and noted that if they improved their skills, he would hand them a position thanks to his authority. Davy smiled at them and said that he followed his principles and rewarded those who deserved it. It was safer inside, so they had to go into the capital's main office, where Davy looked at the piece of paper and said he had seen footprints along the way. Since the goblins had even broken through the fortress, Davy wondered how the monsters had managed to break through the fortress's defenses even under the influence of erosion. Monmio, still stuttering, replied that the party members were very tired and injured due to the prolonged attacks, so the youth inquired about the damage. The boy looked out the window, confirming the man's words that about a dozen residential buildings had been set on fire, and most of the residents had disappeared without a trace. Davy inquired about the situation inside and learned that the entire capital only had enough food until winter. They found themselves in a less than pleasant situation, as Monmio noted that even the good harvest year had turned out to be a failure. The young man didn't even know what to do with all his property from the palace, and the Demon Queen summed up that even if you exclude the cost of repairing the castle and the wall, it would barely last for 2 years. Davy ironically pretended to be very happy with Perserk's information and asked her to become his personal secretary. The girl hugged the guy's soft leg and immediately refused his offer, saying that if he agreed, she would have to sleep less. Davy had to take pity on the poor people of the capital, and he threw the heavy leather bag on the table with a muffled ringing sound. From the small bag, glittering gold coins poured out one after another, and Monmio was even more surprised. It was hard to believe, but in front of him was actually a bag with 100 gold coins, which Davy had ordered to buy the necessary goods and food. These were supplies that would only last for a short time, but it was still a very large amount, something that Amy also expressed her concerns about. Davy told her not to worry, that it was honestly earned money, although in reality he stole it from many secret guilds. Sleepy Perserk objected and said in her sleep that stealing is never fair, but the boy mentally asked her to sleep and not to act smart. One of the prince's new servants, together with Amy, stepped forward, saying in a stern voice that he humbly intended to go with the squad. This gloomy man's name was Bernil. He was the Lord Chamberlain of Davy, and he was going to prepare all the necessary provisions in 3 days. The boy was pleased with the development of events, and loudly slapped the table, saying that it was time to move on to solving the burning problem. Davy turned to Monmio and ordered him to gather all the warriors and free knights of the capital to effectively defend the capital in case of another attack. But the primary goal was still to save the stolen people, so Davy first decided to win the love of the remaining residents. The young man smiled brightly at the assembled group and thanked them, introducing himself and telling them that he had become the authorized owner of the Haines lands. He began to tell them about the unfortunate goblin attack on the capital, looking around the residents and trying to find someone among them who could at least be on Monmio's level. The young man mentioned that no matter how the circumstances developed, he could not just let their village fall to the enemy, saying that he would never leave the invader alive. The crowd of people who came protested and did not agree with the boy, because there were only a few of them left, and they did not understand fighting at all. Davy turned to them and asked if they were then prepared to let the enemy advance further, adding that they had only 1 squad of warriors left. Deciding to turn the speech in a more optimistic direction, the prince said that even if the goblins came to attack them out of revenge, they still had a chance, People looked suspiciously at the boy, who tried to calm them down by saying that he was also going to take part in the battle. Davy, of course, understood perfectly well that they might not trust him and doubt him, because from the outside he really looked like an ordinary, inexperienced prince. The boy continued and said that he did not consider himself a prince now, but was still the lord of their lands, so he considered every inhabitant his family. He looked at each inhabitant in front of him in turn, and said with a proud look that he could not let any of them die. The whispers of the people evaporated slightly when Davy asked them to trust, if not him, then at least the god's mark on his back, the stigmata. The young man added that if they did not believe in the sacred symbol, they could consider him a bloodthirsty master and follow him. The guy ended up saying that he cared about his life and the lives of those who would stand by his side, so he solemnly told them not to die without his permission. The crowd began to make noise and bustle again, and people began to whisper and discuss their new ruler. In the bloody sky, a dark night gradually came among the spruce trees. The locals nicknamed this location the Demonic Forest. The squad of vigilantes and volunteers loudly stepped forward, and the Demon Queen admitted that the boy had a good speech. She couldn't help but wonder how he was going to win with tired soldiers who had nothing to fight with against a huge army of goblins. Davy noted that the difference was 150 heads, and they simply could not attack directly, and Perserk called the guy too frivolous. She objected and said that the number could increase at any moment, but the prince insisted that their current number would be sufficient. The boy was confident because he was going to help the soldiers take down 100 goblins and deal with the rest himself. Perserk liked this idea. One of the commanders announced that they had arrived and pointed his charges toward the monster's camp. At first, Davy couldn't believe his eyes, because despite the fact that the entire village was surrounded by hungry goblins, the architectural style seemed more typical of orcs. Despite the constant feud between the orcs and goblins, the village looked as if it had been abandoned by humans. The commander approached Davy and whispered that there used to be a village without a manager on the site of the village, but now monsters were constantly hiding there. One of the soldiers clutched the bow tightly in his hands, and with angry tears in his eyes recalled how the goblins took away his close friend. The boy put a supportive hand on his shoulder and asked if he was upset about what had happened. Davy stood in front of the blonde soldier and began to calmly ask him and the other soldiers if they were angry about the tragedy. The guy raised his bow and continued to motivate them with a thirst for revenge and retribution against those who took their home and family from them. Davy felt in his element when he heard how angry the warriors were for the ordinary people of their village, to whom they weren't even related by blood. The boy really liked this familiar atmosphere, so he drew an arrow charged with golden mana and took aim. Davy loaded his bow properly and sent a sharp arrow flying, which sparkled in the air and began to glow brightly. The sharp arrow's attack was aimed towards one of the passing goblins, who stared in fascination at the projectile flying towards him. While the foolish goblin stood there, perplexed, an arrow struck the head of one of those who decided to go out with a glass of cold beer. The goblin fell loudly to the ground and spilled the alcoholic drink, which mixed with the fire of his torch and gradually spread across the ground. A violent chemical reaction caused a huge firestorm to rise up in the village beyond the forest, and Davy once again reminded that he had not allowed anyone to die. The soldiers froze in horror and began shouting to their master that it was impossible to attack head-on, especially so strongly. The goblins began to run around their burning comrade, who in a matter of seconds turned into a coal doll. It was a pretty accurate headshot that Davy completely stole from Apollo, who claimed that even a spontaneous shot was actually quite simple. Usually the correct tactic is to confront them with a guerrilla approach and prepared traps, but Davy didn't want to put the strain on his poor soldiers. As they say, if you're afraid of wolves, you don't have to go into the forest, so it's time for the boy to raise the fighting spirit of his warriors. Davy placed his hands on his hips, and then the ground beneath the soldiers shook and began to turn a wavy gold color. They stared in fascination at the bright light in front of them as the boy introduced himself to them once again and began giving them his first order. The young man raised his hand up and golden mana began to shimmer above his palm, which he transmitted to his warriors. The soldiers immediately felt strange changes, and a feeling of incoming strength enveloped their bodies like a warm blanket. The Demon Queen was slightly surprised that the boy was willing to use all of his power-ups at once, but Davy said that he was going to play the role of a saint. The buffs came to the affected soldiers in the form of increased defensive power, increased chance of stamina recovery, and increased intelligence. The warriors felt especially invincible and could not stop looking at the shimmer of harmony on their hands. They looked up and saw above them an entity in the form of a snow-white Pegasus that flew over them and granted them the final boost. Davy chuckled. It wasn't difficult for him to strengthen his charges, but still, such buffs weren't lying around under his feet. Even the holy knights of the holy country of Balshasa couldn't do that, because a saint could only control the 7th level of the circle if he became the head. The soldiers calmed down and confidently stood in line with weapons in their hands when their lord loudly announced that he gave them permission to release their fury. The young man sighed smugly, saying that he had wanted to do this for a long time, although the Demon Queen still did not understand what he meant. Davy grinned widely, as if the answer was clear as day, and Perserk had accidentally said something funny, since so I could read his thoughts. The boy waved his hand in a commanding manner and directed his soldiers forward, solemnly informing them of their increased strength. Perserk involuntarily felt offended by the fact that the young man simply ignored her and again began to maintain a useless intrigue. The naive goblins began to jump on their captors, releasing their claws towards them and not noticing how skillful cuts passed over their skin. Not a second had passed before the green monsters began to fly apart in different directions and throw their weapons with a bang. The warriors were enjoying their moment of revenge and were thoroughly enjoying the hunt for the helpless goblins who were flying towards their spears. The boy saw that the soldiers were in 7th heaven when they could cut down the monsters in front of them with such ease. It was too late for the goblins to run back once they realized who they were really dealing with. The warriors easily chopped off the heads of the green monsters, leaving bright burnt marks on their necks. The monsters fell from their swords with such rapidity that the soldiers felt as if their eyes were deceiving them. Davy twirled the arrow in his hand and looked with pride at his men who were literally beating the poor goblins to death. Things did not go so smoothly, and one of the warriors was wounded in the arm, letting go of his spear and clutching at the wound. Davy immediately ran up to the man and placed his palm on the young soldier's wound, instantly causing his skin to snap again and the pain to disappear. The boy looked at the guy who was stunned by the amazing healing and said warily that the sacred power did not make them invincible. The two men looked at their lord as he reminded them in a stern voice that he had not allowed anyone to die and ordered them to come to their senses. Davy sternly added that he would personally speak to the wounded upon their return to the village, and they rushed forward, shouting that they would not disappoint their master. The boy thought that if you looked at the situation from the outside, it was the goblins who seemed like the pathetic victims who were attacked. The soldiers swung their swords with ferocity and cut through the bodies of their enemies, leaving behind a trail of blood that flew in the wind. In the end, there was almost nothing left of the goblin camp, and soon the warriors were shouting loudly that they had won a glorious victory. Davy didn't even have time to do anything. When all this time, he just sat on the roof of one of the captured houses and watched the battle. The guy began to get very embarrassed when his warriors began to comment and praise their lord, and Perserk noted that she didn't even have to read his thoughts. It was all on his face. The boy looked at his hands and asked the girl if they were pressed in, and she replied that such a thing was simply physically impossible. The boy decided to clap for his brave army and praise them, telling them that they shouldn't rejoice too soon because they still had a lot of work to do. The young man gave them the following order: to urgently find the kidnapped residents who were taken captive by the monsters during the first attack on the capital. The campaign turned out to be more successful, although Davy initially hoped to simultaneously cultivate proper feelings in the warriors and create fear of him. But as it turned out, they began to praise him on the contrary, and all he heard from them was how they called him "Milord" all the way back. Either Davy was too soft, or life's attitude towards soldiers was so terrible that their master's blessings made them so fond of him. The attacks on various camps of other monsters continued, and the next day, another group of monsters received their dose of divine punishment. One of the warriors sat under the fence of the capital and exhaled deeply after the attack they had carried out the day before. The man never doubted the extraordinary nature of their milord, but he was still overcome with anxiety at the thought that he had taken only 10 men on the campaign. He looked uncertainly at the man next to him and said that the boy was a teenager and could act recklessly, and the second added that they could expect unnecessary deaths. Jimmy exhaled sadly and didn't even notice when someone unexpectedly approached him. A familiar voice ordered the palisade to be removed, and the man saw that their milord himself was heading towards them. The guard behind them brought Davy over to them, who stared at the two men resting under the fence. Davy ordered both of them to get moving and continue working, and they stared in great surprise at the returning master. They rose up with enthusiasm and followed the Lord, loudly proclaiming that he had been able to clear out the goblin camp with only 3 goblins and 10 warriors. And so it happened that wherever the young man went, he was followed by joyful exclamations and praise, which made him very uncomfortable. It seemed to him that people were looking at him as if someone had hypnotized them, even though he was simply trying to do the most reasonable thing. The Demon Queen noted that it would be more accurate to say that they looked at the guy as if he had walked out onto the street without pants, and Davy rolled his eyes at her comment. There was still more than one goblin settlement to destroy, and the guy already had the feeling that his capital was turning into some kind of crazy cult. Davy announced that they were going to organize periodic cleansing of the camps, optimizing the number of soldiers and leaving the majority of people within the walls of the capital. The boy's personal servants had to separate the impressed residents from him, so he could only hope that the noise would soon subside. He didn't want to call his people weird or eccentric, so he simply referred to them as peculiar. That's right. Everything will calm down very soon, at least Davy continued to naively hope. But as they say, the noise before the calm turned out to be the noise before an even greater storm, and Mr. Davy began to feel like some kind of celebrity. It was worth him leaving his chambers for a second, and he was already surrounded by people on the street, recognizing the great saint and almost fanatically rejoicing at his arrival. Everything was so serious that the guy needed separate servants to help him get through the crowd of interested people. Over time, the boy began to be praised by both the warriors and the priests, and for the first time in his life, he regretted the decision he had made earlier. As a landlord, Davy managed to gain the trust of the locals, who now warmed greatly to the new ruler. It got to the point that the boy was greeted and looked at charmingly from the street when he simply looked out the window. As Astria said, even if you rule a small territory, you should not forget that you are governing people, not cattle, so you need to be a friend of the people, not a dictator. In fact, Davy didn't really learn much from him about politics, but he absolutely agreed with such wise sayings. Perserk slowly descended on her wings, examining the huge scrolls that were documents about the lands of Haines. She quickly ran her curious eyes over the papers in front of Davy, who was sipping tea, calling the place rather sad. The Demon Queen said that it would take the guy at least 25 years to fully restore the place, and added that she was not relying solely on her powers to see things. With her hand on her heart, she asked suggestively if the young man wanted to know what she really thought about the whole situation. The boy had nothing else to do anyway, so he exhaled and agreed to hear the real opinion of the miniature devil, who was shaking with happiness. The girl lifted one of the books and said that there was no shipping channel across all the lands, and food supplies, along with livestock farming, were in complete decline. She added that the gold they stole from the guilds was only a temporary measure, and so they had a huge problem with capital. Davy admitted that there was no profit from the lands anyway, and noted the girl's ability to lift things, to which she replied that she could only do so with small objects. The Demon Queen's eyes lit up childishly when the boy mentioned that there were several ways to deal with the financial problem. The woman began to spin and dance in the air in front of the guy, begging him to tell her more about his wonderful ideas. Davy began to explain that contrary to all expectations, there were many young people in the capital, so they could survive by hunting monsters, but Perserk did not like this option. The second method the boy mentioned was growing new fruits, but with the current state of their lands, even that was impossible. The option remained frozen. The last option was foreign trade, which could lure the diamond into corn. This method did not seem so utopian to the demoness, but she did not understand who would want to trade with them, to which the boy suggested doing business not with people. He looked at the miniature devil and said that they should first survey the lands and see if they could find anyone who would be of benefit to them. Davy liked this plan because there was no risk in it, and it was worth starting with something when you only had a stick and a stone in your hands. They set off on their journey, and within a few minutes they found themselves outside the capital, in a desolate wilderness where even the wind seemed unfriendly. The boy narrowed his red eyes awkwardly, saying that he had dreamed of becoming a landowner all his life, but in the end, he came to own deserts. In the documents he read that the wasteland had previously been used for farming, but then the owners had given up the land and left, and now Davy had to look for a needle in the desert. He had no doubt that there was a curse agent hiding somewhere nearby, whom he could easily find with the sacred land technique, but he was too weak. Of course, at times like these, Princess Elena's calderas would be very useful due to the abnormal amount of sacred power within it. Davy could have asked Elena to personally borrow her sword under the pretext that he was simply taking care of her hands, but in reality, he would have been replenishing her strength. The Demon Queen said it was better not to take such a risk, but Davy replied that it would be too low of him to do so. The boy stopped abruptly, his legs creating small clouds of stinging dust and sand around himself. Davy said that he had only one option left, since he had someone in his pocket who was already acting up, and Berserk wondered who he was talking about. The young man asked her to just watch, saying that he had some very annoying entity in his pocket that always wanted to be used. He decided to calm the harmful creature inside, and placed his hands on the ground with words for it to rejoice in its revelation. A huge glowing blue seal appeared on the sandy ground. This technique was called curse correction. The devil was slightly impressed because it was the first time she had seen such magic, the creator of which was the necromancer Ro Aias from another continent. In general, such magic was a kind of sea language of curse circles and was created from many formulas and mana arrangements, turning into code. Dark magicians usually either borrowed power from various sources or spent a huge amount of time installing the curse. With the help of such magic, it was possible to decipher the code and learn more about the curses, and as Berserk calculated, they would be able to find a mediator. A huge blue display appeared in front of them, on which symbols and incomprehensible numbers began to rapidly appear. The Demon Queen became curious about what the strange code meant, and Davy playfully extended his hand, beginning the deciphering process. But as soon as the boy began to read, his eyes fell downward, and he fell silent. Something in what he read clearly confused him. Berserk crossed her arms in an offended manner, and said that the boy was playing with his toys himself, and he turned to her in an uncertain voice. He slowly asked if this was indeed a case of cursed lands, causing the girl to ask if he had found anything suspicious. In fact, Davy saw not just something suspicious, but something completely different from what they expected to see. Hot steam rose from the display, and the boy replied that the place looked more like a huge automatic greenhouse than the cursed lands. After this, the location and outline of the boundaries of the outer lands in the east of the Haines lands became more clear. From this information, Davy surmised that all 7 brokers were located right on the very borders of the Haines lands. The girl wearily said that he had a talent for intrigue, and the boy replied that in fact the drought was fixed to a certain area of the location. The woman clapped her hands enthusiastically and concluded that the curse simply contributed to the lack of rain and the dying of the earth. They began to head in the direction the magic was pointing, and Davy added that he had managed to decipher one fragment of the curse. The fragment literally sounded like preservation of a certain situation, although the name might seem strange for an element of dark magic. The boy occasionally glanced at the dry lands of Haines, and although he didn't know who wanted to turn the place into a wasteland, that person certainly did it brilliantly. Davy took the girl to one of the desert caves, and inadvertently thought about how good it would be if he could physically control the local lands. He was already looking forward to turning the desert into a huge tourist paradise, and the devil noted that his thoughts were written on his forehead. The purple magic began to take effect, waving unruly in the air in the form of many charged flashes of lightning. But instead of a beautiful beach and azure water, a huge monumental building in gray colors, probably abandoned, appeared before them. Davy looked around in surprise and assumed that the building was built before the Great War and that dark magicians most likely had nothing to do with it. The boy held his breath and said that it was suspiciously quiet in the ruins, although usually there was some kind of guard in such places. At that very moment, a limping golem crept up on them with loud steps, and the guy realized that his tongue was his own enemy. The golem had no discernible face, only a prominent blue stone on its forehead and a shimmering semblance of a green eye. The Demon Queen examined the monster and described it as a metal golem, also with a devil stone as its core. 2 more of them approached the golem, and the girl warned the guy about their dangerous skills. But the boy asked her not to worry. The guy looked up and mumbled almost in a whisper that he smelled something, which put Berserk into a slight stupor. The huge guards began to unceremoniously aim beams from their emerald eyes at the enemy, destroying the space of ruins even more. While one of them was busy striking and trying to catch the intruder with his slow attacks, the guy flew up and ended up on his head. Davy landed on the steel golem's head and grabbed it, swinging it threateningly with a greedy look on his face. The blue devil stone on the monster's forehead was loosely attached, and Davy easily detached it with a slight crack. The boy solemnly waved the stone in his hand and shouted loudly that he felt the smell of money in his hands, his special harbinger of success. Meanwhile, in the capital, right under the exhausted fortress wall, heart-rending groans and tired yawns were heard. The ordinary villagers, Freeman and Gordon, were resting, and the former noted with a yawn that the peaceful life was wonderful, and the latter was worried that the milord himself went to explore the lands. Freeman stepped forward with an empty water bucket and said that my lord could figure it all out himself, especially after that one's miraculous expeditions against the goblins. Gordon went slightly quiet as he shrugged and said the guy's competence was a huge surprise to all of Heinsland. Now the kingdom of Raun was ruled by an aristocracy at its peak, and although no magnanimous rich man took on the task of rebuilding the country, the poor people still came for help. But the only thing the kingdom did for the lands of Haines was to reduce taxes, but only because they became unprofitable for the strong kingdoms. Of course, this was until an unknown youth was called to the capital, whom the residents did not appreciate at first. Knowledgeable adults decided that this prince was sent to them after an unsuccessful war for the royal throne, and were afraid of becoming a dummy for beating in his eyes. In fact, even Freeman himself was inadvertently troubled by such thoughts, simply because they were too weak to do anything with their lands. They could not think about a comfortable political or economic state of the country under the constant threat of goblin attacks. A few days before the prince's scheduled arrival, an army of goblins broke into the citadel and kidnapped several inhabitants. The condition of the vigilantes was at such a low level that they could simply give up and accept the tragic reality. But this was until a young man came from other lands whose arrival they were so afraid of. The practically nameless first prince of the kingdom entered through the gate and surveyed the situation with a warm smile on his lips. Although no one knew what to expect from him, they even had their own people who would speak out against Davy if he started to get angry, beat up the commander of the vigilantes, or blame them for everything. They were unprepared for what might await them, so they prepared exclusively for the worst-case scenario after their lives were turned upside down. However, instead of an angry speech and anger, the prince decided to calmly scout out the situation and look at the state of the Haines lands. And when he learned about the goblins' treacherous attack, he gathered a squad of warriors and even allowed them to avenge the villagers. After that, the miracles did not end, and soon they were able to free from captivity those inhabitants who were kidnapped by the goblins during the last attack. If we think about it this way, then the entire capital and its people were saved under the wing of Davy's words and his strength of spirit. Of course, when the guy walked the streets and looked around, he always claimed that he was not a saint, but they continued to believe. Fremont couldn't help but wonder if the young man himself knew that in just a few days he had become a new hope for the people of the capital at the level of God. He was able to perform a miracle before their own eyes, and that is why they believed in him more than even the patron god himself. Gordon hung in front of the fortress wall and told his Uncle Freeman that it was wonderful that they were able to deal with the goblins. However, he was still concerned about the state of their lands and how possible their bright future was, so Freeman thought about it. The older man shrugged, since most of the land had long since withered away due to the drought that had lasted for many years. This terrible condition was not only in the local outskirts or in the deserts, but even near the citadel, where it occasionally rained. In the past, various magicians and priests would constantly come to them to conduct research, but they would all shrug their shoulders and leave without any results. Eventually, the capital's residents lost any remaining hope and considered themselves useless against the disaster. Fremont thought and replied that although their milord resembled God in his powers and actions, the heavens had long been angry with them, and they had no choice but to endure. Gordon drawled hysterically and noted that if everything dried up all the way to the city, then they could be considered doomed. The magic crystal was a clot of natural, refined, strong mana concentrate, although it looked only slightly more unusual than a typical mineral. If you put such a magic crystal and a regular mana stone of the same size, the difference will still be incredibly significant. Such crystals were scattered throughout the ruins in the form of metal golems that continued to appear and expose their heads. Davy breathed a sigh of relief after a hard session of extracting multiple crystals from the bodies of the metal guardian brutes. The boy waved his hand to wipe the sweat from his face and said that it was quite hard, but the Demon Queen asked him to look up the definition of the word in the dictionary. The young man looked with anticipation at the whole mountain of precious stones from those ruins and tried to calculate how much they could get from them. The crystals turned out to be quite large, so in total they could have been worth hundreds of platinum coins, not to mention the fact that there were more than 20 stones. Perserk whispered that she did not recommend the guy to jump to conclusions and that all that glitters is not gold, and Davy asked her not to speak to him under his arm. In the center of the ruin stood a huge pedestal, in the center of which hovered a huge magic crystal, so Davy and the Demon Queen went there. The girl carefully examined the amazing artifact and said that it was the core of the curse over the lands. Davy looked nervously at the crystal and noted that if such a stone got out, hundreds of countries would want to start a war for it. The crystal was incredibly pure and looked very tempting before the eyes of the boy, and Perserk was clearly a stone of the highest grade. The boy put his hand on it and commented that it was so strong that it was impossible to even concentrate mana in it and destroy the curse. Then the young man decided to activate his skill, which was designed to calculate the internal code of dark magic. Intricate codes and symbols began to appear before them, and the boy noted that the encryption was much more serious than what was outside. Perserk was surprised that someone would be so determined to simply cause a drought, and Davy suggested that there might be something special about the lands. He glanced at the intricate system of codes and involuntarily exhaled heavily at the sight of every second line of symbols. The girl decided to ask if it was so difficult to fix the problem, and the boy replied that if he could find the correct order, then it would be possible to remove the curse. The boy looked at the screen and clicked on one of the symbols, wondering to himself if he had found the right item. When they clicked on the strange symbol, the entire system turned red and both looked up in surprise where the fonts began to collide with each other. At the top, energy began to concentrate in the form of a huge energy ball surrounded by pulsating threads. When the ball had accumulated enough power, it exploded and a shimmer appeared in its place, and the system itself turned green. Davy and the Demon Queen looked in surprise at the codes that were turning into a green space in front of them. The purple crystal lost its hue and also turned green, indicating that the system had been successfully hacked. Perserk looked at the boy with interest with her curious pink eyes and asked what he decided to change. The young man looked at the many crystals beneath his feet and involuntarily said that since the drought had lasted for several years, he decided to give the table some water. He threw his coat back on and awkwardly added that in fact, the system had one ambiguous condition. As it turned out, after so many years without a drop of rain, a lot of water had accumulated, so the boy actually watered them not from a watering can, but from a bucket. Fremont and Gordon looked in surprise at the dim, cloudy sky, through which a sudden rumble of thunder was heard. The rain began to fall unceremoniously to the ground and gradually turned into a real downpour, causing the bare branches of the trees to shudder coldly. People felt as if they had fallen into some amazing dream when the downpour rushed to water the entire capital with its large drops. Now even a single sprout near the capital began to receive the blessing of heaven, and the cracks in the ground quietly filled up. But while the lands of Haines rejoiced and laughed at the heavenly miracle, in the kingdom of Raun, the atmosphere was heating up and the spark was slowly turning into fire. One of the rich men called the situation in the country alarming, saying that one of the most influential people, the Marquis of Failtrees, had ceased to maintain neutrality. Another aristocrat nervously scratched his chin and said that it was now only a matter of time before the aristocracy would split into factions. One of them asked in a quiet, uncertain voice if they could somehow prevent the swordmaster from using the evidence, but was met with a refusal. The aristocrats, scared to death, sat at the table, discussing the nobles who had been repressed, and who now had the best moment to attack in response. The man with the mustache noted that the unknown enemies of the state began to slowly crawl out, and another asked what the queen's condition was. The latter justified his question by recalling the recent receipt of the stigmata by a most ordinary prince, and the queen's strange attitude towards the event. What confused him even more was that the huge stigmata was located not on the boy's wrist, but on his back, in a very dangerous place, where the boy would be easy to hit. The aristocrat put forward the argument that the holy state was already on their side, and they would not recognize the heretic boy. The other one folded his hands together and reasoned about the man's words, explaining that the queen was focusing too much on the boy and not on enemies like Failtrees and the king. When the esteemed Marquis Raltus was told to watch his words, He smirked and replied that those were not his words, but merely loud rumors. Raltus's hand stopped abruptly and froze in midair as one of the rich men spoke to him in a stern, threatening tone. The man lost his former confidence, because now he was interrupted by Duke Barrietta himself, who had ordered him not to sow discord in their ranks since the morning. The Duke noted that even if they could somehow reduce the damage, they were obliged to face the first prince and begin a fight with him. He asked again if Raltus thought so, challengingly turning his wild green eyes to glare at him. Raltus stared at the highest-ranking noble and nervously agreed with him, involuntarily stuttering as he walked with a forced smile. Duke Barrietta placed a cup of warm tea on the table and added that they needed a plan to return the secret information and poison the previous queen. He also mentioned the worst-case scenario, in which the Round Kingdom could easily end up in the cauldron of a civil war. The blonde duke looked sternly at Raltus, who immediately straightened up and quickly replied that they would definitely begin preparations with just one nod. Throwing an arrogant glance at him, the green-eyed man ordered him to prepare for war quietly, so that no one would find out until they had a crushing advantage. Duke Barrietta did not indulge the queen without reason, because it seemed to him that the other aristocrats underestimated the prince and treated him too frivolously. It was still hard for him to understand what confused him most about the young man, but it wasn't just that he had been the chancellor of the kingdom for decades. He put the porcelain cup down on the table in a quiet irritation and told himself that he would definitely figure out the prince's secret. Duke Barrietta was sure that something had changed greatly in the boy, and that as soon as he had the opportunity, he would definitely show his teeth to everyone. He decided to go back to the duchy ahead of time to conduct the necessary personal investigation. He ordered him to be sent not to the palace, but to the estate, and in the meantime he hoped that the boy would not be able to do anything with the lands of Haines. After all, the cursed lands were dead, and there was no longer any chance of salvation when no priests could help, which meant the guy was powerless. The chariot started moving, and he discussed out loud that Davy could never do anything on a rotting wasteland where it didn't even rain. Meanwhile, on the cursed and lost lands, it was not raining, but a pure downpour that irrigated the capital's territory with generous supplies of water. The rain beat painfully against the cracked earth, and steam appeared above the parched horizon, slowly transforming into a damp fog. The capital's residents went outside in surprise and tried to make sure that they had not lost their minds because of the eternal drought, and that rain had actually come to them. The captain of the Monmio vigilantes ran up to one of the villagers in amazement, asking how such a miracle had happened. Perserk looked out the window curiously and said that everything was solved, and Davy was resting on the bed because the last ruins took too long. He opened the code decryption system, and holding the blue crystal in his hand, asked how many days it would take for them to start farming. The Demon Queen flew up with interest, and asked if he could have learned this with the help of the stone, and Davy confirmed that it stored information about current situations. By connecting with the demonic stones placed in each area, the status of the area can be checked at any time. Besides this, it is also possible to remotely control the distribution of mana and change the weather, but such steps were more risky. For lazy Davy, such an ability was quite useful, and the girl threw up her hands and noted that the guy was, first of all, abnormal because he created everything. The boy placed the remaining demonic stones in a treasury in the form of an ordinary backpack, which had an expanded space and a whole fortune, according to the devil. The boy shook his head and changed the subject, saying that now they just needed to wait for the lands to be restored, and Perserk couldn't help but think. Thus a whole week passed and the once dry earth became many times wetter, although the sun still had not appeared. The villagers walked outside in their boots and felt the wet ground beneath them, to which their shoes stuck slightly. They looked around in amazement at the places where heavy rain had recently fallen, occasionally glancing up at the sky, and it seemed to Davy that they looked like some kind of fanatics. The boy looked awkwardly at the dense crowd of people, which probably contained at least 60 people. The priests looked at my lord with admiration and said that they were going to repay him for his kindness, but Davy dissuaded them because the work would be too hard for them. Davy came out in front of the people and shouted loudly to them not to laugh, because now it would rain regularly on their lands. He lowered his voice a half tone and continued, explaining to the people their task for the day. The boy pointed to the land that the knights had been plowing for several days and said that they just needed to cultivate it. The guy set the time intervals at 3 days, but gave his residents a chance to rest if they got too tired from physical exertion. The residents were amazed by the generosity of the guy, who did not allow them to work at night and said that he would not delay payment. Manhwa awkwardly intervened and apologized to my lord, saying that even if the climate and the land had softened, they would never be able to cultivate such a vast area in 3 days. Davy crossed his arms and pointed out that since there had already been agriculture on the parched lands, the groundwork for their mission was already laid. The crowd began to whisper and say that the guy was being too confident again, while others responded that they just needed to wait for a miracle. With a heavy sigh, Manhwa replied to Davy that even though he had managed to save them all from the goblins, the stress of the job was simply unrealistic for them. But as soon as the mustachioed man said this, a golden, radiant light appeared in front of him at the command of Davy himself. The boy began to give his men buffs again, which greatly increased their physical strength, and asked if he still thought they couldn't handle it. Manhwa looked at the glowing people and couldn't believe his eyes. But the amplifications did not end with the fleeting glow, and the golden light only became brighter with each passing second. He let out a loud cry of delight as countless physical strength enhancements were passed on to people one after another. Davy put his hands on his hips and laughed, saying he was going to show the local farmers a new era of hoe swinging. The boy dreamily thought that with calderas, he could put a reinforcement in the radius, and the devil pulled him by the ear and asked what he took the sacred sword for. Manhwa stuttered and asked Davy what he was planning to sow all over the territory, since he had to go to such lengths. In fact, the young man had no idea, so he asked what they needed to plant to make the land rich quickly. There were only 2 ways to make money quickly, either produce a lot or trade something incredibly rare, and they only had one thing good for that. The Demon Queen chuckled, and added that in that case, they should combine both methods into one for maximum efficiency. It would be quite good to trade in moongrass, which was quite rare on the continent, but was very popular with traders. When Manhwa heard Davy's proposal, he inadvertently fell silent and thought he had simply misheard it. Davy repeated himself, and solemnly replied that they would grow moongrass all over the territory, which would be a kind of gold for them. This plant was impossible to grow on the eastern continent due to difficult weather conditions, unsuitable soil, and frequent temperature fluctuations. However, on the western continent, the moongrass was highly prized and purchased at high prices to create potions by the Magic Tower and the Alchemy School. A single bunch of the plant can fetch a crazy price, making moongrass an uncompetitive blue ocean in the agricultural market. In his dreams, Davy was already swimming in lakes of gold, but Manhwa noted that such plants could not grow in their climate. The boy told him not to worry, and that soon they would have a tropical climate for a while. He just needed to change the atmospheric formula. The essence of the guy's plan was to first find a place where forest vegetarians, elves, lived. The leaves floated above the elf's pointed ears, and a subtle scent of prickly mint and other herbs formed in her room. Elves were quite busy creatures, and therefore, even in their free time, they were busy preparing new potions and medicines. The estate of these forest elves was located not quite in the forest, but closer to a huge cave, into which sunlight penetrated from above. Even calling their location a village would be rather incorrect, and it looked more like a small hut in the wilderness, albeit a beautiful one. The leader of the Hainish wood elves, Yuria Halashana, greeted the guest and whispered that a call from the spirits had alerted her to his arrival. At the entrance stood her teacher Metis, who greeted her with the same phrase and apologized for his sudden visit. The young elf smiled at the teacher and invited him into her hut laboratory, saying that she was always glad to see him. She pointed to a table outside and said that Metis had arrived quite at the right time, as she had just received some wonderful tea leaves. When they began to drink warm tea, the teacher turned to the girl with a serious voice and hesitantly began to tell her something. Soon he exhaled and said that he had a dream, but the elf became very curious and wanted to listen in more detail. She poured tea into her own cup and noted that he must have had some kind of disturbing dream, since he decided to come so far to see her. She received silence in response. Her teacher was clearly worried about something and didn't know where to start. Metis fell silent and took a few seconds to collect his thoughts before telling about his visions. The man exhaled heavily and told his student that in his dream, he saw how a curse of spirits fell on their dear forest. The girl suddenly fell silent and stopped moving. Every word of Metis echoed in her head as if each one had been taken to heart. But soon, she smiled warmly at her teacher and reminded him of the ancient words that spirits obey the lawful and natural laws of nature. Metis looked at Yuri with concern, and his voice was tinged with noticeable panic, as if the anxiety in his heart had only increased. He exhaled nervously and said in a trembling voice that their entire forest was in danger of drying out. Metis looked at the girl's depleted forest and called it wrong, suggesting that she return to their home. As it turned out, Yuria did not live in the real native village of the elves, where there was a certain great tree, a kind of sacred symbol of the race. Yuria's voice became more serious, and she covered the teapot with the porcelain lid, addressing her teacher almost in a whisper. The girl explained in a sad voice that she now had a new homeland, and the tree had long since become foreign to her. But she did not stop Metis and asked him to save the rest of the villagers, because the curse of the spirits did not fall on them. The teacher became alarmed and indignant and slammed his cup on the table, saying that Yuria could simply die if she stayed in the village. The girl didn't care at all and said in a calm voice that her death was exactly the same law of nature, but Metis couldn't calm down. Opening her purple eyes, the elf directed her piercing gaze at the teacher, who continued to object. Yuria looked away with an unremarkable sadness in her eyes and a relaxed smile. The elf whispered dreamily that it was impossible to know for sure, and one day, perhaps, someone would come to them and save their forest. At such moments, Yuria usually enjoyed her life the most and let the invigorating wind tickle her face, which she called a harbinger of a good meeting. Metis calmed down a little and sipped tea from his mug with a heavy exhale, and the girl emotionally asked him if he liked her new herbs. The teacher spat out his tea when he heard the girl's cheerful voice saying that it was her new recipe, and she had added cricket wings to it. Metis put his hand to his face and thought uncomfortably about his student's strange ingenuity, although the tea was indeed very tasty. He even forgot for a second that the smiling girl in front of him was considered an outcast and crazy by many of his fellow tribesmen. The elf pressed her hands together and closed her eyes in bliss, describing how pleasant the wind was, and feeling that someone special would soon come to visit her. Davy set out on his journey through the damp earth, through which small shoots were now sprouting. In the forest, all the trees were still bare, and Perserk could not enjoy the terrifying views around her. The Demon Queen said that she didn't expect that there were elves in such forests, who were already a rather rare race in the entire continent. Elves were so rare that some people believed they no longer existed. Davy noted that he could essentially be considered a lucky man, and said that during the attack on the goblins he noticed several spirit observers. The intervention of the elves was quite obvious, because the spirits and the elves existed closely with each other. The Demon Queen was not pleased and said that she herself did not really want to encounter the elves, but Davy replied that it was necessary. The she-devil spoke of them as long-eared boars and said that it was better not to mess with them, and the boy laughed in response and agreed. Apollo's bow-side was a disgrace, and the boy felt sick even thinking about it, while Perserk trembled just from the image of it in Davy's head. The elven forest looked like a rather fairy-tale place from the outside, and even during the drought it looked quite alive. Local animals began to approach Davy, which resembled the usual deer, but had flowers on their antlers. The Demon Queen was surprised that spirits followed a man like a boy, but he explained that the forest fauna was very sensitive. The girl looked at one of the forest spirits and noted that she liked them more than some elves. Davy couldn't believe that he had managed to gain the respect of the spirits by being thrown into a fiery pit like the last of the beasts. The Spirit Queen Yuriana made a contract with 13 humans, and was also his human teacher in the management of spirits. Perserk looked resentfully at the guy who hadn't even made a contract with the local spirits, but they were already behaving very friendly. She felt offended that the animals only followed the young man, who also had spirit mana along with demonic mana, although they were similar according to Davy. Perserk decided to ask where they were going to find the moonflowers, since this was the first time she had heard of those seedlings. Davy wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw something nearby and ran closer to look. In the boy's hand was a small creature that resembled a cross between a seahorse and a cricket, and it placed a small flower in the boy's palm. In fact, these were the seeds of the so-called moonflowers, which turned out to be even easier to obtain than it seemed at first glance. The flying seahorse led them to another part of the forest, where the plants they needed were actively growing. They entered a huge garden of various flowers, which was also called the Moon Goddess, and the Demon Queen was delighted by the beauty of the location. Davy looked at the little flying spirit and thanked him for leading them to the garden of moonflowers that Perserk had not been able to enjoy. The girl enthusiastically jumped on the flowers and circled around them, saying that with such a quantity they could plant a whole field. The Demon Queen looked at Davy in surprise, who had become suspiciously silent and was staring ahead. The boy stood in the middle of snow-white flowers with a blinding holy light above his palm. The basis of a summoner's power was the presence of sacred power and spirit mana, and a person with such power could easily summon spirits. The difference in the levels of the summoners depended only on the degree of closeness with the spirits, so Davy had no trouble attracting them to himself. At the moment, the boy was able to summon any sacred entity, although it would not be so easy to summon the Spirit King. Perserk leaned towards the boy with interest and asked if he had tried to make a pact with a spirit using summoner mana, to which he asked if she knew the name of their location. They were in the garden of the moon goddess, which by its very name indicated that the place was directly connected with spirits. Davy simply could not pick the flowers and take them for himself without permission. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the goddess. The light above the boy's hand began to flicker brighter, and he asked the girl not to say anything and just watch his magic. Davy took a deep breath and began to slowly recite a prayer in front of the light that grew larger every second above his hand. The boy began to address the moon goddess in the language of spirits, asking if she could hear him. The goddess responded to the boy's call, and a trembling but melodic hum swept through the entire garden. The boy heard the murmur of warm water next to him, which formed in the air and began to surround him. At that very moment, a hot fire appeared in the air and began to disintegrate into dozens of small flames near the young man. All four elements merged around Davy, signaling the moon goddess's favorable approval. The boy continued to talk to the divine being above in the language of spirits, and it seemed that they were getting along. Davy waved to the Demon Queen and said that the goddess had given them permission to take the flowers, so they needed to hurry before the elves took them. The devil chuckled, asking where his courage had gone, to which he replied that he did not want to quarrel with anyone once again. The girl giggled and said that she didn't really want to run into the elves either, but they didn't even suspect that the elf had been watching them for a long time. Metis watched in surprise as the girl smiled suspiciously and looked around nervously. The elf thought that the boy was able to gain the trust of many spirits and even enter the garden, almost immediately receiving permission to take the plants. The most surprising thing was that it was not an elf who entered the garden, but a very ordinary person, who was also extremely young. Yuria smiled, and even she found it absurd that a human could set foot on the elven sacred territory with a companion spirit. The girl didn't know what to say and just stared at her teacher. She was nervous and in great anticipation. Her hands were shaking slightly, and she restrained herself from accidentally nervously fiddling with her own fingers in the desire to tell Metis everything. The girl's eyes fell, and her wide smile became almost sly as she suddenly wanted to change the subject. The elf turned to her teacher, to which he looked at her with concern and asked what was troubling her soul so much. Metis winced and his head spun when Yuria asked him why he hadn't drunk his cricket wing tea. For the sake of the teacher, she put her whole soul into tea, once catching a grasshopper and tearing off its wings to dry them for about a week. Of course, she was a little upset that the teacher ignored her efforts and tried to justify himself by saying that he just had a stomachache. The elf exclaimed naively and said that she had just invented a special diet menu for Metis, who immediately began to refuse. Metis replied that the girl's care was enough for him, but she inadvertently thought that his teacher liked everything as long as it was tasty and edible. The teacher looked at her in surprise when she asked how likely it was for an ordinary person to appear in the moon garden compared to the awakening of a dragon. He asked the girl what she was talking about with such a strange question, but in response he received an incredibly serious and focused look from Yuria. One look from Metis was enough to understand that she was not trying to make fun of him, and one of two things was true. The man replied that the awakening of a sleeping dragon could be much more realistic than the sudden arrival of a young man in a sacred place. He added that no one knew about the possibility of the existence of dragons, but he was sure that even they were more truthful. Smiling all-knowingly, Metis noted that there were often special and unique species among humans, but something like this would be beyond their comprehension. Yuria agreed with the words that the nature of people was closer to chaos than harmony, but continued to smile intently and look at him. The girl looked away and said that she would need to leave the village for a while, but Metis was confused as to what she meant. Metis's mouth dropped open in surprise when Yuria mentioned that she had finally found something. To her teacher's bewilderment, she smiled brightly and confidently said that she had found a way to save their village. The work of the inspired villagers began to boil, and even after several hours, most of them were not at all tired. Davy looked awkwardly at his workers and asked how 3 days' worth of work could be accomplished in a quarter of a day. His workers became very excited. In fact, the young man was not at all against it, because with such persistent farmers, he could expect even greater results. Davy's original goal was to grow moongrass, but when the flowers began to grow, a strange rumor spread throughout the capital. As it turned out, people still didn't trust the boy very much and thought that he was either planting something forbidden or that there was no hope for the grass to grow. Moonflowers are supposed to grow slowly, about 4-5 months, but while the flowers needed spirit power to grow fully, Davy only needed the leaves. Monmimo was doubtful and worried about his master's decision, saying that they could not even cultivate plants. He pointed out that some of the leaves were already starting to dry out, but the boy told him not to worry and just wait a little while. Davy pointed to the window and warned that very soon the rain would cover them and the plants would bloom again. People were quite anxious, so they were very worried when the hot sun shone through for even one day, even if it was followed by heavy rain. Davy sometimes adjusted the weather with his stone, but many were still intrigued by what the flower growing would bring. Thus, 4 months passed unnoticed, and rumors of amazing flowers in the wilderness of the world spread throughout the continent. At one of the tables, the royal representatives were heatedly discussing how a small country in the wasteland had begun to grow moongrass. When asked what kind of lord could allow his society to allow such a terrible experiment, one of the girls replied that it was the lord of the lands himself who had taken on the task. An unfamiliar elderly man stepped into the hall, painfully leaning on his cane and talking out loud about the lands of Hines. The old man joined the conversation of the surprised elite and asked if it wasn't to that wasteland that scientists were sent 5 years ago because of a curse. One of the guys chuckled and noted that the news reached the magic tower late because it had been raining in the cursed lands for several days already. The girl shook her head artistically and noted that any wasteland remained a wasteland, and it might take them more than 10 years to return everything to normal. Between them, a conversation again began about the first prince of the Raun kingdom, who had probably gone mad after being exiled. The red-haired guy with glasses addressed the old man as if he were a teacher and with an uncertain voice wanted to add something, but he ordered him to wait. The bearded sage Helson put his finger to his lips, silently telling the boy to keep his mouth shut and adding that news always reached them faster. The old man stepped forward and said that interesting things were happening in the east, so it would be useful for the guy with glasses to go there. Helson addressed the surprised youth as jealous Janro and ordered him to prepare for his journey to the lands of Haines. Moongrass gradually grew on the lands of Hines, which at the time of its flowering acquired a snow-white color. In just one moment, the wasteland where there was nothing turned into a huge flower field of moonflowers, surrounded by a palisade. There were few healthy plants that could be used for the next seedlings, and they almost lost everything, but now there were more leaves for trading. The maid, Amy, read the papers with tired eyes, which showed that they had about 20 sprouts in the warehouses. Davy analyzed that, based on the current quotation, the cost of 4 sheets was 100 gold. If they took 10,000 leaves, they could earn 250,000 gold, which was approximately 5,000 platinum coins. By comparison, the average family can live in luxury on just 4-5 gold per month. The Demon Queen was amazed by the scale of the boy's plan as she looked at the hanging petals of the moon grass. The devil noted that once they sold everything, their life would become much more interesting, and they hadn't even started trading in precious stones yet. As planned, rumors spread across the continent, but due to the general perception of Davy as some kind of weirdo, everything went smoothly and did not arouse suspicion among people. Perserk noted that people would not fall for such a trick twice, so Davy suggested opening up seed capital first. They now had a full-fledged, beautiful garden, albeit one consisting of only one type of flower, which was simply sorted differently. Davy placed his hands on his hips and inhaled the floral scent of money, saying that it was time for them to raise the whole continent on its ears. The guy planned to send the moongrass across the continent only twice a year because they wouldn't be able to send it across all the continents at once. Moongrass was still the main raw material for magical and alchemical catalysts, as well as potions for priests, so new suppliers were always welcomed. Gradually, carriages began to arrive in the capital, collecting goods for future trade and sale. However, there were also some pitfalls, because along with the news about the delivery of the amazing herb, another rumor began to spread. As some people have begun to admit, Davy Olron has actually been bedridden with exhaustion for a long time now. The Demon Queen usually responded to such rumors with indifference, saying that the ghost of wealth was clinging to the boy and warning him to be careful. In business, it often happens that the price of a product for which demand is higher than supply falls due to increasing supply. Thoughtlessly spreading moongrass in abnormal quantities was simply impractical, and the plant would simply lose its value. Of course, it was better for Davy not to rush and build up his presence gradually, so as not to exhaust his body once again. A few days after the rumors, a crowd of curious people again lined up outside the boy's palace gates, nervously shouting at his window. Amy the maid informed Davy about potential clients, and the guy was already prepared for the most nimble customers. In total, 200 people lived in the capital, but people from trade guilds of other countries and various scientists and alchemists came to him to trade. Amy nervously asked what they should do, and Davy shrugged and decided to pretend to be sick, but she explained that the guests wanted to see the goods in person. Usually the guy managed to do everything himself, but when there was such a crowd of stubborn people in front of him, he began to get nervous and try to run away from the situation. The young man had to call his chief chamberlain and the head of the squad of warriors, with whom he began to deal in order. Davy promoted Manhwa to the local guard and asked how public order was, to which he replied that they lacked strong hands. The head of the vigilantes explained that it was very difficult to keep track of the huge number of people, to which the chief chamberlain agreed and added paperwork to the list of similar problems. The boy ordered Manhwa to drive away anyone who might seem suspicious to him in order to avoid any sudden serious incidents. The guy didn't want to indulge every traitor, but he had to be careful about dodging, so he asked what was going on with the housing issues. The Lord Chamberlain noted that they had repaired the abandoned buildings and populated them with people, but there was still not enough room among them for all the guests. Davy had another idea and suggested that they take the tents they had purchased earlier, restore them to a better condition, and then start selling them at a higher price. The Lord Chamberlain listened to his master's order, and together with the maid Amy, they went to arrange the tents. When Manhwa was about to follow them, Davy stopped him and asked him to stay for a while. The guy took out a mysterious bottle of white wine and carefully placed it on the table by the neck. The young man smiled brightly at Manhwa, saying that they had something to discuss over a glass of wine. The Guild of Warriors was usually very noisy, but the capital had such an amazing mentality that even so they could not be heard on the street. The other members of the party, also slightly drunk, looked back and greeted Manhwa when he returned to them. One of the guys looked at the exhausted squad leader and offered to have a drink with them, but he smiled weakly and replied that he would join later. Manhwa walked into his room and immediately fell face down on his bed, feeling incredibly weak throughout his body. The man could be compared to Cinderella because he did all the work in the capital for everyone, and at the same time he still managed to go to classes on city administration. He felt as if he had never been so overloaded in his life, and would have been sobbing on his bed if one of his warriors had not come to visit him. He reported that Manhwa had a visitor, which made him stand up in surprise and look at the guest at the door. A tall man in a dark green cloak stood in front of the door and asked for forgiveness for arriving so late. The man took off his cloak and introduced himself with a smile as a level 4 expert of the Green Magic Tower, otherwise known as Hallis. They were given a separate table, at which Manhwa and Hallis began their negotiations, where the latter again began to apologize for his unceremonious appearance. The man in the cloak began to tell that he had heard about the appearance of a new lord who protected the cursed lands and improved their condition. Hallis laughed and noted that Prince Davy had clearly seen better commanders of his kind to choose Manhwa, but he only said sadly that he was simply a worthless knight. When Manhwa asked Hallis why he had come to see him, he replied that he simply needed to urgently meet with Mr. Davy. After clearing his throat, the man mentioned that the entrance to the residence was blocked, and he was forced to turn to someone else. Manhwa immediately refused, saying that the lord had been very ill recently, and Hallis dramatically expressed his annoyance. He responded smilingly to the man's words that the health of my lord was much more important to them than trade. Hallis added that the situation at the Green Tower was not the best either, and reached for the mysterious bag. He lightly threw the bag onto the table, which opened by itself, and inside it was an innumerable number of gold coins with precious stones. Manhwa's eyes and gaze were fixed on the gold coins in front of him, and he looked at the treasure in fascination. The man indignantly gave Hallis his money back, saying that he doesn't take bribes, to which he dramatically began to calm the knight down and say that it was just a gift. Manmyo's eyes fell downwards, and he fell silent depressingly, listening to how he was simply trying to get along with the commander of the guard. The leader of the vigilantes pulled the bag towards himself and said weakly that he was not one to accept or agree to such a thing. But Hallis claimed that he was trying to honor a responsible leader. Hallis called the amount in the bag quite insignificant, although Manhwa could see the glitter of gold coins even through the leather layer. Treasures poured out of there, including many gold coins and precious stones of various kinds. The man lowered his eyes and straightened his concentrated gaze, as if just a second ago he had not been nervously backing away from the money. In fact, events were unfolding exactly as Davy had warned him just a few hours ago in his office. During that conversation, the boy told Manhwa that their main opponents were various organizations. Davy concluded that if they couldn't contact him, the next target was always people close to him like Manhwa. He assumed that such people usually either started making threats or tried to offer a bribe, so he asked to write down the names of those who would use violence. Regarding bribes, the boy noted that they were worth taking, since huge amounts of money could be expected from the Magic Tower and the Alchemist factions, but Manhwa was perplexed. Then Davy put forward a glass bottle, which turned out not to be wine at all, but exactly the same part of the plan of action. A long bottle with a moon sprout inside was processed with magic, and a case of such cost 100 gold. The boy explained that he did not demand that the man trade, but simply show it unobtrusively so that rumors would spread about them. Manhwa's eyes widened as the boy said that they needed to raise the price of their product as much as possible to make them stay on their land longer. Hallis looked at the shiny bottle in front of him, mesmerized with a dumbfounded look, as if he had seen a great masterpiece. The mustachioed warrior called the bottle a finished product, which he was going to show him because it was soon to go on sale. The man in the cloak couldn't take his eyes off the bottle of moonsprout, knowing with just one glance that it was a real first-class product in front of him. His hands trembled as he touched the bottle containing the plant, the quality of which was many times superior to even the masterpieces from the West. Hallis couldn't help but think that even if he was going to bribe the warrior, he should have acquired some authority, so he began to comment on the soft glow and quality of the goods. Manhwa began to praise the goods, saying that the master had worked very hard in cultivation and that they had many goods of a similar level, and Hallis exclaimed in admiration. Hallis quickly switched to a more neutral tone, hearing that about 10,000 leaves had been fully processed, which amazed him even more. The cloaked man guessed that they were growing 20,000 moon leaves, but only leaving half of them, amazed at the Lord's determination. Glancing nervously to the other side, Hallis realized that he shouldn't underestimate the first prince and his ideas. Manhwa said that he had heard rumors that the Lord was going to put the amazing item up for auction and would continue to sell it that way. When it seemed that Hallis could not be surprised any further, he broke records and said that the traitors could have priority rights. Manhwa led the guest to the door and said that he had no right to tell more, but the man in the cloak rejoiced and promised that their tower would definitely thank the capital later. He extended his hand, and their truly historic agreement was sealed with a firm business handshake. The Green Tower's personal chariot sped away into the darkness of the night, accompanied by the barely audible clatter of the royal horse's hooves. The mustachioed vigilante was finally able to take off his actor's mask and slowly covered his mouth with his hand, as if trying to calm down the instinct to scream at the top of his lungs. Nervous sweat began to pour down Manhwa's face like a waterfall, not expecting that their strategy with the milord had actually worked. The next day, Mr. Davy's office was filled with loud screams from a happy and at the same time surprised vigilante, wondering how he knew what was going to happen. Davy looked back and replied with a smile on his face that people were simply designed in such a way that you could tell what was on their minds. The boy had simply casually arranged the circumstances in such a way as to demonstrate an enticing product to the customers. But the customer thought it was something amazing. Manhwa threw 3 bags of different colors on the table at once, containing bribes from other organizations that were attracted by their offer. Davy called the man's work a good catch and asked him to take the bribe he received as his salary, since they were, after all, the fruit of his labor. Manhwa became agitated again and tried to object, but the prince insisted because he knew that he would still receive a huge share of the real profit. Berserk congratulated the guy on his soft start and asked if he could handle several organizations at once, to which Davy noted that the guilds themselves would feud. The boy explained that if the rumors spread successfully, They would be fully occupied with solving the problems of people who wanted to stay with them for a long time. At the very least, this way, branches of many magic towers, alchemist factions, and trading associations will appear on their lands. In this way, they were going to quickly build up the senselessly empty territory and kill two birds with one stone. In part, the boy was grateful for the ancient drought curse, because thanks to it, they were able to develop the moongrass business. Meanwhile, in a modest estate beyond the borders of the cursed lands, night fell. The red-haired guy, Yahello, sat at the table and communicated with the glowing pearl on the table, reporting on the economic state of the Haines lands. Yahello had only recently become an elder, but the voice from the sphere said that he was being too cautious in doubting whether they should open a branch in the capital. The red-haired youth was confused by something, and he turned to his teacher through the pearl, asking him why the Lord insisted on the auction so much. Yahello began to worry that Prince Davy was selling everything at a discount price, and he suspected that he might be underpricing the goods. On the Western continent, alchemists traded directly because the unfocused price created the risk of selling goods at a lower price than expected. The old man in the pearl's reflection smiled at the boy and said that the prince from the Round Kingdom was smart enough and they could trust him. To the confusion of the red-haired guy, his mentor asked him to imagine for a second the capital of the lands of Haines, where no more than 200 people lived. Having imagined the picture, Yahello immediately realized that because the number of people was so small, they could save as much investment as possible and develop the territory. The teacher explained that the lands of Haines were one of the few where there were many factions, and their location made them favorable for trade, so they traded only herbs. The sage concluded that the goal of the Haines state was to stock up on a huge amount of money for the future in a short period of time. The old man described the prince as the kind of person who always acted as if he had nothing to lose, and growing moongrass was just the beginning for him. The sage noted that most likely the boy still had many undisclosed plans, and even if he was just pretending, he had nothing to lose. The elder finally asked whether his student now understood why it was important to maintain good relations with the prince, to which Yahello replied that he already wanted to meet him. Laughing enthusiastically, the teacher asked the red-haired boy to set a date, because he also really wanted to meet the first prince. The conversation was over and the pearl went out. The sage opened his heavenly eyes and went aboard his ship. One day, Princess Elena stood next to him. She was still wondering if it was possible for an ordinary youth without a sense of mana to defeat a strong vampire with one blow. Contrary to her initial attitude towards the prince, she looked more puzzled than irritated or angry. She casually clutched her sacred sword necklace to her chest and continued to wonder if a mere human could use calderas without making a contract. The old man then thought he knew everything about the world, coming to the conclusion that only the sword god or his protege could be capable of such a thing. Helson placed his hand on the sides of the ship, breathing out shrilly in his deep, hoarse voice. The bearded man looked up at the night sky and closed his eyes, whispering that the circumstances were becoming clear one by one. The night sky glowed with thousands of flickering lights, and the old man involuntarily thought that everything was changing in a rather bizarre way. It was sunny in the Haines lands today, and the cries of birds flying past could be heard in the sky. As expected, there was a sudden influx of requests for long-term residents in the capital, and along with them, applications for the purchase of land that was owned by Davy. Due to such political changes, some unpleasant conflicts began to escalate among members of various guilds and organizations. On such occasions, a worried Amy would usually come running to Davy, telling him about quarrels over one plot, but the boy would always resolve the problem by bargaining for a high price. When his servants asked him anxiously what price they should set for the land, the boy asked them to set the highest possible price. Davy felt in full power when he could just lie there and remember one phrase, that the real rich man owned the land. The trade was quite profitable, so the boy began to snicker under his breath at the very thought, and Perserk felt Spanish shame because of his behavior. The maid Amy seemed to have forgotten to say something and informed Davy that he had received an important letter, which inadvertently interested the young man. It turned out that the mysterious telegram was a luxurious letter with a thick red seal, which came from the royal palace itself. Meanwhile, as Davy had requested, Amy had come out in front of the crowd and was already beginning to conduct the auction, loudly banging the wooden hammer on the stand. The girl extended her hand forward and announced the initial bet of 90 gold pieces, asking those who wished to bet more. A man in a red cloak from the crowd raised his hand and confidently declared to give 95 gold pieces for the land. Alchemist Hallis smiled and intervened, raising the price, intending to give 100 gold pieces from the Green Tower. The guy in the cloak didn't lag behind and offered to give 110 from the Alchemy Academy, which made Hallis tense up a little. Red chuckled and told the Green Tower to hold their horses because they were getting poorer before their eyes. But Hallis noted that the Academy had exceeded its limit first. Hallis confidently declared his opponent's defeat and put forward the next bet of 130 gold pieces. Grabbing the alchemist by the collar, the man in the cloak looked angrily at Hallis, calling him a vile swindler, but the latter noted that the guy started it first. Amy was already used to such brawls in the middle of the crowd during auctions, so she didn't even try to stop them. The chamberlain and the maid exchanged glances, after which the latter replied that she was going to count down, since they had reached the highest bid. Full-blown fights broke out in the crowd as the girls slowly counted down the time until the land was sold. Hallis covered himself with his energy barrier and chuckled calmly as the Academy's rivals tried to throw a pen at him. Amy raised her gavel and was about to say the last number when another bet was heard from the crowd. The merchants looked around and saw a young man who raised his fist and named a new price, higher than all the previous ones. Davy was slightly surprised when the maid Amy and the chief chamberlain reported to him that they were able to sell the land for 150 gold pieces. It turned out that the merchants were the Aliu Trading Guild, and trade was successful thanks to the soil they created near the capital. The boy was even more delighted by the news that they were also able to sell off the rest of the land and thus distribute the goods among all the organizations. Amy looked at her notebook and calculated that at this rate they would be able to earn at least 1,000,000 gold pieces a year and become the wealthiest kingdom on the continent. The guy crossed his arms and said that they would continue to trade moongrass at the same volume, so they needed to clear the land for other crops. A lot of money is just fine, but too much is no better, so the Lord tried to maintain some kind of balance between the two for demand. Davy noted that it would be enough for them to fix the places that were completely unsuitable for living, and upon his return, they would begin major repairs. Manhwa and the chief chamberlain nodded when they heard the boy's last words, which were related to the letter he had received recently. Then Davy received a kind of royal invitation from the kingdom of Ron, where he was praised for achievements that no one had ever been able to achieve on all continents. At the end of the letter, it was stated that they wanted to reward the boy for his efforts and work, so they invited him to personally return to the palace for a short time. The guy couldn't believe that they had the nerve to chase him away and then beg him to come back, so he threw the letter into the hot fireplace. As Davy assumed, the aristocrats were tired of the constant struggle with fail trees, and they decided to make a concession in order to drown out the victim more easily. The Lord Chamberlain was a little puzzled, and the boy shrugged his shoulders and asked if it was not funny how easy it was to forge a royal letter. He sighed heavily and scratched the back of his head, saying that he already knew that he was going to move on to the next step soon. The young man looked out the window and gave in, saying that he was just about to stop by one place on his way to the kingdom anyway. Once upon a time, back in the Gallery of Heroes, one of the unique artist's creators told us that he had created a secret dungeon as his final place of residence. He ran his hand over the sword and added that there was also one unfinished child left there, the responsibility for which he had shifted to Davy. The black man noted that the guy could do whatever he wanted with his creation, even take it for himself or sell it for crazy money. He didn't care. Davy awkwardly said that someone like him could just ruin everything, and the man laughed loudly at the boy's doubts. The guy felt a little embarrassed when he was called a perfectionist, feeling like he had been initiated into the otaku. The man extended his polished and sharp sword forward, saying that the boy would understand everything himself when he went there. He began to twist the blade in his hands and finally said once again that the young man simply had to finish his business, and then he could do it his own way. Below Davy's new estate, the stern voice of the Lord Chamberlain could be heard asking if the boy was sure he didn't want to take anyone with him. The boy put the saddle on the horse and replied that he was used to traveling himself and thought that his servants were used to it. Sitting on his horse, Davy added that the butler should take care of Amy, who sometimes became so overworked that she could hardly stand on her feet. The Lord Chamberlain agreed and noted that the maid was a very unique child, and sometimes he had the feeling that he was simply spending time with his granddaughter. The guy was lost in his thoughts and couldn't help but think that he was more attracted by the affection he felt for his so-called granddaughter than by the granddaughter herself. One way or another, the boy had to go, so he said goodbye to all the servants and set off on his way. The clatter of hooves was almost inaudible on the damp ground outside the capital, where the prince was heading. Davy headed in the other direction, not crossing the ill-fated desert once again and finding himself in a dense forest. The Demon Queen noticed the strange direction and decided to check if it would be faster for them to go another way. In fact, Davy needed to get somewhere quickly, to a place that was a bit of a tourist area. The mysterious place was one of the few great Rauna sites where many organizations worked together to preserve it. Perserk was about to ask a counter-question, but the answer became clear to her when she saw a familiar path and the boy told her that they were entering Surt's hometown. The girl became very excited and her wings flapped curiously when she heard a familiar name, which belonged to a close friend of her father, the teacher Hares. The guy explained that it was on the lands of Balshaz that Surt's legacy was located, which he created from the same materials as Calderas. The she-devil was in great anticipation, but the boy noted that the location was not the most successful for him. He described how even the mountains and rivers changed over time, and although the historical monument had previously been Surt's birthplace, everything had changed. Now the famous city from 1001 Nights has turned into an ordinary home of Queen Lin's. Davy crept up on horseback to the guards, saying that he was actually entering his enemy's territory. He was immediately met with displeased glances from passers-by and guards, who sternly stared at every leaf flying past. Davy rose slowly from his horse and walked with a singing step towards the fearsome guards. On the other side stood priests and magicians, who looked at the uninvited guest with the same disapproval. Perserk couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere around them was quite tense, with everyone staring at them so intently, and the young man suspected that the nobility was on their toes. The servants took turns letting people through the gates and shouted loudly to the next ones. From the outside, it looked more like a military camp. Davy meekly handed the guard his metal ID card. The bald guard looked at the card with puzzled eyes and mumbled that the man in front of him was the military mercenary Davy. To be more precise, a military mercenary of F rank. This was the fake ID that Davy showed, who was not known by sight in such a place. He had to try hard to get such a card, but in the end, everything went well, and he was allowed inside without any unnecessary questions. But as soon as the boy walked a little forward, he was again stopped by the crossed spears of the guards, ordering him to return. The boy glanced down nervously when he was told that he most likely came to explore the recently discovered labyrinth. The bald guard stopped him again and pushed him away, ordering him not to poke his nose into other people's business and to get lost. The boy had the inadvertent feeling that the guards nearby had begun to gloat, and they fully expected him to come and try to get inside. It seemed like it wouldn't be that easy to break through, so Davy could only exhale loudly, trying to get out of the situation. Davy landed hard on the nearest rock and fell into thought. He could not have predicted this. The boy had bags under his eyes for a second, and he let out a shrill breath of irritation and defeat. The Barrietta line's influence was naturally strong for the royal family, but Davy had never thought it was that bad. The boy was busy in his thoughts, but a bearded man suddenly approached him, apologizing in advance. The old man sat down listlessly on the bench and assumed that the young man did not yet know how the process of entering the city usually took place. When the young man asked about what was happening, he pointed to the crowd and asked to look more closely at the hands of the guests and guards. One of the ordinary-looking guys held a small bag in his hand, probably containing gold, and gave it to the guard in exchange for a pass. The Demon Queen sighed dramatically at such a brazen bribe in broad daylight, and the old man mentioned that this happened to them all the time. Davy couldn't believe his eyes because tolls had been abolished for centuries, but they were still practiced in places like this. The old man stepped back a little nervously when he noticed the first prince's gaze had become eerily cold. The bearded man, limping slightly, placed several gold coins in the boy's hands with trembling hands and said that those would be enough to pass. Davy was surprised by such generosity from a random old man, but he noted that he should just go inside and not get involved in unnecessary fights. The old man smiled generously and asked to take his money, saying that the boy reminded him of his grandson, who remained in his homeland. The young man continued to look at the old man in amazement, and could not understand where he got so much sincerity and desire to help. But Davy soon smiled. He usually solved such problems directly in his own way. He handed the old man both coins. saying that he appreciated his kindness, but asked him to save the money and give it to his grandson instead. Much to the old man's surprise, the boy stepped forward and said that he was going to deal with it differently. The bearded man's eyes suddenly opened, and he desperately tried to stop the boy before he did something rash. The bald guard looked with irritated eyes at Davy, who still hadn't left and was now trying to demand something from him. The boy extended his hand forward, and in an unceremonious, stern voice, ordered the guards to hand over the illegally appropriated money. The guard was indignant, and Davy began to explain that a bribe could not be taken from anyone except large caravans and traitors, but ordinary people had the right to enter free of charge. The other guards, drunk, began to mock Davy and ask what the boy was trying to tell them and what he was going to do. Davy looked down and replied that he was only trying to give a final warning before he carried out his justice. Finally, he added that if they immediately returned all their funds, he would be forced to accept them as repentance. The guards did not take the guy's words seriously and began to laugh even louder. The picture involuntarily reminded the young man of Miranda's rule. In front of the boy's face, the guard extended a sharpened sword so that the cold blade was about to pass through his ear. The bald guard bared his teeth and asked who he thought he was to talk to them like that, since they could have simply killed him and no one would have noticed. Davy asked calmly if they intended to continue to shamelessly break the law, to which they vulgarly noted that in the duchy, they were a law unto themselves. The young man opened his piercing red eyes and said that it was obvious from them that they were writing the laws on their knees. The guard looked angrily at the boy and was about to hit him, but the old man hesitantly intervened in the conversation. The bearded man looked at the sharp sword in horror and tried to mumble that Davy was just a child, and they couldn't do that to him. The guard shouted sharply towards the old man and asked why he was interfering in the debate, and the old man's eyes seemed to start to water. The huge guard said furiously that the old man had completely lost all shame and swung his sword at him. The sword was heavy, and it seemed that in the hands of the bald guard it only became sharper and increased in size. Davy quickly moved to the old man's side, and with a kick of his leg, knocked the falling sword away with his knee, causing the weapon to fly upward. The guard watched in shock as he parried the attack and had his sword taken from him before his very eyes. The old man hesitantly opened his blue eyes, carefully looking at the blade hovering in front of him. Davy muttered in a menacing voice that extorting citizens' means of subsistence was theft of public funds. The guard's sword did a few tricks in the air but landed safely, hilt down right in the boy's hand. Then the young man immediately swung his weapon and cut through the air in front of him and his grandfather with incredible speed. In a matter of seconds, the sword, infused with golden mana, passed through the frozen guard's body, and Davy said that stealing money was punishable by execution on the spot. A solid tail of blood rushed through the air, and the young man told the stunned guards that they were all involved in one way or another in the crime. The boy placed his foot on the severed head of the bald guard and asked that the chief be brought to him so as not to complicate things. He was immediately surrounded by the spears of other guards, whose hands were shaking and whose eyes were filled with horror. The guy threw the sword behind his head and asked if they wanted to become accomplices to another crime, since all he had done was show a false identity. One of the guards inexperiencedly rushed at the boy, who continued to tell them that they were now committing treason and were acting unwisely. The sneaky guard grinned slyly and thought he had managed to confuse Davy, but he didn't even notice the bloody mark on his own clothes. The young man calmly swung his sword to the side, and a few seconds later the man's severed hand fell to the ground. The guard screamed in horror as he watched the blood spurt from his wrist, and Davy replied that he would cut off his head next if he continued like this. The boy placed the sword on the ground in front of the trembling guard and threatened all the guards, saying that he hated repeating himself and wanted to see their leader. Hearing a loud voice nearby, the boy tilted his head to the side and looked curiously at where the scream was coming from. From the dense crowd of people, a man with obvious broad bones appeared and began to swear loudly, asking who had chopped up his guards. Unceremoniously, Davy reached into his pocket and threw some trinket at the local leader, which immediately flew off. The young man asked the chief to think carefully and not to jump to conclusions due to the lack of guards, and he looked at the keychain underneath it and nervously recognized the mithril ID. Viscount Gert fell to his knees before the boy and began to hastily apologize to the first prince, and Davy was slightly surprised that he recognized him immediately. The fat man began to beg for mercy and fear, because his lands were on the verge of ruin. Davy became very curious about how the lands that were considered a national treasure and visited by the Continental Alliance had become poor. The man screamed that the prince was also wrong, and that he could not secretly come wherever he wanted and just try to carry out justice. The Viscount quickly added that the boy had come without a warrant, and Davy smiled and asked if that was the whole problem. The man screamed again and began to fearfully claim that Duke Barrietta would not turn a blind eye to the order and would punish him first. Davy tried to keep a smile on his face, but inside the situation was making him very angry, and he couldn't help but feel nervous about the sudden change in culprits. The boy guessed that most of the lands of the continent were in a similar situation, where even the servants of the duchy were afraid of the queen. The Viscount stopped sobbing and grinned maliciously, saying that they would do better to go to his mansion and discuss everything in detail there, but the young man interrupted him. The boy looked away in hostility and turned to the Viscount, reminding him of the rumors that the first Prince of Rana was quite bloodthirsty. The leader didn't understand what Davy was trying to convey to him, but his body was immediately met with a huge cut that pierced him right through. The Demon Queen looked at Viscount Gerda's dead body and noted that those were rather laconic words before his death. The old man decided to keep Davy company on the way into the ruins, as he owned a small cart and often used it to transport passers-by. The old man looked at the boy with kind eyes and decided to talk to him on the road, under the barely audible clatter of hooves. The bearded man said that for 10 years, under Count Al-Assad, from the family of the previous queen, they had been very peaceful. The expropriation intensified as the pressure from the refugees of the Haines lands increased, and the people who supported the unfortunate people succumbed to the repression. His voice took on a sad note, and he added that as a result of their repressions, he had lost his only son. Davy immediately realized that he was being so caring because he actually reminded him of his son, and he laughed lightly and apologized for his meanness. The boy reassured him and suggested that his son was probably also very correct, but the old man called him only extremely inquisitive. They carried on their heartfelt conversation throughout the journey until they arrived at the ruins, where they were met by a small obelisk. Davy looked around in fascination as they finally arrived at their destination, which was full of falling leaves. These were the ruins of the 1001 Nights, which were still popular throughout Balshasa and were equipped with sharp monoliths everywhere. The old man asked if the boy was afraid that the incident with the Viscount could cause problems, but Davy replied that the Duke didn't care about the ruins anyway. The old man smiled at the boy and thanked him for saving him and for taking revenge for his son, adding that he would never forget his kindness. Davy nodded sincerely in response when he said that he hoped the young man would never compromise his principles in the future. The guy with Perserk had to leave the old man alone, and from the outside it might have seemed that his face became somewhat sad. Even though the old man hadn't seen the Demon Queen, she still waved to him and said that the story was sad, although everything would get better in the future. The miniature devil on the boy's shoulder laughed and said that she had a warm feeling all over her body that they had done something good. The monumental buildings were built in the Baroque style with round towers and golden patterns. Davy felt like he was in a place from his dreams, which were actually his very ancient memories. On the other side of the ruins, the king's horse waited and peacefully enjoyed the fresh grass. Davy looked around like a kid at an amusement park and climbed to the top of one of the round buildings. From time to time, Perserk would glance at the boy like an irritated mother and ask him not to touch the sacred monuments. Eventually, they walked into the very depths of the ruins, and Davy held his breath, frozen in place, and looking at the find in surprise. In front of them was a pedestal with 4 glowing obelisks around it, and inside, among golden patterns, a central anvil stood out. Davy opened his notebook and began poking mysteriously at the paper with the sharp tip of his pen. The Demon Queen became quiet and awkwardly asked if he had hoped to find something in a place that had long since been dug up. The boy thought for a moment and looked up, saying that everything had been dug up only at first glance and they could still find something. He pointed to the structures of the ruins and began judiciously to mention the shapes from 1 to 7 and also from 23 to 11. Flying curiously up to the boy's book, Perserk asked what he was writing down, and the boy replied that it was some kind of password. This answer surprised the girl even more, but this time Davy ignored her and said that he had found the decryption code. He looked at Perserk and replied that the structure of the ruins was also part of the place. The guy looked back and continued that from above, it was possible to see some pattern for deciphering. In ancient times, the so-called code cert created personally, and although in the past the password was known to several people personally, Now it was known only to Davy. To be more precise, the password was simply disguised in such a way that only the first prince could find it. Davy explained that the password only indicated that the entrance was in the central anvil. The young man touched the main anvil, and in its place was a blue barrier, which turned out to be another more specific password. The boy remembered that during his lifetime, Surt had bequeathed that whoever found his legacy could become its rightful owner. Davy cracked the password and a voice came from the anvil, indignantly asking if the guy thought he was the king of the pirates. The entrance slowly opened, and the young man couldn't let go of the fact that old man Surt was a very unbearable last otaku. It was very damp inside the dungeon, so the young man warned Perserk that due to the depth, it was possible to suffocate in the dungeon. Perserk recognized with admiration the magic circle that neutralized the underground pressure so as to allow air to flow in, but Davy noted that the creators were clearly not in their right minds. The young man relaxed his gaze and said slightly sadly that if he had never met Surt, he might already be dead. The demon queen fell silent and looked at the boy with a puzzled expression and slightly surprised eyes. She was very pleased that Surt was a friend of her teacher, but now she felt even better at the thought that the blacksmith had facilitated their meeting. Soon, the steps ended and they entered a darkened room, in which there was chaos and complete silence. The demon queen looked around and said that the room looked more like a basement than some kind of secret dungeon. During his life, Surt was considered a real madman who devoted his entire life to blacksmithing, as if he did nothing else. Hares's death hit him hard, and he returned back to his dungeon, where he spent the rest of his days forging swords. But no one ever found out anything about this place in detail. Apparently it was too dear to Surt, who literally merged with it even after death. Even if Surt himself was eventually buried on the surface, all his property was stored under the ruins and remained untouched. At the end of the dungeon there was a huge hall, in the center of which stood a chest, and the place was illuminated by several chandeliers with candles. The demon queen couldn't help but call the place an altar, and Davy glanced awkwardly and assumed that it served some non-existent god of blacksmithing. The chest suddenly growled, and an uneasy tremor ran through the entire room, causing Davy and Perserk to step back. A purple glow began to emerge from the entity inside the chest, which it used to threaten the uninvited guests and drive them away. The boy muttered that the aura and growl came from the chest, and the devil noted that she had never seen someone's will embodied so dirty. The chest glowed brighter with each passing second, and Davy read that he was trying to warn them and didn't trust them. Despite the essence's feelings, the young man began to approach the treasury, although the demon queen tried to dissuade him. 1001 Nights was the name of the forge due to the constant sounds of the hammer inside, but among the dwarves and hereditary craftsmen it was known as the Devil's Forge. Surt's forge was special in that it was not limited to hard work with a hammer on hot metal. Surt was special because he put mana into his weapons to push the limits and forge something that could surpass himself. Davy came closer and first touched the chest with his fingertips, which was the real legacy that Surt had left behind. With one touch, the chest began to open its chains, which were bathed in golden light and broke, revealing the chest. Davy looked at the open chest with shining eyes and whispered that he had finally found them, Surt's treasure. There were 2 swords in the chest, one of which was a glittering scarlet nameless sword that cut down the living, and next to it lay a second blade, covered in cold, called the blue nameless sword that cuts down the dead. In front of Davy, in the chest, lay Surt's multicolored twin swords, which he had never managed to complete. In the description of the swords, it was stated that they did not yet have their own essence, because it had not yet been awakened in them. The demon queen jumped with joy, and realized that the noise from the chest was probably coming from the swords inside. As Davy had suspected, such creations were very much in the style of Surt, who had created swords like calderas with their ego. For Surt, the divine sword calderas was his most outstanding creation, but calderas as a sword was created exclusively for hares. With the twin swords, the story was completely different, because they did not take into account the essence of their owner at all, and were the only creations that Surt created for himself. Both swords were created only to find their owner on their own, who could master them. Davy picked up one of the swords and said that he now had an item of particular rarity in his hands, and Perserk noted that the weapon looked quite complete. The boy wiped the surface of the red sword and said that the blades were indeed not yet fully finished. Davy smiled and pointed out that they still had a few more steps to take to fully complete Cert's masterpieces. Lowering his swords, the boy said in a serious voice that they needed to find fire, but Berserk didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. The young man wrapped the swords in thick cloth and continued by saying that they needed not ordinary fire, but hotter than hot, like the sun. The boy began to reason out loud as he walked, where they could get such a flame that would be enough for the twin swords. One of the most suitable options was a special dwarven fire, which could turn anything into a molten puddle in an instant. By the next night, Berserk and Davy had arrived in his kingdom, the silhouette of the tall palace visible against the backdrop of 2 half-moons. They approached a guiding priest at the globe, who directed them to go straight along the avenue to reach the square. Davy jumped off his horse and thanked the magician for guiding them and wished them a safe journey to the capital. The boy exhaled nervously, slowly heading towards the capital and asking the she-devil what the aristocrats could have planned against him. The demoness giggled and said that he already knew everything, because even though he was told about the reward, the true plans of the aristocrats were quite obvious. She mentioned the moon grass, with the help of which the young man was able to earn an amount greater than the kingdom's annual expenses in 1 quarter. Apparently, the kingdom's aristocrats planned to persuade Davy to nationalize his enterprise and get rich at its expense. Davy looked away from how skillfully the Demon Queen could read his mind, even though he should have gotten used to it a long time ago. In truth, the young man was a little annoyed that he had attracted so much attention from the continent, even if it was a huge achievement. Davy gradually reached the capital of the Round Kingdom and entered the palace, looking around the luxurious corridor as if for the first time. His attention was drawn to a familiar voice nearby that greeted him, so the boy greeted the chief chamberlain Vespos. Vespos said proudly that the boy walking forward had grown a little in height while he was on the cursed lands. The butler maintained his typical imperturbable appearance and said that he had been informed of rumors of Davy's amazing success in foreign lands. Davy exhaled and shrugged indifferently, saying that the heavens liked him very much, so they sent him a gift. The boy decided to point out the tense atmosphere in the kingdom, to which the servants told him about the secret ledger that had surfaced. The young man was dramatically surprised by the words that His Majesty was very angry because of the rumors. So many aristocrats were sentenced to death. They decided to take a walk with Vespos, and the latter warned that the king must have already been resting, but Davy was not eager to meet his father. In fact, the young man was a little surprised by how much his father exploded from the news, even though the bomb in the form of the Marquis had originally been planted. The young man had racked his brains thinking about his father, but it seemed that he had simply endured for a very long time until the moment when he could no longer hold the rage inside. In the corridor on the other side stood another boy, who was artistically surprised by the prince's sudden appearance in the palace. Davy fell silent, his heart almost jumping into his heels, and his face suddenly tensing up along with his hands clenching into fists. A familiar man stood leaning against the door, looking slightly insolently at the first prince. The guy in the hallway grinned with a malicious smile and laughed vulgarly under his breath. Prince Callus looked at Davy with arrogant eyes and asked if his outcast brother had decided to show up. Davy was not happy about the unexpected meeting with Callus, who never changed and remained just as selfish. The boy asked Vespos to leave and leave them alone, and although he initially tried to object, the young man convinced him that everything was fine. The first prince dismissed their peculiar conflict with Callus as a minor matter, though Callus found it amusing. When the corridor finally emptied and darkened in the vile light of the night, Prince Callus loudly protested, his voice echoing. Prince Callus crossed his arms and said haughtily that Davy had only managed to achieve one thing, and he was already acting like a badass. There was clearly poison of envy pouring from his mouth, because he never stopped talking for a second about how the young man was simply lucky. Davy immediately breathed a sigh of relief, because he never would have thought that Callus was so sad that he dedicated an entire speech to his envy. Olron began to hit back and say that he most likely simply did not appreciate his work and continued to hide behind the queen's skirt. Davy's words made Callus very angry and he tried to grab him by the collar, but the former stepped back. Prince Barrietta tried to accuse the boy of being arrogant, but Davy slapped him on the arm and replied that Callus was the only one of them who was arrogant. Snatching his hand back, Callus listened nervously as Davy spoke about how he was constantly showered with praise and began to live in empty-headed illusions. Davy chuckled and said that if a man is stupid and can only suck on a silver spoon, then only ingenuity can save him. Callus was only further enraged by the first prince's provocative words, and he swung at him again, this time with his fist. The boy thought, and realized that there was no point in proving anything to Callus, since he didn't even think twice before shooting him 6 years ago. Davy initially wanted to avoid a fight, but after just thinking about what happened, anger somehow took hold of him, and he decided to respond to the fist flying at him. Olron quickly reacted to Callus's blow, grabbing his arm and throwing him over his shoulder in a flat spot. Callus didn't even have time to react to the guy's dodge, landing head first on the floor with an uncontrollable scream. There was an unpleasant crash, and Prince Barrietta lay on the floor, listening to how his statements had defamed the honor of the king himself. Davy lifted his leg over his head and said that Callus should at least show a little honor instead of screaming about how others were taking away his happiness. Olron decided to remind him one last time that he was still the prince of the kingdom, and half of the blood in his body belonged to his majesty. The guy didn't stand on ceremony and pressed his leg to Callus's chest, painfully pressing on him with his weight as he screamed. Prince Barrietta leaned on the floor and trembled when Davy asked if it hurt, as if trying to remind him of how he had put an arrow in his back. Davy was about to start reading another speech, trying to remember the wise words of one of the books about youth. After a moment's thought, the boy decided to change his mind because in Callus's case, such children should be raised with a fist, not a kind word. From the pain, tears came to Callus's eyes, and he looked with fear at Davy, who suddenly fell silent and was planning something bad. Davy calmly walked up to the boy, sat down next to him, and gave him a hard flick on the forehead, which sent him flying backwards. Callus seemed to suddenly have his speech taken away, and he simply opened his mouth, falling to the floor with a furious expression on his face. That was until a loud roar echoed throughout the hallway, one that was about to blow out the windows due to how high it was. Callus fell to the floor, shaking like a wet dog who had fallen into a cold puddle in winter, coughing from Davy's sudden blow. He looked uncertainly at Olron with tears in his eyes and a bloody nose and asked what had come over him. Davy lowered his eyebrows and asked if he wanted to get punched in the face again, but Callus jumped and stood up in fear. He started to run away, jumping away from Davy on one leg and shouting after him that soon he would take everything that belonged to him and take his place. Davy felt a little sad that Callus was offended by one flick, and the Demon Queen also thought the move was cheap for a final one. The boy's face broke into a devilish smile, and he mumbled that it wasn't just a flick and that he had been a little naughty as always. Davy had a hard time keeping his sly expression down and started to chuckle vulgarly, while Perserk looked at him awkwardly with disgust. The girl trembled and asked him to stop smiling so creepily, which made the guy shudder and blink his eyes quickly. The young man felt ashamed after the devil's comment, but it seemed to him that he had already gotten rid of all his bad habits. The Demon Queen looked at the fleeing Callus and asked what Davy did to him with his final attack. A hair fell from Callus's head, and Davy replied that he had cast the worst curse in the world on him, one that could not be removed even by magic, and one would not wish on one's worst enemy. Perserk lowered her eyebrows, unimpressed, and asked what that could possibly be, but he interrupted her and wanted to add something else. Davy added that he had one more surprise for Callus, which they would be able to enjoy to the fullest at tomorrow's meeting. As it turned out, the meeting in the boardroom took place the next day, and the most important figures in the kingdom gathered around a huge table. The palace officials were eagerly discussing the amazing business of trading moongrass and the benefits it could bring to their kingdom. One of the participants in the meeting suggested developing their enterprise in order to supplement the capital of each Rauna territory. The king began to sternly explain something to the aristocrat, who suddenly exclaimed, "But a person far removed from politics would hardly have understood anything from what he said." Perserk exhaled heavily, saying with annoyance in her voice that they had completely forgotten about the owner of the enterprise, about whom they had been talking so heatedly. She glanced at the empty seat, noting that Marquis Failtrees hadn't even come to the meeting, most likely not even wanting to argue with the greedy aristocrats. Davy remained silent and listened to the conversation of the people from above, while the she-devil commented unrestrainedly on the unhappy future of the country. The boy suddenly spoke, and to the girl's great surprise, suggested trying to open a restaurant business, since food and drink were also very profitable. The only problem was that Davy couldn't cook because there were no cooks in the Gallery of Heroes. When the noise in the hall became simply unbearable due to endless debates and disorderly discussions, the king raised his hand and asked for silence. When everyone had become quiet, The king began to speak and suggested that they should first reward Prince Davy, who had brought glory to their kingdom. Crianes Olron praised his son for his courage and adaptation to the lands in such difficult conditions, and Davy stood up and said that he was simply doing his duty. The king looked at the prince with pride in his eyes and described that his achievements had been achieved over decades, so he was ready to fulfill his every wish. Davy thought about it. He had dozens of angry aristocrats chained to him, which meant his request could easily be rejected. So the prince decided to take a different approach and said that the reward was very respectful, and he needed some time to think about it. Having read the boy's thoughts, the Demon Queen approved of his tactics and even called his strategy a wise decision. As soon as the conversation shifted from the topic of Davy for a second, the aristocrats continued their verbal slaughter about the benefits of trade. Perserk looked awkwardly at the aristocrats, who were displaying fabulous impudence and talking about the moon grass as if it were their own. Duke Barrietta intervened in the conversation with a cold voice, saying that they needed to check something first. The head of the aristocracy rose from his seat and walked closer to the table, limping on his metal cane. He stopped and said in a hoarse voice that, despite the general attitude towards the enterprise, it needed to be probed from the very depths. In just 1 second, under the impressive influence of Duke Barriette, the discussion changed the topic to ways to use the moongrass for the benefit of the kingdom. One of the nobles wanted to make an argument, but Duke Barrietta, as if he had not heard it, continued that it was low of them not to ask the opinion of Davy, who owned the business. Those present fell into silence and tried to talk their way out of it, but the influential man interrupted them again, asking if they considered their status to be higher than that of a member of the royal family. He continued to attack them with rhetorical questions, this time asking whether they were willing to give up their property for the development of the country, since they argued so fiercely. Duke Barrietta forced the aristocrats to admit their mistake by saying that the decision still remained with Prince Davy, and there was nothing for them to discuss here. The Demon Queen was slightly surprised that the representative of the duchy was trying to help Davy, but it seemed more like he was being bullied. The man added that if the kingdom tries to force its rules on the enterprise, then trade could end for both Raun and Heinz. When the Duke turned to Davy, he smiled wryly in response and asked if the man was trying to lead him to a more subjective point of view. Duke Barrietta smirked and adjusted his glasses, confirming Davy's question and saying that they had an important matter on their hands, so he wanted to sign a temporary peace with the prince. As Davy had expected, the Duke was merely feigning concern and honesty as he changed the subject and reached inside his cloak. From there, the Queen's representative pulled out another letter with the seal of another kingdom, reporting a message from the High Priest of the sacred country of Balshasa. Davy paused warily and decided to listen carefully to what the Duke was about to put forward. The Duke opened the letter and began to read that the High Priest asked Davy to go to the Holy Land to witness the appearance of the stigmata and transfer the status of a saint. As soon as the message was heard by the people in the interview room, a riot began, and the aristocrats began to bang their fists on the table in indignation. One of them became indignant and loudly declared that Davy was the prince of their country and not an ordinary landowner, and he could not be kicked around different countries. Not all the rich men agreed with each other, and some argued that the prince had every right to travel to countries that were related to the kingdom. It became very noisy. The aristocrats began to argue with each other about the message, and over time the debate turned into an exchange of curses. Davy decided to intervene in the conversation and ask why the appearance of the stigmata was such an important reason and what benefit the title of saint would give him. Duke Barrietta smoothed the envelope indifferently and asked Davy to look deeper, reminding him of the responsibilities of the royal family. He looked at the guy with malicious eyes and said that he should not refuse the sacred country, which would remember his choice for a long time. Davy had to keep quiet, for he knew full well that their influence across the continent would be greatly diminished if the sacred country remained dissatisfied. Then the question arose among the aristocrats as to what would happen to the enterprise if the manager were to be in another place. The Duke looked away and said haughtily that if the Lord was lost, no one would be able to do business on the lands of the Haines, which meant that the prince could be relieved of his rights as a landowner. That's when everything became clear, and Davy again saw those same fierce looks from the rich people at the table, who were as insatiable as always. Of course, after such news, they were overwhelmed by a new wave, and they again felt themselves above everything, already singing songs about the appointment of a new lord. Davy was intrigued by the sudden turn of events and the aristocrats' attempts to seize the tasty plunder, while Perserk called their logic strange. After this, it became clearer to the boy why the Duke had not made the enterprise state-owned from the start. He had been waiting for the moment when it would be possible to install a new head. But even after all this, Duke Barrietta did not finish his move and continued by saying that the lands of Haines were at the peak of development, and an experienced person should stand behind them. Duke Barrietta finally came to the culmination of his plan and began to say that they had only one possible candidate for the role of owner of the lands. Of course, as expected, it was Prince Callus himself, at the mere sight of whom the aristocrats howled in admiration and began to whisper. Davy felt that this could happen because handing over the business to Callus could mean his complete connection with the Queen, who would appropriate all the profits for herself. Duke Barrietta proved to be much more cunning than other, less educated people in power, so he was able to manipulatively push through a plan that would please all the rich people. And here, Callus's words about taking everything that belonged to Davy became much more understandable. Prince Callus couldn't help but glance at the humiliated boy, giving him an arrogant and pompous look from his emerald eyes. Davy was silent, as if trying not to show any emotions ahead of time, since he didn't have any available arguments yet. Prince Callus knelt before the king and bowed his head, seeking his permission to become the new lord of the cursed lands. He seemed to be deliberately holding back the intrigue in front of Davy, smiling and giggling quietly in anticipation. Prince Callus raised his head and in a solemn voice uttered a single sound, KWA. Literally like a toad, right? The sweet and triumphant speech in his head evaporated in an instant, and such silence passed through the entire hall that one could hear the whistling of the wind outside the windows. The Queen's son immediately began to scream loudly throughout the hall, unable to understand why he could not get a single word out. Silence, in which one could only hear the nervous exhalations of Callus, who shamefully stared at the ground and could not say anything. The king pursed his lips and his eyes were invisible. He was clearly very angry and offended by such pompous insolence on the part of Prince Barriette. The crowd of other aristocrats also fell silent and simply stared at Callus with their mouths open. The silence would have continued like this if the Demon Queen hadn't let out a barely audible chuckle on Davy's shoulder, who was holding back a smile. Prince Callus's face was covered in a thick layer of pink blood, and he began to stutter, trying to come up with some kind of excuse on the fly. Callus swallowed nervously and tried to gather the strength to apologize and quickly make up for his humiliating failure. But as soon as he tried to open his mouth and say something again, all he could produce was the shrill cry of a crow. The aristocrats were even more stunned when the boy began to cackle loudly and jump around like a chicken on a farm. Perserk really enjoyed watching the disgraceful show, and she burst into loud laughter as if she had never seen anything funnier in her life. She continued to laugh and slap her sharp heels painfully against Davy's knee, who said that wasn't even the most interesting part. Duke Barrietta looked at Callus with indignation and asked why the hell he started making jokes at such a crucial moment, but the boy could only awkwardly cover his mouth. The crow's cries continued, and judging by the Duke's offended expression, through the cawing, he probably heard curses directed at himself. The king slammed the table hard and asked how his frightened adopted son dared to engage in such offensive behavior in the middle of the meeting. Callus shouted back to his adoptive father that he would never dream of dishonoring his honor, but his words were interrupted by the usual croaking. Prince Barrietta froze and was unable to utter a word. His comedy act of imitating animals was getting out of control. The king was furious and felt as if he could just break loose and leave the room at any moment, saying that he didn't want to hear anything. He waved his hand and ordered Callus to leave immediately, shouting for the guards to take away their disobedient son. Callus froze in horror and began to tremble nervously when the king ordered him to be locked in his chambers and forced to repent until the very end. The queen's son tried to break free from the tight grip of the guards, who were not allowing the cackling boy to go unpunished for his shameless behavior. The king exhaled nervously and looked away from Callus, who was now tearing his voice apart and literally barking at him. Perhaps the sounds of a dog suited the young prince well, because he really did behave like a dog on a chain. Callus screamed to let go and disobeyed the hands of the guard, stopping him, then jerked his head so hard that even his beret fell off. The beret flew over the frozen aristocrats, who again froze in horror and found themselves chained to the floor. When they finally began to think that things could not get any worse or more shameful, their eyes widened again, and they could only stare. The demon queen covered her mouth in shock and looked at the picture in front of her, only now realizing what kind of curse Davy had placed on Callus. Davy drawled that his curse was indeed the worst, and he certainly didn't envy the desperate Callus. The bald spot on top of Callus's head reflected the rays of light from above, revealing that the curse was actually baldness. Davy couldn't help but notice that his brother had now truly become a sunface, as the fanatics of the duchy liked to call him. It looks like this was the end of Prince Callus as the new landowner, because after this he will have a long time to restore his reputation. On the floor lay the boy's beret, and next to it were fallen locks of thick hair, which were now completely useless. Davy sat behind Duke Barriette and grinned widely as he noted that a prince as disorderly as Callus was not fit to own land. Duke Barriette involuntarily looked back at Davy with his dumbfounded eyes, as if he suspected something. The boy smiled at the man of status and pretended that he was just a lucky observer of the unfortunate scene. After a few seconds of deep silence, the boy again began to address Duke Barriette with one question. Since Davy was now on the receiving end of retribution, he decided to ask the Duke since when his voice had become more important than the king's word. Duke Barriette looked away and muttered something under his breath, saying that he did not understand what he was talking about. The boy decided to ask the question differently, and asked if he considered his word to be the most important. But the Duke began to justify himself and say that the prince had misunderstood everything. Duke Barriette replied that he was only acting in the interests of their state. But the young man rebuffed his argument by asking why even his majesty did not know about the strange letter. The man then fell silent, but Davy still had something to say, so he began to move closer. The guy pointed at all the aristocrats present in the hall and asked why the Duke had the same opinion as the local rich people. The Duke tried to correct the prince and order him to watch his words, but the young man did not even listen and began to quote the expression to the man. "The owner hasn't even thought about selling the cow yet, and the other one is already by the horns." But the Duke didn't take the guy's sarcasm seriously and, with lowered eyebrows, asked what he was getting at. Davy snapped and held his hand out indignantly, asking if he was going to avoid the subject of discussion with endless questions. The boy looked sad and began to sing with annoyance about how Duke Barriette was ready to sell him, the first prince, to the holy country and give his people away for profit. The Queen's representative fell silent when Davy told him that he was no different from other greedy aristocrats. The Duke changed the subject and asked the boy how he was going to resolve the issue with the holy country, to which the boy shrugged and said that he would settle the problem personally. The king asked the boy with interest if he had come up with something, and Davy began to tell him that people also lived in the sacred country, just like in their kingdom. The boy looked at the pearl he had brought with him and rightly remembered the priest of the sacred country, who was as understanding a person as the others. The sphere itself started to work and began to glow with a heavenly hue. From it came a friendly voice of a man who clearly recognized Davy. As it turned out, Davy had called the budget management department of the holy country itself, and the non-existent phone was picked up by a curly-haired guy named Vicar Bellium. Davy addressed the man through the sphere and apologized for the unexpected call, confidently preparing to begin recounting his list of questions. The Duke and the other aristocrats tensed when the boy decided to ask the vicar what decision the department had come to regarding his lands. The boy proudly raised his head up to the enthusiastic comments of those present about the unexpected guest from the holy country at their meeting. Davy explained that even if a country was incredibly remote and had sacred status, it still had the same people living there as any other. The high priest was already much more influential than the king of the small kingdom, but Day went even further and contacted the ruler of the sacred country. As Vicar Bellium reported, the ruler of the sacred country, the priest Mulus, acted arbitrarily and promised not to send the boy any more problematic letters. Of course, no one could speak out against the will of the great priest, so the meeting was quickly ended with an open ending. When Davy returned to his chambers, he thanked Vicar Bellium, who had successfully helped them end the meeting in his favor. The curly-haired, freckled boy became embarrassed and said that it would have been a great honor for them to see the prince in person, but fate had not worked out as it should. Davy hoped for a long-term partnership with their department, and even made a deal that if he, the owner of the Hines lands, disappeared, the cultivation of moongrass would cease. The vicar wanted to tell the boy something, but he already knew about the conditions, and immediately replied that he would prepare a special volume of goods for their country. The curly-haired boy in the sphere was very happy when he heard that Davy was going to cultivate a separate field for them and grow moongrass for them. In essence, such a deal was no better than the typical aristocratic entanglements and stood out for its greed, but Davy didn't care. As the saying goes, if you want special treatment, you have to give something in return, but the boy's venture was planned for this purpose from the very beginning. If everyone got stuck in his swamp, then no one would blame anyone else. So Davy was perfectly okay with wallowing in the mud as long as it was tinted gold. The boy leaned back in his chair and playfully talked about how easy it was to run a business, as if he hadn't been sweating it out the night before per circ, trying to come up with this plan. As soon as the guy finished one conversation, another one was already asking to join him, where he was met by Amy screaming in fear. The maid hugged the pearl and childishly begged for it to be saved, while the chief chamberlain calmed her down in the background and jokingly expressed indignation at its fragility. The Lord Chamberlain leaned over to the sphere and apologized to the prince for their rather unsightly appearance, to which Davy laughed amiably and praised him for his hard work training Amy. The butler was concerned about how the boys' meeting had gone, and he replied that although there had been some pitfalls, they had done a brilliant job. The chief chamberlain said that many of the guests were temporarily camping, but since they had recently received permission, they would begin building new buildings. The only problem was still the landscaping. It was all about the sketches that Davy had given them. They were too difficult to bring to life. Davy knew that even though he had saved the dying lands and freed himself from outside interference, it was only the beginning and the place still needed to improve. Now the guy had to think, because in the long term they would need more than 10 years to fully restore the capital. Money was not an issue here. Davy looked up dreamily and said that it was time for them to start a second business since they had nowhere to invest their money. The butler and the girl looked at Davy with interest when he suggested opening a business with the help of one efficient family on the continent. The boy smiled. This plan really was similar to the exchange of corn for a diamond he had mentioned earlier. The risks of such an undertaking were low, but the price and the result were incredibly high, and it consisted of boulders. Davy set out on his journey, once again venturing beyond the capital's borders to a less secluded location. The accompanying guy on the horse turned to the prince and said that they were just a little way from the lands of the Golden Boulder tribe. The boy gripped the horse more tightly and nodded when his escort advised him to watch his step. The Golden Boulder tribe was located in the south of the kingdom. It was a kind of modest settlement of dwarven workers. The dwarves, who were called gnomes or dwarves in the past, despite their short stature, were extremely strong physically and very resistant to heat. They were called the Iron Race. Unlike the elves, whose existence many even doubted, dwarves usually live on volcanoes and rocky areas and sometimes interact with people. It so happened that the dwarves disliked all other races, so they only allowed someone of the level of the king or his representative into their tribes. This was the reward that Davy asked for during the conference, much to the surprise of many of the nobles who had expected him to demand the title of crown prince. Davy wasn't really interested in titles and positions, so he ordered something simpler, but even that had its pitfalls. As soon as the boy mentioned permission to join the tribe, the hall immediately began to exclaim that the dwarves were unreliable, and it was impossible to work with them. Many considered Davy's request to be alarming to the dwarves, who already disliked humans. Even the king, albeit more politely, tried to explain the problematic nature of the creatures. Davy's father wanted to suggest that he think about his desire better, but Davy was fine with it, because after all it was his choice, and he was responsible for it. Even after he had proven his competence, he still received wary and angry glances from the aristocrats. The Demon Queen danced on Davy's hair in anticipation and jokingly imitated the aristocrats who were probably wondering what Davy had planned. Percirc chuckled and said that in her eyes everything looked exactly like that, to which the boy laughed and replied that she had a good eye. Davy even felt a little sorry for the companions who were assigned to accompany them in order to observe the behavior of the dwarves. The boy couldn't do without his ordinary plans, so he planned to arrange something in the tribe. As expected, upon entering the huge fortress wall, they were met by a stern voice that ordered them to stop. The guide replied that he and the prince had come from the kingdom of Raun and wanted to ask permission to enter the tribe. The dwarf sentry Gert snorted and looked sternly at the arriving guests, saying that he had not been warned at all about guests from the other side of the continent. Davy jumped off his horse and introduced himself to the short man, saying that he had come with a profitable proposition for both of them. Gert glanced at the cart behind them and looked around it curiously from all sides. The dwarf sentry crossed his arms, saying that since the prince himself had come, they had to let them through, even though he had warned them about the state of the tribe, in which they could not make deals. Davy was a little surprised, since he hadn't heard much about the tribe's problems, but Gert shrugged and said that his job was simply to let them pass. The gate opened, and the short guard asked them to leave their horses outside, because there was little room in the tribe for such animals. As was expected of any dwarven tribe, the place itself looked like a huge mine, which was located in the very depths of the cave. Davy's companions from the Round Kingdom were discussing the dwarven equipment with surprise, which was surprising in its own way with its practicality. In the middle of a residential settlement, a waterfall formed in the form of a mine, which almost seemed surreal in such a place. The main building of the tribe was not particularly luxurious, and looked more like an ordinary dwarven house, but larger in size. Davy was led to the elder who was already waiting for him, and along the way he had to hunch over a lot because of the very small entry windows. It was surprisingly empty inside, and in the middle of the conference hall there was one huge round table, behind which sat a dwarf elder. The 8th village elder, Golda, looked away and didn't even look at his guest, showing with just his facial expression how indifferent he was to this meeting. Davy looked around and was noticeably surprised that only one representative of several elders had come to meet him. The young man tried to gather his will into a fist and enter the conversation from the first step to successfully suppress the tense atmosphere. The boy began to greet himself with a common expression in the tribe and introduce himself, which immediately caught the dwarf's attention. The elder was surprised and noted that the man from distant lands knew about the rules of dwarven etiquette, but the young man noted that he could not show disrespect to the leader himself. Golda looked at the boy with interest, and with more open eyes, asked him to sit down opposite him to discuss the problem. Gesturing to the other empty chairs at the table, the elder explained that all the other elders of the tribe were too busy to come. The dwarf asked the boy to explain what he wanted to do within their tribe's borders, but Davy noted that his last regular deal was with the kingdom. Davy moved closer and admitted that his reasons for approaching the tribe were actually somewhat personal. The boy mentioned his cart, which contained several barrels filled with barley beer and meat. This news made the elder very happy, and he joyfully began to sing that it was a pleasure for him to do business with such knowledgeable people who knew about their love for alcohol. The atmosphere dropped slightly when Golda mentioned that their tribe was in a very critical situation to fulfill the kingdom's condition. Davy asked what he meant, but the dwarf dodged the question and said that it was not worth it for those passing by to know all the information. The elder shook his head with concern and continued that he had no right to tell more and could only allow the prince to stay for a few days to rest. His voice became more stern, and he stood up with threatening words so that they would not try to do anything strange. He pointed his finger at Davy and the guards behind him, adding that if they behaved inappropriately, they would be forced to exile them. Davy didn't expect everything to happen so quickly, and one of the guards even started to take out his sword, but the boy stopped him. The dwarf walked past the boy and said in a stern voice that he would be forced to take his leave first. The boy inadvertently became interested to see what the departing elder was thinking about, so he cast a glance at him with his red eyes. After checking the information, Davy saw that in fact the elder did not leave out of evil motives, but was simply forced to end the meeting by order of the senior dwarves. The dwarf inadvertently thought that people had not come to their settlement for a long time, so he would be interested in working with them and felt an interest in Davy. But what struck the guy most was Golda's idea that he wanted to take part in the work and study the secondary tempering of the initial spark, the dwarven non-cutting sword. One day, Surt recalled out loud that he once had the chance to work with the dwarves and make weapons. From his memory, it was a long time ago, so at that time he lacked the skill to forge something worthwhile. The green-haired blacksmith could only remember how he drank furiously with the dwarves every night. The feast was in its own way the best part of the process. The demon queen wondered how incredible the initial spark was, and Davy noted that it was truly unusual for humans. Sitting in a rather modest room resembling a cell, Davy admitted that he did not expect to hear about the spark, but Perserk found his gaze suspicious. Davy looked away and recalled that the initial spark was also commonly referred to as the uncut sword in dwarven society. He said that the original spark was created by Surt in tandem with talented dwarves. It was a collaboration and exchange of talents between the two races. Although Davy didn't remember much about the non-cutting sword, he did know that the blade was somehow connected to Surt, who mentioned drinking more than forging. The boy looked at his wrapped twin swords and noted that the non-cutting sword could in many ways be called a kind of prototype. The guy didn't mince words and compared the dwarf blade with Caldera's himself, which, although different, had a very similar operating principle. The non-cutting sword was created using a special processing method using mana, and the approach combined several principles at once, making the weapon unique. As Davy reasoned, such an approach could only be arrived at by discarding all previous knowledge, so ordinary dwarves were not capable of forging such things themselves. The prince stretched, and with a slight crunch of bones, suggested that the demon queen begin to move a little. The boy approached the door and cast a relaxed look at Perserk, with which he was inviting her to wake up. People around him thought that Davy visited the dwarven settlement for the technology or to use the dwarven labor force, but in fact, this was not the case. The boy's real target was the great furnace of the dwarves, which was created by intensifying the race's advanced technologies. The demon queen shook her head and thought, because they would never let the prince just use their golden cow. Davy looked up at the sky and said that he had his own plan and Perserk shouldn't worry. Usually, dwarven taverns were never empty, because a real dwarf should always know a thing or two about a good drink. Elder Golda looked at Davy suspiciously, sipping beer from a large wooden mug. The boy smiled at the dwarf and said that he himself had not expected that the elder, overwhelmed by work, would find time to rest a little. Golda snorted loudly and said that any task deserved rest, and then he lowered his eyes and said in a hoarse voice that all the elders had been dismissed anyway. The boy moved closer and sat down at the same table with the dwarf, offering him a glass each. Davy leaned over and whispered that he would very much like to try some of the strong dwarven alcohol he had heard about. The other dwarves noticed the human boy's boldness and laughed, saying that he was asking for trouble if he was willing to burn his kidneys with their beer. One of them playfully banged a mug of blue-tinted beer and playfully yelled to the waiter that the man wanted to try their beer. All those present, having heard about the guy's audacity, began jumping around him with interest and calling him insanely brave right under his ear. Dwarves were usually fairly quiet creatures, but a little drink, and they were capable of rendering a person deaf. The waiter banged 2 wooden mugs loudly on the table and turned to the seated Davy. The dwarf waiter worriedly told Davy that their beer was incredibly strong, and there was no point in comparing it with regular alcohol. The boy looked at the glass of strong beer, which others said was so strong that it could make the human body violently ill. The young man grabbed the mug and began to gulp down the beer inside at once, to the delighted exclamations of the gambling gnomes. Davy slammed his mug down on the table, and all the dwarves nearby were in complete delight, howling and jumping at the sight. Other drunks started approaching him and asking if he was okay, holding up a few fingers in front of his face. Although Davy called the swill good for the sake of the role, he told Perserk that in reality it tasted like pure alcohol, very bitter. The demon queen was even more surprised when the guy insisted and continued to drink actively solely because he needed to play the role of a drunkard. The dwarves loved alcohol and gambling more than anything else in the world, so the boy loudly slammed his glass on the table and turned to the elder. Elder Golda stared at the boy in amazement when he offered to make a bet with him. A self-confident grin appeared on his face, and he replied that he agreed, because the dwarves could never refuse a man who knew how to celebrate. Golda yelled that he was going to pay for everyone's drinks, and asked to bring the prince any beer he asked for. Several mugs of beer were placed in front of Davy, but the elder noted that, although he did not feel sorry for the stake, the situation of their village was very difficult. The dwarf set the conditions that if Davy won, with a chance of 1 in 10,000, he would fulfill the boy's wish, but if he won, the boy would have to leave the tribe. Davy smiled drunkenly when the dwarf asked them not to take his bets to heart, since their country's situation was indeed difficult. They loudly banged their beer mugs together, and a brutal battle between alcohol and gastric juice began. The two competed all night until the tavern was empty, and Golda was clutching his head as a result of a not very pleasant hangover, telling the boy to keep his voice down. The dwarf muttered under his breath that he had been drinking all his life, but he couldn't believe that he would ever lose to a normal person, to which Davy replied that anything can happen in life. In fact, the boy simply could not get drunk due to the huge concentration of mana in his body, which is why Perserk called him a real swindler. The girl shook her head awkwardly and said that the boy had outdone himself when he continued to drink with the dwarves even after the victory. And all this was thanks to one of the heroes who united the central lands of the Murim, otherwise known as Chonma Dokojun. It seems he was greatly feared in their world, and even Saint Daphne, another unfortunate drunkard, ordered Davy never to drink with him. The whole problem was that as he was learning, drinking with the old man became a completely normal thing for Davy. If they did train, then every new technique Dokojun had to celebrate with a glass of flaming alcohol. It was not difficult to guess that the hero simply took advantage of the opportunity to drink when there was one, and he could always find one. At the same time, he also liked to blackmail Davy and say that if he passed out from a bottle of alcohol, the boy would have to run around the gallery 100 times in 100 days. Only now did it begin to seem to the boy that the hardest part of the process was actually drinking with him, not training. So the dwarven alcohol was like zilch. Golda groaned quietly under his breath and said that an argument was an argument, so he would be forced to fulfill any wish of the prince. The boy decided to ask about the original spark, which caused the elder to grunt even louder and mumble that some idiot had told his secret. Golda began to tell that they had a problem and the old non-cutting sword broke, but the details of the story were quite mystical. He explained that their sword had been passed down through the tribes in succession, and in their generation the responsibility had been placed on the shoulders of his father. Due to the premature death of Golda's father, care of the sword now fell to the elder himself and his brother Golgoda. Davy found it very suspicious that the sword had broken at such an inopportune time, but the dwarf wondered if the boy really only wanted to know about the sword. Golda relaxed a little and said that the guy could ask him anything he wanted. Davy thought that the dwarves had a mentality where they reciprocated goodwill with goodwill, even if it was in the form of a greeting or a drink. The boy sent the dwarf a kind smile and said that his blacksmithing skills were rather poor, but he would like to try. Politely returning to the subject of the sword, Davy asked the dwarf if he could personally look at the broken sword, purely out of scientific interest. The work in the forge was in full swing, and the sounds of hammer blows could be heard everywhere, and the steel cast irons were filled one after another with a new portion of hot lava. This is what the central workshop of the Golden Boulder Dwarf tribe looked like, where work never stopped for a second. The dwarves were talented in their own way, and although their mechanisms were somewhat different from human creations, they were still quite impressive. The Demon Queen admired the amazing structures the dwarves had built, and Davy noted that the power was simply incredible for a force that wasn't mana or alchemy. As soon as the man entered the shorty's work complex, shouts were immediately heard, which clearly reproached poor Golda. As expected, many of the dwarves did not trust the humans, and would never have let them in if it weren't for the influence of the elder, towards whom they were already very angry. Davy rolled his eyes and even felt ashamed of himself while Golda asked them not to worry, although he did not expect such a violent reaction from his fellow tribesmen. Then another man, suspiciously similar to Golda, would join the conversation with a calmer but no less stern voice. Golgoda, the brother of the 8th elder, was much larger than his twin, and accordingly occupied the first place among the local leaders. Golda did not put on any show, and with a shameful sigh admitted that he had lost the argument to the man and was forced to bring the prince to the forge. The other dwarves continued to be indignant, but Golgoda remained silent and simply cast a disapproving glance at his brother. Golda began to claim that he was no longer drunk and asked them to trust him and the boy, putting his place as elder on the line. Golgoda kept staring at his brother, and it seemed that at any moment he could simply pounce on him with a loud scream. Silence fell, and Golda and Davy froze in anticipation of what the first elder would say. Golda's brother gripped the hammer tightly in his hand and let out a very deep breath through his lips, growling slightly hoarsely. He turned away angrily and went back to work, telling the other dwarves that they had a lot of work to do and Golda could do whatever he wanted. The dwarven workers still tried to protest the elder's decision to ignore it, but Golgoda said that his brother was also an elder and had the right to make decisions. Golgoda looked back at the prince, who corrected him with his name and was the first to correct himself, addressing him as Davy. The first elder pointed his hammer sternly at the boy, saying that he was ready to let them in, but if he did something stupid, he would immediately smash his head. Davy smiled and nodded in understanding as the workers continued to grumble and swear through the hammer blows. The great sword was 2 meters long, and although it was called that, its size was too huge, so it was nicknamed the non-cutting sword. From the outside, it might seem that the relationship between the dwarves at work was somewhat disrespectful, with foul language escaping from their lips. For some reason, Davy now suspected why the sword was broken, since there seemed to be no respect for each other in the workplace among the dwarves. The boy silently watched the process, and the Demon Queen noticed his strange look and asked why he was staring so intently at the hot metal. Many of the dwarves looked at the broken sword as if it were a tragic memorial, and Davy felt even sadder at the fact that they couldn't fix it. The sword that did not cut had the same method of processing as Caldera's, but since it was never completed, it could grow old and gradually die, no matter how sad it was. Sparks flew across the steel as the dwarves desperately tried to fix the ruined texture of the broken masterpiece. Golgotha never stopped working for a second, which caused some workers to become uneasy and look with concern. But he did not stop, and continued to beat under the words of those who said that the elder himself could bring them into trouble with his efforts. There was bickering all over the place, and Davy pointed out that the workers would never get anywhere if they worked so hard, but not as a team. The other dwarves flinched when they heard the harsh voice at the entrance to the forge calling them the damned Golden Boulder Dwarves. An unexpected guest was a dwarf from the Black Boulder tribe, Troz, who simultaneously laughed at them and scolded them for breaking the historical sword. The blue-bearded dwarf looked at Golgotha with disapproval, saying that he had broken a sacred thing and was indifferent, and yet he had thought that the idea was bad from the very beginning. Troz tried to convince them to give the sacred sword to the Black Boulder so that the masters of their tribe could show them how to handle cultural treasures. This made the forge workers even more angry, and they angrily attacked the dwarf from another tribe who was mocking them. The conversation was obviously between Troz and Golgotha, as both completely ignored the angry dwarves nearby. When Troz mentioned that the Golden Boulder hadn't made any progress for a long time, the elder couldn't stand it any longer, and loudly hit his sword with his hammer. The blue-bearded dwarf laughed and crossed his arms, telling their tribe not to desecrate the sacred sword again. Golgotha was silent, but there was a sparkling anger on his face as he continued to mention that all the tribes did not want to trust the sword to the Golden Boulder. Troz ended by saying that they shouldn't take their words to heart, and that they just wanted to give the uncut sword to someone with some conscience. The hammer continued to strike, and each blow seemed to be Golgotha's own way of venting his anger without using offensive words. The dwarf from the neighboring tribe seemed more like a bully when he mentioned that if Golgotha's father had lived, the sword would still be intact. Golgotha stopped and fell to the ground, powerlessly letting go of the hammer from his hands, causing even Troz to fall silent. The hammer fell to the ground with the sound of breaking metal along with a few drops of hot sweat. Troz snorted and called the sight before him shameful. There was nothing else to look at when Golgotha suddenly stopped working. Golgotha was silent, but tears came to his eyes, although he was still very angry, and Troz ordered his tribesmen to take the sword. The dwarves from the neighboring tribe picked up the sword by its blade and were about to carry it to a safer place. Davy walked up to the weakened first elder and silently picked up his hammer from the ground. He looked at Golgotha and the hammer, then whispered if there was something he could ask the elder. The boy looked at the elder, slightly taken aback, and asked if the dwarves of their tribe were considered masters, but he was perplexed. The dwarves from the neighboring tribe began to mock Golgotha for communicating with a human, and they let random passers-by into the workshop. Davy stood in front of his brothers and covered them, even though they asked him to step aside and not interfere in their personal wars between tribes. The boy began to quote Cert, saying that a master must feel the spirit of every created thing and respect it. He looked at the elder and said that he could not handle the sword because he ignored his will and struck mindlessly over and over again. The prince swung the hammer in his hand and struck the sword loudly, sending golden sparks flying everywhere. The workers looked nervously at the guy who imagined himself a master and was now indignant that the sword was too worn out and unfit for use. The dwarves tried to approach the boy, asking how he was going to answer for his damage to the sword. While they were threatening to send a complaint to the kingdom, Davy asked if the elder had really tried to fix the sword. Golgotha had no doubts and naturally nodded towards the guy, but he asked why the elder cared more about preserving his pride then. The first elder hesitantly tried to refute Davy's words, but the boy only replied that Golgotha himself understood everything perfectly well. The young man stroked the sword and said that the blade had lived for more than 3,000 years, but the tribe still could not let go of the poor weapon, whose life had already come to an end. Davy got angry and asked everyone present how they could treat something that had become their emotional support like that. and then call themselves masters. He turned to the dwarves and angrily asked, since when they allowed themselves to behave so lowly in front of the dead. It was not a game. Davy was really very angry, looking at how the heirs of its creators treated the treasure. The dwarves were intelligent creatures, but the boy could not understand why they were so blind to see something that could no longer be repaired. Davy simply couldn't take it anymore, so he grabbed the sword tightly with one hand and swung it hard. The metallic and once divine blade flew into the red-hot furnace to the exclamations of shocked dwarves. In a matter of seconds, one of the continent's most historic swords was reduced to molten mush. Rest in peace. A terrible scream echoed throughout the workshop from several hundred dwarves who had just let the guy destroy their treasure. As Surt himself said, at least a piece of soul must be put into everything created by a master. A man who neglects the rule of art from the heart has no right to be called a master. Then Surt told Davy that if he met such an insincere person, he should break his skull without mercy. The red-hot furnace burned with an oppressive flame, and the remains of the sword evaporated in endless tongues of heated air. It was already too late to do anything, and the dwarves could only sadly watch the artifact burning before their eyes. Some of them wept in despair, while others grabbed their tools and cursed the man they did not trust anyway. Davy looked at the fire in front of him and said in a slow tone that letting the sword die in agony was the most humane thing to do in their situation. He turned to the dwarves and gave them a stern look, ordering them to stop mocking the sacred objects like that. Of course, the sword had nothing to do with Davy, but it still angered him, and he said that among the dwarves, no one knew the true nature of their sword. The boy had to repeat once again that the life of their object had long since died out, and they were not even sure that they could recreate it. What angered him was that the dwarves themselves decided that they could not create a new sword, so they began to torture the old one, even knowing that its time was up. The workers became furious and began to get angry again at the boy for daring to doubt their skill. They would have continued shouting if they had not heard the loud ringing of a hammer from behind and the voice of the elder, who ordered them to be silent. Leaning on the handle of his hammer, Golgotha asked with despair in his voice how much more pain the prince wanted to bring them. Golgotha coughed, and other dwarves ran up to him worriedly, trying to calm their elder. The dwarves themselves must have known that the original spark was no longer alive, and there was simply no point in repairing it. But they still persisted and began to hammer away at the old sword in the hope of creating something similar, convincing themselves that the value of the item was only in its transmission through generations. And to insult one's own creation was the most terrible sin that a master could commit. Davy fell silent, not wanting to say anything, because the anger inside him was gradually turning into melancholy. Then Tros also became indignant, believing that the boy treated the situation so frivolously only because he was a human and did not understand the value of the sword. Tros also began to get angry and told the guy not to talk about them with such confidence when he himself could not create a single sacred object. Davy went silent, causing Perserk on his shoulder to say worriedly that if this continued, they might get kicked out. The boy finally spoke and told the dwarves that he never told them that he could not create swords. The dwarves fell silent, but their silence was not so much from surprise as from a feeling of disgust at the words of a man who allowed himself such insolence. Golda and Golgotha looked at the boy with both surprised and condemning looks, maintaining silence. The guy's answer surprised even the demon queen, who stared at him in bewilderment. The silence quickly broke, and the dwarves one after another became furious at the guy's statement and began foaming at the mouth to shout at him to stop lying and laughing at them. Golgotha stood up and said in a rage that the sword was the creation of Surt himself and that it could not have been created by mere effort, but Golda tried to calm him down. The boy walked up to the anvil and rubbed its surface with his palm, telling them to look and learn, to make sure his words were true. He called them old men at the end, and the dwarves fell silent, looking at what the young man was about to do. So Davy began his hard work and swung his arm and hit the anvil with a ringing force. Among all the things the boy learned in the Gallery of Heroes, there was one of the few subjects in which he barely kept up with his teacher. It turned out that all the heroes had a strange concept of love in relation to the boy, but with Surt they really worked well together. Because of this, the boy's blacksmithing skills grew at an extremely rapid pace, although of course he could never compare with the fine work of his teacher. One of Surt's training sessions was to create the unfortunate initial spark over and over again until the boy had perfected it down to the last detail. The young man picked up one solid ingot, which was clearly different from ordinary metal, despite its similar texture. The dwarves looked at the materials the prince allowed himself to use to create the sword in surprise. Moreover, the boy mixed materials like cadmium steel and misril alloy, which only the best craftsmen could handle. When the workshop workers claimed that Davy didn't even know the rules, the young man calmly replied that no one forbade him from breaking the rules. After all, the prince didn't remember any of the customs or dwarven ancestors or the blacksmith of the 1,001 Nights. The texture of the sword was covered in a beautiful glow, and Davy added that the dwarves loved the rules so much that they completely lost their soul. To create something amazing or divine, no order is needed. First of all, caution and desire are needed. The sword began to be surrounded by a bright turquoise smoke, which the dwarves almost immediately recognized as the color of the spark. Everything can change surprisingly depending on how well you manage the process, which means you can interfere with anything. The main thing is with the right approach. Rules kill creativity, and that's why even the dwarves looked at the guy's process in surprise, which seemed like sheer perversion to them. A glow began to form around the sword, and the workers gradually fell silent, looking in fascination at the boy's amazing work. Soon, the masterpiece was recreated, and barely noticeable particles from the combined materials for the sword floated in the air. On several anvils lay the familiar uncutting sword, which shone in a completely new form and no longer looked so sad. It might have seemed like the 2-meter sword was actually glowing, but it was just the result of hard work and broken rules. Davy looked at the dwarves with a tired look and asked if they liked the new sword, which made them howl in unison and widen their eyes in surprise. The dwarven workers looked at the sword with admiration, and although it clearly did not compare to the legendary original spark, it emitted the same energy. Davy was pleased to hear that even the waves on the sword seemed thicker than those on the original version, although Cert had a lot of credit for that. Perserk said that she didn't expect him to be able to create such a sword without a mana stone, but the boy replied that the dwarves could do it too if they didn't stick to the rules. The young man began to explain to the dwarves that the main thing was the veins, a structure that allowed the mana to circulate and was similar to the mana circles in the human body. Davy approached Elder Golgotha and asked him if he knew what he had done to the sword with his technique. Having answered his own question, the boy showed the dwarf the sword in more detail, telling him that thanks to the veins, the sword could independently restore the strength of the metal without mana. The Demon Queen smiled proudly, looking at the teacher Davy, saying that he had definitely managed to conquer their hearts. The dwarves looked at the glowing sword for a long time and gazed in admiration at its pure texture and amazing condition. The prince said that his work was finished and the rest was on the shoulders of the dwarven workers, but Golgotha said uncertainly that their technology was not enough to complete it. Shrugging and smiling brightly, the young man simply told the dwarves to learn how to finish the sword properly. The dwarves only rebelled more, and Golgotha asked if the boy could teach them the techniques of the ancestors and the blacksmith of the 1,001 Nights. The boy, of course, agreed, but pointed out that for such practice they would need to give something in return, and he took out the wrapped twin swords. The gnomes looked in surprise at the strange thing in Davy's hands, which was also sparkling through the fabric and trying to break out. As Davy opened the cloth, the dwarves began to admire both glowing blades inside. Perserk couldn't understand why the little guys reacted so violently to everything, and involuntarily said that at this rate, Davy would be caught insulting the shrine. An excited Golgotha approached Davy and asked what kind of swords he had brought with him, and the boy asked what he could say about them. Golgotha looked at the quality of both swords and asked in admiration if Davy had made them himself. The boy answered calmly that he was not the creator of the swords, but had come to the dwarves to complete them. Of course, the workers became interested in learning more about the master who created the sword, but the young man refused them and said that their blacksmith had long been dead. They were even more shocked when they learned that several thousand years had passed since the swords were created. This mention alone was enough for the dwarves to suspect who the true creator of the twin swords might be. Due to the swords not being touched for thousands of years, their effectiveness has increased tenfold from their original installation. The Demon Queen corrected the boy, noting that such swords became better like wine, since it took time for the swords to be processed by mana. Davy seconded that and mentioned that even his recreated original spark would also be touchable for a few months, though it was a different level of processing complexity. Of course, this was a big problem for Davy, and he could not wait so long for the sake of two swords, and Golgotha, seeing the thoughtful boy, asked about the availability of materials. At first, Davy wanted to ask them for a misril alloy himself, although he would have initially preferred some orichalcum or adamantium, which were harder to find. Golgotha thought for a moment and said that since the prince needed help, they could give him the necessary materials. The first elder offered the boy the use of his personal workshop, which would be ideal for the boy's skills. For many dwarves, a personal workshop was on the level of a sacred place, and ordinary people were not allowed to set foot there. Such was their mentality. The elder picked up a small chest to the loud exclamations of the other dwarves, to whom he had never shown his workshop. Davy and Perserk looked at Golgotha in surprise, who decided to share his unexpected generosity with them. Inside the chest was a sharp black bone, polished to the point that it shimmered and almost glowed. The demon queen didn't know the meaning of such a gesture, but Davy fell silent and simply stared at the artifact handed to him. The boy could not even imagine that he would be given something like this, because Golgotha added that in front of him was the bone of an ancient dragon of unknown origin. Such material was not sold because it was perfect and noble in its own way, passed down from generation to generation since the time of our ancient ancestors. Davy couldn't contain his excitement, because he didn't expect to see a real dragon bone in such a place. Another dwarf intervened in the conversation, loudly addressing Davy with his hand raised, calling him mentor. The prince turned his head nervously and looked at the short man, who began to argue that it would be unfair if the elder ate the whole pie. Then the gnome cheerfully declared that it would be better to go to his workshop, and the other added that he would get anything for the boy. The elder was angry because he had already set his sights on Davy as his own, so he began to argue with the others over who would get the honor of helping the prince. The gnomes began to take turns offering Davy various artifacts and amenities, some even offering him their family heirlooms. The boy began to feel a little uncomfortable when the old people surrounded him with endless gifts. Very soon, Davy's entire work area was decorated with boxes and barrels of the necessary materials. Davy even felt a bit awkward because just a couple of minutes ago he had nothing, and now the ingredients were in great demand. It was quite funny that even after all their kindness, the dwarves asked Davy if he liked the place of work and their services. Golgotha continued to flatter and said that he would gladly help Davy with the swords personally, but their order did not allow him to go that far. The boy smiled and thanked them when they said they would leave the prince to work in silence and go work on the sacred sword. Sometimes a small amount of air penetrated into the workshop, which was simply necessary to avoid dying from the heat. Davy took off his long jacket and quickly got into working order. The boy rolled up his sleeves, looked at the twin swords with a confident smile, and began to complete them. Surt's ideas were not popular with absolutely all the heroes of the gallery, for example. The Archmage Odin always opposed his crazy attacks. At such moments, the girl would run away from direct insults towards the blacksmith and instead threaten to burn Davy. Of course, in those moments, Surt always stood up for the boy, but the dwarf girl still directed her irritation towards the boy. The gallery was created by many heroes and, in essence, was supposed to represent a world for people tormented by their past lives. In the end, Odin always agreed, most likely because Surt was stubborn as a ram, and once she even helped kill a huge dragon and let the boy touch its bone. It wasn't so easy for the Archmage to take the form of a child, because as soon as the blacksmith asked her for something, she would turn into an exhausted lemon. Having obtained the bone, Surt gave it to Davy and told him that it was one of the ingredients for creating the sacred sword. He added that in real life the boy would hardly see a bone of such a size, but he needed to know how to handle it, while Odin mumbled that she would kill Davy. At that time, the boy was just furious, because he didn't understand why he needed to learn how to handle materials that he would never have to deal with. But fate smiled upon him. Blue smoke began to appear in the oven, which gradually merged with the flame and turned into turquoise breath. The workshop was starting to get hotter and hotter, and beads of sweat began to pour down Davy's face without stopping. He struck the swords with his hammer and wanted to use flame resistance magic, but he was afraid to expose himself to such a risk. So the boy simply had to keep forcing himself to pound the iron until he got it, even if he felt the killing heat all around him. The demon queen hid behind the prince's shoulder and simply watched the process of the blue and red flames merging into one. The swords touched each other, and light sparks and flickers of two opposite colors appeared near them. The cold became warm, and the warm became cold, so the picture seemed incredibly beautiful to Perserk. One sword had a color transition from dark and scarlet like blood to a pure ruby, and golden lights flickered on its blade. Davy continued to strike the swords until purple light appeared from both of them around them. As if the blue sword was a reflection of the scarlet, its blade resembled a supernova rising into the night sky. The boy was very focused and did not get distracted from the process for a second, even when Berserk made some comments. The Demon Queen smiled and was very proud, seeing the boy's concentration, which seemed simply incredible to her. Davy's eyes were literally glued to his work, and he couldn't stop. He had to finish his masterpiece. Then the final blow thundered across the steel, which was one of the final points in completing the work on the twin swords. And then came several more powerful blows, each one stronger than the previous one, causing the light from the tempering to become even brighter. The room began to fill with a blinding golden light, which in an instant made it clear that they were coming to the end. The sounds of blows stopped, and Davy, swaying nervously on his breath, released the hammer from his hands and looked ahead. Both swords lay on the anvil, the scarlet sword bloody from the fire and the blue sword icy from the cold. Surt's creation was finally finished. When comparing the swords' appearance to the way Davy found them, their completeness was very noticeable and obvious. There was only one small thing left to do, and to begin with, the boy decided to give his twin swords suitable names. Berserk smiled playfully and asked if the boy had any ideas, but the young man actually had one thought. The girl's eyes widened in interest as she leaned closer to hear the boy's proposal, who had come up with the name of those when he first saw them. Davy looked with pride at the twin swords, which were still emitting a purple light even after the process. The boy put his hand to the hilt of one of the swords and began to give them new names with intrigue. The blue sword was now called the Blue Ribbon, and the red sword was called the Red Ribbon accordingly. The red ribbon was mostly used to inevitably cut down all living things and circulate elemental mana with spirit mana. But the blue ribbon was intended for dealing with the undead and was closely associated with sacred power. The Demon Queen was not impressed and awkwardly commented on the prince's inability to give things proper names. Davy picked up one of the swords, Red Ribbon, the hilt of which from the side might have appeared bloody due to its bright red hue. The boy unceremoniously swung towards one of the mechanisms and made a huge scarlet cut in the air. It was a trial strike that left the devil a little confused, and she asked what the guy was doing. Davy remained silent and did not answer the girl's question, swinging his sword again and ordering it to cut. As soon as the guy pointed the red ribbon blade towards the mechanism again, scarlet sparks flew all over the room. The demoness flew up to the mithril whetstone, cut in half, in shock, for which the boy did not even have to make an effort. There it was, the beautiful power of two swords from one mad blacksmith, the blue half of which Davy was now stroking. Several cold cuts rushed unceremoniously across the entire workshop, seemingly bouncing off each other with their sharpness. The tip of the blue ribbon glowed blue, and dozens of small particles formed around it. The sword was so fast that it could literally turn air into tiny bubbles in a matter of seconds. The cut was more ferocious than usual and even left behind a huge, blinding light. Davy didn't know what to be happy about anymore, because the blue sword was even capable of cutting through mana, even when he simply waved it from side to side. The boy looked at the sword and examined the sharpest side of the blue ribbon blade, which could cut through things that didn't even exist in the physical world. You could tell from the guy's face that he was incredibly pleased with his work, which exceeded all his expectations. It was night outside and completely silent, because if the dwarves did anything quietly, it was sleep, provided they didn't snore, of course. Davy walked slowly down the corridor where the dwarves were peacefully snoring under their breath, their heads down in their dream worlds. One of them slowly opened his sleepy eye and immediately noticed Davy passing by. He limped slightly on one leg and approached a guy walking towards him, and the boy asked what he was doing in the hallway at such a late hour. The other dwarves rose up after him, generously answering that they were guarding their mentor so that no one would interfere with his work, naturally by sleeping soundly. Only now did Davy think about it and decided to ask how many days had passed since he started working, and in response he received an impressive 4 days. They were very worried about the boy, who hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day, and Berserk giggled ominously and said that Davy was obsessed with work to the point of madness. She leaned closer and whispered in a crazy voice that the spectacle was quite fascinating, but the prince was nervous and could not imagine what he was doing all the time. Davy blushed brightly, and his confidence was blown away as he grabbed the playful Berserk and demanded to know how he had behaved, but she continued to mock him. All 8 elders looked at the masterpiece before them in admiration and hummed to themselves in homage. The dwarves looked at the creations as if the swords were their own children and could not even hold back their tears from looking at them. It seemed to Davy that the dwarves' reaction was similar to that of deeply religious people who had finally met God, and some even began to dream of being killed by a sword. Some of the moments seemed too much even to the boy, although the Demon Queen enjoyed them, perhaps because of the embarrassment of the usually impudent Davy. The prince's creation gave the dwarves a second wind, and a week later they began to actively work on improving the original spark under the young man's wing. The guy was instructing one of the workers, saying that when working with metals stronger than mithril, it is necessary to periodically change the temperature. The boy felt like a real commander when he managed the workers and even provided moral support to them. The young man approached one of the dwarves and asked him to hit a little more gently and not to press too hard on the texture. Davy thought that it was worth the dwarves to cast aside their pride for just a second and become fired up with the desire to create, and they completely changed. Letting go of their principles and allowing themselves to fully embrace the work, the dwarves took up their hammers as if for the first time. The work lasted for days and nights, so the prince sometimes trusted the workers and went outside himself. Stretching hard, the boy groaned through his breath and yawned loudly after a rather difficult few days. The boy opened his arms and looked at the dwarven city below him, saying that the view was not bad, and there was some benefit from it. The boy really liked the view, and next to him stood the first elder, who decided to go out with him to take a little rest. Golgotha handed the young man a small glass bottle and offered him a little drink. The elder explained that the bottle contained his younger brother's favorite alcohol, and Davy thanked him and said that he liked something like that too. The older brother laughed slightly and said that he was one of the few dwarves who did not drink alcohol, but he wanted to discuss something else with Davy. Davy became nervous without noticing and began to involuntarily guess why the dwarf suddenly fell silent and began to hold back the intrigue. The guy couldn't keep quiet and quickly apologized for breaking the point stone, but the guy didn't seem to know about the incident yet, so Davy awkwardly took it back. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when the elder told the boy that he had heard about his desire to put the equipment of their lands in order. The elder put his hand on his heart and answered his own words that the dwarves always kept their word and did not forget the kindness of others. Davy seemed to see the light at the end of the tunnel, listening to Golgotha's words about how, given the boy's skills, they were ready to fulfill any of his wishes. The boy asked if they were willing to spend a lot of time on him, but Golgotha insisted and said that their tribe would follow the young man. He sat down next to the boy and swore on behalf of the entire tribe by the god of iron himself to be next to the prince and protect him. It was a beautiful moment, and Davy couldn't even say anything, just looking at the leaves flying past. But that was until he heard loud exclamations nearby. Another dwarf ran towards them anxiously, desperately calling for the first elder and waving his hand at him. Golgotha stood up and approached the gasping dwarf, asking him what had alarmed him so. He immediately shouted nervously in response that something bad had happened and some invader had brazenly attacked their village. The elder frowned in surprise, because they had lived without wars for a long time and could not imagine that someone would attack them. Golgotha thought that his protege was simply playing a cruel joke on him, but the projectile, which was heading straight towards him, did not think so. Davy quickly blocked the path in front of the elder and blocked a flying projectile that almost hit the old man. The boy looked around nervously, noticing out of the corner of his eye the object with which they were trying to attempt on the life of the head of the tribe. To the boy's great surprise, it was no ordinary dagger, and Perserk clearly had enough of the flying silhouette to recognize its scarlet texture. Just a day ago, the palace of the Round Kingdom was very noisy. Callus was practicing his voice again, but not with vocal exercises, but with screams. He threw furniture and decorations everywhere, and his maids, unaccustomed to seeing him so angry, huddled in a corner in fear. The prince's bald spot grew larger every hour, and he continued to angrily repeat the name of his half-brother. He wanted to scream at the top of his lungs how much he hated him, but instead he could only make loud animal squeals. Madness and despair come when you are not even able to calmly express your emotions and are forced to impersonate cattle. Prince Callus nervously hid his face behind his hands and swayed nervously from side to side. Prince Barrietta slowly came to a realization and looked away angrily, pressing his hand to his face. Everything finally started to come together in his head, and he realized that all the animal sounds and the bald head only appeared after his meeting with Davy. He looked at the frightened maids and said with contempt in his voice, that they too were making fun of him, although one of them tried to prove that it was not so. Callus grabbed one of the girls by the hair and squeezed it painfully in his hand, asking how dare they treat him like that. The maid screamed loudly in fear as he continued to hurt her and didn't even listen to her pleas to let her go. Callus got an unusual pleasure from hearing the desperate cries of the helpless maid, so he could only smile from ear to ear. His hands moved to her neck, and he began to squeeze it until the girl lost the ability to breathe calmly. The girl began to twitch convulsively and try to get out, but the young man was stronger and did not allow her to leave his grip. Callus continued to strangle and laugh at the weak girl, and a strange voice was heard in the room, which claimed that he had not seen such an amusing sight for a long time. There were crimson drops of blood on the floor on the other side of the room, but it was not the maid's blood. Callus stopped strangling his handmaiden and looked towards the strange voice, seeing another young man standing before him. The silhouette of a tall guy was visible in front of the window, and on his face was a cruel smile, with which he was probably enjoying the picture. The guy licked his lips and opened his vampire bloody eyes with a look full of thirst. He grinned and tossed his gray hair, moving closer to Callus, who was sitting opposite him. The maids looked in horror as the boy approached, dropping his bleeding head onto the floor. One of the maids screamed loudly at the sight of the frightening guest, even though he hadn't done anything yet. A strained smile appeared on the gray-haired guy's face, and he introduced himself as Face, asking you to remember his name, immediately starting to talk about some kind of disappointment. For some reason, Callus was not surprised by the appearance of a strange young man in his room, and he asked with distrust what he was talking about. The smile on the vampire's face widened, and he snapped his fingers as if the answer to the prince's question was obvious. With a snap of the count's fingers, a huge crack appeared in the room, glowing with a dark light from within, and bats flew out of it throughout the room. Inside the crack was a wounded Sherry, her entire body embraced by the thorny thorns of the roses, and Callus immediately recognized her as his mother's maid. The girl immediately responded to the prince's voice and opened her ruby eyes, as if she herself had heard something familiar. But as soon as she showed even the slightest resistance, Face closed the crack with a wide grin and leaned towards the embittered prince. Face chuckled ominously and changed the subject, mentioning that someone had treated Callus very rudely and badly. Extending his finger forward and pointing at the prince, the count offered him a permanent way to get rid of such incidents as a gift from their so-called firm. Callus hesitated in surprise. The idea of getting rid of Davy seemed very attractive to him, but at the same time he was frightened by the intimidating guest. The prince once again demanded that Face tell him about himself, but he crossed his arms and asked if his identity was so important compared to his proposal. With his hand on his heart, Face asked Callus to make a contract with them, and they would definitely get rid of the one he hated so much. Callus's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at the count in bewilderment after he made such a lucrative offer. The prince became nervous again and began to doubt because Davy had a stigmata and he clearly had some bodyguards. Prince Barrietta believed that the boy was definitely not an ordinary person, but Face was ready to dispute his words, because a mortal remained mortal. The tulip in the vampire's hand instantly rotted when Callus insisted that Face was also a normal human. The count turned to Callus and noted that he would soon see for himself whether the person standing before him was a mere mortal or someone more terrible. Prince Barrietta chuckled nervously when he heard that the gray-haired man had already sent his subordinate to hunt for Davy. The rose in the count's hand disintegrated into hundreds of small pieces, turning into something like ash, after which Face added that his agent was already sinking his fangs into the first prince's neck. Davy's palm deflected a sharp, blood-tinged projectile flying towards Golgotha, causing it to fly in the other direction. The dagger landed on the ground and sank into the earth, leaving a visible mark on it in the form of a thin cut. The young man looked back uncertainly and opened his eyes, because the appearance of the throwing weapon seemed somewhat strange to him. And for good reason, the Demon Queen rushed towards the flying knife and examined it, noting that in front of them was no ordinary dagger. Davy picked up the strange weapon and looked at the scarlet dagger, which had blood dripping from its tip. The boy looked back in the direction where the strange sounds were coming from, and realized that there was only one skill that could use blood in this way. On the other side of the cliff stood a huge monster with enormous paws and claws, which in their shape resembled scarlet daggers. The monster began to exhale nervously and growl towards the boy, as if impatiently looking out for its prey. In front of them was a one-horned monster that resembled a lion in shape. and Davy realized that it was the power of a blood vampire who could use skills using blood. The boy gripped the dagger tightly in his hand and prepared to fight against the huge monster, while the worried dwarves asked if their mentor was all right. The gnome agent asked the elder to look at the monster in front of them, and the latter was speechless in horror. The demon queen knew such creatures well as demonic, and Davy noted with anticipation that the lion was also of a high level. The monster stared angrily at its prey with predatory golden eyes, and hot steam began to come out of its nostrils. It threw back its head and began to howl loudly, causing the ground beneath them to shake and make an unpleasant hum under their feet. The sound was so deep that the wind near the dwarves and the prince became stronger and began to turn into a storm in a matter of seconds. A bloody halo appeared above the lion's head, but it wasn't just a symbol or a signal to the other demons, it was part of his attack. Then the monster thrust its head forward and shot a scarlet beam from its single horn. The laser only miraculously missed the dwarves and Davy standing nearby, instantly destroying the mountain in its path and turning it into huge remains of earth and stones. The sudden collision sent the gnomes flying into the air and causing them to tumble chaotically, unable to regain their balance. They had already closed their eyes and prepared for the worst, but they were both saved by the energy barrier around them. Davy created a shield for Golgotha and his agent, lifting their bodies with his hand and carefully moving them to a safer location. With its beam, the monster created a huge crater beneath them, a sort of arena, and jumped down onto the remains of the mountain. The monster raised its bestial gaze, but there was something suspicious about it, as if the creature was smiling wildly in the direction of the boy. Davy flinched when he saw the strange look of the monster, which almost resembled a human with its flaming eyes and terrible grin. It began to greedily circle its prey and sneak up on it, any moment getting ready to jump and tear it to shreds. Now Davy's situation seemed much more interesting, and he smiled in anticipation of the battle with the terrifying beast. The dwarves fell to the ground and lost consciousness because the barrier only softened the blow, but did not completely block it and nullify the damage. The predator continued to hold back the intrigue and walk around the prince with predatory eyes, already anticipating the taste of his prey. It seemed as if the monster's breath could turn into fire at any moment, and its eyes could fill with real lava. Davy turned his head and let out a shrill breath, slapping his hand across his face in disgust at the predator's self-confidence. To tell the truth, the boy himself was already starting to get tired of such monsters, who seemed too proud and self-satisfied. As soon as the boy asked him if he imagined himself to be a predator, the lion began to roar at the top of his lungs in the direction of the prince, clinging to the ground with his claws. Davy began to walk closer to the monster, while flashes of scarlet color appeared around it, which Berserk called some kind of bloody aura. She added that even among vampires, only the highest could create a bloody aura, and Davy noted that the lion was clearly an expert level. The prince tapped his foot, as if inviting the predator to come closer, and the demon queen warned him that the monster was much stronger than an ordinary vampire. The boy put his foot forward and prepared to attack, telling the devil that such a monster was no obstacle for him. The boy pressed his foot into the ground and a ruined dent formed underneath, splitting into dozens of cracks. Taking careful aim, the boy jumped and rushed forward through thick layers of earth, turning it into pitiful remains. Davy approached the predator at high speed and swung his fist at it, saying that it was just an animal and was acting on instinct. The lion opened his mouth and roared loudly, causing the ground beneath them to shake and tremble violently. With one blow, Davy managed to send the beast flying high, and it flipped in the air for several seconds. The monster hung over the boy's head in its weakest state and was ready to fall on the boy's body at any moment. The lion growled and found himself in a very vulnerable position for the next move of the young man, who called it the perfect chance. Davy gathered his strength into his fist and began to pull out one of his swords, swinging it towards the falling monster. The monster noticed the boy's strange movement with its fiery eye and saw a small ring of mana above his hand. Davy extended the red ribbon forward and began to aim at the enemy using the mana concentration on its hilt. The sword lit up, and the boy said that the real price of his blade-shaped car could only be found out after a short test drive. The ring moved closer to the very tip of the sword and shrank, concentrating its power into the sharpest part of the weapon. Davy jumped up and began to cut through the air with the red aura around his sword, calling it the 24th style of using his sword. Leo couldn't even keep track of the number of blades that passed around his body in 1 second, let alone the cuts. Soon, Davy swung again and delivered an 8th Essence destruction strike, which hit the predator and caused it to lose its balance once more. A huge flash appeared in place of the monster, through which it let out a heartbreaking roar. At the moment, the prince does not even have to physically carry his swords with him, but only uses a portable chest in which he carries the twins. At one time, in the Gallery of Heroes, the boy experienced the most difficult period of Murim, when local officials were rotten to the core, and people were starving and in poverty. Well, some people should starve, and some should continue to mercilessly torment their bodies with alcohol. Dokujun was obviously the second option. He told Davy all sorts of stories, but since he punctuated every other word with a sip of alcohol, he often asked the boy where he had left off. Davy recalled that this gentleman, who was a drunkard and did not inspire any confidence, constantly claimed that he had united the Murim with one sword. However, Dokujun was still the creator of 88 sword styles that he personally invented and left behind as a legacy. Quite a destructive art. Then one day, 2 drunk guys, Hares and Dokujun himself, combined their efforts and created a more optimal combat system for Davy. The very thought of using such techniques made Davy feel uneasy, and he felt an unpleasant tremor throughout his body. The red ribbon turned out to be much stronger than the boy could have thought, and it also perfectly matched the drunkard's style. The monster disappeared into the spiky darkness, and the boy stepped back with his glowing red blade. Davy waved his sword in the air a few more times in delight, leaving a dark trail behind his blade. He only managed to wound the monster, whose hot, dark blood remained on the tip of the red ribbon and fell to the ground. Davy noted that one sword might be enough for him to deal with such a foe, but the Demon Queen warned that the monster was still alive. In place of the stricken lion, a new portion of bloody aura formed, and behind it an angry roar was heard again. This ability to survive reminded Davy of the Lich, because the monster could literally restore its body from liquid remains. Most likely, the monster also had the ability to hide the source of immortality in its body, and without destroying it, it would be able to recover infinitely. On the other hand, you can kill the monster in the traditional way until you get to the source of regeneration, but this is much more difficult to implement in battle. The boy asked Perserk if she knew why a simple demonic beast could recover, and she noted that it was at least strange due to the use of Blood Key. Davy tensed up a bit in front of the recovering monster, and as much as he wanted to try more styles, he still survived the red ribbon. The boy was more concerned about the monster's level of immortality, which he could only receive from a high-ranking vampire with lord-level rights. Davy looked at the ruined wall, from the hole of which a dwarven village was peeping out, and he realized that it was better not to play war with the monster now. Therefore, the prince had to take out the cold blue ribbon, with which he would definitely be able to destroy the core of the demonic lion. He immediately began to randomly cut up the body of the demonic beast, which had not yet fully recovered. The blood of the imperfect lion remained on the tip of the shining blue sword and flowed down its tip. Where the monster had stood just a second ago, a dark puddle formed again, and the monster stopped trying to restore its previous form. Davy looked thoughtfully at the thick black remains of the demonic beast, and asked if he had been able to destroy the core. But Perserk noted that the prince had destroyed its entire system. The boy looked at the Demon Queen with confusion, and did not understand what she meant by the concept of a system. After a short silence, the young man looked at the sunset and involuntarily said that with such a level of swordsmanship, he was not far from the gods. Davy looked at the blue ribbon in shock and couldn't imagine what Surt could have put in it. So Perserk mentioned again that the blade was simply well-aged. The boy let out an exhausted breath and began to walk forward, intending to leave the ruins and take the wounded dwarves back to the village. Davy chuckled and said that they should worry about the troublesome things later because he felt someone's presence. The wind began to gradually rage and raise the leaves, despite the fact that a second ago there was peace all around. Davy opened his red eyes and looked in the other direction with one of them, saying that one rat had managed to escape. The leaves around him began to tremble unusually, and the wind began to become even more violent and unbearable. Before the unknown enemy had a chance to attack Davy from behind, he made a huge cut in front of himself. Face jumped back, concussed by such a strong blow, and the boy advised him to hide more carefully next time. The vampire opened his ruby eyes in shock and looked at the guy flying towards him. Davy's gaze turned bloodthirsty and he approached Face, frighteningly saying that he noticed his hair nearby. The sounds of explosions began to resound in the crater from the rapid cuts of the boy, who began to pursue the vampire like prey. Davy cornered the monster and slowly approached it, as if deliberately giving it a chance to escape, only to chase and catch up again. Face exhaled nervously and felt a strong pain all over, which made it difficult for him to think and act quickly. The frightened vampire clenched his fangs and realized that if he didn't run away right now, he would simply die at the hands of the Mad Prince. Davy took great pleasure in tormenting his enemy, so he smiled greedily at his helpless appearance. The boy rushed forward with 2 swords at once, and the Count, stumbling, ran away in fear for his life. Davy jumped on him with a crazy look and playfully said that he could still see the vampire's hair. The prince was much faster than the Count, who was running away at full speed and desperately clinging to any attempt to survive. Face glanced nervously back at the red slash that was flying towards him and could cut him in half at any moment. Even if the vampire managed to dodge, the cuts were reflected and flew across the entire crater, not allowing him to risk turning anywhere. The Count took Davy's weakened blows, which were still enough to knock him out for a few seconds. And yet, Face kept getting up on his feet and trying to run, so from the outside he looked like a football to Davy. The vampire nervously turned to the boy, who cheerfully said that he could at least try to amuse him, since he wanted to kill him. Davy began to talk to Perserk, who was again ashamed of the boy's pathos, but since the vampire did not see the devil, it seemed to him that the boy was talking to himself. He looked at Davy with frightened eyes and wondered if the boy was just delirious. The vampire decided to take his chance and extended his hand, over which a blue glow began to appear. Davy was faster, and was soon standing behind Face, grabbing his hand and asking in an innocent voice what he was up to. The vampire turned his head sharply towards the suspiciously fast boy and held his breath, staring at him in horror. Having jumped back nervously, Face swayed weakly from one foot to the other and looked at the smiling guy in front of him. The boy smiled kindly at the vampire and began to reveal the red ribbon, saying that customers could only leave after paying. Davy walked closer and unceremoniously swung his sword towards Face, who barely dodged the prince's attack, claiming that he was leaving with his mouth full of food. A small cut of dark blood appeared on the vampire's cheek, and it seemed to him that his whole life flashed before his eyes. Davy froze in place and continued to smile as he watched the vampire's futile attempts to dodge his attack. As it seemed to Face, this simply could not be, because he was the greatest and proudest aristocrat in the vampire family, against whom people were helpless. Initially, the vampire was going to send the boy to hell and torture him there, but he was not stopped by his fear of the terrible beast. Mr. Face always had everything going according to plan, and often it was people who were afraid of him, not the other way around, but he was wrong. All over the crater, cuts appeared continuously, and each time they got closer and closer to the vampire's body. Face no longer had the ability or strength to run, so he could only nervously back away while Davy towered over his body. When the vampire looked at the boy, he was sure that in front of him was not an ordinary person, but a real psycho. Davy lowered his sword and fell on the vampire with all his weight, creating another significant dent in the ground. Face was at the end of his strength and began to tremble under the pressure of the boy above him, breathing heavily and staring at the ground. The prince sat comfortably on the vampire's back and crossed his arms, saying that he had calmed down a little now, so he asked Face to stand still. Finding himself in a motionless state, the vampire looked at the guy in anger and asked how he dared to treat his noble honor like that. The boy said that he had no intention of killing him on the spot and wanted to ask a few questions first, but Face laughed nervously and said that he would never tell the man anything. The young man shrugged and replied that he wouldn't even have to say anything, because he could just see what was going on in the vampire's head. The vampire began to deny and say that such abilities did not exist, but Davy squeezed his head and asked him to see for himself. The Count looked at Davy with his ruby eyes in horror and froze, expecting the worst. Warmth began to emanate from the boy's palm, and Face felt excruciating pain throughout his body, which came from the boy's dark magic. Face began to howl heartbreakingly as the dark magic began to burn him alive, and dark blood began to fly in all directions. He began to beg the boy at the top of his lungs to stop, and Davy shrugged and asked him not to be dramatic. Perserk did not enjoy the painting as much and said worriedly that it was too much even for an enemy, but the prince said that the vampire would not die. The demon queen shook her head and said that she was not worried about the Count, but about the boy's psyche. and he continued to prove that he had the right to be cruel to villains. The girl looked down awkwardly and said that the guy was right after all, but she was still worried about the situation. Davy shook his head and let out a shaky breath at the she-devil's comment, giving in to her logic and deciding to take less radical measures. The purple fire began to slowly fade and leave the body of the exhausted vampire, and Davy said that his kindness was of no use anyway. The vampire sat limply in front of Davy and Berserk, miserably trying to catch his breath after his short session of torturing the prince. He began to tremble when the boy got straight to the point and said he was going to quickly go over a few of his questions. At first, Davy asked who the Count really was, but he gritted his teeth in contempt and dismissively refused to tell anything to a lesser man. Then the boy raised his hand and again threatened to continue the torture in the fire, which made the vampire shudder and scream in horror again. The Count began to rapidly shake his head up and down, introducing himself as Fedkid, a Viscount-level aristocrat, relatively average for Davy. He looked at the boy helplessly when he asked if he had tried to kill him as revenge for their vampire maid. The vampire trembled and confirmed the guy's words, and Davy couldn't help but think about the irony, because just a couple of minutes ago he claimed that he wouldn't even open his mouth. Face looked down in surprise, because the boy asked about the source of immortality of that and his tame demonic beast. The vampire clenched his teeth even harder and began to tremble uncontrollably, as if the question had really hurt his pride. Davy looked at the silent vampire and noted that he was holding up well and didn't say anything back. Face was very angry about the situation. Perhaps for vampires, revealing the secret of immortality was like a military secret. He began to nervously clench his teeth, through which angry drool began to flow, and the whistling of his breath could turn into fire at any moment. He was clearly silent not only because of his honor and pride, but a strange light of a bloody hue began to appear under him. It might have seemed as if all life had disappeared from the vampire's eyes, and he raised his head, saying that he chose death instead of an answer. Davy didn't expect this turn of events and looked at the scarlet glow in front of him in shock, while Berserk worriedly shouted at him to move away. Face's body began to rapidly increase in size and swell, while the bloody shimmer inside him only grew brighter. He growled that it was taboo to talk about immortality among vampires, and his body completely lost its connection with the human face. Before committing suicide, Face said his name in a deep voice, causing Davy and Berserk to look at him in surprise. Soon, an explosion occurred in the huge crater, which stunned both of them and instantly killed the vampire. The Demon Queen said that self-destruction due to a taboo was quite a serious decision on Face's part, but Davy noted that he did not do it of his own free will. The vampire's lifeless, charred skeleton lay on the ground, and Berserk let out an annoyed sigh, asking if they really knew so little. For some reason, she felt guilty, but the boy told her not to worry, because he assumed that something like this could happen. Since Davy could cast curses on others, he could also sense when the spells he cast were affected. The boy had felt strange some time ago when he suddenly remembered Callus's curse. This explained everything, so Davy concluded that someone was able to remove Callus's curse, or rather, put him into a state of suspended animation. He was sure that he had planted the curse very well, but it was found, and the Demon Queen added that Face's patron status and immortality were also suspicious. But one thing was clear. Behind Mr. Fiza alone stood a far from ordinary person. Both moons shone equally the following night, becoming equal in size and illuminating the night sky. The dwarven village was littered with rocks and the remains of their homes, so they immediately set about repairing the damage. Davy walked into their cave and couldn't take his pained gaze away from the pictures of the little guys who had a hard time because of him. Berserk looked at the ruins of the tribe with concern, saying that the damage was very significant despite the intervention of one demonic beast. The workers were bustling about and constantly running from one corner to another, which Davy couldn't help but notice. They were obviously trying to finish the restoration of their village as quickly as possible, so there was some teamwork between them. The village elders lined up in front of Davy and were overjoyed to see their mentor safe and sound. Golgotha shook his head and said that they were very ashamed to stand before the boy in such a miserable state, but the prince dispelled their worries. Davy was more interested in asking if the little guys were okay, to which they replied that they were in their prime. Golgotha looked sadly at the dwarven builders, and added that hundreds of their houses were destroyed, and the residents were affected. There was a slight silence between Davy and the first elder. It was more tense than awkward. The boy looked down and smiled at the dwarf. He had a feeling that the dwarf was about to tell him something. Golgotha nodded meekly and asked the guy to first go with him inside their administration. The guy entered the familiar room, and Golgotha said that it would simply be safer for them while the guards were on edge. Davy asked curiously if anything else had happened, to which the first elder fell silent along with his younger brother. Golda looked worriedly at his older brother, who cleared his throat and began to tell about another incident in their village. Golgotha said that during the attack, one child from their orphanage disappeared, but the guards still have not returned with results. The first elder turned his gaze on Davy and said that it was too dangerous for the boy to be in their tribe. Davy took something out of his pocket and smiled warmly at the dwarves, saying that he still had something he wanted to say to them. The guy handed over a gift, an item with a leather cover, which from the side looked very much like a folding book. Davy said that the book contained all the information needed to restore the original spark, which would take them a long time to complete. The twin dwarves looked at the boy with a little annoyance when he mentioned that he already had to go back. They spoke hesitantly and wanted to somehow repay the prince for his help, but he said that he did not need anything in return. The boy pointed to the hilts of his twin swords and replied that he had already found his treasure with the help of the dwarves. The young man also added that the demonic beast had sneaked in to attack not the village but him, so he didn't want to put their home in danger. He apologized for the incident, but the dwarves were outraged and said that the prince should not blame himself for anything, and it did not apply to him. Davy smiled sadly, because from past experience he knew that if there had been someone hostile to him in the place of the shorties, all the blame would have fallen on his shoulders. The boy decided to make up a story about how the demonic beast attacked him because of the stigmata on his back, and he kept silent about the vampire. Still, the guy was a little worried that after his departure, the vampires would start to take out their anger on the helpless village, but he couldn't break down either. Instead, he could offer them at least a small piece of help, even if such things were nothing compared to protecting the village from monsters. In return, Davy was willing to help the dwarves solve their more mundane, but no less important problems. After all, for some people such obstacles were just a trifle, but for ordinary people they meant much more. In the end, it was all Davy could do for those who deserved a little happiness and a supporting hand from a loved one. After all, even the smallest deeds could be useful, so it's better than nothing at all. So Davy decided not to delay and leave the poor dwarves in their personal world, returning as quickly as possible to his capital. A crow's feather flew over the fortress wall of the Haines lands. The guards were usually busy cleaning them. It was a pretty hot day today, so many of them just had to rest and wait for something bad to happen. At least it was much better than living forever in fear of another attack by goblins or orcs. A few hours later, the dwarves stood at the entrance to the capital, still looking with distrust at the guards, who were barely conscious. As soon as they saw the short guests, they immediately blocked their path with spears, and the horses were instantly stopped. The guards glanced nervously at the dwarves and asked who was coming towards them, until the Lord himself appeared from the crowd of carts. Davy greeted his familiar guards and was immediately let through along with the dwarves. Apparently, they had not yet woken up. The demon queen giggled as the boy was immediately greeted as a lord and called a saint. Anyway, Davy finally returned to his kingdom and was overjoyed, because it had now become a real home for him. As soon as the boy returned to his lands, a whole mountain of work fell on him, receiving reports and learning that there were even more people wanting to settle. According to forecasts, in the second quarter of the year, the capital's population should increase to around 4,000, but this was one of the less important problems. Moreover, now Davy had truly reliable assistants who couldn't live a day without work. Golda approached the boy and said that he had no doubt that the state of their lands was truly unimaginable. Of course, the eighth elder said this sarcastically, and also noted the terrible state of the prince's estate, which was already crying from cracks. Golda raised his head proudly and asked that their architecture be entrusted to the loyal dwarven builders, saying that he would turn their capital into a mirror of the reputation of the great landowner. The elder insisted and told the mentor that no one would follow a strong leader if the strong leader did not take care of himself. Davy agreed and put his arm around Golda, inviting him and the other dwarves to listen to his compelling proposal. Manhwa was no longer surprised by what the boy did, even after he decided to bring the usually cold and strict race to their capital. The prince himself noticed that some people cast dubious glances at him, although he fully understood why he could cause tension in others. In any case, the process of reconstructing their lands went smoothly, and the shorties didn't even have to work at night to get everything done. Like his luxurious palace in the Kingdom of Round, Davy's room has gone through several stages of modest renovation. At the end of the working day, the boy yawned exhaustedly and fell onto the bed, saying that even a demonic beast was easier to fight. But the devil always praised him. The boy continued to mutter under his breath that he was beginning to understand why the kings of the Joseon era died young, and Perserk added that a lord had to work. The bed had never felt so comfortable and soft, so despite Perserk's words, Davy was going to sleep in his work clothes. From what Davy had heard, his bed had been created by alchemists to suit the structure of the human body, so he had no doubt that even on Earth it would have been first class. The guy began to feel some movement under his blanket and saw a strange red light under the fabric. For a second, the boy thought that his tired brain was just playing a cruel joke on him, but the Demon Queen also stared at the strange hump under the blanket. Small hands began to emerge from under the covers, and Davy asked in a trembling voice what they were. In the darkness, the glowing red eyes of an unknown creature became clearly visible, looking ominously at both of them. Davy and Perserk tensed, staring in horror at the terrifying creature that had managed to sneak into their room. The terrifying scream of both of them echoed throughout the entire estate, so much so that the building seemed to shake from their emotional outburst. The picture looked quite ominous, and the mysterious figure slowly rose, covering his head with a veil. Cold sweat began to run down Davy's face, and he asked hopefully if he had accidentally entered someone else's room, although Perserk noted that this was impossible. The boy nervously covered his mouth and asked himself if the storm had started again after a long lull, causing the girl to look at him questioningly. There was no guarantee that any bribe would be monetary, so Davy's room was sometimes broken into to make deals. He called it by a rather appropriate name, an illegal request, but for a while they became silent and did not come to him. He knew the so-called request because it was a common thing in the royal palace, but that didn't change the fact that with him everything was different. One day Daphne came to him and smiled rather peacefully, animatedly addressing him by name. Oh, he didn't like it when she stared at him like that, because kind Daphne was also incredibly furious Daphne. At such moments she would come up to him and start screaming loudly, threatening to tear off everything on Davy's body that was still or not quite straight. Yes, the warnings from a saint who did not live up to her title were very impressive, even though they might seem funny from the outside. While bribes were already being accepted in full force by the capital, they managed to keep silent about whose handiwork this was. Then it all came to the point that Davy was being broken into not once or twice, but almost every day, so he was pretty tormented by such incidents. Sending a beautiful girl to him was one thing, but at least through his fiery temperament he could sleep peacefully. Davy reached for the blanket hesitantly, mentally preparing himself for another scenario of swearing at the intruder. The blanket suddenly began to move and the coverlet instantly fell onto the bed, revealing the identity of the disturber of his peace. There was a red-haired girl there, who looked to be no more than 5 years old, just a child. The girl's pink eyes opened wider, and her flower-shaped pupils began to shake. Davy felt ashamed for the people who had decided to send a child this time to play on his pity, and the girl began to look around in surprise. The boy let out a sharp breath of irritation, looking away and asking the girl who sent her and who she was. The red-haired girl blinked her eyes uncertainly and just sat silently, as if she couldn't even speak. She certainly didn't look like a baby, but she could only answer Davy's questions with moans and loud laughter. The prince's eyes darkened and he fell silent, because such a shameless tactic had never been played on them before. The girl sat quietly on the bed and looked at Davy with a smile. Her behavior was more reminiscent of some kind of dog. As much as Davy hated to admit it, he was actually like the king in some ways, because no one wanted to see him evil. The boy began to scream loudly and use vulgar language about those idiots who decided to use an innocent child for profit. He banged loudly on the table and demanded that the maid, Amy, come to his room. Amy ran into the prince's room like lightning and looked at her master with concern. She immediately saw Davy's haggard look and was about to ask what was troubling him, but only then did she see the child on his bed. She might have missed something, but in her memory Prince Davy had been too young to have children, so she screamed in horror. The guy asked her not to even say anything and began to get angry at the maid, because he told her not to let anyone into his room. The girl began to make excuses and say that she didn't let anyone in and asked him if he hadn't brought her personally, to which she received a stern denial. The boy crossed his arms and wondered who could have brought the girl if not Amy, so his suspicion fell on the other servants. The maid was slightly offended by the guy's words that she had stopped taking him seriously, so she began to correct her mistakes. Running excitedly towards the little girl, Amy apologized to her master and said that she should have watched properly. The girl looked at Amy in surprise when the latter mentioned that she was going to find her parents in a flash. The red-haired little girl reached forward and pointed at Davy, calling him her daddy. Amy began to look uncertainly at her master and realized that it seemed her suspicions were true and the guy really did become a father at 17 years old. The girl herself left the maid's grip and ran towards her so-called father, leaving the embrace of the warm blanket. The red-haired girl began to quickly walk towards Davy, as if she hadn't seen him for several years and missed him very much. She crept as close as she could and hugged the boy tightly by the leg, smiling from ear to ear. The girl continued to call the prince her daddy, while he stood there, wondering why some stranger would call him her father. Davy glanced around nervously in confusion and noticed a similar blue glow on the opposite side of the room. It seemed like he was slowly beginning to understand what was happening, but that didn't make him feel any less awkward. Another girl with blue hair peeked out from behind the curtains, clearly scared and shaking with tears in her eyes. The room suddenly became incredibly quiet, and Davy narrowed his eyes and mumbled something under his breath in realization. They still had a lot to learn, but now, with the twin swords in the garden, their capital was 2 children noisier. The red ribbon turned out to be quite fast, so Amy constantly had to run after it so that it didn't accidentally get hurt. The red-haired girl was now also called Honden. She was a real pain in the ass and was constantly running from one side of the estate to the other. Davy didn't expect to have to deal with raising children in his life, so he wasn't thrilled to read the character windows of those. The Demon Queen gloated slightly, and hoped that the guy's conscience had already eaten him up for the disgusting names he had given the twins. And the character window of the swords called them cute, and the devil was indignant and repeated that it was not she who composed the descriptions. Amy's maid was also smart, and would offer the red-haired girl cookies when she ran too far for her to catch. With each passing moment, Davy became more and more amazed at the humanity of his creation, which, as it turned out, could also eat regular food. Chandan, aka Blue Ribbon, was much more passive than her sister and constantly pestered Davy for favors. The blue-haired girl didn't like the fuss and preferred to spend her time with her father, although maybe she was just shy. She wanted to be reassured and she loved it when he was given a lot of attention, so she didn't even want to run. She nuzzled her face into Davy's palm peacefully and nodded her head, indicating that she was pleased. Sometimes she would just lean on the boy and affectionately call him daddy, although her thin voice was more like a whine. At such moments, the cuteness hit the hearts of both Davy and the Demon Queen, and one could die on the spot from the touching expression on Chandan's face. When the twin girls had settled in a little, and the estate had become a little quiet, Davy gathered them together in one room. The boy nodded to the 2 girls, and said that he would begin their conversation with a little test. He put a kind smile on his face and leaned slightly towards the twins, asking if they could return to their original form. Honden and Chandan nodded confidently, exchanging glances, which meant they could understand human speech perfectly well. The girls flew into the air and a golden glow began to embrace them as they began to transform into their familiar forms. In place of the 2 were the familiar twin swords, the red ribbon and the blue ribbon, which were opposites of each other. Davy looked at the scarlet sword and ran his hand over it, saying that no matter how you look at it, the twins' true essence was a weapon, and this form was more familiar. The youth noted that the density of the power invested in the swords became denser, suggesting that when the essence awakened, the effectiveness of those swords also increased. Having carefully examined the twins in their true form, he allowed them to take on their human forms and let them go. Perserk was both resourceful and enthusiastic, so she suggested that the guy take custody of the 2 girls. Davy said that according to the devil's logic, they were more like adopted daughters, and asked if she was trying to deprive him of his marriage prospects, which the demoness did not argue with. Children are a huge responsibility, so the boy had to teach them that you can't just eat cookies, and that it's better not to joke around with tooth decay. A worried maid, Amy, came into the room and began to stutter awkwardly, saying that Davy had a visitor. The boy looked back and glanced at the maid with slight surprise at this news. Guests usually came to the boy only with warning or at his request, but he had no meetings planned for today. The maid Amy couldn't help but doubt, and revealed that it was actually Princess Winry who had come to the capital. Of course, when the curious Winry saw the twins, she almost died of emotion. Davy's younger sister immediately jumped on Handan and Chandan, hugging them tightly and asking where the boy got the children from. The prince awkwardly looked away and said that in fact the children were not local, and he was simply taking care of them. The twins were not very comfortable in Winry's arms, who was very surprised to hear Davy calling them his daughters. The girl let the children go and loudly exclaimed that the boy surprised her with something new every time they met. With a sigh of relief, Winry looked into the distance, saying that she had been very worried about Davy when she heard about his journey to the dry lands. But she was even more surprised when she learned how the guy landed on his feet and was able to develop one of the most successful businesses on the continent. Winry started talking about how she saw real dwarves in their village, whom she thought were very cute. She was very pleasantly surprised that the guy was being helped by a race that was usually afraid of the outside world and people. Davy would have liked to accept Winry very much, but he mentioned that the lands were still in a critical state, but the girl smiled and told him not to worry. The prince's younger sister smiled from ear to ear and replied that the most important thing to her was that Davy looked happy, and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The boy looked away and looked in the other direction, deciding to invite his younger sister to have tea with him. And indeed, when the whole mountain of work was placed on Davy's shoulders, he could not have imagined that in fact, he was overwhelmed with joy, a very true characterization. He turned to Winry and invited her to come inside, and she blossomed and happily agreed. The boy inadvertently noticed the maid Amy, who was nearby chatting with a crowd of new guests. The maid looked clearly concerned and asked the escorts to come with her, while Winry playfully pestered the twins. In the crowd of guests, Davy noticed a strange guy who for some reason seemed either familiar or suspicious to him because he stood out among them. The boy looked at the guy with a long ponytail on his head for a few more seconds, despite the fact that even Winry had already gone inside. But soon Davy joined them, first of all deciding to ask how Varys was doing, because before his departure they had a lot of work. Winry breathed a sigh of relief as she began to talk about how the bandits had quieted down lately and their lands had become calmer. The younger sister mentioned that the prince was too indifferent to them, which made Davy feel embarrassed and blush involuntarily. Nervously starting to play with her own hands, the girl said that she had actually come to the prince with one request. Winry rubbed her hands and didn't know where to start, hesitantly addressing her older brother as if he was much higher in status than her. Davy's expression tensed questioningly, and the younger sister asked desperately if the prince could use the power of his stigmata. This answer surprised the boy even more, but Winry continued saying that it would be very wrong of her to ask him about such a thing. A hesitant smile appeared on her face and she let out a nervous, shaky laugh. Winry folded her hands together and closed her eyes tightly, almost begging Davy that she could only rely on God's power. The boy interrupted her and told her to tell the truth, and the girl looked at him and tears started running down her cheeks. The boy stood up and walked towards Winry, who suddenly fell silent and lowered her head. She began to sob quietly and beg for forgiveness from her older brother, her body limping until she collected her thoughts. Davy met Winry around noon, but it was already night, and his little sister fell asleep almost immediately. The girl lay peacefully on the soft royal bed and hugged the pillow, and the chief chamberlain said that she was tired even when she arrived. The butler suggested that Winry had been through a lot of mental anguish lately, and that she should feel better after some rest. Apparently, the poor girl had been traveling to the capital of the Haines lands for several days and had not even stopped to rest. So much did she value her people. Winry came to the boy to tell him about her friend, who was on the verge of life and death, and all the priests and healers gave up. During another raid by bandits, the princess's guard and close friend Portna saved her from the bandits' poisoned arrow, becoming a living shield for Winry. They were trapped during the grueling battle with Pursuit. Winry would have been badly injured or even dead long ago. The younger sister said that one of the priests drew out the poison with a detoxification spell. But after that, dark blue spots began to appear on Portna's body. This was the main problem, because the most terrible symptoms began to appear only after the poison was neutralized. The porter was feverish. Her whole body began to break out in rashes, and then she began to cough up blood and gradually became exhausted, even after the efforts of so many priests and healers. And when all hope for a cure for the unknown disease had almost died out, Winry overheard rumors that she could be cured by a high-level priest with a stigmata. That's why the girl went to the only person with the stigma she trusted, tearfully begging him to help her and blaming herself for Portna's condition. Davy tried to calm the girl down, but she just continued to sob, her cold tears casually running down the boy's hands. Eventually, she could no longer contain her emotions and simply burst into loud sobs before passing out. That's why Winry unexpectedly found herself in bed, where in her dreams, perhaps, she had the opportunity to escape from reality and calm down. Davy worriedly placed his hand on Winry's forehead, which was radiating noticeable warmth and a slight increase in temperature. Even after everyone left the break room, Davy stayed with his little sister and kept a careful eye on her. The twins kept looking at the sleeping Winry with interest, and Handan asked through her lisping words if she was sick. Davy reassured his daughters and told them that their little sister would be fine once she got some rest. The guy asked the twins to let Winry rest, but Handan loudly protested and said that she couldn't get sick. Honda herself began to climb onto the bed of her father's younger sister and say that she would stay with the sick guest. Of course, they couldn't see Perserk, but she still praised them out loud, and Chandan also began to sneak under Winry's blanket. The boy and Perserk tilted their heads to the side in a touching manner, looking at the caring twins. It would seem that in the morning the twins treated their brother's younger sister with some caution and mistrust, but now they were lying and warming her. Davy looked at his sister and the children with concern, covering them with a cozy blanket so that everyone would be comfortable. In any other situation, the boy would have stopped them long ago, but the twins were literal bundles of energy that could help Winry recover. When the boy left the room, he looked out the window through which 2 huge moons were reflected. Davy began to go on about Portna's symptoms, primarily mentioning the bloody cough and the dark blue spots on her body. Perserk was slightly confused by the strange expression on the thoughtful boy's face, but he replied that he himself could not understand what was bothering him about Portna's illness. The boy turned around and looked at Winry, his intuition telling him that the symptoms mentioned were actually familiar to him. Davy walked out into another part of the estate, a feeling tearing through him as if he simply knew that something was wrong and bad. Turning to the chief chamberlain, the boy asked him to contact the spy guild in the districts and find the most reliable and trustworthy one there. On the one hand, with such a huge amount of information, everything should have gradually come to a conclusion, but in reality, it only became more confusing. The Demon Queen turned to the sad boy and asked what was so difficult about curing the girl if he had always handled everything so masterfully. Davy did not deny the demoness's words, but noted that they still had to avoid a huge number of victims, because the disease seemed familiar to him. Crossing her arms, Perserk muttered that in her era, such diseases were not encountered, especially with such unusual symptoms. The boy looked out the window in confusion and confirmed that such a disease did indeed exist, but he was frightened by the fact that such an infection could not exist on their continent. The next day, the boy couldn't take his eyes off the window, keeping a close eye on Winry, who was playing with the twins. Handan, as always, ran around the garden because she loved it when the elders tried to catch up with her, and Chandan sat quietly and watched Winry's attempts to catch her. Thoughts about the illness haunted Davy, and he inadvertently thought about a certain law of causality about how there is no result without a cause. When analyzed, the chronology looked like a person poisoned by an arrow's venom began to get terribly ill after neutralization, and the priests saw the disease itself for the first time. Something about this scenario didn't add up for Davy, so Perserk noted his puzzled look again, saying that he didn't look well. Davy noted that he had a lot to think about, and the she-devil agreed, since she was also very worried about his sister's condition. To begin with, the guy wanted to know where some savages, living only by plundering royal countries, were able to get hold of such a deadly poison. As it became obvious, the boy doubted that the cause of the disease could be a poisoned arrow, although there were certainly ways to find such a terrible poison. Then the Demon Queen found out that it was precisely to find information about the poison that the boy had called the best spy in their capital. One of the first rules during the study of medicine was the law of Sister Haya, who claimed that the key to finding a cure for any disease lies in its cause. Davy muttered under his breath that his agent had arrived at a good time, but there was not a rustle in the room. There was complete silence, and the boy said once again that since he had decided to show up, he should not be shy and go to him. The Demon Queen asked in confusion who he was talking to, and Davy told the unknown guest not to play games and to show himself. The boy pointed to a spot near the planning board where there was no sign of visible interference from anyone. Realizing that he had been noticed, the man in the long, dark cloak quietly exhaled and showed himself to the prince, saying that he had heard about the boy's request to see him. Davy was delighted with the spy's abilities, and Perserk's mouth opened in fascination. She was also very impressed with his skills. The boy confirmed the words of the spy in the cloak and asked him to sit down in front of him with gratitude for his response. The man in the cloak was a little unsure and preferred to stand still, without making any unnecessary sudden movements. Davy shrugged and asked him to stand as he felt comfortable, even though he knew the spy was very wary of being exposed. Getting straight to the point, the guy revealed that his plans were to buy as much information as the Spy Guild could get their hands on. The spy was silent for a few seconds, so the boy moved on to the question of price, and agreed that there was no such thing as a freebie. After another brief silence, the man in the cloak noted that for the right price, they were willing to learn about the personal affairs of even neighboring royal families. Davy's offer seemed quite tempting until the spy mentioned that the so-called personal files could also include the underwear of those. Although the boy still doubted, and his hands reached out to ask for something not very cultural, so he again turned to the spy. His eyes lit up, and Davy said that he wouldn't mind infiltrating the palace of the princess of the Palan Empire, and Perserk gritted her teeth and was outraged by the guy's vulgar thoughts. The room became quiet, and the spy said nothing in response, while the prince anticipated the answer of the professional in front of him. The man in the cloak rolled his eyes and replied that he also wanted to live for now, so he would not interfere with Princess Alina's personal space, and the devilish breathed a sigh of relief. The boy agreed to the spy's terms and said that his services related to the disease would be quite sufficient for him. Before that, the young man threw a small bag filled with coins and added that he would repay with a small advance. The prince began to explain that his younger sister had a girl named Portney as her subordinate, and he needed all the information about her latest activities. When the boy looked with interest through the window of the spy character, he saw that in front of him was actually a girl who was disguised as a man named Jack. The spy asked if his only assignment was to find out the girl's background, and Davy looked closely at him, because in the description he was also described as a dark elf. Davy smiled at the spy and asked if he expected to succeed in the task. The spy remained silent and simply looked at the money on the table, either doubting or simply reasoning. Then the man in the cloak replied that he was not going to accept the money, which caused Davy to look at him in surprise. The prince did not fully understand this deal, because the spy also denied working for free. The mystery man continued and said that he was going to pay later, and Davy asked again what would happen if he changed his mind about paying. With a heavy sigh, the agent noted that although Davy tried to seem like an ordinary rich boy, in reality he saw him as a person with whom he could work. The boy grinned and realized that the spy was probably trying to establish contact with him, but even though it was a little brazen, he liked this approach. Davy decided to ask again if it was the guild's desire to do business with him, but he replied that the offer was personal. The boy liked this approach and agreed to the conditions of the mysterious man, who made a slight bow before leaving. The agent disappeared quite effectively, so effectively that many talented illusionists would envy him. Davy wondered if he could just walk out the doors, but he wanted to leave and leave a proud mark behind him as Perserk suggested. Out of curiosity, the guy took another look at the window of the spy character, who for some reason hid his gender and true race. He didn't understand why she needed to hide so many details about herself if their guild was still known throughout the continent. He was slightly surprised when the devil mentioned the agent's real last name, Helishan, and then asked if she seemed suspicious to him. The demon queen exhaled heavily and took back her words, saying that her last name meant nothing. Davy expected to see something more interesting, but in the end, the information about the dark elf turned out to be much more boring. 2 days later, Winry was already screaming at the top of her lungs that she didn't want to stay in the manor and wait until she got better. She insisted that she would go with Davy, but the guy nervously moved his hand over his head and said that he did not want to expose his health to that danger. Winry seemed to be 14, but she acted like a real 5-year-old child and said that after one rest, she felt much better. Due to the urgency of the illness, preparations for a quick departure to Ordom were completed, but the younger sister proved to be the main obstacle. Davy told Winry not to be stubborn, because it would take several days to get to the Ordom lands on horseback, and they would barely get there in a week by carriage. The strange guy in glasses looked at the prince with interest when he reminded his sister that she herself had said that they needed to get to Portna as quickly as possible. Davy didn't hesitate to tell her that the more she tried to object, the more she delayed treating her friend. The trip would require a lot of endurance and patience, and even if the twins had spent several nights with Winry, she still wouldn't be able to withstand such a long journey. No matter how much Davy thought about it, he had a bad feeling about Winry. His intuition was starting to heat up again. Winry didn't give up and continued to convince the boy that she wanted to go with him, and he had no right to call her weak. A man from the crowd approached them, reporting that he had heard a small verbal altercation between the two. Davy's younger sister immediately recognized jealous Janro, who was glowing with kindness and innocence, literally a ray of sunshine. Speaking of the ray of sunshine, it gradually turned into a real glow, and it seemed to Davy and Perserk that he could go blind from moment to moment. Winry looked at the red-haired boy with admiration, as if she had seen some local celebrity. Davy had a feeling this was going to happen, which is why his intuition suddenly turned from a spark to a fire in an instant. Illis introduced himself to Davy and called himself a 5th-level mage, adding that he came from the Red Tower. The prince shook hands with the genius from the tower and graciously said that it was a great honor for their lands to receive someone so outstanding. In fact, Davy had only heard of him a few times, and behind his forced smile, he wasn't even interested. Either way, Illis was the representative of the magic tower in the center of the continent, and Davy would have happily refrained from such connections, no matter how nice the guy was. Jullus said that the prince's lands were in fact the most brilliant on the entire eastern continent, and this filled him with a sense of honor. The red-haired man added that he accompanied Winry on her way to the capital, and had heard about Davy due to the princess's constant admiring talk about him. The boy did not trust such people, since they had a rather sharp tongue and they knew how to turn everything into good-natured conversation. The prince had an inadvertent thought of killing him on the spot, but Perserk stopped him and asked him not to act rashly, killing someone just like that. In Davy's opinion, he had every right to distrust the genius from the Red Tower because he was on friendly terms with his sister. In fairness, the prince had heard that Jullus was not only kind-hearted, but also gifted to the point of speechlessness, and was therefore recognized as the Tower's first genius. Yes, Jullus had it all, from noble birth to incredible talent, but Davy still didn't trust him, so he asked how he knew Winry and why they were so friendly, but the sister was amazed by her brother's insolence. Illis laughed and said that if he were the boy, he would also be careful, and replied that he ended up with Winry completely by accident on his way to the capital. The prince put on a fake smile and thanked him for helping his sister, although he was burning with a great desire to deal with him on the spot. The red-haired man shook his head and noted that it was Princess Winry who saved him with her magic when he was surrounded by bandits. How hard it was for Davy sometimes to be flattered, but Perserk considered him ungrateful, because Jullus was simply trying to repay his debt. Ulyss said that in addition to fire magic, he could also wield movement magic, and could move things through mana gates. Winry got all excited at the mention of some gate, and Davy grimaced and asked what was so amazing about it. As the younger sister explained, the so-called gates were mobile, rare, sacred, masterful, and probably had chocolate sprinkles on top. Jullus smiled and said that the presence of such a teleport was just a happy coincidence and was only needed to avoid damage. So Davy had to come to terms with the fact that his younger sister was able to praise not only him, but also some genius from the magic tower. The boy exhaled heavily and decided to close his eyes to his envy, because portable transportation would be very useful to them in such a situation. Davy reluctantly extended his hand to Jullus and asked him to take care of him, and the red-haired man immediately agreed. Their hands came together in a tight handshake, and Davy squeezed the innocent boy's hand as hard as he could. It was sunset in the lands of Ordum, and lightning began to appear in the sky, bursting out through space. The portable teleport turned out to be a truly amazing ability, and in a matter of seconds the four of them were transported to the lands of Ordum. The lands were not as favorable as Davy had expected, so he responded to their somewhat oppressive atmosphere. The Demon Queen covered her nose from the terrible smell, which also seemed strange to Davy, and resembled the smell of burning a specific protein. This smell frankly alarmed him, because in everyday life, ordinary people do not often encounter such a smell. In one of the alleys of the square, a purple light was burning, from which an unpleasant aroma emanated, suspiciously similar to the smell of burning flesh. Winry stepped back and said warily that the bandits' attacks couldn't have started again so quickly. The girl began to nervously gather her breath, but an unknown person unexpectedly joined their conversation, who immediately recognized the princess. Winry didn't know the strange man who turned out to be Count Rinton, nominated by the Central Disease Authority as a representative. The man sang that the girl was much more beautiful than rumors suggested, but Winry twitched uncomfortably and said that they had more important things to do than small talk. Before they had time to move to the other side, they were already surrounded by guards in armor and long cloaks, and the Count said that he was forced to stop them. Davy and Illis stared at the intimidating guards as they were ordered to follow the healer's representative. Rinton mentioned that the princess's palace maintenance had recently been completed, and his face showed that he wasn't worth trusting. The trio was surrounded and could not present anything to the attacking man, so they had to follow them. They were led into a luxurious estate with sky-piercing treetops and blue tiles. It was warm inside. The palace fireplace warmed the guests and made crisp sounds with its flames. Rinton apologized for starting their nightly order without permission, but called it a necessary measure. Winry played her role very professionally and said that Varys was the lord of their lands, but in his absence, she ruled them. The man shook his head and admitted that it was very low of him to come and present his authority to them, but their status as an administration justified their actions. She became very angry when Rinton continued to brazenly attack her with the existing rules of the state. At one time, the Central Disease Administration received seals from 3 emperors across the continent, and its influence could be compared to an international volunteer organization. The Count began to explain that recently a very terrible disease had appeared on their lands, which they were forced to fight. It was the first time the princess had heard the name of the mysterious disease, which the department had appropriately dubbed Devil's Blood. The girl's heart sank into her heels when she heard all the familiar symptoms of the disease, starting with coughing up blood and dark blue spots all over the body. The mere thought of illness made the girl furious, and she shouted to her older brother to go to Portna as quickly as possible. Rinton kindly lifted the corners of his lips at the mention of Davy, saying that he had completely forgotten to say hello to such an outstanding guy, and had long wanted to meet him. The man admired the boy's stigma and his moongrass venture, but Davy smiled languidly and called it a simple coincidence. He continued to flatter and say that nothing in the world happens without a reason, and the boy's superiority certainly played its role in the miracles that happened to him. Rinton commented that the most prominent figures of the continent were gathered around one table, pointing to the rolling eyes of Davy and the questioning Jullus. Princess Winry couldn't stand his sweet talk any longer and loudly banged the table, indicating that she had to take her leave immediately. This was the last straw, and the girl was very angry, judging by her expression when she tried to say goodbye. The girl cried out loudly to the butler to come and take her to Portna, and her voice echoed down the corridor. But in response, there was a loud silence, and Rinton reported that the entire palace was now under quarantine. Winry was indignant, to which he began to explain that it was easiest to become infected with the devil's blood, and they were simply forced to take such measures. The disease wasn't that difficult to eradicate, but even a small infection could lead to irreparable consequences, which Davy couldn't argue with. The princess was angry at the Count for belittling her authority, and Rinton agreed, noting that the rule he mentioned was an official clause in the agreement of the Union of Countries. Winry was not satisfied with this answer, because this was the first time she had heard about some kind of transfer of the Lord's powers into the hands of people with a lower status. The man continued to explain that the disease was beyond the control of known forces, and it was impossible to cure it with their help. Rinton smiled, confirming the three's doubts and seeming to be happy that they were locked together for an indefinite period of time. The old man stood up in front of the guards behind him and asked them not to worry about anything, and just trust them to destroy the disease. Just a second ago, his gaze seemed friendly and relaxed, but now it turned into something much more self-confident. Davy sat still and remained silent while he promised to find a way to completely cure them and asked them to expect good news from his people. The whole palace was very uneasy, and the oppressive atmosphere, together with the damp smell of alcohol on the walls, tormented the nostrils. The infirmary was 2 steps away from becoming synonymous with the morgue, since many of the sick could not even breathe calmly without painfully spitting out blood. Perserk looked at the scene in horror, and Davy noted that the scene looked more like holding back the worst than healing. The Demon Queen felt very sick at heart, especially with the disgusting and vile smell of flesh everywhere. Davy activated his mana sense for a second and turned to the other side of the infirmary, walking forward at a slow pace. The boy opened the curtains of one of the rooms, looking at a familiar man in a hospital bed. Portna's body was completely covered in cracked, dark skin, and she looked more like some kind of zombie. The guy correctly identified the location of Portna's chamber, which was listed in the records under number 02155. The unpleasant smell became even stronger, and the demon queen had to cover her face with her hand to keep from squeezing out tears of disgust. Davy noted that the smell did not come from flesh, but from some dark blue goatweed flowers. Perserk had never heard such a name before, so the guy repeated himself and added that in their world they were also called Tostat. The name still meant nothing to the devil, and Davy continued that the Tostat was a very poisonous flower that grew only in the polar regions. The situation was already serious, but as it turned out, the girl's body temperature reached 40 degrees, and the virus had already reached the brain cells. The skin was cold like a corpse, but the insides were almost burning, so the state was extremely unbalanced. Even from Winry's words, the boy suspected that the symptoms and the disease itself were terrible. But after looking at one of the victims, everything became even more confusing. Davy was serious, and there was a mixture of confusion and anger in his voice, and he couldn't understand where such an illness came from. When Perserk asked what the boy was talking about, he replied that the disease had a scientific name, and it was called the accelerated melting virus. He said that the disease was widespread in a completely different world, and the virus was bred for a specific purpose, having nothing in common with cancer, the plague, or the common cold. The death rate from such a disease is horrific, and its contagiousness is impressive, which is why hundreds of people died in just a short period of the disease outbreak. It took 10 years to invent the cure, but during that time, about 300 million people in the world have already died, while only 18 were saved. Davy looked at the drugs next to the bed and said that they needed to get the antibodies out before it was too late. The boy had to take the scalpel and begin concentrating his sacred mana on its blade. Davy quickly swung the blade and found a vulnerable spot on the girl's body where the least damage would come. But as soon as the scalpel was directed towards the victim of the disease, someone grabbed Davy's hand tightly and angrily asked what he was doing. With a sudden movement, the sharp scalpel fell to the floor with a ringing sound that seemed absurdly muffled in the crowd of patients coughing up blood. The boy's hand was grabbed by another man, who insisted to the prince that entry inside was forbidden to anyone except those involved. Baron Gorneo had wavy hair and fierce yellow eyes, and he demanded to know once again how the boy got inside. Davy introduced himself as the Prince of the Round Kingdom, which made the Baron involuntarily think and raise his eyebrows one after another. After a short silence, Gorneo spoke and said that he had been notified of the prince's arrival, but he still could not let him in and asked him to leave. To the prince's surprise at his authority, the wavy man continued and said that due to illness, they were forced to adhere to strict rules. Davy sat down and listened carefully to his words about how the virus was transmitted, based on their information, by airborne droplets. But as soon as the Baron saw Davy's uncovered face, he immediately applied a huge cloth to his face, which was soaked through with alcohol, causing the prince to even jump. The boy took the cloth and wanted to explain something, but Gorneo interrupted him again and said that he was aware of the boy's stigmata. The young man glanced nervously at the Baron when he explained that the stigmata was of no use against the disease and that the high priest had already come to them. The Baron wanted to add something else, but a heartbreaking cry was heard from the other side of the infirmary. One of the patients began to struggle and convulse, so worried doctors had to restrain him. Gorneo ran up to the exhausted man and grabbed him by the leg, ordering him to inject painkillers into his body and calm him down. The doctor's hands were shaking even as one of them began to take out a sharp syringe filled with a sedative. Davy walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that if they gave him the injection now, the patient would die immediately. The doctor looked at the prince in confusion, who, amid the screams of the infected man, asked to give him the phone. Baron Gorneo was loudly indignant when the boy picked up a small tube and began to point it towards the martyr. The man didn't understand what the guy was trying to do, especially after he decided to unceremoniously rip the victim's shirt. The sufferer's body was indeed in a critical condition due to the blood that had clotted in his lungs due to the virus. Davy pulled the tube forward and realized that if he didn't immediately remove the excess blood from his body, he would simply die. The boy began to feel around the patient's icy body, trying to find the right spot to pump out blood in the chest area. The prince was clearly nervous and kept exhaling with a trembling voice, since he had not been healing others in such a serious condition for a long time. He gathered his will into a fist and concentrated the sacred power on the tip of the pipe with a technique called the sacred cut. The young man pressed his hand firmly to the patient's cold chest and began to dull the pain with the help of magic, but the infected man was still screaming. The boy began to concentrate the sacred power in his hand again, thereby trying to calm the suffering man. And just a second later, the scene became bloodier and thick clots of blood appeared in the air in front of the other doctors. The patient's screams began to diminish, and he simply coughed hoarsely as Davy pumped blood out of him. It seemed that the boy was gradually managing to save the patient, and only a little blood remained to be pumped out to temporarily suppress the disease. Baron Gorneo was furious, and asked in a trembling voice how the boy dared to treat a man who stood between life and death in such a way. The man grabbed the guy by the collar and ordered him to immediately stop his mockery of human life. Gorneo was both angry and desperate, so he kept repeating the same phrase to the boy's face. Davy really couldn't say anything to him because he didn't want to make any more noise. The Baron ordered him to answer, while blood began to flow like a stream from the patient's body, whose cough became less heartbreaking. The infected man continued to cough, but one of the doctors loudly noted that their patient's pulse had returned to normal. Count Gorneo released his grip and looked in surprise at his charges, who asked him to come and see for himself. He shook his head and reluctantly let go of Davy, who was hanging on his palm and staring at him. The boy immediately approached one of the doctors and politely asked him to lend him something from their arsenal. In Davy's hands was a small vial with a strange liquid inside that shimmered between a bloody and dark blue hue. The guy advised the doctors to stop the bleeding from the patient's body, and once again asked not to use a sedative because of the possible effect of shock. The doctors nervously thanked the prince, and he turned away, saying that his work here was finished. Before leaving, Davy remembered something and stopped at the very door, turning to Baron Gorneo one last time. The man with wavy hair looked at the boy in confusion, with distrust in his eyes. Davy picked up the rag he had given him earlier and said that a person with a stigma had a special talent that prevented him from contracting unusual diseases. The crowd of doctors and the Baron himself froze when Davy asked them how they could compare a man with a stigmata and an ordinary high priest. Davy had done his job and was forced to return to the palace, where Jullus and Winry were still waiting for him in quarantine. Jullus smiled at the prince, and Winry exclaimed at the top of her voice, as if she hadn't seen the boy for several years. Davy tensed slightly, and said that he really had no use raising a daughter, and Perserk pointed out that Winry wasn't really his daughter. The boy was worried if there was still contact with Varys, and his younger sister replied that the situation remained unstable. When Jullus asked about the situation in the infirmary, Davy exhaled and replied that everything had gone mostly smoothly, and he had tried his best. The red-haired guy noted in a serious voice that during the boy's absence, he had managed to find out something. He began by saying that at present the most influential officials in their lands were the two disease control officials, Count Rinton and Baron Gorneo. However, Jullus noted that the so-called titles of those were only echoes of the past, and in fact they both belonged to the Central Disease Control Authority. Winry looked excitedly at Jullus's notes, who confirmed that they were not dealing with ordinary healers. He summed up that the ranks of those were part of the system of ranks of the central administration, where there was one head, 3 representatives, and another 15 officials. Jullus handed the diagram to Davy, who glanced at the piece of paper and commented that 3 chairmen equaled 3 emperors. The red-haired man confirmed the young man's words and added that the head of the organization was the Holy Father of the country Balshas, which seemed even more suspicious to the prince. All members of the organization were clearly outstanding people, but Jullus noted that information about each member was erased along with the destruction of their personal files. The whole problem was that the participants received powers from 3 emperors and a union of countries, so Rinton's arguments only seemed valid in words. Jeanro exhaled and said that since the Round Kingdom also belonged to the Union, they might attract the organization's unpleasant glances. But Winry protested that such rules frightened ordinary residents, and Jullus could only shake his head and say that now they could only wait. It was even stranger that a knightly order was sent to their lands to destroy wealth, and the captain of its knights was Count Collio. Winry and Illis began to discuss the mysterious commander, whom Davy had heard about for the first time. The younger sister heard that Count Collio had retired a few years ago, but had returned to resolve important matters, and Jullus had noted that they could be relied upon. Winry exhaled heavily and admitted with shame in her eyes that she would never have led them to her lands if she had known about such a situation. Davy walked up to his younger sister and began to calm her down, gently placing his hand on hers. Smiling warmly at her, the boy told her not to worry and that everything would be fine. Davy glanced at Ullis out of the corner of his eye and asked if the situation was causing him any inconvenience, to which he shook his head and said that he was fine. The prince clearly still didn't trust him and looked at his character's window, which described how Jullus really did want to help them. Yes, the red-haired man was also an elder of the Red Tower, which made the young man exhale even more deeply and slowly begin to come to terms with the fact that he inspired trust. Perserk asked why the boy didn't stay in the infirmary to help, but Davy replied that his presence there couldn't help. The boy showed her a vial of strange liquid and noted that the most important thing was that he got it. He looked up at the moon and said that while the disease control was holding back the worst, they needed to recreate the antidote. The Demon Queen thought for a moment and began to mutter something under her breath, as she knew nothing about medicine or antibodies. Davy explained that the disease control department had also made many attempts to create a vaccine, but because their methodology was unusual, they were never able to find an antidote. Perserk still didn't understand how the guy was going to create a cure with one bottle, and Davy ignored her and started talking to someone else. The boy grinned and looked towards the dark crater nearby, telling the spy to show himself if he decided to show up. Jack emerged from the funnel and said in a slightly sad voice that the prince had managed to find him again. Davy exhaled and said that it was just easy to spot, and the spy fell silent again, looking away in displeasure. The spy handed Davy the papers with the information he needed, for which the boy praised him and asked if he still resisted paying for the work. Jack answered the prince's question in the negative and handed him another strange object, which looked like a huge scroll. Davy chuckled humorously and took the gift, noting that if Jack didn't stop being so generous, he might fire him. The boy found this somewhat strange, since the spy was obviously not acting on orders from the guild, but on his own. The prince opened his gift scroll and its blue ribbon fell down at his feet. Jack watched silently as Davy began to read the contents of the crumpled paper, intrigued. The boy's eyes frowned slightly, and his voice became tense as he read the text of the scroll and asked if the information was accurate. The secret agent stood silently and did not say a word, but his head made a single, barely noticeable nod. Davy crumpled the scroll tightly together and looked at the spy with determined eyes, as if the contents of the scroll confirmed his doubts. The boy stepped forward and pulled out his notebook with another request for Jack, who asked him to tell him right away. Davy began to write down the ingredients one by one, telling the spy to get at least half of the list in substantial quantities. When asked about the fee, the boy handed Jack a piece of paper and told him to write down the price in the name of the Central Disease Control Authority, and in extreme cases, to introduce himself as an employee of the Baron. Jack wasn't entirely sure about the deal, so the prince pressed him and told him that he should have cared about the lives of people, not flies. The boy ordered in a stern voice to complete his task quickly and to keep in mind that he was working for the good, and Jack looked at him with displeasure. Davy asked the agent to try, and he, without saying another word, disappeared into the bright night. The next day, Baron Gorneo's disgruntled voice thundered throughout the mansion, causing the very earth to shake. He was indignant and shouted loudly that Davy imagined himself to be a doctor, and probably considered what was happening around him to be some kind of joke. The Baron pounded his fist on the table and insisted that all their patients were in critical condition, and they could not trust everything to some stranger. Davy just peacefully sipped his tea and answered in a calm voice that if he hadn't come, their patient would have died in a few minutes. Putting a cup of warm tea on the table, the young man continued by saying that he appreciated the work and efforts of their doctors against the infection, but he had a question for them. Davy couldn't help but wonder if they really had a cure for the deadly disease. Rinton just chuckled and said that the boy spoke as if he had an antidote, but the prince replied that while he had the chance, he grabbed it. Davy sternly said that he had no intention of fighting with the officials for the sake of the trough, and was simply defending the honor of the life of his kingdom and the lands of his younger sister. Baron Gorneo was furious and clenched his fist tightly, but Count Rinton took the situation much more calmly and was ready to hold a discussion with Davy. Rinton's colleague was very upset by his relaxed state, but the Count ignored him and began to talk about the lands in the west in the possessions of the Kantas Empire. Rinton said that as a result of the infection, the entire population of those lands died, not to mention the sick doctors and knights. However, as it turned out, the Count was not addressing the prince at all, but Baron Gorneo, who was already losing his temper. Gorneo looked away nervously when he mentioned that he was clinging to his pride too tightly under stressful circumstances. The boy felt help from his side, so he quietly sipped tea as Rintenth said to listen to the prince's proposal. The man with wavy hair was angry and clenched his teeth tightly, denying some pride that his colleague had mentioned. And Davy was silent, and simply waited for the moment when the two animals in cloaks had had enough of each other's teeth. A short dialogue between them led to the decision to take Davy under their wing, but the following night, one of Count Rinten's charges was worried. Count Rinten looked at his guest with a smile on his face, asking what was troubling his soul so much. At the entrance stood the stern Count Colio, who replied that he was worried about the intervention of the first prince. Rinten understood perfectly well what Count Colio was talking about, so he simply added peacefully that Davy could become a huge problem and ruin their reputation. The doctor added that the boys' competence could reduce their status on the international stage, but Colio was curious why Rinten didn't refuse the boy right away, since he understood the risk. Swinging a glass of sparkling white wine in his hand, Count Rinten acknowledged the knight's rightness, but did not agree with it completely. Rinten closed his eyes and added with a kind smile that the cure for the fatal disease would be good for everyone. He raised the glass to his lips and said that since they had such an opportunity, they could rely on the prince and find a benefit for both parties. His eyes took on a more determined look again, and Rinten said that even if they got rid of the disease, they would still be the winners along with the young man. Count Colio fell silent and simply looked away quietly, without saying another word to his colleague. Even the commander of the order did not fully understand what Count Rinten was planning, but despite his doubts, he was forced to give in. If you look at the estate of Princess Winry and Varys from the outside, you might think that there was no quarantine at all, and people did not die painful deaths. Winry was very happy, and started jumping for joy when she found out that Davy was now officially involved in the treatment. Davy didn't even have any medical training, but Winry clearly trusted him more than the disease department itself. At such moments, the boy was proud not so much of himself, but of his younger sister, who could find the strength to rejoice in such a tense situation. The boy was given only the basic necessities to work on the antidote, from various bottles to rusty equipment. At the behest of Count Rinten, the central administration adjusted their current course of treatment to the prince's opinion, and even allocated him a separate room. There was a loud knock on the boy's room, as if someone was trying to break down the doors, and Davy looked around to see the guest. That's right. Baron Gorneo was appointed as a kind of guard, although the boy couldn't help but think that he had proclaimed himself as such out of mistrust. Then the young man remembered another proverb about how any new stone inevitably displaces the old one. True, in such a situation it would be more correct to compare the young man to dirt, because the entire administration did not even begin to take him seriously. Davy hadn't even started working yet, and he already felt tired all over his body from this attitude towards him. The virus was fickle in its own way, and the temperature was constantly jumping, gradually melting the body into a mess. At first, you don't notice anything at all from being infected with the virus, but it all starts with an incubation period of a certain period. The boy examined the cold hand of one of the victims, noting that during the disease, the muscles begin to melt first. After the muscles always came the joints, cartilage, and then the bones throughout the body, until a person turns into an ordinary shell for fire. In addition to all this, the problem of melting parts was only secondary, although the prince had to painfully knead the patient's body, and the patient had to endure it. The guy continued and added that internal organs began to melt behind the bones, and then caustic liquids began to flow out of the burnt holes. Baron Gorneo was amazed by the boy's deduction, who also suggested that the disease got its name from the blood that flowed out, which colored the skin. Information about the devil's blood was kept under strict secrecy in the central administration, so the Baron was very surprised that the prince knew so much about it. Davy turned his head to Gorneo and asked if he knew why he had started explaining the whole process to him out loud. The Baron nodded slightly and muttered a question under his breath. Was the prince really familiar with the disease? The boy stroked the patient's hand and confirmed Gorneo's doubts, although the disease had a slightly different name in the place where he came from. The Baron was a little curious to know more about the boy's homeland, but he dodged the question and got down to business. Davy continued that usually doctors who are faced with this disease, after many attempts, eventually come to one conclusion and decide to cut out the source of the disease. Such cases did indeed happen, which the wavy man confirmed, but the young man wondered if such a method brought any benefit. The Baron stared at him when he even guessed that 9 out of 10 patients simply died from this method, and the last one soon fell ill with the virus again. The patient mumbled wearily that he felt a little better after Davy's warm-up, and that Davy asked him to lie down and rest for a bit. The boy spoke sincerely with Portna and told her that in order to save her, he would need her strong will, and a mysterious silhouette appeared behind the Baron. Jack suddenly made his way into the room and announced that he had found all the necessary ingredients and delivered them to the specified location. The Baron looked nervously at the intruder, who had appeared out of nowhere and was talking suspiciously calmly to Davy about the payment. The boy looked at the two with satisfaction and said that they would see the results of the treatment in a few days. And so, in the open-air ward, the next 3 days passed very slowly. On the third day, Portna was able to calmly open her eyes, and her skin began to gradually regain its human color. The recovery was incredibly fast, and Winry jumped on her friend with tears in her eyes, hugging her tightly after so much time. The Baron looked at the girl's rapid healing in amazement, and Davy said that the results happened exactly 1 day later. Gorneo had to sit back in his chair for a second to fully comprehend what had just happened before his eyes. He began to nervously tap the table, remembering all their attempts to find a cure and produce antibodies, not to mention the hopeless faces of the experts. The Baron could not believe that it took him 3 years to find salvation from the deadly infection. He lowered his head in annoyance and looked down, saying that all his efforts and suffering had gone down the drain, while Davy awkwardly looked away. Davy turned to the Baron, who was looking at his hands with annoyance, and asked if he wanted him to tell him one interesting fact. The boy placed a sample with a single drop of dark substance on the table, imagining it as Portna's blood during the infection. Then the young man decided to insert a needle with the invented medicinal substance, and the so-called blood coagulated and tried to avoid the sharp tip of the needle. The Baron looked at the moving blood in shock, and the prince noted that this was not the most interesting part. The black color of the blood gradually began to change, turning blue and then turning from purple to dark red. Gorneo couldn't take his eyes off the strange blood that was moving suspiciously and changing its color. Davy was no expert, but he assumed that the so-called rapid melt virus was actually a living creature. Perserk was amazed, although the prince noted that even this name was not correct, and the virus looked more like a biological weapon in the form of a parasite. The parasite had its own will, so to eliminate it, it is enough to completely suck out the energy from it. And for this, medicinal plants are needed, which the prince ordered from Jack. Davy gave detailed instructions to the doctors on how to devise an antidote using herbs, and mentioned that he had left the ingredients for them, and the Baron was surprised and delighted. Of course, all this was because the management did not yet know that all the medicinal herbs were ordered in their name. It took only a few days for rumors to spread throughout the village about the miracle cure that Prince Rauna had invented. Winry jumped for joy, saying that the people of her lands called Davy a true saint for his work on the antidote. Jealous noted that the title was truly very surprising, because he could not have imagined that the prince would be so talented in medicine. Davy began to justify himself, because he had had enough of his village screaming and calling him a saint, even though Perserk noted that for them it was a miracle. The treatment went smoothly, and over the promised 3 days the patients gradually began to recover, while the administration warmed up to Davy, although it handed the treatment over to the Baron. Davy looked down awkwardly and said that he found it a little hard to see such good nature, but Perserk didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. The boy explained that he was haunted by thoughts of Count Linton, who tried his best to appear a generous and kind person. However, sometimes he looked into the eyes and smile of the other, and he felt sick, again some kind of feeling of déjà vu throughout his body. The Demon Queen thought that the guy was too paranoid about everything that caused his so-called intuition. On the other hand, there was the Baron, who, although rude, obviously cared about people, and his care for patients truly deserved respect. Perhaps that was why Davy had treated his rude behavior with such leniency from the very beginning. Then Julius and Winry decided to suddenly volunteer and ask if there was anything they could help the prince with. They literally started begging for some chance to prove themselves, and Davy couldn't help but notice the determination of those. The boy pointed to his experimental flasks and asked him to monitor the temperature of the solutions in them while he was away, a fairly simple task for the Red Tower mages. Finally, he asked them to hold back the temperature with fire magic, and decided to take his leave to go help Baron Gorneo. The young man quickly ran towards the other room and waved to both of them with a smile. Work on Davy's task was progressing slowly but steadily, so neither Julius nor Winry were strained. Euless noted that the prince's younger sister definitely respected her brother, to which Winry playfully agreed and almost jumped. The girl began to talk again about how her brother had long been an incredible person, and the red-haired man found her wording a little funny. Winry fondly remembered how the boy treated her and Varys like family, how he was always there and supported them. She still remembered the story about the sun and the moon that her older brother had once told them, and Jullus smiled and noted that he had been very envious of that. Jullus looked down with a smile, warming the flasks with the magic of his fire and relaxing in the moment for a split second. Winry continued to describe her adventures with her brother as children, and it seemed as if nothing gave her more pleasure. Jeanreau's gaze froze on one of the flasks, and the guy clearly began to be bothered by something, so he spoke to the girl again. He turned his head towards her and said something hesitantly, but stopped himself and let her go mid-sentence. Jullus stood up, and the girl looked in surprise at the guy, who suddenly began to behave very strangely. Turning to the prince's younger sister, the red-haired one asked to excuse him, as he needed to leave for a while, so Winry did not hold him. Winry looked at Jullus in confusion as he walked away, his face showing visible worry. As soon as he left, the girl shrugged and said to herself that as soon as Davy returned, she needed to bake him some cookies. Jullus went out into the garden, where he sat under one of the domes and made an important call to his teacher from the magic tower. Through the communication artifact, the sage asked if Jeanreau's deal with the prince was going well, to which the red-haired man noted that Davy was truly incredible. The sage inadvertently thought that the guy was a little pale, but Jullus forced a smile and said that it was just his imagination. What struck Prince Jullus most about him was Davy's confidence, as if he had a lot of experience at his age. Jullus noted that he really had a lot to learn from the prince, which made him a little greedy, which surprised the teacher a little. The redhead explained that he would like to become close friends with Davy, who would not have to worry about the age difference or the benefits for each other. The elder laughed generously and, plucking his beard, replied that his disciple had met a very good man. The teacher explained that there were a few things in the world that could not be judged by age, and that Jullus could learn something even from a 3-year-old child. The warm atmosphere of the conversation died down a little, and the sage said that he had managed to find out something. The elder began to tell that he had learned about some lost information about the members of the disease management project. He decided to generalize and began to describe a certain specialist who could hardly be found in their era, and also pointed out the special roots of him. Jullus's gaze fell in horror, and his heart seemed to stop when the old man began to talk about the organizers of the project. The information was so shocking that Jullus simply could not concentrate, and all the words in his head turned into white noise. The guy felt a strange ringing in his head, and then an oppressive whistle nearby which made him suddenly get up from his seat. There was an explosion, and on the other side of the estate a terrible fire began to blaze, creating smoke around itself and turning the sky into a dark void. But what scared Jullus the most was when he remembered that Princess Winry was still inside in the same place. The voice of an excited sage came from the artifact, but Jeanreau could not utter a word, looking at the fire in front of him. The sage began to shout towards the silent Jullus, who had already rushed into the burning palace to save the princess. The flames raged and greedily devoured the estate in a matter of seconds with their tongues, not allowing Jeanreau to calmly enter inside. Illis started shouting loudly towards Winry, but there was no response, so he stepped even deeper and attracted the fire's attention even more. It was incredibly hot, but the guy continued to desperately break through the thick layer of flame. Jullus activated his miniature staff, the gemstone of which began to glow with a moonlit glow in contrast to its red texture. Jeanreau waved his wand around himself and began to create a huge sphere of water in front of him, which grew larger with each passing second. A wave began to form, which the guy began to wave like a huge brush, and hissing steam rose into the air. Jullus created a water cyclone, and soon the entire tent was soaked under the pressure of a huge tidal wave. Smoke mixed with steam spread throughout the room, but the damage had already been done, and the furniture began to crumble. Illis stood in the new wasteland and began to look around, trying to find Princess Winry in the field of smoke and ash. The spell wasn't the most difficult, but coupled with the guy's nervous state, it made him catch his breath. But wherever he looked, the girl was nowhere to be found, only the ruined remains of what had once been a tent. Jullus looked at the burnt table and froze. Something seemed too suspicious to him. Only then did some kind of realization come to him, and he remembered the teacher's words, in particular the information about the man from the administration. Janro flew into the air with his skill and fiercely headed towards the other side of the mansion. He was rapidly gaining speed in flight and could not believe that a person, even with such an unusual past, could allow himself to do such a thing. Jullus, of course, knew that Prince Davy was unusually intelligent and erudite, but he did not want to involve him in such battles. Every second seemed like an eternity to the guy, and he tried to get to the princess as quickly as possible. The red-haired man prayed that Winry was okay, and couldn't even concentrate his gaze, his eyes blurring as they flew. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mansion, things weren't going well for Davy and the Baron either. Both of them, along with their maids, were surrounded by a crowd of knights who were under Rinton's orders. Davy smiled and glanced at Gornio, asking him if they were in any trouble. The Baron looked down and remained silent. The man was clearly angry and could only stare in the other direction with his lips tightly pressed together. Gornio gradually turned to face the boy. Their reflection reflected on the polished armor of one of the guards. Loud explosions echoed through the forest, and huge spheres of fire were created around the trees. The fire was of impressive size, and there were hot marks on the bare branches of the charred trees. Jullus blocked the way, and simultaneously broke through entire detachments of knights who silently watched as he burned the forest. A furious, fiery entity formed above Illis and destroyed everything in its path, looking at the guards in anger. The red stone of Janro's magic wand was now embraced by flames, and he looked resolutely at the enemies in front of him. Before this, Ulysses had never used his high-level magic against a human. That was what he had been taught in the magic tower. Any strong magic can take a human life at any moment, so it is customary to use it with caution and honor. Now the red-haired man acted completely differently and created entire streams of fire towards his enemies. He simply didn't have time to think about the lives of those who were trying to protect him from the opportunity to save the life of someone else. All his life, Illis had been studying magic to learn mana and gain the power to protect someone, so what was the point of it if he was forbidden to use it properly? The red-haired one broke through the rock and destroyed it into dozens of huge pieces with several projectiles of fire at once. The place turned out to be a well-hidden entrance to a secret laboratory, in which dust suddenly rose due to a sharp explosion. To be honest, Jullus was a little impressed that they were able to equip the lands with such laboratories and devices everywhere. Janro noted that their appearance even surpassed what he had heard from the teacher, while a tall figure slowly rose above him. The boy looked at the angry Count Colio, furiously demanding to know where they had hidden Princess Winry. In the mansion, the guards continued to surround Davy and Baron Gorneo, preventing them from passing with their sharp swords. Gorneo was very angry about the situation and did not understand who dared to so brazenly block their path, completely ignoring his authority. One of the guards said that they were only following orders given to them and had no personal connection with those two. The guard continued and announced that Baron Gorneo was to be killed on the spot and that they would take the prince with them. When the Baron called their words heresy and demanded an explanation, the guard began to come closer and draw his sword. The guard's sword sheath fell to the ground with a ringing sound. He swung at Gorneo and ordered him not to resist, otherwise he would only make things worse for himself. The Baron froze and could only watch with his golden eyes as the blade of the sword swiftly moved towards his face. The sword's slash quickly ricocheted and Davy intervened, deflecting the blade so that it simply flew off to the other side of the room. The sword's impact on the prince's palm was so strong that its tip simply split in two. Davy grabbed the rest of the guard's sword, which he still clutched in his trembling hands. The boy calmly asked if the Baron had been wounded, but he, still stuttering, simply stared at the boy. Quickly examining the trembling sword, the young man said that the knightly order did indeed irritate him a little, but he didn't expect it to be so stupid. The boy squeezed the sword in his hand even tighter, and it began to glow with a golden light, as the prince said that he could not even imagine that the order would allow itself to do something like this. With his other hand, Davy began to charge his mana, creating a kind of fifth circle of gold and red flickering lightning. The guard didn't even have time to figure out what kind of force was in front of him, because it blinded him almost immediately. And after the blindness, a charged strike from Davy's palm came in the form of lightning with zero charge straight into the guard's chest. The other guard stepped back and stared in horror as the lightning began to engulf and burn the man's body alive. Within a few seconds, all that was left of the attacked guard was a fried corpse, with lightning still flickering next to it. He fell to the ground with a loud thud, and Davy said that a man who plans to kill someone must be prepared to die himself. The boy looked at the other guards and silently suggested that they were determined enough to stand by their words. One of the maids led Baron Gorneo to a safer side of the room, but he was still shaking and frightened. The Demon Queen said that it was wrong to spill blood in such a place, but Davy had already gotten into the swing of things and said that he would simply not use the blades then. Perserk whined that she didn't mean it that way, but the prince had already begun to have fun and set fire to the guards' bodies. Golden lightning flashed throughout the room, making the light from the chandelier seem almost insignificant in comparison. The guards, one after another, turned into overcooked cutlets and fell to the ground with a crash from the layers of metal. Soon the scene was cleared from top to bottom with solid coal corpses, and there were no hostile witnesses left. Jack suddenly appeared from the darkness, and Davy turned to him and asked him to get rid of the corpses and potential witnesses. Jack liked this idea much more than loading carts with various medicinal herbs, but he still demanded payment for it. The boy exhaled and agreed, although he couldn't imagine what Jack would want as payment for such a service. Davy walked up to the trembling Baron Gorneo, who was being held in worried embrace by his maids. The guy leaned over to him and asked him to stay in the room to focus on treating the infected. But when he asked where Davy was going to go, the young man explained that he was simply going to wipe out the non-humans who had attacked them. The Baron stared at him and stuttered nervously, asking what the prince's words meant. At that moment, a bright, blinding light appeared in front of Gorneo's face from the boy's hands, and he felt as if a wind had risen around him. With each passing moment, the Baron became more and more amazed, and now he opened his eyes wide from the lightning flickering next to him. Davy snapped his fingers, and a jumping golden lightning bolt went straight towards the guards in the next room to the hall. The knights didn't even have time to react when she unceremoniously walked through the doors and began to ricochet across the room. The golden light grew larger with each passing second, and each leap of lightning broke it into another 100 spiky flashes. Davy burst through the walls of the mansion, leaving behind a huge explosion and clouds of dust. The Demon Queen barely had time to hold on to Davy, who was not only releasing lightning, but also moving accordingly. As soon as the girl said a single word, they rushed forward again, blurring in motion against the backdrop of hundreds of flickering discharges. Davy's tracking magic, which he had cast on Winry when he first went to the infirmary, began to work. The boy moved through the air above the crowd of knights as the realization came to him that the activation of his skill could only mean that his little sister had been kidnapped. The young man froze in the air and began to examine the enemies, each of whom was of a fairly high level, which was not surprising for the former Imperials. Davy landed loudly on the ground with a flash, leaving a faint glow of his mana beneath his feet. The knights immediately drew their swords and began to surround the prince, who suddenly appeared. They rushed towards the boy, under the pretext that he was unarmed, and they had a chance to kill him before he managed to escape again. The guy was slightly offended by the fact that they so confidently believed that he did not have any weapons with him. Davy then turned to his ability to carry his twin swords with him using a pocket chest. Before he had even had time to properly prepare for battle, Davy began making rapid cuts all over the arena. The knights didn't even have a chance to react properly to the sword, which was more like a lightning bullet. However, even for a bullet, the blade was too flexible, so in a few seconds it grabbed the guards and rushed through their bodies. The knights fell one after another, unable to keep up with the incredibly fast movements of the boy's weapon. Some of them were shaking and asking how the guy managed to attack them so quickly without a second thought. But the sword did not stop, and turned into an elastic beam, piercing everything in its path, flying from one guard to another. The scarlet sword began to live up to its terrible name, like the Red Ribbon, because it really did surround the guards like a sharp serpentine. That's right, it wasn't Davy, but as if the sword itself was moving on its own and instantly aiming at its enemies. The boy didn't even have to move properly. The sword did all the work for him, not even letting him grab it. The knights were helpless and simply surrendered before they even had a chance to repel the blade's attacks. The young man explained that the air-cutting technique for the air blast sword art uses the ego of the weapon. As soon as Davy cut with the crimson sword, a cut with the blue sword followed immediately after, connecting them together in one technique. The boy called this technique the Divine Sword Class with Ego and played with it like a new toy. Then he simply released both swords, and they began to circle in the air on their own, colliding with targets and cutting them in turn. Davy shook his head, unimpressed by the knights who had the audacity to call themselves sword masters, and yet couldn't even touch him. The guy rushed forward again like lightning and said that the guards were no different in terms of ability from the mercenaries he had met before. The boy quickly shifted from foot to foot and let the swords clear his path, intertwining with each other. The Demon Queen didn't understand why they decided to capture Winry, because she was a completely ordinary child, although Davy himself didn't have an answer to this question yet. Davy beat up the knights and only wondered if the authority would try to find some kind of excuse if he, Illis, and Winry disappeared without a trace. Perserk didn't quite understand what the young man was talking about, and he took up both swords and began by saying that it would be in the style of the organization to pretend that nothing had happened. The boy continued by saying that all three of them were in a rather important political position, so it would not be so easy to get rid of them. He paused for a second and explained that the higher-ups would begin to investigate the case where members of the royal family and the Tower Elder had disappeared. Now it is clear why the lands of Ordom were chosen for this, because they were already under constant threat of attack by monsters and barbarians. However, one thing remained unclear to Perserk, who asked how all this was connected to Winry's kidnapping. Davy thought for a second and tried to analyze the situation from scratch, but at the same time, one of the knights tried to attack him point blank. The boy dropped his sword and with a deft movement of his knee, pushed it into the head of the guard who was flying straight at him. Davy casually suggested that management would simply pretend to look for Winry, who had disappeared without a trace. The boy paused his reprisals and decided to move on to pleasantries, stroking the twins' heads and praising them for their help. The boy's main theory was that the administration would start looking for an excuse at any cost until they managed to avoid responsibility. They continued to advance along the forest, through which the cries of the knights could be heard along with the jumping sounds of lightning. Even when they broke through and came out into another wasteland, Perserk was still tormented by some doubts. The she-devil crossed her arms and explained that they didn't need Winry anyway, since there was nothing stopping them from simply killing everyone and executing her and the Baron. Davy stopped abruptly and fell into thought, because the Demon Queen actually made a good argument. The boy then asked her to look down, where there was a hole surrounded by overgrown trees, through which shades of blue light could be seen. It was one of the organization's secret laboratories, which contained capsules with skeletal corpses inside. Not all of the corpses had yet completely rotted, and many of them still retained their former human form. The girl screamed in horror as she looked at the countless number of liquidated dead people and their samples. Davy also decided to remind her that during the surprise attack on them, the guard was only going to execute Baron Gorneo and take him with him. Thus, the boy believed that they were simply going to take him as a guinea pig, just like Winry, who was a powerful mage. Meanwhile, Ulysses had his own problems and still felt exhausted after using such a huge amount of magic. Count Colio looked at the exhausted elder and commented that he had held out for quite a long time. The commander looked down on the boy and asked in a commanding voice why he had come to their secret hideout. There were several scars on Jullus' face, but he answered with the same confidence and elation that he had come to protect. Count Colio found his words rather abstract and began to mention Princess Winry, the inhabitants of the Ordom lands, and the prince himself, who no longer needed saving. Jeanreau looked at him with a twitching lip and asked what his arrogant speech meant. The head knight let out a disappointed sigh and asked if the elder thought they were completely unprepared. Jullus stared at him in horrified realization when he mentioned that the lands of Ordom had long been empty, and all the people had been killed by their order. Count Colio did not stand on ceremony and decided to finish everything as quickly as possible, drawing his sword with one deft movement of his hand. And before the red-haired boy could blink, the blade of the knight's sharp sword passed through his body, causing him to lose his balance. Jullus only had time to realize his mistake and delayed reaction, because he didn't even have time to wave his wand. The wounded Jeanreau fell to his knees, along with his broken glasses, sitting powerlessly in front of the commander himself. He instantly pulled the sword from the guy's body and said that if he wanted to protect someone, he should have immediately grabbed them and ran away from the country. He added that he would have been better off taking care of his own survival and running as far as possible while they gave him the opportunity. Jullus was on the verge of death, but that didn't stop him from looking with contempt in his eyes at the man who was insolently towering over him. From the other side of the secret hideout, a sweet voice was heard asking if Jeanreau had really been naive enough to think he could save everyone. The familiar voice continued to talk about the princess, calling Jullus a moron for trying to protect the princess he clearly had feelings for. These words hit a sore spot, and Jullus looked with bated breath at the man who had dragged Winry along with him, Count Rinton smiled broadly, taking immense pleasure in the sight of the helpless elder from the magic tower. The man laughed, and with a pompous smile noted that he liked his own theory that the guy had ambiguous feelings for the girl. Rinton enjoyed the attention of the red-haired man, who continued to shout at him and demand that he let the princess go. The elder shouted for Winry to wake up, and the healer began to examine her face and say that he understood perfectly well what a beautiful face he fell in love with her for. These words put a fat end to the patience of the wounded Jullus, and he froze for no reason with anger in his eyes. The boy grabbed his magic wand and began to loudly rip his throat out in a frenzy. The wounded boy, despite the deep cut on his body, began to run angrily towards Rinton and aim his weapon at him. As soon as he ran away a little, Count Collio grabbed him painfully by the head, squeezing the top of his head in his hand. He caught the fleeing Jullus and pressed on him with all his might, causing the boy to stumble and meet his face on the stone ground. Jonro almost lost consciousness, his head hitting the stone texture of their secret hideout with pieces of rock flying everywhere. The guy was exhausted and immobilized, and Rinton, with a wide smile on his face, asked him not to worry, because he would find a use for them all as test subjects. While talking with the sage, Jullus learned that the man's real name was Rinton Bornisiade of Lutis, a medicine kingdom before it was taken over by the Lindis Empire. Since childhood, he was a genius, showing corresponding potential in medicine and placing great hopes on himself in the future. However, little Rinton's nature was eccentric in its own way, and eventually an entry appeared in his personal file that prohibited him from practicing medicine. In order to invent a cure for a rare disease with a small number of cases, he kidnapped 200 healthy people and began experimenting on them. At the time, he was only 15 years old, and he even managed to find a cure for a minor virus. But by the end of the experiment, only 10 people remained alive, half of whom were in critical condition and died a month later. He turned out to be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goal, even if he had to dance in step with death itself. The killers were called by many names, whether by their usual name, serial killer or maniac, but a man like Rinton was called something special, a hero. Either way, there was a ringing irony in that one word that might have seemed funny if the story had not been so tragic. They called him a hero, but only because they didn't know what kind of demon lurked behind his sweet, merciful smile, full of pride. Rinton grinned and sang to the exhausted Jullus that it had come as a huge surprise to him how easily he had fallen for his trick. Jullus could barely raise his head to utter in a hoarse voice whether the Count realized the weight his actions could carry. Shaking his head in concern, he again took on his fake concerned tone and asked the red-haired man not to be angry, since both sides were still winning. Linton said that Prince Davy's death would bring him great fame and allow him to take medicine to a whole new level. The doctor arrogantly opened his arms and grinned, adding that in return he would receive only the glory and achievements of the prince. He looked at Illis and chuckled, and said that he would definitely make a huge contribution to humanity by becoming his test subject. Jonro bared his teeth and, in anger mixed with fear, called the scientist a madman who called such a deal rational. Rinton wiped the unpleasant sweat from his face and thanked the red-haired man for his generous compliment with a commanding smile. He carelessly threw away his handkerchief and ordered Count Collio to deal with the elder of the magic tower. Count Collio began to slowly approach the guy with his sword outstretched, under the scientist's orders to cut off 1 or 2 limbs so that he would shut up. The main thing was not to kill. Jullus was immobilized and, due to the huge number of wounds all over his body, was not even able to move calmly without feeling a burning pain. Count Collio again drew his thick blade and said that he was going to do as the doctor said. Jullus closed his eyes and thought first of all not about his life, but about the fact that he couldn't even save Mrs. Winry. And what about his teacher, who was probably very worried about him and always considered him capable of breaking out of any hole. Moreover, Mr. Davy, whom he had let down and could not even help him, before at least becoming his friend. The commander swung, and the Count laughed loudly, saying that sometimes catastrophes happened in the world against which man could do nothing. He pointed at the exhausted red-haired boy and gloated that he could have survived if he had accepted the harsh reality beforehand. Looking at the sharp blade flying at him, Jullus could only mentally beg his acquaintances not to forgive him for his sin. But as soon as the sword approached the red-haired man's body, Davy intervened in the scene of the execution with a fist to the solar plexus of Count Collio, saying that Rinton was not worthy of being called a man. Count Collio was briefly thrown into the air, feeling the enormous pressure of the powerful blow all over his body and bones. Davy took another swing and said that if there was some inevitable and devastating disaster, it certainly wasn't Rinton. The boy squeezed his hand tightly, and it turned blood red along with a hovering purple aura around it. Another powerful blow landed on the commander's chest, which was called the Demon King Yurga's move, otherwise known as the Destructive Strike. Davy gradually began to speed up and hit him even more, turning one fist into dozens of fists. A hard blow to the solar plexus fell upon the enemy like a flurry and began to mercilessly beat Count Kolio without a second to pause. The boy's fists gradually began to pierce the commander's armor, and the first stream of blood flowed from him. Meanwhile, the palace was strangely quiet, perhaps due to the corpses that covered the floor, but were gradually being cleared away. Baron Gorneo looked at the fallen knights in despair, and with annoyance in his voice, he could not believe that such a thing could happen. Jack walked around the surprised Baron and protected him, occasionally being distracted by cleaning up the corpses and disposing of them somewhere far away. The man with wavy hair was outraged by Jack's actions, but he asked the Baron to sit still and let him do his job. These words outraged the Baron even more, and he loudly asked why he was so cold to their situation, literally engaging in massacre in broad daylight. Looking at one of the trembling knights, Jack asked pointedly if Gorneo was abandoning his patients to rot, wasting his time in debate. Jack said that the Baron had his own work to do and pointed his sharp dagger at the helmet of the trembling guard. The spy leapt at his enemy with a quick and agile step, plunging the sharp blade of the weapon with a twisted tip into his forehead. The Baron stared at Jack's indifferent cleansing, and still tried to argue that killing the Knight Squad could cause them problems. What worried Gorneo even more was that if Count Kolio supported the Knight's actions, then Prince Davy could be in danger. But Jack only glanced at him indifferently. The Baron angrily asked why the spy had not gone to the prince's aid, but Jack exhaled and mentioned that it was not his place to worry about the boy's life. The spy knew very well that Count Kolio's knights were masters of the sword, and understood why the Baron was so concerned about the boy's fate. Jack held an uncomfortable silence, looking at Gorneo, who had fallen in front of him with a look of hopelessness on his face. Opening his eyes and looking at the Baron with indifference, Jack added that in reality there was nothing more useless for him than worrying about a person's life. However, the respected agent had no reason to worry, because at that very moment Davy's fist was crushing the Knight's commander's ribs into the sand. The prince extended his hand forward and delivered a final blow to him, causing Count Kolio to fly back at great speed into the nearest stone wall. Count Rinton immediately jumped up from his seat and, stumbling awkwardly, headed towards the offending boy. The healer fell to his knees in anger and stared at the boy, who was not thrilled by the unpresentable appearance of the refuge cave. Davy looked at his fist with a purple glow with slight apprehension, because even he himself did not expect it to be so powerful. He couldn't help but think that the doctor himself would have gone mad a second time if he had known how he had acquired such an ability. But Perserk interrupted his thoughts. The girl pointed at the exhausted Jullus, and the boy quickly turned to the red-haired man who could barely breathe. With trembling eyes, the elder looked at Davy and muttered his name with his title, a rather inappropriate formality at this moment. Davy's smirk disappeared from his face, and he simply smiled warmly at the red-haired man. The prince bowed before Jullus and thanked him briefly, beginning to recite a prayer and ask the goddess for help. The absurd prayer seemed unusual even to Jean-Ro, who gradually began to feel warmth and a surge of strength in his body from the sacred magic of the goddess. Jullus rose to his feet and looked at his restored body in shock, whispering that he expected no less from the bearer of the stigmata. The red-haired man looked in surprise at the prince, who told him that he never forgets someone else's mercy. Davy stepped to the other side and continued saying that he never forgot his grievances. The boy walked smugly in front of Rinton, who fell to his knees and remained silent, feeling like the last helpless puppy. Rinton glanced back sharply and pressed his lips tightly together, looking at the boy passing by with uncertain contempt in his eyes. Then, as if with a snap of his fingers, the entire atmosphere around the two bodies turned into a merciless hell, where Davy took it upon himself to make the scientist answer for his sins. At that very moment, the first thing that flew off was Rinton's severed hand, and he didn't even have time to react. The doctor painfully grabbed his bleeding hand, and he growled loudly in pain, baring his teeth in rage. That steam in front of Davy began to painfully roll from side to side, cursing the prince through clenched teeth and intermittent breaths. Rinton tried to lift his shaking head when the boy looked up at him and ordered him to disappear. Davy took his little sister and channeled all his strength into his leg, sending Rinton flying with one swing of his foot. The scientist fell down the cliff to heart-rending screams, and the boy loudly ordered him not to stain Winry with his blood. From his terrible exclamations, Winry slowly opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Davy. The princess still didn't understand what was happening, so the guy asked her carefully if she was awake and safe, and she began to answer with a trembling voice. Winry was scared and looked around nervously, trying to figure out where she was, and found herself in some kind of damp cave. The girl's eyes instantly opened when she saw an armed man heading towards them in the other direction. Count Collio threw off his hood and took aim at Davy in mid-flight, intending to chop off his neck from behind, while the girl nervously shouted at the boy to turn around. The Knight Commander glared at the boy, who he was ready to chop into pieces in a matter of seconds. The princess closed her eyes in horror and screamed, and the red ribbon willfully covered the boy like a shield, holding back the Count's blow. The red ribbon itself was a very strong sword, so it had no problem simply taking on the heavy blade of Collio's blade. The Count's eyes widened warily, his eyebrows drew together, and he whispered where the boy got some kind of magic sword. The prince pulled his sister closer to him and said that it was rather improper for a sword master himself to try to attack someone from behind, asking if he was ashamed. Count Collio was distracted and began to fight the jumping Crimson Sword, who skillfully blocked and reflected his attacks. Davy jumped down with Winry in his arms, and Julius worriedly asked if he was okay with his sister. Julius and Winry had a lot of questions, but the prince said to put them off for later and simply asked the elder to stay with his sister so that she would not get hurt. Jean-Ro was outraged and said that it was dangerous for the guy to go alone and they needed to get out of there together. Davy opened the blue ribbon, causing the heavenly blade to peek out at its tip, and told them not to worry. He started walking towards the enemy with 2 flying swords behind his back, and saying that he was not as weak as he seemed to them. Count Collio jumped down, meeting the prince armed with floating swords, face to face. The Knight Commander looked at the blue ribbon and called it too dangerous a sword for a normal guy to swing like that. The commander's gaze became more determined and threatening, so he said that he was going to take both swords from the boy. The prince immediately objected, saying that he would first have to ask his children's opinion. The boy bowed his head and saw Rinton, who was still clinging to life and trying to escape with limping legs. Davy said that Count Collio should take care of his boss, who gave Davy a frightened look. Swinging carelessly and almost hitting the ground with his head, the boy threw one of the blades at the scientist, cutting his leg in one swing. The sword dug deep into the wounded Rinton, and Davy asked the stunned Count Collio where the hell his boss had gone. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion in the commander's head, the prince quickly crept up to him and prepared his hand from behind. The boy was about to use the technique from earlier again, gathering all the negative energy between his clenched hands. Then the young man swung his arm and delivered an incredibly strong blow to the Count's chest, which almost pierced the Count through and through. The Count immediately flew back and coughed up blood. The single blow was so strong that it damaged his internal system. The boy flew back and stood in front of Count Collio, who was barely standing on his feet, which was already a miracle after such a powerful reception. Davy commented that the commander had incredible resilience to such blows, while he desperately relied on his sword. But the young man swung both hands again and said that he would gladly turn Count Collio into a living punching bag. The commander's body once again became a helpless beating dummy, taking all of Davy's blows one after another. 100 punches per second did not bother the boy at all, and he simply continued to attack his enemy until he was completely exhausted. Count Collio felt every blow, but he tried to hold on and grab his sword, even though he couldn't even lift it. The barrage of blows soon ended, and Davy finished with one precise blow right under Count Collio's solar plexus. The Knight Commander was shaking and trying to mumble something, but due to lack of breath and pain throughout his body, he cut himself off in mid-sentence. The Count staggered and took a few nervous steps back, calling the boy an impudent scoundrel and asking how he dared to aim at his solar plexus. The knight was dying, and the prince objected and said that in war all means are good if they can be used to win. Davy decided to change tactics, as he expected more from the swordmaster himself, even though his strong endurance only partially justified his status. The boy noticed this the first time he looked at the Count, but still hoped that he would show himself better. The Demon Queen commented that Count Collio had simply failed to overcome his own limits. She noted that although the concept of ki overdose did not exist in their world, what happened to the commander was very similar to that. Davy decided not to enter into another fight with his foot and simply said that there was simply no point in asking about the reasons for Kolio's cooperation with Rinton. The boy said that on the way to their secret hideout he saw capsules with people in which they were transplanting monster cells into human bodies. The boy suspected that Count Kolio had decided to assist Rinton's inhumane experiments in order to restore his own body. The mere mention of his body made the commander furious and loudly ordered the prince to be silent, his hands trembling around the hilt. Davy didn't answer and just let out a long breath, and then decided to clarify something else, although he admitted that the situation was absurd for such a thing. The young man turned to Rinton and asked if he was the one who planted the bacteria in the bandits in the Ordum lands to spread the disease. Count Linton froze in horror and began to back away while sitting when he heard that his scheme had been exposed. In fact, Davy had learned about it from Jack's countdown. The Demon Queen narrowed her eyes and read Rinton's thoughts, saying that he was horrified that the prince had revealed the truth. The boy was not sure how well known the scheme was, but if it came to light, it could forever tarnish the honor of the Central Disease Administration. Davy would have been partly interested in watching the agency's reputation crumble, but Perserk asked him to think about the consequences for at least a second. The boy narrowed his eyes in a smile when the devil ordered him to have at least a little conscience and honor. Count Rinton desperately tried to intervene with a trembling voice, but the commander of the knights ordered him to remain silent and not to make even a squeak. Kolio turned his gaze to Davy with a concentrated look and already understood that the source of his power was far from the magic sword. After carefully examining the young man, he came to the conclusion that the prince was at least a master level, but with sacred magic, it was simply absurd for his age. Count Kolio had no doubt that Davy could easily go down in history as a genius of their era, and the boy, meanwhile, said that he would no longer hit only in the solar plexus. The knight commander slowly began to raise his sword, his hand stopping shaking in renewed determination. With his sword held out in front of him, Count Kolio intended to stop Davy before he could become even stronger. The commander's blade began to fill with mana and glow blue, giving it a golden hue on the blade. Then Count Kolio began to justify his title and began to crush the boy in turn with unceremonious cuts and blows. In one of the attacks, the commander jumped high, towering over the guy and swinging at him from above. Davy looked back and said with a nervous smile that he was slowly beginning to fight according to his rank. Kolio's next blow was unusually ferocious and powerful, so Davy immediately knew that he would not be able to block it. The boy clenched his fist and decided to risk not attacking at all, but rather to dodge the attack. The attack passed the boy's body, and he quietly walked around his enemy, jumping up to him from the other side. The boy laughed good-naturedly and said that he didn't expect him to fall for his bluff. Davy began to concentrate the dark aura in his hands again, which now covered both of his fists at once. Count Kolio looked warily at the strange purple shimmer in front of him, but did not have time to react in time. Then Davy put his weight back on him and brought both fists down on the commander's chest using the double fist technique. The boy's hands glowed with a golden light, and he used the enemy's solar plexus shredding. Davy's enemy was instantly thrown to the other side by the pressure of his fists, and crashed into the nearest wall with a loud bang. The move was quite powerful, so the sacred power around the boy's fists evaporated immediately after using it. The Demon Queen stared in horror at the boy's quick execution and said that he had gone a bit overboard. Count Kolio left the embrace of the stone wall and fell to one knee, coughing up blood from the powerful blow. He began to rely on his sword again as his only grip on his remaining strength and call the boy a scoundrel. The Count was on his last legs when Davy asked him why he had agreed to fight if he was not sure of his victory. Kolio clenched both rows of teeth tightly, but his anger was directed not at the prince, but at himself for allowing himself to be outclassed in fighting ability. In his entire life, the commander could never have imagined that some prince would defeat him, the former captain of the Imperial Knightly Order. Kolio's hands began to shake again and he was unable to utter a word, hoarsely trying to catch his breath. Tom wanted to say something to Davy, but he dropped the sentence mid-sentence before he could raise his head at him. The commander finally reached the end of his strength and fell to the ground unconscious with a loud thud. In fact, Davy himself was very surprised by the old man's resilience, because he beat him so hard that the skeleton of any other person would have long since turned to mush. The boy looked around the other way when he heard Winry's exclamations nearby. The younger sister ran up to the prince worriedly and asked how he felt and whether he was injured, but the boy dispelled her worries. Jullus scratched the back of his head awkwardly and apologized in a quiet voice for causing so much unnecessary trouble to Davy, adding that he was amazed at his strength. They still had many questions, but the boy asked them not to worry about anything, because it was he who left them in danger. They couldn't understand why he was so calm, and Davy added that if he died, the cure for the disease would disappear with him. Davy knew that he was always Rinton's first target, so he asked the two to leave as quickly as possible, and asked Illis to take care of Winry. Princess Winry and Illis looked away warily, as if they had seen something shocking. In the corner where the exhausted Rinton had sat just a few minutes ago, now only Davy's red ribbon remained. The scientist took advantage of the moment and ran away. Jullus and Winry looked angrily at the scoundrel's cold trail, and the prince said that was why he asked them to go to a safe place. The red-haired man looked at his hand uncertainly and apologized to Davy, since his mana had already been used up for an immediate chase. The boy simply asked them to stand still, and a huge magic circle appeared under them, which began to sparkle with blue light. The two looked at the movement circle below them in amazement, and had even more questions for the guy. Davy looked at the exhausted body of Count Colio and asked Jullus to take him to the Red Tower for punishment. Winry and Illis were delighted, and even during the transfer tried to ask if he was also talented in magic. In fact, they didn't know that the control of small gates like the one Jullus had, with the level of a magician like Davy, could be created at any time. Davy didn't answer the questions of the two and snapped his fingers with a forced smile, causing them to move to a safe place in an instant. A bright flash appeared in the cave space, which instantly caused the magic circle to evaporate and teleport Winry and Illis. The swords returned to Davy, and he looked at the bloody ground of the secret hideout with clenched teeth. The boy picked up the red ribbon and said, "It was a bit impolite for a scientist to run away from someone he considered a precious guinea pig." Davy took several deep breaths, trying to keep himself calm and not get angry. He raised his red eyes and said with contempt that Rinton himself had turned him against himself by dragging Winry away with him. Looking around, Davy saw which way the scientist might have gone in the cave and promised himself that he would not let him get off easy. Rinton was unable to run far due to his still bleeding arms and legs, which made him barely able to walk. Davy walked slowly towards the helpless scientist, who was groaning under his breath in pain. The old man slowly turned his head towards the prince who had arrived, and in a hoarse voice called him a monster. Davy chuckled and playfully said that they would see which of them was the real monster, confidently swinging one of the swords. The prince made a single crescent-shaped swing and sent two piercing slashes at Rinton, which curved and joined together. Rinton jumped back and screamed, but the blow was blocked by a bright blue shield, causing the slashes to crash and disintegrate. Davy's eyes widened, and he stared at the strange barrier that prevented his attacks from hurting the scientist. The boy did not hesitate and immediately ran towards Rinton, who was surrounded by blue light from the magic ring beneath him. Even the doctor himself was surprised, and looked at the guy with surprised eyes, but his breathing gradually recovered. Then the man began to chuckle nervously, causing the small chuckle to turn into a full-blown laugh. Rinton started laughing hysterically and yelling loudly that he had his own ace up his sleeve, and Davy fell for it. Looking at the red ribbon, Davy admitted that Rinton's shield was strong enough that 2 strong cuts were not enough. The barrier resembled very dense air and was created by forcibly concentrating huge amounts of mana, an incredibly expensive technology. Rinton chuckled and leaned over to Davy slyly, grabbing the switch with his one hand and telling the boy that he was tired of the monster prince's entertainment. The old man pressed the switch and casually threw it aside, still barely standing on his feet. The Demon Queen loudly declared that the scientist had tried to escape by hiding behind a protective barrier. He gloated loudly and continued to aggressively press the switch with his foot, saying that he had won. Rinton chuckled and said that his mana gate was found in the relics and could slowly send him outside the dimension. Davy looked uncertainly at the old man, who claimed that such a barrier could never be broken through by some magic sword. The man walked up to the very edge of the barrier and promised to never leave the boy alone, saying that he would definitely put him in a capsule for experiments. Davy looked contemptuously at the madman who was ordering him to listen carefully and look at him. He opened his jacket and showed several flasks in his inside pocket, promising to steal everything that belonged to the boy together for the medicine. A sinister grin spread across his face, and Rinton concluded by saying that Davy would never be able to save anyone. Rinton pointed his finger at the prince, adding that even in the future, he would lose everything and everyone dear to him, forcing out a desperate laugh. The old man began to slowly disappear and wave ominously at the boy, asking him how humiliated he now felt. Through his hatred, Davy did not appreciate the scientist's gesture of goodwill and simply told him that even listening to him was disgusting. The blue ribbon itself fell into the guy's hands and he, twirling it in his hands, made one precise swing with the cold blade. The prince wished Rinton a safe journey and crushed him with hundreds of slashes across his mana barrier, causing the shield to shake. Rinton stared at the boy in a frantic manner and couldn't believe his eyes when his indestructible shield began to shatter into hundreds of tiny pieces before his very eyes. Like fragile glass, the energy barrier turned into hundreds of sharp fragments that scattered throughout the laboratory. The boy looked at the blue ribbon and said that it didn't matter what the protective field was made of or how strong it was. The guy always had his own way to win, and this time he used the blue sword, which cut everything that does not exist in the physical world. Davy simply watched the culmination of events and the light from the barrier, which began to gradually fade. Perserk looked at Rinton's dead body and said that he had worked with corpses all his life and ended up like this, and the prince noted that such a punishment was deserved. The boy groaned and said discontentedly that he had completely forgotten that Rintenu had not intended to die a quick death, but the devil praised Davy for his endurance. They were unable to comment on what had happened for long, because a second later a loud roar was heard throughout the entire room and the earth began to shake. Davy and the Demon Queen began to look around in confusion due to the sudden earthquake. A nervous smile crept across the boy's face, and he began to understand what was really happening. Rinton was indeed a vindictive man, so he was not ready to let go of his prey, even after death, destroying the evidence along with his dead body. Hundreds of horses were already heading towards the secret laboratory, loudly tapping their hooves on the ground. The commander of the knights ordered to search and arrest Count Rinton along with his subordinates and Count Kolio, and in case of resistance to retreat. The commander-in-chief stood out with his white horse and gave orders to one of the detachments to protect Baron Gorneo, and to the others to take care of the civilians. The leader of the knights, Davy Olron, reminded his warriors that their main goal was not to resist to the last warrior, but to protect the citizens. The knights immediately went forward at the order of their lord to protect at least one more person. Varys glanced nervously at his native ruined lands and could not imagine that they had been brought to such a state in less than a month. The disease administration, led by Count Rinton, arrived in the Ordom lands a few days after Winry's departure to the capital of the Haines lands. Then Varys's affairs were put on hold for a while, and he was awaiting new urgent powers. And one day, a strange man came to him, whose appearance alone made Varys look at him with concern. Baron Gorneo came to Varys with some bad news, revealing a theory that someone was deliberately trying to spread the disease across the Ordom lands. While Varys was focused on carefully watching his knights, one of them loudly asked him to look at something. Varys looked in horror at the corpses of the guards that were carelessly scattered throughout the capital. Moreover, these were not just guards, but members of the liquidation squad, whose bodies looked as if someone had thrown them into a hot oven. Wherever Varys looked, there were more than a dozen dead knights, and it became even more frightening for him to imagine what had really happened. He suddenly remembered something and made the horse move at full speed back to his sister's palace. Everything was blurry before Varys's eyes, but even while he was out of breath, he quickly headed towards the estate. The swordmaster burst into the palace and began to quickly search the rooms in search of Baron Gorneo. Varys nervously opened the door to the infirmary and called out loudly for Gorneo, hoping he had not arrived too late. Many of the patients had already undergone rehabilitation, and the man with wavy hair looked in surprise at Varys, who had unexpectedly returned. The guy's eyes suddenly opened and he looked in surprise at the patients who no longer looked like frozen corpses. The Baron ran excitedly to Varys and thanked the heavens that he was safe, but Varys himself was worried about Gorneo. Varys looked at the empty beds in shock and asked what miracle had happened, and Gorneo mentioned that the first prince of Rauna had also arrived with Princess Winry. Baron Gorneo chuckled generously and said that with Davy's arrival, they were able to invent a cure for the deadly disease. Varys was perplexed when he continued to talk about how the boy was able to cope with the terrible virus, as if it were some kind of bug. Then Varys asked about the corpses outside, and the Baron lowered his eyebrows angrily and replied that they belonged to Count Kolio's detachment. The green-haired boy froze when he mentioned that the knights had first tried to get rid of them after the cure was invented. Varys lost his professional tone and began asking about Winry and Davy in a trembling but still commanding voice, and Gorneo became nervous and tried to calm him down. But without even listening to Gorneo, Varys began to loudly assert that these things were too important and, loudly banging on the table, ordered him to tell everything. The green-haired man grabbed his head in panic and began to quickly analyze all possible scenarios. Anger welled up in him from the thought that his sister, having once again given in to her naive nature, could find herself in danger and something terrible could happen. But at that moment, Winry interrupted Varys and looked at her twin brother, who suddenly fell silent and stared at her. Jullus smiled and said that Varys apparently valued his sister much more than it seemed, and Winry herself felt ashamed of her brother's abrupt display of concern. The twin brother fell to the floor and screamed at the whole room, either from relief or from shame, which suddenly caught him red-handed. It seemed as if Varys's scream shook the entire room, and the luxurious chandeliers began to sway from side to side. But as it turned out, it was actually an earthquake that happened right after Davy's sword passed through Rinton's body. It did not stop, but with each passing second it became stronger and forced the birds to fly away in alarm. Davy burst through the ceiling of the secret laboratory to the sound of falling rocks from the earthquake. The boy rose into the air and looked at the destroyed surface of the cave, happily saying that everything had turned out very well. The guy laughed at the fact that the secret lab decided to collapse on itself, and Berserk worriedly asked Davy to look the other way. The monsters began to break out of the laboratory and run in the other direction. They looked unusual and more like hybrids, that is, chimeras. The Demon Queen was very concerned about how they were able to escape, but Davy noted that that was only half the problem compared to where they were heading. The chimeras seemed to have set themselves the goal of specifically attacking the lands of Ordom, where the capital and mansion of Winry and Varys were located. The monsters were incredibly fast, and in a matter of seconds they spread across the entire location, building a confusing route for themselves. Davy exhaled nervously and said that it would be difficult to catch them alone, and Berserk suggested that they quickly return to the palace and take advantage of the defense. The boy looked up and thought for a few seconds, then said that the option was not bad, so it was worth going immediately. The young man quickly accelerated and flew over the ground with his boot, sliding lightly before jumping. The prince made a high jump and quickly rose into the air, moving with the help of the fifth circle magic flight skill. Rising above a sufficient number of crumpled-together chimeras, the boy quickly glanced at which side he would best begin his attack. He noted that the moisture in the air was very welcome, and then snapped his fingers and caused a golden chalk of mana to appear between them. Davy summoned the red ribbon and waved his hand over it, making a small request to the scarlet sword. The boy stroked the blade of the sword with his fingers and asked her to borrow some of her mana, which was a bit cheeky of him. Berserk saw a golden glow around the sword, and Davy said that he couldn't do high-level magic well with only the power of the fifth circle, so he took it from Honden. The boy raised his sword up and it began to transfer its mana to him, surrounding the boy with golden light and sacred chains. Davy said that he was going to summon lightning from the thunderclouds, and huge pink-hued magic circles appeared next to him. These magical rings surrounded the entire forest, effectively trapping the chimeras in one large trap of round cannons. Davy felt a surge of power throughout his body, each jump of warm mana through his arms expanding his boundaries and making him even stronger. Berserk looked at the strange runes around the boy in surprise and noted that she had never seen the language depicted on those before. The prince looked proudly at the culmination of his abilities, which he had managed to achieve with just one sword. Now that the entire forest and wasteland was surrounded by golden runes, the territory effectively belonged to Davy. The boy could not even chase after the remaining chimeras and focus on those that were running straight at him. The Demon Queen flew a little higher to see the picture of the battles with her own eyes in all details. She flew up to the guy who turned his head towards her and said that he had just remembered something he had wanted to try for a long time. Davy remembered one move that practically turned the user into a true master of fire, although he wanted to try it with thunder and lightning. The prince instantly dropped down to the chimeras and began charging his sword with golden lightning, swinging and cutting through the air with flashes. He began swinging his sword like a whip, ordering the insect monsters around him to disappear and creating huge lightning strikes in their place. On the borders of the Ordom lands, a chariot was racing at full speed, and behind it the sounds of the clattering hooves of knightly horses could be heard. The royal carriage rushed in panic in an unknown direction near the border forests of the lands. The robbers ran towards the royal representatives, and with one deft movement, a man in a blue cloak and on a horse crushed them. His charges, nervously clutching the horsewhip, called him Sir Velos in panic. The crowd of knights turned and decided to run away because the number of damned robbers was growing. The killers continued to pursue the weakened knights and not let them leave so easily, and Velos did everything he could to escape as quickly as possible. On the other side, a barrage of terrible golden lightning was visible, which Davy was calling upon to fight the monsters around him. Velos looked at the amazing yet terrifying phenomenon before his eyes, and one could have easily thought that the world had suddenly decided to put an end to everything. It seemed to the commander that God's will itself had decided to deal with them, calling down thunder and huge lightning strikes straight into the ground. The knights had to pause for a second to nervously switch their attention to their escape from the assassins. Velos looked at the carriage and loudly ordered to go into the forest, since even in the wasteland a real apocalypse awaited them. Inside the chariot there were poor people who looked out the window and covered themselves in horror, hearing the sounds of terrible thunder. The passengers began to nervously pray and apologize for everything to the heavens, which for some reason were very angry either at them or at the whole world. On the other side of the forest, right next to the border, everything was covered by a hail of golden lightning, which mercilessly struck the ground and shook it. The pressure of lightning and sacred power was too much even for Davy, and after each swing he fell to his knees with pain all over his body. Perserk was outraged and ordered the boy not to strain himself too much, because his brain could simply melt from the ringing pain in his head. The Demon Queen shouted at the boy to calm down because controlling such divine power could be fatal for an ordinary person, and his face was already blue. Davy tried to explain that he was okay because he had already been able to get to his level and survive. It felt like his head was being hit with a loud hammer every second, and although the mana consumption wasn't too high, he still felt exhaustion all over. The boy tried to walk along his runes, but he felt as if both his legs were numb, and he simply couldn't feel them. The guy put his trembling hand on his head and was already thinking about taking a short break to restore his strength. All the boy's senses were heightened, so every smell or sound was perceived by his body as a heart-rending roar. So he heard a carriage nearby. Looking back, Davy noticed a chariot in the middle of the forest, driven by several people and accompanying knights. This was no ordinary carriage, and certainly not a carriage from the capital of the Haineslands or the Round Kingdom, but its luxurious appearance clearly spoke of its important status. The boy looked at the strange carriage in confusion and did not understand why it was in such a place, but Perserk immediately saw the coat of arms of the imperial family on it. The girl lowered her eyebrows in fascination, adding that the chariot was also platinum in color, but Davy found the Imperial's intervention strange. Indeed, in the lands of Ordom their presence had to be justified, even though they ran close to the border. The boy came to the conclusion that it could be either the Palin Empire or Rindis in front of them, but Perserk said that they were probably pursuing someone very important, and it was better for them to ignore them. The Demon Queen repeated and warned the boy that if he interfered with their pursuit, he could get into even more trouble. The young man glanced at the carriage with one eye and saw a man outside the window who seemed to be looking at him through darkened glass. The picture seemed a little strange to Davy, and he raised one eyebrow, as if he had made contact with an unknown silhouette. A girl with long turquoise hair and a soft pink dress looked out from there. She stared at the boy with her golden eyes, her remaining face completely covered by a mask. Davy's heightened sense of smell made him freeze for a second at the suspicious sweet smell, as if he was in some kind of garden. The smell was refreshing, and a warming moisture passed over the boy's entire head, clearing his thoughts. Davy immediately recognized the pleasant smell, which was very similar to the scent of elementalist flowers. The prince instantly flew closer to the platinum chariot, not allowing it to get away from him. In the gusts of wind, the boy extended his index finger forward and summoned several more golden runes in front of him. Golden magic circles began to appear one by one above the Imperials running past. The Demon Queen looked worriedly at Davy, who suddenly decided to give in to his impressive feelings and do something bad. Then the boy began to call down sharp golden lightning bolts from each sacred rune in turn, causing the sky to thunder deafeningly. A powerful blow from one of the flashes in front of the chariot tore through the ground and shattered it into hundreds of huge stone fragments. In place of the Imperials, there were now only immobilized fried silhouettes and a huge crater, and Davy playfully said that his hand had simply slipped. Perserk was quietly indignant, and the prince flew in the other direction with an innocent expression on his face and said that he knew nothing and did not do anything. Then Davy's heart began to beat painfully, and he felt weakness throughout his body, and the previous warmth from the sacred power disappeared. The prince lost his balance and immediately realized that he could no longer use flight magic, so he began to fall rapidly downwards. The demon queen looked at the boy with displeasure and shouted loudly at him as he fell to the ground, exhausted. A second ago, the whole sky was thundering in celestial fury. But now the clouds had evaporated and Davy was falling down with an exhausted squeal into the beautiful sunset. The Imperials managed to break through the forest, and inside the carriage, almost on the floor, a girl in a pink dress was sleeping peacefully, addressed with the royal initials. Velos opened the carriage and said in an inspired voice that the Empire was saved and they had safely crossed the border. The sleepy princess was carefully led out of the carriage by the hand and told that they would soon be met by the knightly order of their empire. The short princess looked around and said in a quiet voice that she had not seen Sir Hallis, Rux, or Heaven. The girl sadly lowered her head and began to quietly ask for forgiveness, and wolf ears peeked out from her hat. She sadly took off her hat and said that because of her, a werewolf, they got into trouble again and lost more imperialists. Velos was loudly indignant and asked the girl not to speak about herself so rudely, and the other servants supported him. The Imperial Commander-in-Chief fell to his knees in front of the girl and desperately said that he was to blame for all the losses, and the princess began to stutter and ask him to stop blaming himself. She was nervous and felt like a problem, so she believed that she was a bad omen for those around her, bringing misfortune to everyone. Velos wanted to object, but the werewolf interrupted him with the words that it might be worth it to be brave for the sake of their emperor, but she did not deserve such flattery. The girl was about to add something else, but she couldn't get the words out, and so she simply clutched her dress. The commander-in-chief again fell to his knees before the girl and began to assert that he would definitely conduct an investigation and extinguish the flames of discontent among her people. The werewolf was very touched by the words of her servant, and she thanked him heartily in a quiet voice, almost a squeak. One of the guys in uniform approached Velos, asking him what kind of lightning they had seen, and the commander replied that it did not look like a natural phenomenon at all. The girl turned away and silently listened to the guesses of her servants, who could not even comprehend that those lightning bolts could actually obey someone. Velos thought and scratched his chin, saying that such lightning exceeded the skills of the best magicians of their entire continent, which was already beyond human comprehension. The princess moved away in the other direction, knowing that, contrary to their guesses, the thunderous catastrophe was not caused by some magical dragon. The girl extended her hand and began to remember, quietly describing a man with short black hair. The guy's aroma and character reminded her of dogwood, in particular its shallow and simple nature, which spoke of solidity. Davy hadn't passed out in such a grotesque manner since his time in the Gallery of Heroes. But since this happened, it meant that the boy could only enjoy his peaceful sleep, without thinking too much about the problems around him. The clouds slowly evaporated in the air, and the sun began to peek out between the leaves of the trees, blinding with its warm rays. Drops of small dew rolled down Davy's face over and over again, trying in vain to wake him up. The boy's cheek twitched slightly from another sudden cool drop on his face, and he slowly opened his red eyes. Perserk was very worried, and looked at the guy with excitement, flying in front of his face for more than a minute. The girl brought him a small leaf with a few drops of clean water, and Davy thanked her and mumbled that for the first time in a long time he had slept well. When he asked how long he had slept, the demon queen tilted her head to the side thoughtfully and said that it had been no more than 2 hours. Davy was slightly surprised because, looking around, he saw a blooming green forest around him and not chaos in the epicenter of the Ordum lands. There was no need to hurry, so the boy turned over on his side again and settled down to sleep a little longer. But Perserk was indignant. If the girl were human, the entire forest would probably have heard her cry that the guy should at least think about those who worry about him. But as soon as Davy left the forest, he was met by a worried Varys, who could not believe his eyes when he saw his older brother in the middle of the thicket. It was an unexpected but pleasant surprise for the prince that his excited younger brother had already returned to the lands of Ordum. Something was very troubling Varys, so Davy tilted his head, trying to figure out what was bothering his brother so much. Then the green-haired man began to examine every corner of the boy's body and make sure that there was not a single scratch on him, and then he delivered him to the camp. Varys exhaled heavily, telling the prince that he couldn't imagine how much he worried about him. But Davy couldn't help but think that even his father didn't care about him like that. The prince assumed that Varys could not have entered the forests of the Ordum lands, since he mentioned that he had to assemble a rescue party with Illis and Winry. Entering a forest where thousands of lightning bolts were striking was tantamount to suicide, and given Varys's character, enduring 5 hours there was already an achievement. Then, following her twin brother, Winry appeared from the bushes, screaming, and Illis, who was again accompanying the princess. The girl bumped into Davy, and the second round of overprotectiveness from the twins began as she began sniffing and looking at the boy from all sides. Varys was indignant and irritably asked why his sister patient had gone out for a walk instead of peacefully lying in bed, and she snapped and said that she had more important things to do. Jullus jokingly said that Davy was bathed in love, and the prince exhaled and asked with a smile on his face if everything looked so sweet. Jean-Rose said that nothing special had happened during the guy's absence, although there was devastation everywhere when they returned to the palace. According to the red-haired man, if it weren't for Davy, a huge disaster could have happened in the capital, and he, as the elder of the Red Tower, felt great shame in his soul. Jullus was even ashamed to look the prince in the eye when mentioning the medicine, but Davy interrupted him prematurely. The prince asked if he was talking about the bottle of blue liquid in his hands, and the elder was amazed that the boy had medicine. After looking at the bottle from all sides, the boy added that Rinton was simply good at hiding things in his bosom, and he stole the medicine when he tried to escape. The boy asked the two not to worry about anything else, and suggested that they go inside to continue the treatment properly, and they were touched by his determination. The rapid treatment continued, and overall, on the first day they were able to return to their usual pace of work, which continued at night. After they returned to the estate, Varys told Davy about all the important events that had happened while the prince was away. Although the boy did not hear anything new, everything was more or less as he had expected, and it all began with Count Rinton spreading the disease through robbers. As evidence of the illegal promotion of the disease, Varys provided a small empty bottle. Davy glanced at the bottle and noted the emblem of the Disease Control Authority, and his twin brother explained that the bottle had been found at the main base of the bandits during a search several days later. The situation still made the green-haired man very angry, remembering that Rinton had acted like an intruder who had invaded someone else's home and had started acting like the owner. As it turned out, Varys had originally left to begin his investigation, and that was why Baron Gorneo was so against Davy doing anything on their lands. The prince suggested that the Baron simply found it difficult to trust anyone when he himself lived in constant fear and did not want random people who could be in danger. Thinking about this, Davy smiled warmly and even felt a little guilty towards the paranoid Gorneo. But now it was everyone else's turn to ask questions, and Varys turned to his brother with a slightly hesitant note in his voice. Davy looked back at his nervous younger brother, who asked him to let him ask him something. The boy nodded and looked humbly at Varys, whose face was filled with concern, seriousness, and even a hint of doubt. The guy glanced out of the corner of his eye at Winry and Illis, who also looked a little confused and who probably also had their own questions for him. Davy looked down at his teacup and told himself that he had been avoiding the topic for a long time, so he needed to answer. He was already very nervous, but he couldn't even imagine how things would have been for him if he had started to show his abilities from the very beginning. He held out as long as possible. Before this, no one had ever seen a person who could perfectly wield a sword while also extracting an aura from it. No one knew about such fighting techniques that, with bare hands, allowed an ordinary passerby to knock down the master of the sword himself. And what about the knowledge of medicine that came out of nowhere without an education, and the sudden huge stigmata coupled with the magic of movement? Davy let out a nervous breath, covering his face with his cup, thinking that ordinary young people with abilities like his simply couldn't exist. The continent was famous for its various young geniuses, but even Princess Elena de Palin, who picked up a sword before she picked up a pencil, could not cross the threshold of a sword master. Even Ulysses, who was considered a true child prodigy and was able to achieve the title of elder and the strongest mage of the tower in his youth, was unable to become a master. And all this while some random 17-year-old guy was able to surpass everyone around him, while also lying in a coma for more than 6 years. In truth, even Davy himself was sometimes surprised by his abilities, and his own path seemed somehow impossible to him. But he had only once decided to stick to the path that he had built for himself over thousands of years in the Gallery of Heroes. Now it was too late to abandon it. Winry interrupted the boy's thoughts and indignantly asked Varys why he had arranged some kind of interrogation, and he rebuffed her words and said that she probably wanted to know herself. The younger sister became even more indignant when Jullus intervened, saying that he would also like to know, since Davy's superhuman strength seemed unimaginable to him. Moreover, Jonro added that Davy was able to use his power with ordinary mana, and the prince immediately realized that Illus was the one who was most interested. Davy even breathed a sigh of relief, because they did not mention the strange lightning in the forest, so he began to explain that his abilities had a slightly different source. The boy slowly placed the mug on the table and began to hold back the intrigue before his next answer. All three froze in anticipation, carefully awaiting the prince's answer, who suddenly fell silent and began to choose the right words. Davy folded his hands together and smiled, saying that his secret was simply that he tried hard. They all cried out in bewilderment because such a simple explanation meant nothing to them and did not answer their question at all. The guy responded to their confusion and repeated once again that he had tried for a long time during the short period in a coma, almost until death. Perserk leaned comfortably on a porcelain cup and began to sing that one way or another the young man had not lied about this. 1,000 years in the Gallery of Heroes was indeed a short period, and would definitely not be enough to study all the techniques in the world. From morning until dawn, Davy's life was filled with training, many of which turned him into a living skeleton. In his dreams and in reality, the prince lived only for training and could not think of anything else, even when the memories of his past life tried to save him. He tried so hard that he even learned how heroes turned around correctly, otherwise he would get a whip on his hands. The goblins passing by casually laughed at the strange guy who was just following a rather strange path to becoming stronger. Varys couldn't believe his ears and just laughed nervously under his breath, because this was clearly not what he expected. As Davy had expected, none of them believed that he had actually achieved everything on his own, and they also thought that he had only started training after waking up. The prince lowered his head and said with an exhalation that things often happen in the world that are quite difficult to explain. Varys looked at the boy with an even more surprised look when he repeated himself and said that he never talked about what he had achieved in just a year. While his younger brother was silently confused, Davy mentioned that even though he had the aura of an ordinary person, he still did unimaginable things. The prince smiled, but told himself that it was too early for those three to know so much about him. He could not yet share all the information with them. The young man stood up and finished by saying that someday, when everyone was ready, he would definitely reveal the whole truth to them. The green-haired boy looked at his older brother in confusion, as if he had become a completely different person in his eyes behind the lenses. Davy looked at all three of them with a smile in his eyes, as if he was simply trying to tell them to accept reality as it was. At the moment, Davy simply couldn't tell them about the gallery, and even if they continued to press him, he would have to continue to dodge. For now it was enough for the prince that Perserk, who had just asked him to lend her his lap as a pillow, knew the whole truth about him. In any case, Davy trusted his friends and believed that by keeping his mouth shut, he wouldn't make things worse for anyone. Perhaps they really believed him and accepted the answer as it was, but he still felt a bit of bitterness in his soul. Although what bitterness could we talk about when in life he met such a loyal and understanding family that accepted his persistence? And so the conversation ended, and silence fell over the mansion, at least for the most part. For Davy's room was a little noisy. As they say, or it would be better not to say it, every solved problem gives rise to a new unsolvable problem. Honda wasn't just offended, she was downright embittered at Davy, who had so brazenly decided to borrow her mana and then unprincipledly fall to the ground. The guy asked her to forgive him and stop being offended, but Honda hid under the blanket and did not let him approach. She was pouting at him after all. She was the embodiment of a cold weapon, which Davy looked more like a hamster with cheeks stuffed with seeds. The prince forgot for a second that this was not the most appropriate time to be touched by his daughter, and began to take appropriate measures. Holden was angry, so Davy tried to cheer her up and play with her. For some reason, everyone's ego really didn't like it when they were used with embedded mana at high speed. Davy knew, of course, that Calderas was a grumpy old man, but even for Hondan, using mana was too unpleasant. Red Ribbon tried to pretend that she liked the boy's games, although in reality she immediately turned away from him with an offended face. Chandan hugged her sister and moaned in her face, supposedly telling her to stop being angry and accept her father's apology. Then the most unfair weapon entered the fray, and Davy began playfully showing them fresh cookies with jam inside. The twins stared in fascination at the dessert in front of them and seemed ready to accept the delicacy as the boy's apology. It only seemed so because Handan again pouted and said loudly that she didn't want to take anything from the prince's hands. Handan could tell how much she really wanted the cookies, but she simply covered her face while Davy described her extremely deep hurt. The Demon Queen herself certainly thought the twins were cute, but when the guy playfully mocked them and was touched by their resentment, it irritated her a little. Davy lifted the golden cookie again and said that since Handan didn't want any, the sweet dessert would go to him. The twins stopped and began to watch as their father mercilessly devoured the crispy cookies, smacking his lips in pleasure. Tears began to well up in Handan's eyes as she stared in horror as her cookies were greedily eaten. Perhaps Davy wanted to knock some conscience out of her through manipulation, but little Handan did not yet understand such hints and felt that she was being mocked. The guy still has a lot to learn about being a parent, so the Demon Queen yelled at him for his misdeed when Handan burst into loud tears. Berserk might be a little crazy, but she wasn't about to tolerate Davy's smug attitude while his children cried. The she-devil decided to take matters into her own hands because she wasn't just indignant and seriously angry, she was genuinely angry at the guy. The girl slowly extended her hand to the sobbing twins and carefully asked them to come to her, and they began to nervously reach out to her. The boy had never seen Berserk so caring and affectionate as she began to hug the frightened Handan and Chandan. The Demon Queen glanced at Davy with a disapproving look out of the corner of her eye, but it wasn't just the sudden surge of concern that bothered Davy. The guy was more surprised by the fact that Berserk, all this time being a useless miniature demoness, could actually increase to human size. The devil's resentment did not go away, and she asked with an offended look what was strange about a demon who could change his physical form. After all, she could even change her clothes. Davy glanced nervously at Handan, sobbing peacefully in the woman's arms, and compared the phenomenon to something like a kinship between energy bodies. Handan and Chandan were shedding bitter tears, and the Demon Queen was calming them down and stroking their heads with care. The girls called Berserk Mom in unison with trembling voices, and both the devil and Davy's jaws nearly dropped. The twins began to cry even harder and rushed into the arms of their so-called mother, who embraced them and began to press them closer to herself. The twins' opinions quickly changed, and they began to scream that they hated their dad, but loved their mom the most. The girls gradually stopped crying as they looked at Berserk's warm smile, and Davy fully expected the former Demon Queen to be so insightful. On the continent, beings who proudly call themselves demons are used to being seen as evil, but if you look at the girl, you might inadvertently consider such thoughts to be prejudice. Davy himself was pleased to see how easily his companion dealt with his children. The prince decided to take advantage of the opportunity and began to offer Handan cookies again, but she held tightly to Berserk, who wanted to cut off the guy's head. The boy's cookies suddenly acquired an unpleasant bitter taste, and he became slightly despondent, although he understood why they treated him like that. So several days passed, and Davy still remained in the Ordom lands to monitor the healing, which was increasing in pace. Everything settled down, and a full-scale supply of medicines to the inhabitants of the lands began. Here the administration finally fulfilled its share. Of course, treatment alone was not enough, and a system of preventive vaccination was introduced, as the virus bacteria continued to spread. One way or another, now the whole future depended on the owner of the lands, Varys. And in the meantime, the prince was informed that more than 300 people had died due to the events on the lands. Jack asked if the body count had affected them in any way, and Davy explained that they had still managed to keep the casualty count to a minimum. On other continents, this disease killed hundreds of millions of people, so if the prince had not come to the lands of Ordom, half of the eastern continent would have been infected. In many ways, the fortunate coincidence of events can be blamed on Rinton, who simply had a ridiculous and ineffective plan. Jack had long suspected that the boy knew a lot about the disease, so he asked to tell him everything about it. Davy leaned over and asked if the agent's questions would be included in the bill, to which the agent replied that they would, because information agents have to be paid for everything. The boy couldn't help but ask if he would end up having to pay with both of his kidneys. but the agent rejected the idea. The prince bowed his head and looked down, saying that it was impossible to tell what was on his mind, and asked her to start asking questions. Jack said he wanted to make sure the prince couldn't get out of answering questions, and Davy rolled his eyes and said he'd better come under his wing. The agent, of course, really wanted to have connections with the prince, but Davy did not plan to take someone who could not even show his face. Looking down, the boy saw a suspicious glow under his desk, and his gaze took on a slightly questioning look. He opened his desk and saw that his crystal pearl for communication began to glow with a bright light. Someone was trying to call him. Amy picked up the phone, looking very nervous and worried even through the magic communication ball. The following week, in front of Davy's chariot, Illis was already waiting with Winry, who was waving her hand energetically to her older brother and calling him. Davy looked around and reflected that a few weeks in the lands of Ordom had felt more like a couple of imperceptible days. As a result of the intensive fight against the rapid-melting virus, most patients were able to get out of bed. Of course, there were casualties, and not everyone was able to overcome the disease, but they were still able to avoid disaster. The lands of Ordom quickly came to life, and Davy, as Winry had told him, became a kind of hero for the locals. In fact, everything would have been much better if the boy had not been showered with continuous compliments, with which people here and there called him a saint. Having completed the necessary schedule, Davy was now heading home again, as the small gate of Illis was still on cooldown. The guy more than liked this turn of events, and he simply enjoyed the time in the carriage, when Winry and Illis constantly talked boisterously to each other. Davy initially went into serious business only to live in luxury during his retirement, so he didn't want to return to his old princely lifestyle. And in the carriage, he had the opportunity to enjoy a moment of peace and take a break from the constant pressure and paperwork. They passed by a crystal waterfall, over which small, misty sea clouds rose. These places were the most beautiful, but usually they also had a peculiar atmosphere of calm mixed with melancholy. The prince tried to relax in many ways, but sometimes certain thoughts bothered him, just like his younger sister. Winry asked if the boy was uncomfortable sitting there, but Davy dispelled her doubts and said that she shouldn't pay attention to him. Tu was also somewhat worried about Varys's condition, and was very worried, wondering why he decided to send her to the lands of the Hinds. Jullus smiled and said that her twin brother probably wanted her to get some rest, but Winry didn't believe that Varys would care about her that much. The real reason was different, and in fact, Varys personally asked Davy to look after Winry for a while in the Hinds lands. At that moment, the green-haired man looked rather scruffy, so the prince asked why he was so eager to take his sister away. Varys lowered his head and explained that children had recently begun to disappear from their lands, particularly from an orphanage. The younger brother was worried that if rumors spread through the press, Winry would immediately rush into danger and think that she could save everyone. Davy and Amy, who contacted him via Pearl a few days ago, also reported similar incidents. The landscape soon gave way to another beautiful natural landscape, and Winry looked out the window in fascination with Ulysses. There was annoyance in Davy's voice as he exhaled and mumbled that he wanted to come a little later, to which they became concerned and asked if anything unpleasant was happening in his capital. The boy smiled wryly and slowly told them that, according to rumors, a very important person had come to the land of Hinds. Jullus was slightly surprised by the news and lowered his eyebrows in confusion, because he could know the person who decided to come to the prince's capital. They did not have much time to reason, for then the carriage suddenly shook and stopped abruptly. Their carriage unexpectedly collided with a squad of armored men, and a nervous confusion began between the two groups. One of the armored men jumped off his dark horse and asked to be excused for the fact that they were forced to block the path of the very first Prince of Raun. Jullus glanced nervously out the window and first of all began to examine the coat of arms on the cloak of one of the men. On the crimson cloak was depicted a golden coat of arms, on which was a lion trying to climb onto a shield. Davy tried to play it cool, so he just looked the other way, even when one of the men in the squad approached the window. The man in the red cloak, Duris of the Red Dragon, addressed the prince and said that they had come to personally escort him. Duris immediately recognized the nervous Illis, and Davy recalled that in addition to the incidents with the missing children, Amy also reported on the situation outside his capital. Perserk read the boy's thoughts and noted that the girl in his head was quite a smart little girl, but the boy chuckled slightly at the age she attributed to her. This was because the recently arrived Princess Elena from the Palin Empire was actually the same age as the Demon Queen. If you judge the Rindis Empire based on its name alone, you might not always picture a huge, futuristic biogarden metropolis in your head. The important people of the empire were good with weapons, so they often took breaks to practice the art of weapons, in this case, bows. The single wooden stand with the marker might have seemed a little funny when it was surrounded by solid plants and glass domes. However, the male archer didn't care at all and continued to aim, charging his bow with golden mana. Each gold-loaded arrow resembled a swift eagle, which fiercely headed towards the mark, spreading its sharp wings. The hit was crisp and effortless, smashing straight into the red dot in the middle, and the other man clapped his hands in delight at His Majesty's accuracy. The archer turned to the crown prince of the Rindis Empire, Alvos al-Rindis, challenging him to a match, but he became embarrassed and said that he was no match for such a master. The emperor, Diorth al-Rindis, smirked disapprovingly and jokingly said that the future ruler of Alvos had humiliated himself too much. His Majesty shook his head and said that if he continued like this, his brothers would take his place in the future, and the crown prince laughed and replied that they would not dare to challenge him. Diorth al-Rindis decided to calm down a little over a cup of tea and asked if everything was okay with the crown princess, and Alvos said that she lived in comfort and coziness thanks to the emperor. The emperor's eyes dropped and his tone became stern as he began to say that a real man should first and foremost be kind, unlike the greedy idiots of the empire. His Majesty looked into Alvos's eyes and said that the crown prince had probably come for another reason and wanted to discuss something. Alvos al-Rindis took a shaky breath and told the emperor that he had finally received a report from the Echo Guild, which piqued the emperor's interest. The crown prince sat down opposite the emperor in a businesslike manner and continued by saying that they had two pieces of news, one good and one ambiguous, respectively. The emperor laughed and said that his son even dared to mock him, so he asked him to tell him the controversial news first. Alvos reported that Count Rinton and Count Kolio were caught committing inhuman acts and were therefore punished on the spot. The emperor was very disappointed because he had personally invited Count Kolio to the disease department, but he was more interested in who had dealt with those two. When Diorth heard the name of First Prince Round again, he looked away and muttered thoughtfully that the name Davy had been quite a common name lately. The crown prince asked the emperor not to feel guilty about what had happened, but he shook his head again and replied that if he felt guilty about everything, he could not stand at the head of the empire. Then Alvos decided to tell about the good news, which concerned Baron Gorneo and their report on curing the deadly disease. The emperor leaned forward in intrigue when he heard that the cure for devil's blood was invented along with the vaccine. The man was even more surprised by the information that the antidote was invented not by Baron Gorneo or Count Rinton, but again by Davy Olron. The situation seemed more and more surprising with each passing moment, as the crown prince also reported that the treatment for the disease had been thoroughly tested throughout all lands. The emperor paused and looked up, dreamily taking in the unique architecture of their empire and whispering the prince's name. Diorth was interested in the fact that there would definitely be people who would want to work with the prince, so he asked how Alvos planned to proceed. Apparently, the emperor's last question was actually a coercion to action, and the crown prince asked smilingly whether he should have sent the prince an invitation to their palace. The princess was brought to them, and the emperor replied that since the boy had so many achievements behind him, they should take care of his marriage to the princess. The werewolf girl was brought to the table where the emperor and crown prince were sitting, and an oppressive silence blossomed between them. The mask almost completely covered the face of a young girl with incredibly long turquoise hair and a fluffy pink dress. The girl looked away with her yellow eyes, and a single nervous drop of sweat ran down her cheek. The princess hesitantly picked up her dress with her fingertips and began to bow, but the emperor gave her a disapproving look and asked her to stop. The werewolf girl flinched and quickly stood up at attention, as if silently apologizing for the gesture that could somehow offend the emperor. Diorth stood up slightly and fixed his stern gaze on the princess, once again ordering her to stop. Her name was Arya al-Rindis. She was the youngest princess of the Rindis Empire, but what stood out most was her werewolf nature. The Moors of the empire still rejected werewolves in overwhelming numbers, but thanks to Arya's noble roots, she received fewer suspicious glances within the empire. One way or another, for people, a werewolf remained a werewolf, so she constantly caught angry looks, full of contempt and hatred. The girl began to hide everything about herself so much that rumors began to spread that even the emperor did not recognize her, who even now asked why she did not call him father. Arya shook nervously, awkwardly saying that there were people nearby, and she was afraid that rumors about the emperor's good attitude towards the insignificant werewolf could surface again. The girl's words made Diort very angry, and he banged the table with all his might, demanding that she repeat what she called herself once again. The emperor angrily uttered the crown prince's name, and he smiled and asked if he should have gone to deal with the princess's offenders. Diort ordered him to find everyone and wipe into dust all those who allowed themselves to insult the werewolf girl so basely, and she panicked again. Arya quickly ran up to her father and began to tug at his robe, saying that it was because of her, the walking problem, that he was angry and furious again. The girl desperately pulled at his cloak and shouted loudly that the emperor should not do this just because of her. The emperor, still at the height of his anger and fury, turned to the innocent girl, his face still showing the marks of his anger. However, as soon as he saw the desperate face of his daughter, he immediately calmed down, and peace came to his soul. The girl's wolf ears fell down as he stroked her head and said that he simply couldn't stand it when someone insulted his beloved daughter. Arya lowered her head and said in a quiet voice that she would be fine and did not want the reputation of the entire empire to suffer because of her. She looked hopefully at her father and asked him to pretend that he had not heard anything about what the others had said about her, begging him to promise to remain calm. The father smiled and told her not to worry. But in the meantime, he looked at Alvos, who got the hint and replied that he would do everything quietly, and the girl screamed in horror again. It was warm in the Haines lands today, but the sun was not accompanied by deadly drought or hellish heat. The red dragon stood outside the gates of Davy's estate, not letting other people in, who stared in surprise at the strange guests. The group seemed to be in some kind of anticipation, and it might seem that they were not even breathing, quietly lined up in front of the entrance to the prince's chambers. Davy looked out the window uncertainly, looking at the squad of knights who weren't even thinking about leaving the capital. In fairness, the boy fully understood Elena's state, because when he fled from the Felsty Principality, all the questions were directed towards her. Of course, it took the princess quite a while to find a scoundrel like him, but in the end, it led to the knights showing up right at Davy's door. The maid Amy awkwardly informed the boy that Princess Elena had asked for a meeting, but the boy rather thought that she had probably demanded to be allowed to break into his place, nothing else. Amy asked if she should have let the princess in, and Davy stepped forward and thought that the expression that described the princess well was something like a big shot. Although the lands of Haines were developing at a tremendous speed, the prince's opponent now was an empire, whose arrival in such a small country was already a big event. It was not good to speak badly of the empire either, but of course this did not apply to Jullus, who filled the entire palace with an unusual curse for him because of the empire. Still, Davy doubted and asked Amy to refuse Princess Elena, which caused the maid to hastily agree, and then become perplexed. The guy sat down on the couch and reminded her that he didn't like repeating himself, so Amy sighed and replied that she would pass on his refusal. The maid bowed her head and took her leave, but her hands were visibly shaking and her eyes were looking around uncertainly. As soon as Amy left the room, the twins appeared from under the couch and stared at Davy with interest. Perserk asked indifferently if the boy was afraid of the consequences of his refusal, but the boy explained that he was not doing this simply out of fear. The Demon Queen was rather skeptical, because even knowing Davy well, she also knew how much he loved to fall face down into the swamp. Then, having received the first refusal, the knightly order continued to send requests for a meeting, as if they were dead set. But each repeated request was followed by a refusal, another refusal, after which they asked for a meeting again, but they were still met with the same result. Davy started it all, but it was those who continued to unculturedly wrap themselves around the thresholds, and in the end, only the people who found themselves in the epicenter of events suffered because of this. The prince heard with one ear that the entire knightly order of Princess Elena was furious, but the guy still continued to ignore them. The boy wanted to give them credit because despite all the anger on their part, they still tried not to raise unnecessary fuss and create confusion. Davy walked down the night corridor of his estate, skipping along in delight at his delightful game of silence. Perserk had already begun to suspect something, and the boy then told her that with his refusals he was simply trying to raise his price. The guy smiled slyly, and noted that it was not so easy for the princess herself, who was unrivaled in attracting public attention, to try to contact him, and how good it was that all the information guilds and trade groups had gathered throughout the capital. The taste of stock growth was already in Davy's mouth. The Demon Queen frowned and said that life was not just a game, and people would never act according to the script that Davy had made up in his head. Davy confidently replied that everything would go according to plan, since he was fighting against the very princess who was terribly predictable and patient. The boy said to the entire corridor that the lands of Hines would soon be on everyone's lips, and then laughed so loudly that he didn't even hear the footsteps nearby. But as soon as the boy realized that someone had intervened in their conversation and saw familiar red curls in front of him, he froze. Princess Elena herself appeared before him, and she involuntarily cast a distrustful glance at him out of the corner of her eye. The girl gracefully turned to the guy, and loudly said that she had finally found him, and then intriguingly addressed him. Davy tensed slightly, and asked through an awkward smile, since when the princesses of the Empire had been trained in the art of parkour. Princess Elena began to slowly approach the young man, and in an indifferent, feigned voice asked if there was something they should discuss. Davy awkwardly looked away from the girl who came closer and grabbed him tightly by the jacket, saying that she had a couple of questions for him. The guy tried to play innocent, but Elena raised her voice and loudly ordered him to look her in the eyes and answer. The prince said in a trembling voice that she had become very impatient since their last meeting, and Berserk exhaled heavily, because she knew that this would happen. Silence returned to the palace of the Rindis Empire, and Eris managed to calm his father and the crown prince, who were obsessed with the desire to avenge the insults to their princess. Now all three were sitting at the table, awkwardly sipping the remaining tea, and the emperor asked if the girl wanted to say anything else. The youngest princess lowered her eyes in shame and said almost inaudibly that she had one thing she wanted to share. The father almost interrupted her and smiled generously on his face, good-naturedly ordering her to tell about her worries. She began to play nervously with her fingers and talk about some old promise that even the emperor did not immediately recognize. The werewolf girl looked away and reminded him of the oath that if she ever recovered, she would be able to enter into a love union with her beloved. Eris's eyes began to waver, her pupils fluttering excitedly, and her voice turned into a barely audible squeak as she asked if the promise was real. The emperor felt as if he had been struck by electricity and loudly banged his cup on the table, as if he had heard something wild from the youngest princess. The cup shattered into small pieces, and the werewolf's father stared in shock at his daughter, who began to tell about the man who saved her on the way to the Empire. The girl clapped her hands in anticipation, and quickly, as if trying to dispel the shame within herself, said that she wanted to meet her hero properly. The emperor fell into an oppressive silence for what seemed like an eternity, then turned coldly to Alvos. Father asked the crown prince to read the main wisdom of the Rindis family, and Alvos said that a person is no good in the future if he cannot protect his people. Deort's eye twitched nervously, and a fire appeared in his eyes, with which he said that it seemed that an unwanted insect had clung to their beautiful flower. The werewolf looked questioningly at the two who were already planning a plan to eliminate the so-called hero who had harmed their princess. The emperor lost his composure and began to shout at the top of his voice that he would definitely find the pest insect, and his daughter tried in vain to dissuade him. None of these three yet knew that the so-called insect was a man who was able to save the lands of Ordom from the terrible blood of the devil, as well as the fact that this man was the key to freeing Princess Aria from her curse. But fate predicted the day of their new meeting in a somewhat distant future. Davy decided to show Elena his special golems. In particular, they were like that because she used robots for them instead of mannequins. And not just ordinary robots that look more like puppets with 2 lines of code, but real military soldiers who knew almost more about combat techniques than people. 2 flickering red lights appeared on the robot's dark display, one larger than the other, as if imitating a face with a raised eyebrow. Princess Elena swung with all her might and attacked the robot, shattering its armor into hundreds of tiny pieces. Metal fragments flew past the princess's hair, the loose curls of which did not at all hinder her from giving it her all, even against a training enemy. The robot's body was strong, so it did not give in to the pressure of the sword so easily, and continued to rest against the blade. Elena was focused and did not take her eyes off her enemy for a second, putting so much effort into the battle with him as if it was her last battle. The girl opened her mouth and let out an imperceptible breath, whistling slightly between her lips, and preparing for the next attack. The princess jumped back from the huge robot, which turned out to be 10 times larger than her, but still fought her on equal terms. Elena's previous sword was destroyed in battle, so she used a brand new two-handed claymore, which she called a heavy sword. Then the princess took a step back and took aim at her enemy again, carefully looking for all the weak points of her target. The girl swung and made a so-called omnidirectional strike towards the robot, which was more like a hail of shells in the form of successive cuts. That reception was followed by several different blows at once, in each of which the princess applied as much force as grace. Princess Elena approached the robot closely and began to crush it with fast, close attacks. But it did not even falter. The robot golem turned out to be so strong that Elena's blows left marks on the floor rather than on the robot's armor, which continued to stand confidently in place. Then Elena charged her heavy sword with mana and swung at the robot in a jump, which lowered its shoulders and something began to open underneath it. The empty holes in the golem's legs opened up and began to glow with molten fire, from which it began to release fiery projectiles. Princess Elena's eyes widened in surprise, as she had never seen such technology in her life. The girl didn't have time to finish her blow when the robot began to release beams of fire from its legs and destroy the floor under the princess.